Chapter 1. The Hunter's Awakening. Brooklyn, New York. Midnight streets. Long live HYDRA. A suited thug shouted slogans as he indiscriminately unleashed bullets from his submachine gun, declaring that all traitors must perish. S.H.I.E.L.D. Agents were monitoring this group of fanatical thugs from a distance. The future Iron Man, Tony Stark, was preoccupied with flirting with a sultry companion at a gala. This is the world of Marvel. Su Ming lay on a metal bed that reeked of antiseptic, blood still oozing from the bullet wound in his left shoulder. The fluorescent lights on the ceiling buzzed, while 3 flies feasted on the plasma seeping from his injury. $300, sir. The doctor, donning a skull mask, rattled a pair of rusty surgical pliers. Or you could opt to pay with a kidney. Licking his parched lips, Su Ming's mind lingered on images from before his transmigration. An awards ceremony, a delivery scooter in a torrential downpour blinding high beams, and that sudden rainbow vortex appearing in the middle of the road. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself the unfortunate center of a gunfight on the streets of Brooklyn. Ding! Host's life signs detected below critical levels. Premium system activated. His retina exploded with streams of golden data, a holographic interface unfolding amidst the bloodstains before him. Name: Su Ming. Age: 28. Physical condition: 5. Current balance: $0. Existing abilities: none. Gift package abilities: beginner. Self-healing factor: Wolverine level regeneration. $5,000. Hawkeye vision, dynamic vision LV.1, $3,000. Basic combat, mastery of Jeet Kune Do. $2,000. Prices of gift package abilities are non-referential. As his consciousness gradually returned, Su Ming recalled his struggles to reach this clandestine clinic. After being shot, but wasn't I delivering an order? Where am I? Have I transmigrated? A sharp pain in his shoulder continuously transmitted alarms to his brain, and Su Ming realized his physical condition was likely dire. Yet this unscrupulous doctor demanded $300 for treatment. Where on earth could he procure that damn sum? Moreover, this Wolverine-level regeneration, is it reminiscent of the Wolverine's abilities in my recollection? If it were true, perhaps he wouldn't need this despicable doctor. But the problem lies in it costs $5,000. And this is merely the package price. Since when did packages require payment? Cursed capitalism. Hey, are you listening, yellow-skinned monkey? The doctor's surgical pliers suddenly pressed against Su Ming's Adam's apple. Or would you prefer to experience bullet extraction without anesthesia? Su Ming fixated on the Glock 17 at the doctor's waist, his retina suddenly revealing a price tag. Used Glock including 12 rounds valued at $350. This system can also appraise weapons. Is it limited to weapons alone? Wait a moment. Su Ming's mind raced as he fought against dizziness. Reaching into his pocket and grasping a metallic object, the Golden Rider badge he had clutched during his transmigration. The gilded plaque shimmered on the system interface. 24K gold-plated badge valued at $50. It appears that the objects of appraisal are not limited to specific items. Thus, the question arises, can they be redeemed, and how? A redeemable item has been discovered. A mechanical voice echoed within his skull. Would you like to redeem? Su Ming felt a jolt of energy surge through him as he silently intoned. Redeem. In an instant, the badge vaporized and his account balance surged to $50. His hand, clenched tightly in his pocket, trembled with excitement. The validation of his conjecture invigorated Su Ming. Yet it was insufficient, far from enough. His gaze scanned the room incessantly until it fell upon the doctor's ostentatious gold chain. The system promptly displayed its appraisal. Gold-plated alloy necklace valued at $3. His brows furrowed slightly. It seems I must resort to some unconventional methods. In a moment of desperation, Su Ming resolved to take a risk. FCK. The expletive escaped him, momentarily startling the doctor. Now was the time. With a bloodied palm, he seized the surgical clamp and twisted it with a swift motion. The sound of his wrist contorting mixed with the doctor's screams, echoing throughout the clinic. The Glock 17 was drawn from its holster. Su Ming's knee shattered the doctor's nose, blood instantly saturating the mask. Unclaimed weapon detected. Would you like to appraise? Appraise. Redeem. The Glock transformed into a stream of blue data in his palm, and his account skyrocketed to $400. Yet it still fell short of redeeming the self-healing factor. The excruciating pain in his shoulder was devouring his consciousness. Bang! The back door of the clinic was suddenly kicked open, and 3 suited thugs armed with submachine guns surged in. Long live HYDRA. The scar-faced leader racked his gun. Dr. White, how dare you treat a traitor of the organization? Before he could finish, Su Ming's palm pressed against the bloodied surgical table. The system alerts flickered wildly. Multifunctional surgical bed valued at $4,400. Medical alcohol 5L valued at $50. Adrenaline X3 valued at $150. Su Ming glimpsed a glimmer of hope, his eyes brightening. Redeem all. The deafening sound of gunfire erupted, a torrent of bullets sweeping through the clinic. At the moment the Scarface thug's bullet pierced Su Ming's chest, his retina exploded in a cascade of golden light. Account balance $5,000. Would you like to redeem the self-healing factor? Redeem. It felt as though molten lava coursed through his veins. Su Ming distinctly heard the cracking of bones as they mended, the weakness dissipating swiftly, strength flooding back into his body. The three submachine guns unleashed their fiery tongues, yet the wounds from the bullets healed almost instantaneously. A killer, always pursued by death. The terror etched on the Scarface thug's face was frozen in the haze of gunpowder when Su Ming crushed his throat. The crisp sound of coins entering his account rang in his ears. Eliminated HYDRA bounty hunter. Reward $5,000. Account balance $5,000. Would you like to redeem the remaining recommended talents? Dynamic vision and mastery of Jeet Kune Do. Redeem. As Su Ming's vision refreshed, everything before him became astonishingly clear. Darkness was no longer an obstacle. His gaze could effortlessly track the flight of a fly. Simultaneously, a realization dawned upon him: could easily counter various close-range attacks, intercepting and delivering swift strikes. As Su Ming inhaled deeply, the recent gunshot wound had rendered him breathless. He marveled at the system's gift, truly a marvel of intelligence. Self-healing to mend injuries, vision piercing through the darkness, and combat skills for self-defense. More importantly, the price was quite reasonable. Very well. A faint smile graced his lips, only to swiftly transform into a serious expression. Through the grimy glass, he clearly saw a group of suited thugs sprinting towards him from hundreds of meters away, their weapons glinting ominously in the dim light. A rocket launcher? They certainly think highly of me. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled. A phrase lingered in the air. Thank you for the surgery, doctor. Midnight in Brooklyn presents two faces. One of cleanliness, luxury, and brightness, the other, filth, poverty, and darkness. Successful individuals revel in the festivities of grand balls, while the homeless lie in wait for death beneath bridge overhangs and in shadows. More prevalent are the strugglers, those teetering on the brink of subsistence, huddled in their homes with doors and windows tightly shut, guns loaded and poised against the threat of zero-cost purchases. Yet, Su Ming remained indifferent, for he was in flight. While the self-healing factor enabled him to survive bullets, it did not mean he wished to experience the full force of a rocket explosion up close. As a former ace rider, he possessed unwavering confidence in his speed. After navigating a few alleys, he felt slightly disoriented, certain those pursuers had lost his trail. Su Ming's mind raced as he ran. The notion of instant healing from gunshot wounds seemed absurd, almost unbelievable, if it weren't his own reality. Yet considering the system's designation of Wolverine-level recovery, an image formed in his Minda, rugged man clad in a jacket, with a peculiar hairstyle and bearded cheeks. Then came the thug's juvenile chant, "Hail Hydra." Su Ming harbored serious doubts about having stumbled into a Marvel universe. Contemplating his current abilities, he realized he possessed at least the means to choose his own destiny. The title of Ace Rider from his previous life was not a badge of honor, but rather a shackling obligation of manhood. Having traversed into this new realm, he felt no compunction about evading moral constraints, not even he could bind himself. With thoughts of a system that allowed him to exchange currency for various talents, a smirk crept upon Su Ming's lips. From this moment forth, he would focus solely on amassing wealth, striving to grow and thrive. Chapter 2. The blonde. As Su Ming pondered while skillfully dodging the obstacles beneath his feet, an approaching high heel suddenly loomed large before his eyes. He raised his hand to shield himself, and with a resounding crack, the heel collided with his arm, producing a deafening noise. The force of the impact caused his arm to contort, and he staggered back several steps before regaining his balance. His bones silently mended. And Su Ming squinted at the figure before him, clad in a form-fitting leather outfit adorned with efficient tactical gear. Her tall and curvaceous form exuded an air of fierce elegance. With her golden hair and striking blue eyes, she resembled a thorny rose, her alluring silhouette obscuring the only source of light in the alley. The golden girl, Eliza Sweet, lightly applauded, "Not bad, handsome," fixated on the woman before him. Su Ming's senses heightened at the sound emanating from behind, merely an ordinary car. "Do not fret. Those in suits have long lost their way. You run swiftly." "As if you were quite familiar with this place," Eliza remarked, casting a glance around. Her curious gaze fell upon the vomit near a garbage bin, which quickly turned to disdain. "Who are you?" A storm of unease brewed within Su Ming as the high-tech devices dangling from her waist instilled a sense of pressure. Moreover, the abruptness of her aggression, kicking his arm without preamble, hinted at malicious intent. Who I am is of little consequence. Someone has paid me to retrieve what does not belong to you. With that, she produced a photograph. The image depicted a man with distinctly Eastern features, dark tousled hair, deep brown eyes, and a refined visage that unmistakably resembled Su Ming. His pupils constricted, and he muttered, "A bounty hunter?" Suddenly, he paused, bewildered by the unfamiliar term that had slipped from his lips, seemingly a profession of sorts. In a flash, memories surged through his mind. An abandoned shipyard, a dimly lit bar, a burly man in a suit, marked by a scorpion tattoo, patted his shoulder, proclaiming, "Ming is yours." Instinctively, Su Ming reached into his pocket and felt something there. Simultaneously, a tidal wave of memories flooded back. He glanced down at his suit, riddled with bullet holes, and an unsettling realization washed over him. Am I truly one of HYDRA's? Frozen in place, he grappled with the conflicting memories from both his past and present, creating an overwhelming sense of disorientation. Yet, there was no time for hesitation. The adversary was upon him. Seeing Su Ming's apparent indifference, Eliza, infuriated, launched her attack. A flurry of close combat techniques surrounded him in an instant. Utilizing his acquired mastery of intercepting fist techniques, Su Ming deftly neutralized each assault. The rhythm of the fight became increasingly fluid, prompting him to marvel, "Little dragon, you truly are a master of your craft." Soon, Eliza discerned an unsettling peculiarity in her opponent's movements. She found herself consistently intercepted just as she initiated her strikes, rendering her efforts futile and frustrating. Recognizing the ineffectiveness of her combat, she executed a backflip to create distance, drawing a handgun and aiming it at Su Ming. "I regret this." Gazing at the firearm in Eliza's hand, Su Ming's retina displayed a price tag, used Glock 26 with 10 rounds valued at 400. "Wait." Su Ming began to speak, but before he could finish, a sharp crack echoed through the air as a bullet pierced his shoulder, accompanied by a wisp of smoke. Under the astonished gaze of Eliza, the bullet holes beneath the tattered clothing were visibly healing. Su Ming sighed softly. If bullets were truly effective, I would have perished dozens of times over by now. First, I must ascertain the origins of this woman. He approached Eliza calmly, gently taking the handgun from her. Showcasing his gentlemanly demeanor, "Madam, it is rather impolite to fire upon others without provocation. I shall retain this item, and I trust you have no objections?" Unclaimed weapon detected. "Would you like to exchange?" Exchange. The compact Glock 26 transformed into a stream of data, vanishing into his grasp, with his account balance rising to 400. Eliza's pupils dilated, and she remained unresponsive even as Su Ming seized her firearm. What on earth am I witnessing? The bullet had indeed struck him. How could he remain unscathed? Damn it. This was merely a routine transaction, yet somehow I have encountered such a monster. With a shift in her gaze, Eliza contemplated fleeing from this peculiar individual. Despite his courteous demeanor, however, her wrist was firmly grasped by him. "Do not be in haste to depart. You have yet to disclose who employed you." Feeling the silky, cool touch of his grip, she gazed into his eyes, which sparkled with a hint of amusement. "I have detected unclaimed knives, ropes, and instruments. Would you like to appraise them?" His eyes sparkled with a newfound mirth. "Appraise? Exchange." Eliza Sweet, the bounty hunter known as the Blonde Bombshell, found herself in the darkest moment of her career. A man she could neither defeat nor kill held her captive, demanding the source of her mission. As a principled bounty hunter, Eliza felt deeply insulted. She glared fiercely at Su Ming, biting her silver teeth. "It's Baron. Scorpion Baron, a member of HYDRA. Retrieve the items, or your life will cost me 2,000. Su Ming's mind conjured the image of a large man in a suit adorned with a scorpion tattoo. Baron Turt, the very boss of his former life. Wasn't it he who entrusted the items to me? It seems some matters require elucidation. As this thought crossed his mind, Su Ming found the bounty hunter, who readily divulged information under mere intimidation, rather intriguing. Since he had not suffered any loss, what harm would it do to release her? Suddenly, he heard the cacophony of those searching for him. It was time to depart. With that, he relinquished Eliza's wrist, turning to flee, stripped of all his equipment. She had little capacity for retaliation. Eliza stared at the imprint on her wrist, recalling Su Ming's gaze, a flicker of dread appearing in her eyes. Had he been contemplating whether or not to kill me? Realizing in shock that the various weapons she had worn at her waist had vanished, she fled the scene in a frenzy. At that moment, Su Ming was preparing to make his way to a desolate dock that lingered in his memory. After effortlessly incapacitating an agent who was pursuing him, he exchanged his bullet-riddled suit for a fresh one. To be frank, the suits issued by HYDRA were of remarkable quality. Observing his own reflection in the glass, the tall and slender figure of a handsome young man, Su Ming raised his eyebrows slightly, offering a silent nod of approval. Taking a moment to explore the system, a cascade of golden data materialized before him, forming a holographic interface. Name, Su Ming. Age, 28. Physical fitness, 5. Current balance, 10. 200 acquired talents. Wolverine level regeneration, dynamic vision LV. 1. Mastery of Jeet Kune Do. Su Ming was astonished by the considerable value of the gear worn by the blonde woman. It was his first time accessing the System S marketplace. Infinity Gem, blue, dollars. Infinity Gem, green, dollars. Magneto's magnetic control, 20, 000, 000, Superman steel body, 10. 000, 000, Professor X's telepathic projection, 6, 000, 000, Doctor Strange's item summoning, 5, 000, 000. As he perused the familiar names, Su Ming's eyes narrowed. Indeed. This was the Marvel Universe. Oh, Infinity Gems could be exchanged? Upon scrutinizing the price, $1 trillion? Very well, my apologies. Aside from the Infinity Gems, a dazzling array of talents appeared before Su Ming, spanning over 100 pages. The least expensive was no less than $10,000. This revelation made Su Ming appreciate just how delightful the System S promotional offer of 3 talents at a discount was, given that their original price was a staggering $100,000. In this light, it became clear that if one possessed wealth, there was virtually nothing unattainable in the system. With this realization, why on earth was I toiling away at the bottom of HYDRA? In his memories, his former self had been nothing more than cannon fodder within HYDRA, barely scraping by on a meager salary. The pursuit of wealth was the true path. A career change was imperative. Why not become a bounty hunter, accumulating riches and enhancing his power before continuing to amass wealth? However, it was essential to clarify the current situation. Being relentlessly pursued by a group of individuals was hardly an enjoyable predicament. Resolute in his decision, Su Ming hailed a taxi. Chapter 3. Physical enhancement. Nestled near an abandoned dock lies a clandestine tavern known as the Sunset Barrier, a refuge for the notorious Baron, a figure associated with the HYDRA organization. Despite HYDRA's substantial financial investments across various commercial districts, Baron, the regional head, seems disinterested in the opulent lifestyle that surrounds him. Hailing from Texas, he is more accustomed to the rugged cowboy existence, taming wild horses under the vast skies by day and battling dust storms, while spending his nights in dimly lit bars, measuring the boundaries of freedom and solitude with whiskey and tales. At this moment, he boasts to his subordinates about his cunning. I've always found that kid insufferable. It's only fitting to send a yellow-skinned monkey on such a perilous mission. Haha. The scorpion tattoo on the 2-meter-tall man's face twisted into a more sinister expression with his laughter. Baron's words ignited a chorus of laughter among the dozen or so agents present, including several of Asian descent. The smoke-filled bar erupted in merriment. Suddenly, the wooden door burst from its frame, crashing to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. The tavern fell silent, and all eyes turned to the entrance, the atmosphere growing serious as fingers reached for weapons resting on the tables. A languid voice broke the tension. Esteemed Mr. Baron, may I inquire when I, in my diligent pursuit of the mission, became a traitor to the organization? Just moments earlier, Su Ming had perused the System S marketplace while seated in a taxi. The incident of the blonde woman breaking her own arm weighed heavily on his mind. Despite his robust healing abilities, his physical form remained too frail. If only there existed something to enhance his physical attributes. A glimmer of hope emerged. Physical enhancement permanently increases stamina by 2 points, 20,000. Although the blonde woman's equipment had fetched a considerable sum, over 10,000, he still lacked sufficient funds to exchange for the coveted enhancement. At that moment, the taxi came to a halt in a secluded area. The driver, turning his corpulent body, pointed a dart gun barrel at Su Ming, declaring, "Don't move. This is a robbery." A taxi driver? A robbery? Su Ming lifted his gaze, bewildered by the driver's revolver. A prompt flashed before his eyes. Used Ruger GP100 revolver with 6 rounds, valued at 180. Excuse me, what did you say? He feigned ignorance. I said, empty your pockets and hand over everything of value. The driver threatened, shaking his gun. Upon noticing the thick layer of dust on the meter, Su Ming realized that such a device was no match for a gun barrel. Smiling at the driver, he quipped, in China, we have a saying, what goes around comes around. In the brief moment the driver was taken aback, Su Ming delivered a swift kick, shattering the man's nose and sending several teeth flying. He then dragged the driver out of the car, imparting a rather memorable lesson in social education. It was only when the driver, on the brink of unconsciousness, expressed his willingness to pay for his education that Su Ming decided to conclude the lesson. Gazing at the nearly new taxi before him, a prompt appeared. Used Ford Explorer hybrid valued at 31,000. He had discovered an item of potential worth. A mechanical prompt echoed in his mind. Would you like to exchange? Wait. With those words, he picked up the revolver from beside the unconscious driver and tossed it into the vehicle, dusting off his hands. All exchanges. The taxi before him vaporized into thin air, and his account balance surged by over $30,000. Account balance, 41,380. Would you like to exchange for physical enhancement? Exchange. Su Ming's somewhat oversized suit and slightly lengthy trousers gradually adjusted to fit him perfectly within mere seconds. Even the slightest movement of his muscles could render them incredibly firm. To his delight, his physicality had been comprehensively enhanced. Opening the attribute panel, a holographic interface materialized before him. Name, Su Ming. Age, 28. Physicality, 9. Current balance, 1. 380. Existing talents. Subwolverine level recovery, dynamic vision LV, 1. Mastery of Jeet Kune Do, physical enhancement LV 1, 2-5 heavy, His physicality had increased by 4 points. This was an unexpected turn of events. He had anticipated a mere 2-point increase in basic physicality for the expenditure of $20,000. Only to discover that enhancements could stack. 2-5 heavy? Does this imply a maximum of 5 iterations? Currently at level 1, what about levels 2 and 3? Upon closer inspection, physical enhancement LV1 to LV2, permanently increase physicality by 20 points. 2 million. Physical enhancement LV2 to LV3, permanently increase physicality by 200 points. 20 million. Physical enhancement LV3 to LV4, permanently increase physicality by 2,000 points. 200 million. Su Ming's expression remained neutral. He had initially believed that the limit for physicality was 10, and he felt a tinge of pride in achieving 9, only to realize that physicality had no ceiling. Reflecting on the world he inhabited, he quickly came to terms with this revelation. Suddenly, it struck him. He had yet to reach his destination before encountering this wretched robbery, resulting in the loss of the taxi. He kicked the driver disdainfully. Annoying fellow. With a swish, bang, the driver's corpulent body spun and flew several meters before crashing into a tree across the road. His trousers torn to reveal his fluffy thighs. This. Su Ming stared incredulously at his own legs. He had hardly exerted any force. How could there be such immense power? Was physical enhancement truly this extraordinary? A glimmer of excitement sparkled in his eyes as he recalled the direction of the derelict dock. And he took off running. The howling wind grew louder in his ears as Su Ming experienced the exhilarating sensation of being unbound by physical limitations for the first time. Not a single word of fatigue. The swift silhouette soon vanished at the end of the road, and his jubilant cries under the night sky roused sleeping birds. Ah, the sunset barrier bar. The HYDRA agents had already risen from their seats as the door crashed down, drawing back their gun bolts and fixating their gaze on the entrance. Should anyone dare to cause a ruckus here, they would not hesitate to pull the trigger and turn the intruder into a sieve, they vowed. Scorpion Baron recognized Su Ming's voice, and the wariness on his face transformed into disdain. Casting a steely gaze at those around him, he proclaimed with fervor, "Long live HYDRA! Ming, my brother. Has the mission been accomplished? Come, let us raise a glass together." Yet, a perplexing thought nagged at him, despite having arranged for his demise. This wretched fellow had somehow survived. The intelligence regarding the vibranium transaction had been procured through other means, rendering Su Ming a mere pawn. All his efforts had been in vain. And what of the bounty hunters? These so-called paragons of integrity had accepted payment yet failed to deliver. Cursed be their names. Upon hearing Baron's enthusiastic greeting, Su Ming remained non-committal, slowly entering the bar while raising the envelope that Baron had entrusted to him. "Dear Mr. Baron, I am quite curious as to what could possibly warrant a lowly operative like myself being pursued by both the organization and bounty hunters." As he gradually tore open the envelope, memories of Baron's warning from 2 days prior echoed in his mind. Never open the envelope. Baron's expression darkened. Su Ming's actions were tantamount to publicly slapping him in the face. However, the contents of the envelope could not be disclosed, as too many eyes were upon them, which would only serve to aid their adversaries. "Ming, my brother, heed my words. Your mission forbids you from opening it. To do so would be an act of betrayal." As Su Ming's fingers inched toward the letter within, Baron attempted to dissuade him. Meanwhile, a handgun beneath the table was methodically readied. With a wry smile, Su Ming surveyed the agents in the room, all of whom held ranks just below Baron. He raised the letter in his hand, declaring, "Gentlemen, are you all curious as to what lies within?" Though silence met his inquiry, the glint in the agent's eyes betrayed their intrigue. "Very well. Let me—" Bang! Su Ming's words were abruptly cut off by the sound of gunfire. Chapter 4. A new profession. After the gunfire, the bar was enveloped in an eerie silence. Everyone was transfixed, watching as a gaping wound the size of a ping-pong ball on Su Ming's chest rapidly healed, vanishing before their eyes, leaving only a torn hole in his clothing. The acrid scent of gunpowder overshadowed the aroma of cigars, yet it failed to dissipate the shadow lurking in Bailing's mind. He unconsciously gaped in disbelief. He had envisioned his large-caliber handgun blasting Su Ming away or even obliterating his chest. But he had never anticipated such an astonishing phenomenon unfolding before him. The agents in the bar were utterly astounded by the scene. Having witnessed countless instances of bullets piercing flesh, bloody and brutal, yet conventional. But this spectacle, reminiscent of a science fiction film, defied all logic. Su Ming cast a reproachful glance at Bailing, clearly dissatisfied with his impatience. He unfurled a piece of stationery. as if he were not the one who had just been shot. The note contained but a single command: eliminate the yellow-skinned monkey delivering this message. After reading the contents, Su-Ming curiously inquired, Mr. Bailing, if you wish to kill me, why not do it yourself? In a fit of rage, Scorpion Bailing finally revealed his stinger. Firing his weapon and bellowing, what are you all dawdling for? Finish him. The thunderous roar of bullets erupting from the gun filled the cramped bar. The wall near the entrance was soon riddled with holes, resembling a sieve. As the tense confrontation commenced, Su-Ming licked his lips in exhilaration. Running several kilometers was merely a warm-up for him. He crouched low and disappeared, transforming into the Reaper of the Night. Each flicker of his form within the crowd claimed a vibrant life with every pause he made. With a body enhanced beyond measure, impervious to bullets, and mastery of the self-healing martial art, what sort of might could he wield? The answer was painfully clear. In an instant, the agents found themselves sprawled on the floor in various contorted shapes. Some lay with their noses facing their backsides, others with their noses toward their posteriors and an array of bullet wounds to accompany them. Once all the agents were dispatched, Su-Ming turned his attention back to Bailing, who had lost the aura of a powerful figure, collapsing to the ground. His legs instinctively pushed against the floor, attempting to retreat. Even as his back pressed firmly against the bar, several gunshot wounds, inflicted by stray bullets, oozed blood profusely. Oh, by the way, Mr. Bailing, I nearly forgot to tell you, Su-Ming said, a relaxed expression on his face as he squatted before Bailing, using his tie to wipe the blood splattered on his hands. You're fired. For how many years had old Bailing not experienced such elation as today? He had acquired intelligence regarding the vibranium trade from the local mobsters in Hell's Kitchen. The organization's upper echelon had assured him that if he could uncover the source of the vibranium, his rank among the agents would ascend, and he would soon be elevated to the higher echelons of power. He knew it. The organization would never overlook any opportunity to seize vibranium. Thus, when he first heard whispers of vibranium emerging from Hell's Kitchen, he pondered for 2 nights with his rather dull mind before formulating a plan. In a bid to infiltrate the heart of Hell's Kitchen, one must first identify an unfortunate soul to venture into its depths, regardless of the task at hand. Concurrently, whispers of a traitor within the HYDRA organization, possessing knowledge of vibranium, must be disseminated. This strategy would enable a blatant deployment of forces into the core of Hell's Kitchen, inevitably disrupting the vibranium dealings of the Jinbing organization. Stir the waters before fishing in the murky depths. This is a quintessential tactic employed by HYDRA to penetrate various societal spheres. However, to one's dismay, the Jinbing organization is not a monolithic entity. Just as the plan commenced, the avaricious underlings of Jinbing sought out the protagonist, clamoring for fresh vibranium intelligence at a reasonable price. Ultimately, for a mere sum of 500,000, the information was effortlessly acquired, rendering Su-Ming a mere pawn in the game. Yet, as the protagonist reveled in this acquisition, the unexpected return of the tenacious Su-Ming, now a vengeful specter, threatened to upend the situation. What was most alarming was that this individual nearly obliterated half of the protagonist's core team, merely to address the dismissal of the protagonist. Was it merely a resignation? Goodness! HYDRA is not a conventional corporation. Does such a trivial matter warrant this level of chaos? Is it truly necessary? Despite having previously dispatched an assassin against him, Su-Ming remained unscathed. Could an apology not suffice? Balin found himself teetering on the brink of despair. Ming, my brother, let us converse amicably. You wish to resign? As you desire, spare me. Observing Balin's desperate countenance, Su-Ming contemplated that the ruthless demeanor of the scorpion was more fitting for such a visage. Suddenly struck by a thought, he gazed at Balin with anticipation. Mr. Balin, since you acquiesced to my resignation, might we now discuss compensation? Given that Balin orchestrated both the missions and the pursuits, Su-Ming believed he was entitled to recompense. This was not extortion, a blatant act of extortion. Poor old Balin gazed at his increasingly numb right leg, mentally berating the situation, while his hands remained diligent. Dialing a number. Ming, my brother, your demands are exceedingly reasonable. I intend to offer you 500,000 as severance provided you transport me to a hospital immediately. Su-Ming, however, remained unperturbed. 1 million. Seeing Su-Ming's silence, Balin gritted his teeth and doubled the offer. At this moment, Su-Ming calculated how long it would take to earn 500,000 through food delivery. The answer was a lifetime, if ever attainable, with no other recourse. Having just traversed into this new realm, his mind had yet to acclimate. As Su-Ming lingered in the shock of the 500,000, Balin proclaimed a new figure, 2 million. Ming, my brother, this is all the liquidity I possess. If you do not take me to the hospital, I shall perish. For the love of God. How much? 2 million. Su-Ming's eyes sparkled with realization. Yet the cunning nature of Scorpion Balin served as a cautionary reminder not to trust too readily, unless the funds were transferred immediately. Agreed. Su-Ming replied with a smile. However, I demand it now. Otherwise, you shall not leave. Helplessly, Baron complied and made a call for his subordinate to promptly transfer funds to Su Ming. The waiting was excruciating, as not all banks remain open at midnight. At this moment, Baron felt a chill, his mind racing with the thought that regardless of what connections his subordinate employed, if this matter could be resolved, Su Ming would become my next favored one. Clink. A few minutes later, the sound of gold coins clashing resonated in Su Ming's ears, accompanied by the system notification, transfer received. Account balance, 2,001, 380. Su Ming felt as though he were in a dream. How could he have acquired such a fortune so effortlessly? If this were from delivering takeout? No. The occasional waft of blood and the corpses scattered around him reminded him that he was no longer the delivery rider who toiled early mornings and braved harsh weather while gauging others' moods. What was this? A HYDRA agent? No, of course not. After all, he had just dismissed his boss and received a substantial severance. With that thought, a vision of a blonde-haired, blue-eyed enchantress floated into his mind. Though her name eluded him, the profession of bounty hunter seemed to resonate profoundly with his current circumstances. Snap! With a decisive gesture, he resolved. Henceforth, he would embrace the identity of a bounty hunter. Lost in contemplation, Su Ming failed to hear Baron's cries for help until the latter was on the brink of uttering no more, his face ashen. Only then did Su Ming realize, oops. My apologies, Mr. Baron. I nearly forgot you. Allow me to escort you to receive treatment. Initially, Baron believed Su Ming was ignoring him, assuming he would turn against him now that he had the money, just as he had done many times before. Despair washed over him. Suddenly, upon hearing Su Ming's words, a glimmer of hope ignited in his eyes. His lips trembled. Unable to form words, he nodded fervently, wishing for Su Ming to transform into a superhero and carry him to the hospital. Thank heavens. He has slain the mighty Baron. Eliminate him. The returning agents, upon witnessing the bar's devastation, swiftly drew conclusions. Rat-a-tat-tat. Hail HYDRA. The light in Baron's eyes extinguished. Damn HYDRA. Long live HYDRA. Chapter 5. The attention of Nick Fury as the car window rolled down, the cool night breeze caressed Su Ming's face. He gazed at the illuminated skyline across the river, a vivid representation of Manhattan's nightlife. A handful of HYDRA agents posed no challenge for him, yet misfortune befell Baron, who was struck by a stray bullet and met his demise on the spot. Reflecting on the information Baron had divulged before his death, Su Ming realized that his errand to Hell's Kitchen was merely a pretext for Baron to extend his influence into the heart of the organization. Regrettably, before Su Ming could reach his destination, Baron had hastily spread the word that Su Ming was a traitor privy to critical secrets of the organization. What Baron failed to anticipate was the fervent rage the organization's zealots harbored towards traitors, which inadvertently enhanced their efficiency. This ultimately led to Baron's untimely demise at Su Ming's hands. With his current prowess, Su Ming had little regard for the intrigues of rival factions. However, he was acutely aware that within the next month, a clandestine transaction involving vibranium would unfold in Hell's Kitchen. Vibranium, the metal that forms the core of Captain America's shield and is essential for the crafting of Black Panther's suit, was notoriously expensive. Yet, Su Ming found himself devoid of any immediate plans, as the information remained too nebulous for him to extract valuable leads. One particular location, however, piqued Su Ming's profound curiosity: the underground exchange in Hell's Kitchen. This was a place teeming with all manner of individuals. With sufficient funds, one could procure drugs, women, illicit substances, and even weaponry. Moreover, it served as a hub where various factions posted bounties. As a fledgling bounty hunter, it was imperative for Su Ming to ascertain where to claim such tasks. He noted that the number of HYDRA agents he had dispatched was considerable. Yet the only bounty he had received was from the scar-faced man in the Black Clinic. In his somewhat lackluster memories, he recalled that HYDRA had infiltrated various sectors of society, even within S.H.I.E.L.D. But the number of agents who bore the brunt of dirty work and were subsequently targeted for bounties was surprisingly limited. Thus, Su Ming resolutely abandoned the notion of hunting HYDRA agents for monetary gain. When the subject of money arose, the image of the arrogant Tony Stark flashed in his mind. Stark Industries was a leading global arms manufacturer, and Stark himself was obscenely wealthy. This genius, whose intellect bordered on the extraordinary, had yet to transform into Iron Man. The $2 million Baron had willingly transferred opened a new gateway for Su Ming. This was not extortion, it was a mutually beneficial transaction. Indeed, the current balance exceeded $200,000. While this sum could facilitate the acquisition of certain abilities, Su Ming resolved to first familiarize himself with the new working environment before making any decisions. With this thought in mind, he pressed the accelerator, and the Mustang roared to life, a sound that had once been Baron's favorite. With dynamic vision enhancements in play, reaching a speed of 300 was devoid of any tension for Su Ming. The brilliant red taillights quickly vanished at the road's end. Washington. The Three Wings building stood silently on the small island. the night breeze rustling the leaves and sending ripples across the surrounding waters. In the offices of the Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, the sound of hurried high heels echoed outside the director's office. Nick Fury, a bald, one-eyed man clad in a black leather overcoat, shifted his gaze from the distant Washington Monument to the interior. Maria, what has transpired? Maria Hill, exuding an air of efficiency, placed the documents firmly on the director's desk. Director Fury, we have news from Brooklyn. Her cool demeanor hinted at her military precision, and after this statement, she fell silent. As if to assert, the documents are there, peruse them at your leisure. Nick Fury observed the tall young woman before him, a hint of jest flickering in his eyes. For some reason, my eyesight has been troubling me lately. Alas, this eye has borne too much over the years. He had no intention of reading the documents himself. Maria Hill discreetly rolled her eyes and promptly responded, the head of the HYDRA organization in Brooklyn has been eliminated. What? At this, Nick Fury swiftly seized the documents from the table and began to read intently, his expression turning grave. I recall that Baron has held sway in Brooklyn for nearly a decade. Who could possibly have taken him down? A mutant, perhaps? The last page bore a photograph of a man with East Asian features, black tousled hair, and deep brown eyes. His refined visage suggesting an air of nobility. This was Su Ming. Oh, a mere youth. Fate? Maria Hill continued her report. It was Su Ming, Director Fury. When our operatives arrived, they found all HYDRA agents present had been slain instantly with their necks broken. Baron, it seems, perished in a firefight. It is estimated that at least 1,000 rounds were fired, nearly obliterating one wall of the bar. However, there were no traces of blood or DNA related to Su Ming. Through investigation, it was revealed that the HYDRA Brooklyn division had been pursuing Su Ming, branding him a traitor who possessed critical intelligence. Intriguingly, on the way to the Sunset Fence Bar, a taxi driver reported being robbed. Upon inquiry and corroboration, it was confirmed that he was indeed the same individual. Nick Fury set the documents down and paced the office, murmuring, Scorpion Baron, we have been tracking him for years. Only to be outdone by an obscure young upstart? Maria Hill, with utmost seriousness, replied, Director Fury, I must remind you that anyone capable of uprooting a HYDRA stronghold is no ordinary foe. Nick Fury licked his lips and nodded slowly. Agent Hill, let our brothers in Brooklyn keep a close watch on Su Ming. I want to uncover more intelligence about him. Meanwhile, Su Ming drove across the iconic Brooklyn Bridge, not hastily proceeding to the location he had discovered. Instead, he checked into a hotel in Manhattan, leisurely taking a bath and changing into a fresh set of clothes. The battle-worn suit adorning Su Ming had become tattered and worn, imbued with the acrid scent of gunpowder and blood from numerous skirmishes, leaving him feeling quite uncomfortable. Gazing into the mirror, he reflected that his quintessentially handsome Eastern features were perhaps too ostentatious for the bustling city of New York. Thus, he perused the system's marketplace in search of items that could alter his appearance. After flipping through dozens of pages and on the verge of conceding defeat, his attention was captured by a particular talent. Was he in the wrong scene? A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Upon opening the talent's description, he let out a drawn-out "Oh." Nocturnal Ball Masquerade Mask, 100,000. Description: upon donning the mask, you shall transform into the most noble prince beneath the starry sky. Suitable for concealing one's identity and appearance. Exchange. After a considerable wait, Su Ming felt no discernible change. Puzzled, he accessed his panel. Name: Su Ming. Age: 28. Physical ability: 9. Current account: 1, 901, 380. Existing talents: Sub-Wolverine level recovery, dynamic vision LV, 1. Mastery of Jeet Kune Do, physical enhancement LV, 1, 2-5 heavy, nocturnal mask. The new talent was clearly listed. Requesting a half-masked ball mask from the attendant, Su Ming prepared to assess the efficacy of his newfound ability. Once the mask was affixed to his visage, he immediately sensed a shift in the aura surrounding him. Observing his reflection, he was astonished to find himself radiating an otherworldly allure, with an expression beneath the mask that exuded both nobility and seduction. He was, indeed, the poison to every woman's heart. This might be a tad too handsome. With a wry smile, he embraced this talent. If it could conceal his appearance, then a touch of handsomeness would be perfectly acceptable. Re-emerging onto the streets of Manhattan, clad in a sharply tailored suit complemented by a British-style trench coat, Su Ming stood tall and striking. The girls attending the soiree turned their heads in his direction, feeling the mask nestled in his pocket. He relied on memory as he ventured forth in a specific direction. Chapter 6. Regarding Tony's commission as Su Ming, distinguished by his exceptional demeanor and elegant attire, emerged from the opulent Manhattan hotel, he initially appeared merely striking. However, as he ventured further into the depths of Hell's Kitchen, he became increasingly out of place. Neon lights flickered against the peeling tiles, casting ghostly remnants, while whispers of drug transactions seeped through rusted iron doors. The windows of abandoned bars were caked with grime, concealing emaciated addicts within. A noxious white fog wafted from the sewer grates, and behind every door lurked a pair of greedy eyes. Even the stray cats clutched bullet-riddled coins. This was the paradise of crime, Hell's Kitchen, disguised beneath a mask, assuming the role of a noble prince. Su-Ming disregarded the advances of an approaching woman and proceeded directly into an antique shop. Although the shelves were cluttered with moldy tomes and skeletal sculptures, a biometric scanner was embedded within the walls. Once it confirmed Su-Ming bore no weapons, the concealed guards relaxed their grips on their firearms, and the entrance to the underground exchange slowly opened. This was Su-Ming's first visit. Descending a flight of stairs, he arrived in a spacious hall. The hall was not lavish, but its cleanliness was commendable. An air filtration system wafted the scent of cedar, sharply contrasting with the stench permeating the ground. A diverse array of figures traversed the various cubicles, but upon spotting Su-Ming, they all displayed astonished gazes. One attendant even approached to invite Su-Ming to dine with his mistress. After politely declining with a smile, Su-Ming approached the reception desk, gently calling out twice to awaken the besotted receptionist. After selecting a task from the board, he entered a small room corresponding to the number listed. The room contained only a chair and a screen. As Su-Ming sat down, he seemed to hear a faint feminine voice emanating from the speakers. "My, what a beautiful boy." Upon closing the door, the screen automatically displayed a litany of bounty tasks, scrolling incessantly. Finding individuals, assassinations, kidnappings, threats, amputation. The bounty figures consistently left Su-Ming rather unsatisfied. Naturally, after once receiving a windfall of $2 million, any subsequent amounts appeared somewhat meager. Suddenly, a particular task caught Su-Ming's eye as it scrolled by. Protect Tony Stark, bounty 1 million. Among the myriad of tasks, commissions for safeguarding someone or acting as a bodyguard were virtually non-existent. It seemed the task givers unanimously believed that the gentlemen of Hell's Kitchen were more adept at slaughter and destruction. A faint smile tugged at his lips. This Tony was indeed a sought-after individual, for no other reason than that Su-Ming had already observed several assassination commissions concerning Tony Stark, the highest bounty being a mere 800,000. Yet, this protection task commanded a staggering 1 million, the highest bounty to date among all listed tasks. Clearly, many were intent on targeting Tony. Without a moment's hesitation, Su-Ming chose to accept the task of protecting Tony Stark. In the meantime, the individuals in other chambers of the exchange observed the notification that the bodyguard mission had been claimed. Engaging in fervent discussions, daring to accept the task related to Tony Stark, this individual must be quite impatient with life. Indeed, those who set their sights on Tony's head were formidable business rivals of equal standing, as well as those who had been offended by his notorious temperament. The mere retail traders, who could only partake in tasks within this underground exchange, were hardly worth their attention. Good luck, brave soul. Unbeknownst to Su-Ming, a drawer suddenly emerged from the bottom of the screen, revealing a phone and a card. Just as he was pondering the significance of the card, the phone began to ring. Being a newcomer unfamiliar with the customs, he heard the staff's announcement echoing around him. Incoming call from the employer, please answer. Realizing the situation, Su-Ming answered the call. Hello, Mr. Courage, it brings me great pleasure that you have accepted this task. The encrypted dialing and muffled voice only allowed Su-Ming to grasp the essence of the conversation, yet the speaker's identity remained obscured. Mr. Stark will be traveling to Affluent Drive for business activity shortly. I will arrange for you to be by his side, facilitating your bodyguard duties. Listening to the words, Su-Ming felt it was only natural. However, the conversation took a sharp turn. By the way, Mr. Courage, would you be interested in a business opportunity worth 3 million? Su-Ming's eyes lit up at the mention of 3 million, an unprecedented figure. I would be keen to listen. The voice on the other end seemed exceptionally pleased and continued to elaborate. To clarify, the bounty for protecting Mr. Stark is 1 million. But I also have a task for eliminating Mr. Stark that is valued at 3 million. Would Mr. Courage be interested? The situation had become intriguing. A glimmer of amusement danced in Su-Ming's eyes as he awaited further details. Fear not, sir, it is merely business. As I mentioned, the task of escorting Mr. Stark back from Affluent Drive will yield 1 million upon completion, while the assassination task can be activated at any moment. Curiosity piqued, Su-Ming inquired, respected employer. I comprehend the task stipulations, but why have you chosen me for the latter? A deep chuckle resonated from the other end. Mr. Courage, it is not I who have chosen you. Rather, you have chosen the task. The moment you accepted this bodyguard assignment, I recognized your extraordinary audacity. What audacity? It seemed no one dared to undertake a task concerning Tony. Su-Ming internally scoffed, yet a thought struck him. Tony had not yet departed for Affluent Drive, presenting a prime opportunity. After exchanging pleasantries, he concluded the call. Upon the staff's explanation, he learned that the card in the drawer served as proof of task acceptance, containing the bank account number and code of the claimant. Completely unaware that a code was necessary, Su-Ming hastily devised a transliterated version of his name, Destiny. Amid the reluctant farewells from the service staff, Su-Ming departed the underground exchange, clutching the contact information for the task. In a hotel in Manhattan, Su-Ming reclined on the bed, contemplating the tasks that lay ahead. He recalled the considerable tribulations Tony had endured at the hands of Afahan, which had simultaneously awakened a rare sense of compassion within his otherwise arrogant demeanor. To put it plainly, he had narrowly escaped death beneath the very missile developed by his own company, leaving him with a chill down his spine. This harrowing experience had prompted the subsequent decision to entirely abandon the weapon development project. Su-Ming felt that, as a bounty hunter, he ought to maintain a certain respect for his profession in undertaking his first contract, regardless of whether he would become the future Iron Man. The matter at hand was that he had been assigned this task, and he was, unfortunately, a bounty hunter devoid of sentiment. With this thought, Su-Ming recognized the direction in which his abilities should evolve. He realized that he lacked any means of long-range attack. Previously, his mastery of Jeet Kune Do had allowed him to navigate the streets of Brooklyn with ease, but amidst the gunfire of Afahan, facing the fully armed Taliban, Su-Ming understood that he must acquire a remarkable capability for ranged strikes. Firearms? Bows and arrows? Or perhaps something else? As he meticulously browsed the system's marketplace, Su-Ming found himself engulfed in profound hesitation. Any option would suffice. However, the costs were exorbitant. Chapter 7. The cardmaster Su-Ming was acutely aware that this world would soon face a massive extraterrestrial invasion within a few years. While the use of firearms might suffice for dealing with terrorists, they would be utterly inadequate against aliens. Thus, the choice of firearms was dismissed. Reflecting upon renowned superheroes such as the Hulk, Spider-Man, Captain America, Doctor Strange, Captain Marvel, and Thor, he realized that they themselves were formidable weapons, entirely reliant on their innate powers. With this thought in mind, Su-Ming resolved to enhance his physical constitution from level 1 to level 5, expending a sum of $60,000. $60,000, talent upgrade successful. Account balance, $1,841,380. Opening his attribute panel. A holographic interface materialized before his eyes. Name, Su-Ming. Age, 28. Physical ability, 15. Current account, $1,841,380. Existing talents. Secondary Wolverine level regeneration. Dynamic vision, LV1. Mastery of Jeet Kune Do. Constitution enhancement LV1. 5-5. Formless mask. His physical ability had surged from a mere 9 points to an impressive 15. Gazing into the mirror, he observed the sleek, muscular form of his physique, akin to that of a cheetah, brimming with explosive power. He casually picked up a soda can, recalling that he had previously only been able to crush it into a stick-like shape. Curious about the effects of his newfound strength, he gently squeezed the can, which instantly transformed into a flat surface. Astonished by the can now resembling a card in his hand, Su-Ming recognized that it was no longer a suitable means to test his physical transformation. After a brief glance around the room, he approached the sofa, grasping its armrest and lifting gently. To his delight, the nearly 3-meter-long sofa effortlessly rose from the ground. A flicker of satisfaction crossed his eyes as he slowly released his grip, leaving the sofa suspended in midair, unwavering. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed as the handle broke under the weight. No wonder a mere upgrade to level 2 demanded $2 million. The enhancement effects were indeed formidable. Turning back towards the bed, he heard a rip as the carpet beneath him tore open. Su-Ming paused, realizing that his abrupt movement had exerted excessive force, rendering the thick carpet as fragile as paper. The rapid enhancement of his physique required some adjustment. Treading lightly back to his bed while sipping a cold cola, Su-Ming decided to select a cold weapon for ranged attacks. Should he choose a bow and arrow? Throwing knives? Or perhaps a javelin? No. The javelin would not suffice. Imagining himself hurling a bundle of javelins in a vengeful manner seemed impractical. Similarly, the thought of running around with a bow did not align with his aesthetic. After all, there was already an archer, Hawkeye, whose combat prowess was not in the top tier. Ultimately, Su-Ming opted for throwing knives, not only for their ease of transport but also due to the memory of Li Xianhuan's unparalleled skills with them, where one swift strike could alter the course of fate, never missing its mark. Coupled with his commendable physical ability and the talent of dynamic vision, choosing throwing knives felt most fitting. Muttering about flying daggers, Su-Ming rummaged through the system store for quite some time, finally discovering an inconspicuous talent. Perfect precision throwing LV1. 20,000. Exchange. $200,000. Exchange successful. Account balance. $1,641,380. A wave of inexplicable sensation washed over him, as if enlightenment had struck. He glanced towards the bathroom. The farthest point from him in the suite, picked up an advertisement card from the bedside, and carelessly tossed it. With a snap, the card transformed into a streak of light, piercing through the living room and embedding itself in the bathroom doorknob, leaving only a tiny corner visible. Not bad. Su-Ming's playful spirit ignited, and he approached the window, producing a deck of cards. With a swift motion, the playing card spun gracefully through the air, nailing itself to the eaves of a building several dozen meters away. Fortunately, Su Ming possessed the dynamic vision talent. Otherwise, he would have been unable to perceive how the card soared through the air. Watching the card pin a fluttering plastic bag against the wall, Su Ming nodded in satisfaction. He drew another card, this time without aiming at anything in particular. He was curious to see just how far the card could travel with his current level 1 talent. With a flick, the card transformed into a meteor, hurtling away. What a miscalculation. Su Ming was astonished to see the thrown card maintain its accuracy until it vanished from view. This indicated that, at his current level of vision, he could no longer see the distance the card had traveled. It was time to upgrade his sight. Looking at the talent upgrade interface, Su Ming lamented once more about the inadequacy of his funds. Dynamic Vision LV1 to LV2, 1,000,000. Dynamic Vision LV2 to LV3, 10,000,000. 000. Dynamic Vision LV3 to LV4, 100,000,000. His current account balance was only sufficient for a single upgrade of the Dynamic Vision talent. Upgrade, $1,000,000. Upgrade successful. Account balance, $641,380. As the system's mechanical voice resonated in his mind, everything before Su Ming transformed. Even though dawn had yet to break, he could see the insignia on a passenger plane in the distance with crystal clarity, as if he were peering through a telescope. Refocusing on the direction where he had thrown the card, he spotted it on the illuminated sign of a bakery 2 streets away, approximately 2 kilometers distant. Good heavens! It had flown that far. Observing the position of the card from a distance, he noted it had deviated significantly from his original throwing direction. Su Ming drew another card, gathering strength to throw. In his upgraded vision, the card became a streak of light soaring into the distance, ultimately veering off after traveling about 200 meters. Only 200 meters? Su Ming felt somewhat dissatisfied with this distance, glancing at the upgrade interface for the precision throwing skill. Precision throwing LV1 to LV2, 60,000. Precision throwing LV2 to LV3, 600,000. Precision throwing LV3 to LV4, 600,000. With a firm resolve, he decided to upgrade. With the successful upgrade of 600,000 and a remaining balance of 41,380, Su Ming felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth as he gazed at his nearly depleted account. He repeatedly reassured himself, money is a fickle thing. If it's gone, I shall earn it again. He then cast another card. Swish. Crack. A substantial portion of the rooftop tiles of the building across was instantly sheared off. Su Ming's grin returned only after confirming that none of the debris had struck anyone. This money was not wasted. The power has significantly increased. Turning his gaze to the distance, Su Ming intended to observe the alterations in range brought about by his upgraded abilities. With a swish, the card darted through the air like a meteor, traveling nearly 1,000 meters before altering its trajectory. Impressive. Su Ming suddenly realized that he had just thrown a card. If it had been a genuine throwing knife, that would surely have been a sight unwelcome to his adversaries. Looking at the card in his hand, he mused that if he could add a teleportation ability. An odd thought struck him. Despite his desire to emulate Li Xuanhuan, how had he transformed into a card master? After all, the elegance of the flying daggers was unmatched. He decided to utilize playing cards as his everyday ranged weapon, yet when the moment called for it, nothing could replace a true throwing knife. With this in mind, Su Ming retrieved a sheet of paper and began to sketch, attempting to capture the essence of the legendary flying dagger from his memory. However, the result was utterly unrecognizable, a hideous scribble. Frowning at his creation, he suddenly recalled having seen a talent related to drawing while browsing through the shop. Lifelike sketch mastery, 40,000. With this newfound drawing proficiency, many tasks would undoubtedly become much simpler. Without a moment's hesitation, he declared, exchange, 40,000. Exchange successful. Account balance, 1,380. A flicker of enlightenment washed over him as he gained confidence in his ability to deftly control the trajectory of his pencil. After a flurry of pencil strokes, he beheld a knife on the paper that seemed to emanate a chilling glimmer. A satisfied smile spread across Su Ming's face. Skills are never a burden. The ancients have truly not deceived me. Chapter 8. Tony Stark. The streets in the early morning were desolate, especially in Hell's Kitchen. As Suchin emerged from the underground trading hall, his expression was far from pleasant. He found himself devoid of funds. After much effort in locating a craftsman willing to accept custom orders for throwing knives, they had agreed upon the materials and quantities. Yet the cost amounted to a staggering $50,000. The previous extravagance of splurging $2 million to upgrade his abilities now felt like a distant memory, leaving him in a state of embarrassment. But would Su Ming be troubled by such a trivial matter? Certainly not. Casting his gaze upon a Mustang that originally belonged to Scorpion Baron, a price tag materialized in his mind. Used Mustang valued at $100,000. With a discreet glance around to ensure no one was watching, he placed his hand on the car's roof. Exchange. As the Mustang transformed into a stream of data and vanished, his account balance surged to $101,380, just as Su Ming was preparing to return to the trading hall. A call for his mission came through. Mr. Fate, please arrive at Stark Tower within the hour. Someone will be in touch with you. Before Su Ming could utter a word, the call ended. What an impatient fellow. Glancing at the rudimentary function of his old-fashioned flip phone, he found himself nostalgic for his smartphone, hastily returning to the trading hall to finalize the order for the throwing knives. Su Ming then boarded a taxi heading to Stark Tower. Stark Tower loomed high above, its facade primarily composed of black granite and chrome, with a sharply pointed spire piercing the sky. It was Su Ming's first close encounter with this future edifice, which promised to be filled with stories. He was curious about the current form of Jarvis. Stepping into the building, he was met with a flurry of hurried staff. Tony valued efficiency, leaving no time for idle chatter. Just as Su Ming hesitated on whether to inquire at the front desk, a tall, bald man in a suit approached him directly, his graying beard betraying his age. Fate? Obadiah Stane recognized the distinctly Eastern face amidst the crowd, though he didn't know who he was. He noted that Su Ming and he were the only ones without name badges in the entire lobby. Su Ming nodded slightly, remaining silent. The man before him exuded a formidable presence, and the surrounding staff regarded him with reverence. He was clearly a high-ranking member of Stark Industries. Observing this elder who had come to fetch him, Su Ming felt a sense of clarity. Follow me. Without further ado, Obadiah Stane confirmed that Su Ming was indeed the person he sought and led him to his office. As a shareholder, his office was situated high within Stark Tower, though not on the top floor, as that belonged to Tony Stark's private domain. Obadiah regarded the impeccably tailored gentleman before him, cloaked in mystery. Mr. Fate. I did not expect someone of your stature to have the audacity to accept this task. Su Ming discerned the underlying implication in his words. He was eager to witness his prowess. Simultaneously, memories of Obadiah's reputation resurfaced in his mind. It is you, my old companion, who covertly schemes against Tony, eagerly awaiting the day he meets his demise so you may take his place. The very task of eliminating Tony was instigated by this individual. As Obadiah Stane introduced himself, Su Ming recalled this person and couldn't help but scoff inwardly. With a subtle lift of his arm, a playing card vanished into the reinforced concrete wall with an almost imperceptible swiftness, stirring up a cloud of dust. Obadiah's pupils constricted. A master. In an instant, he felt a surge of delight. Splendid. Who would have thought that a mere task tossed into the black market would attract such a formidable character? Tony, alas. Your time has come. He chuckled with glee, his gaze fixated on Su Ming. Fate, my friend. You have yet to respond regarding the second task. I'm referring to that matter you understand. What are your thoughts? Su Ming regarded the bald man with a hint of amusement. After all, it was rather brazen to covet another's life right beneath Tony's residence. Feeling a twinge of guilt was only natural. Certainly, as a bounty hunter, it would be illogical to forego a lucrative opportunity. However, dear employer, would you mind if I first completed the bodyguard assignment before proceeding with the subsequent task? $1 million for the bodyguard role is mine. The $3 million for the assassination is also mine. Such were Su Ming's thoughts at that moment. Seeing Su Ming formally accept his commission, Obadiah was elated, akin to a child. Excellent. Excellent. Fate, I only hope that upon returning from Afu, you will act swiftly. The commission had already been deposited in the trading house's account, and upon completion of the task, the trading house would promptly dispense the reward to him. Clapping his hands, Obadiah appeared to be in high spirits. Come, Fate, let me introduce you to this dashing playboy. Su Ming nodded in agreement. Indeed. Tony had seemingly betted nearly every cover girl of Maxim magazine. As the helicopter descended upon the coastal villa in Malibu, California, Su Ming marveled once more at Tony's appreciation for life's pleasures. This villa, characterized by glass facades, metallic lines, and minimalist style, faced the Pacific Ocean. Boasting a private beach and sweeping bay views, surrounded by cliffs and greenery, a premier estate in California. Following Obadiah to the upstairs lounge, they encountered Tony's assistant, Pepper Potts. Dealing with a blonde woman who had spent the previous night with Tony, I will attend to any requests from Mr. Stark, including occasionally disposing of the remnants from his nocturnal escapades. The blonde's charming visage flushed with indignation as Pepper seized the clothing from her hands and stormed out. Obadiah gave Pepper a thumbs up, to which she responded with a fleeting professional smile before retreating into Tony's workspace. Casting a knowing glance at Su Ming, Obadiah closely followed her. Inside the workspace, Tony Stark was engrossed in repairing a vintage car. Though it exuded a strong sense of nostalgia, its paint and patterns remained remarkably vibrant. Su Ming understood that it was this vintage car that inspired Tony, leading to the primary color scheme of the Mark armor. Obadiah discreetly informed Su Ming that it was a 1932 Ford Flathead Roadster. With a polite nod, Su Ming displayed little interest in the classic automobile. Instead, meticulously observing Tony Stark, the future savior of the world known as Iron Man, Tony S. slightly tousled. Deep brown hair naturally curled due to his intense focus on mechanical repairs. His eyes were elongated and sharp, with deep brown irises. And his concentrated gaze bore a hint of arrogance. His eyebrows were thick and neatly trimmed, accentuating the angularity of his face. A distinctly defined chin, slightly pointed, harmonized with a robust jawline. And then there was that characteristic little mustache. Finally encountering Tony Stark, Su Ming couldn't help but think he truly resembled his cinematic portrayal. Pepper held a notebook, meticulously reporting on each of Tony's schedules and recording every decision he made. After a few brief exchanges, Su Ming learned that today was, in fact, Pepper Potts' birthday. "Obi, what brings you here?" Just as Tony finished his coffee and turned around, he finally noticed Obadiah and Su Ming. However, he only acknowledged Obadiah, momentarily glancing at Su Ming before shifting his focus back to Obadiah, perfectly embodying the phrase as if no one else existed. Su Ming, understanding his demeanor, did not display any reaction, but Obadiah grew anxious. "Tony, I heard you're heading to Afghani. The terrorists there are rampant. You need protection. I specifically arranged this for you." "No need, Obi," Tony replied, casting a glance at Su Ming, his brow slightly furrowing. "The company has a dedicated security team, and there's military protection in the area. I don't require an additional bodyguard." With that, he picked up his coat and exited the room, followed closely by Pepper, her heels clicking against the floor. Obadiah turned to Su Ming, a flicker of frustration crossing his eyes. "Mr. Destiny, it seems your first mission is destined to fail." Chapter 9. Scarlet Destiny aboard the private jet. The atmosphere was alive with pulsating music as Tony Stark and Air Force Major James Rhodes enjoyed their drinks. A steel pole slowly ascended from the cabin floor, and flight attendants, dressed in cool attire, danced gracefully around it. Despite the destination being a war-torn hell on Earth, the aircraft was filled with an air of celebration, perfectly encapsulating Tony Stark's penchant for hedonism. Not to mention that James Rhodes had been kept waiting for 3 hours by Tony before they could depart, now indulging in spirited conversation fueled by alcohol. Meanwhile, Su Ming was on a flight back to Manhattan, listening to Obadiah's grievances. "That scoundrel Tony. I kindly arranged for him an exceptional bodyguard. Yet he insists he doesn't need one. Such obstinacy." Watching Obadiah's performance, Su Ming wore a bemused expression. "What a charade. Keep it up." Obadiah discreetly set their communication channel to private, leaning in to murmur, "Mr. Destiny, it seems the bodyguard's role was merely my own wishful thinking. However, it matters not. I will arrange for you to head to Afghanistan shortly, where you may commence your second task." A glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Su Ming pondered for a moment. "Very well, Mr. Employer. Yet, I require some time before I depart. Additionally, I must know Mr. Stark's whereabouts when the time comes." A hint of hesitation crossed Obadiah's gaze. To ensure Tony Stark's demise, he had already established contact with the 10 rings in Afghanistan. However, this was a highly confidential matter. How could the future chairman of Stark Industries be entangled with terrorists? Calculating his words, he confidently replied, "Rest assured. I will keep you informed of his location through the mission phone. As for Mr. Destiny losing his bodyguard, I sincerely apologize. I shall compensate you with 500,000. Surprised, Su Ming regarded the bald man before him, every wrinkle on his face radiating sincerity, as if he truly felt remorse for Su Ming's loss of the potential million. This was the audacity of capitalists when faced with their own interests. Were it not for Su Ming's considerable abilities and the motive to eliminate Tony Stark, Obadiah would never have been so accommodating. Expressing his gratitude, Su Ming accepted Obadiah's compensation with good cheer, promising to fulfill the task. Balance, 551, 380. As he walked the streets of Manhattan, he gazed at the bespoke suit shops. It was time to procure an outfit of similar caliber for himself. Though a tuxedo suit exuded elegance, it would likely be torn to shreds in combat. Thus, a sporty ensemble would be more appropriate. After articulating his requirements and being measured by the seasoned tailor, he exited the shop. The tailor peered through his glasses at Su Ming's departing figure, murmuring to himself, "It has been ages since I beheld such a perfectly proportioned physique. To waste it on athletic wear is a travesty." And so, the day of departure swiftly approached. It was only after Obadiah had urged Su Ming several times that he finally resolved to set off. What was the hurry? Tony was not going to emerge anytime soon. He was busy crafting his battle armor. Su Ming first made his way to the underground exchange to retrieve the completed flying daggers. 50 shimmering titanium alloy daggers were neatly arranged in a magical sheath. He casually drew one out. It had a slight weight to it, a little longer than his finger. And the smooth blade reflected his own visage. Through Su Ming's formidable vision, the tip of the blade appeared exceedingly sharp and flawless. Nodding in satisfaction, he refrained from throwing one immediately as it might startle the craftsman. Under the craftsman's guidance, a flicker of surprise crossed Su Ming's face as he donned the magical sheath. The design of the sheath was nothing short of ingenious, leaning heavily towards practical combat use, allowing Su Ming to effortlessly retrieve daggers from various angles. The sheath could accommodate all 50 titanium alloy daggers. Their dense arrangement not only formed a protective barrier but also did not impede Su Ming's movements in the slightest. Even if there was some weight, it was negligible against his enhanced physique. Su Ming expressed his delight with quick delivery, superb quality, and striking aesthetics, deeming it an exceptional value worthy of a 5-star rating. Initially, he had thought the Underground Exchange's custom daggers were overpriced and suspected he had encountered unscrupulous sellers. However, it now seemed that the high cost was justified, as the craftsman had indeed invested considerable effort. With that thought, Su Ming began to anticipate whether his custom combat suit would dazzle him as much as the daggers had. Before long, Su Ming found himself in front of the old tailor at the suit shop. At that moment, the old tailor appeared to have aged a decade. His face was haggard, with deep-set eyes and prominent dark circles, resembling a trainer from a shadowy city. Upon seeing Su Ming, the old tailor shouted, "Wait a minute. Just 1 minute." He then expertly wielded a small hammer, working on something a tailor not using scissors but a hammer? Su Ming was puzzled. Yet the old tailor's focused demeanor radiated an artisan's aura, rendering Su Ming's teasing remarks unspoken. A minute later, done. Haha. The old tailor raised his creation, exuding the excitement of a child receiving a beloved toy. Su Ming focused his gaze to see a half-mask crafted from pure silver. The intricate patterns were chiseled out by the old tailor's hammer, radiating an air of timeless elegance. Before Su Ming could utter a word, the old tailor thrust the mask into his hands. Just as Su Ming stood there in astonishment, the old tailor retrieved a black box from the back workshop and placed it on the table before Su Ming. Shoo! The old tailor, noticing Su Ming's intent to speak, raised a finger to his lips. Less chatter. Put it on and show me. Quickly, his bloodshot eyes brimmed with anticipation. Unsure of what was unfolding, Su Ming complied. After all, artisans were always peculiar in their ways. As he opened the box, a blood-red hue greeted his eyes, leaving Su Ming momentarily speechless. This diverges significantly from what was promised. Under the relentless urging of the old tailor, Su Ming donned the exquisite ensemble. Hurry! Put on the mask. Quickly! As Su Ming gradually finished changing, the tailor's eyes sparkled with anticipation, his emaciated arms trembling with excitement as he urged him on with fervor. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, Su Ming could not help but acknowledge the old tailor's remarkable talent. He was utterly captivated by the transformation. The vibrant crimson velvet suit shimmered under the bright lights, exuding a liquid metallic sheen. Its tailored fit sculpted his form with elegant lines, while the handcrafted double-breasted amber buttons glimmered like the metals adorning a Roman warrior's breastplate. Subtle patterns on the lapels, intricately embroidered with golden threads, depicted an elegant totem of entwined vines. The ivory silk shirt underneath featured a collar adorned with hand-stitched nightingale feathers, and the deliberately aged pleats at the collar added a touch of languid sophistication to the overall appearance. The pure silver mask in his hand harmonized with the understated crocodile leather embossing along the side seams of the trousers. This ensemble was nothing short of a relic from the aristocracy of the Art Nouveau movement. The moment Su Ming donned the mask, his demeanor transformed once more, exuding an aura of nobility laced with a hint of seduction, as if a beguiling Lucifer were stepping forth from the depths of hell, cloaked in flames. Remarkably, despite its formal appearance, the attire possessed an astonishing elasticity, resilient enough to withstand vigorous movement without tearing. The old tailor regarded his creation with pride, declaring it his most satisfying masterpiece in many years. With a hint of emotion in his eyes, he gestured for Su Ming to depart. As Su Ming prepared to pay, he heard the tailor's nostalgic words, "Young man, thank you. You have allowed me the opportunity to transition from craftsman to artist. Now go. And remember the name of this suit, Crimson." Su Ming pondered the tailor's words, recalling his own code name, murmuring, "The fate of Crimson, perhaps." Chapter 10. A Blade of Terror. Su Ming ultimately shed the ostentatious attire. What a jest! He could vividly envision the spectacle of parading through the streets in such flamboyant garments, hounded by fans as if he were a celebrity on a promotional tour. Perhaps being a star wouldn't be so bad? Yet, Su Ming harbored no fondness for the insidious world of fame and fortune, and he swiftly relinquished the notion. The craftsmanship of the old tailor was truly remarkable. This scarlet ensemble was nothing short of a masterpiece, perfectly complemented by a silver-embossed mask, which elevated the overall aesthetic significantly. It would be prudent to don this disguise only for the mission that required anonymity. Best to maintain a low profile in daily life. A few high, Kuna province. Under the arrangements of Obadiah, Su Ming arrived at the site where Tony was demonstrating the Jericho missile. Gazing at the mountains in the distance, now reduced to rubble by the missile, Su Ming reflected that it was best to keep a considerable distance from such destructive weaponry. At that moment, his phone rang and Obadiah's furious voice erupted. These treacherous scoundrels. They have imprisoned Tony. What difference does it make to protect him? Damn it. Why not just kill him? Mr. Destiny, I implore you to head to their stronghold immediately and eliminate Tony. Preferably take out those wretched terrorists from the 10 Rings as well. With that, the call ended abruptly. So, the plot had progressed to this stage. There were indeed many who had their sights set on Tony Stark. The foolish members of the 10 Rings dared to threaten Tony into manufacturing Jericho missiles for them. Even without intervening, Tony would undoubtedly handle them all himself. Su Ming had initially planned to act only after Tony's abduction, expecting to wait several days in this desolate locale. However, it seemed the timing was now fortuitous. With deliberate slowness, he removed his outer coat, revealing the scarlet suit beneath, and adorned the mask. Following the approximate direction provided by Obadiah, he set off at a brisk pace, leaving a cloud of dust in his wake. The driver beside him watched in astonishment as this enigmatic young man transformed. His aura now radiant to the point of being almost blinding. The son of the sands. He looked exquisite, as if sculpted by the hands of a divine artisan. As the driver secretly envied Su Ming's appearance, a gust of wind swept through, carrying a whirlwind of sand. Coughing, the driver found himself frozen in place. What the? Where did he go? This marked Su Ming's first experience of running at full capacity after enhancing his physique to the 5th level. The pressure created in his wake manifested as a swirling vortex, enveloping him in a cascade of sand that elongated behind him, resembling a golden cloak from a distance. After nearly 2 hours of running, Su Ming felt his speed only increasing, though it was still far from the velocity of the Flash. A speed exceeding 100 km/h might not be remarkable in other contexts, yet it was impressive considering it was achieved by Su Ming's own legs in the desert, without having exchanged for the Flash's abilities. He had certainly reached a commendable level of prowess. As a modest valley unfolded before him, Su Ming's lips curled into a smile. At last, he had found it. Obadiah had only provided him with a vague direction, yet through his extraordinary stamina and keen vision, Su Ming had managed to locate it after nearly 2 hours of searching. Su Chen observed the scattered foot soldiers within and around the valley, various weapons and ammunition haphazardly piled to one side, all emblazoned with Stark Industries insignias of varying sizes. It was absurd that they had kidnapped Stark using Stark-manufactured weapons, only to threaten Stark to produce more weapons for them. Tony Stark himself would likely find this notion laughable. Upon reaching a distance of approximately 2 kilometers, Su Ming came to a halt. The crimson suit stood out like a rose blooming in a desolate desert, strikingly conspicuous. However, the members of the 10 Rings gang lacked Su Ming's farsightedness and remained oblivious to his presence. His extraordinary long-range vision surveyed the troops in the valley, and Su Ming slowly drew a throwing knife, eager to test its potency. The moment was ripe. As his pupils shifted to lock onto a specific target, Su Ming sprang into action. With minimal movement, he raised his hand and flung the knife as if brushing dust from his shoulder. Yet the titanium alloy blade vanished at an astonishing speed, soaring nearly 1,000 meters before erupting with a deafening explosion. Squinting, Su Ming observed as the knife vanished into the valley, failing to strike any enemy. He had deliberately held back, using only 4/10 of his strength. It was only when he saw the knife detonate a small stockpile of munitions far off, sending a throng of terrorists spilling from their makeshift base, roaring and shooting in vain. Unable to find any target, that Su Ming hurled another knife, this time employing 6/10 of his strength. As the knife left his hand, it produced a supersonic crack that tousled Su Ming's hair. By the time the swirling dust and wind swept through the valley, the sound of gunfire had vanished entirely. Before the bandits of the 10 Rings gang could react, a glint of cold light pierced their vision, slicing through their bodies, shattering their innards, and exploding their torsos. Those unfortunate enough to be directly struck by the knife found their bodies punctured, only to be further obliterated by the ensuing force, disintegrating into fragments. The fortunate ones who escaped the blade's wrath were still thrown into disarray by the subsequent gale. The valley's unique terrain allowed only a narrow path, and many who survived the knife's path were not unscathed. The ground remained littered with severed limbs and dismembered bodies. In the past, these terrorists reveled in the sight of blood and gore, watching heads explode upon impact. Yet today, it was their own bodies that met such a fate. Those who died on the spot were the fortunate ones. The so-called survivors, with only half their bodies left, writhed on the ground, shrieking as they awaited death. The unscathed stared wide-eyed at the sky, bewildered, utterly unaware of what had transpired. Had they been bombed? Yet, they had seen no aircraft. Even if there had been planes, the sound of engines would have been impossible to miss. What, then, had happened? The wind and sand gradually subsided. Footsteps echoed through the valley. The terrorists, devoid of courage to confront the unknown adversary, could only feel the thunderous beat of their hearts, their greatest movement at present. Su Ming strolled into the valley, surprised by the unexpected impact of his previous strike. Who could have predicted that a mere throwing knife would unleash a force akin to that of a cannonball? The scene surrounding him resembled a hellish nightmare. Yet, A smile graced his lips, as though he were a messenger from the underworld. The bandits finally discerned their foe. There was no long-range weaponry, no heavy armor, and certainly no overwhelming numbers. He stood alone, clad in a garish red suit, adorned with a mask. With such flamboyance, why not grace Broadway instead? The moment they realized their enemy was but one, lacking in formidable arms, the bandits swiftly cast aside their earlier trepidation. What was the point of such ostentatious attire? The true reality lay in the AK-47 gripped in their hands. Under the intoxicating trifecta of bloodlust, violence, and jealousy, the bandits erupted into a frenzy. They raised their weapons, shouting wildly, and pulled the triggers aimed at Su Ming. Rat-a-tat-tat. But Su Ming vanished in an instant. He had no intention of squandering the old tailor's craftsmanship. The crimson ensemble and mask were meant to evade the bullet's wrath, and he aimed to uphold that purpose. As he dodged, playing cards flew from his grasp, propelled with enough force to embed themselves into the skulls of the bandits within 100 meters. The shrieks of agony rose once more, heralding the commencement of slaughter. Chapter 11. Tony's liberation. The warriors of the Ten Commandments gang glimpsed the prospect of triumph in a grand holy war. Their leader informed them that the individual confined within the cave would soon craft Jericho missiles for them. Initially skeptical, their doubts evaporated upon learning that this person bore the surname Stark. A swell of ambition surged within the warriors, for their finest weaponry had originated from a singular source, Stark Industries. Stark will produce even more arms for us, the leader proclaimed, as they absorbed his words. The warriors envisioned themselves wielding Jericho missiles, exuding an aura of invincibility. My heavens, these were Jericho missiles, even mightier than the Scud. Just as they indulged in their reveries, a sudden explosion erupted from a small cache of munitions in the corner. The petty leader, cursing vehemently, led his team out of the cave, only to be met with the terrified shouts of the foot soldiers outside. Enemy attack. Without a moment's hesitation, they unleashed a volley of fire, a customary practice of the Ten Commandments gang. However, as the magazine emptied, no adversary materialized within sight. Damn it. The leader reiterated his command to refrain from smoking near the munitions pile. These fools never listened, and now they had sealed their own fates. After confirming the absence of enemies, the petty leader continued to curse. Suddenly, a glimmer of cold steel pierced through his body with an unmatched force. In less than a second, his expression had not even begun to change before his form was perforated by a titanium throwing knife, subsequently torn apart by immense power, dissolving into a mist of blood in the air. The bandits on the hillside felt a whirlwind sweep through the valley, swift in arrival, swift in departure. As the dust settled, the area transformed into a hellish landscape. Even the most seasoned of terrorists, accustomed to scenes of carnage, were left retching at the sight before them. As nausea subsided and reason returned, they wiped the tears spilled from their retching and finally discerned their foe, a masked figure clad in a blood-red suit. Could it be that Iblis himself had come to reap lives? The members of the Ten Commandments gang gazed at the eerie silhouette, regarding it as the most terrifying demon from the Quran. It was not until a playing card flew towards them, embedding itself in a body and piercing a heart, that they pondered in unison, does the demon play cards too? Meanwhile, outside the valley, Su Ming effortlessly harvested the lives of the terrorists. Deep within the temporary stronghold of the Ten Commandments gang, Tony Stark, encased in heavy armor, found himself immobilized, collaborating with Dr. Ethan. They had toiled nearly ceaselessly to forge this combat suit capable of extricating him from peril, and now it was at a critical juncture in its activation process. Anxiety gnawed at him as he fixated on the progress bar on the computer screen. Damn it, move faster, just a bit faster. Tony's inner turmoil intensified as he stared at the computer monitor not far away. The prison door had already been blown open, and a throng of terrorists was rapidly approaching. Dr. Ethan had charged out to buy him time, leaving Tony to call out helplessly, stick to the plan. Stick to the plan. Ethan. Doctor. Ethan ran awkwardly, brandishing a machine gun and firing ineffectively at the cave above, lacking any aim even against the terrorists. He was a scholar, not a killer. His inherent goodness compelled him to wield a weapon solely to buy time for his comrades, rather than to inflict harm. Despite having lost his family to war and harboring a deep-seated hatred for it, he pressed on. As he turned a corner, Dr. Ethan froze in place. A dozen terrorists, armed with various machine guns, had their sights set on him. The scene shifted to the dimly lit confines of a cell, where the progress bar on a computer screen finally transitioned from 99 to 100. In the oppressive silence, the mechanical whirring briefly pierced the darkness before fading away. Another small leader, accompanied by several team members, approached the cell door, observing the bodies of two comrades who had been killed in the blast, and cautiously retreated a few steps. He exchanged a glance with one of his subordinates, indicating to investigate, while he himself discreetly stepped back. The team member tightened his grip on the machine gun and cautiously entered the cell. Before him lay the materials and tools provided by the leader to the prisoners for missile construction, but nothing appeared amiss. Suddenly, a fluorescent light flickered to life behind him. It was the arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest. Notably, when Tony Stark was abducted, a bomb manufactured by Stark Industries detonated in his presence, sending shrapnel into his chest. It was Dr. Ethan's makeshift electromagnet that had saved him from having the fragments pierce his heart. Fortunately, Dr. Ethan had extracted the shrapnel in time, preserving Tony's life once again. Later, the ingenious Tony repurposed the electromagnetic device into an arc reactor using nuclear weapon technology from the Cold War era while still confined in the cell. The terrorists instinctively turned around as a massive shadow loomed, and with a single punch, the figure sent one team member flying several meters, crashing into the opposite wall. The onlookers outside the cell barely registered what had transpired, only witnessing their companions suddenly hurtling across the room. Without hesitation, they opened fire. The rapid bursts of gunfire erupted as flames leapt from the barrels, unleashing a torrent of bullets into the cell until it lay in disarray. As curious eyes strained to peer into the dimness of the cell, a tall silhouette suddenly emerged. The light from his chest obscured their vision, but they could barely discern the imposing metallic figure. A robot? In that moment of distraction, Tony sprang into action, with the distinct sound of mechanical operation resonating. He swung his arms, effortlessly sending two team members crashing away. The enhanced strength of his armor proved devastating, leaving the two with ruptured organs, gasping for breath. The small leader reacted swiftly, aiming a volley at the robot's torso. However, the sparks flying and the ricocheting bullets quickly revealed to him that this infernal creature was bulletproof. Before he could turn to flee, Tony, clad in his armor, swung his iron fist and sent him into a deep slumber. Navigating towards the exit, Tony maneuvered through the barrage of enemy fire, bullets ricocheting off his armor and sparking with each impact. Unscathed, Tony delivered a powerful punch, forcefully kicking open the iron door before him, finally arriving at the cave's entrance. He deftly dodged a missile at the urging of Dr. Ethan. He then equipped a missile onto the apparatus on his left forearm, activated the switch, and launched it back. Following a tremendous explosion, the cave was left devoid of enemies. Gazing at Dr. Ethan, whose body was riddled with bullet holes, Tony, with reddened eyes, attempted to persuade him to escape together as planned. Yet, it was evident that his injuries forbade such an endeavor. Until Dr. Ethan weakly uttered, "My family is gone. I am about to join them, Stark. It's all right." This is the conclusion I desired. It was then that Tony comprehended Dr. Ethan had long been prepared to sacrifice himself. Ironically, he had clung to the original escape plan. A plan is not infallible. Had it not been for Dr. Ethan's selfless protection, he might have perished amidst the chaos. Oh, Tony, what use is high intelligence if you remain a cold-hearted engineer, merely adhering to a plan? How many more virtuous souls must pay with their lives for your sake? With a sigh and a bitter smile, he said, "Thank you for saving my life. Cherish it. Do not squander it." With those words, Dr. Ethan peacefully closed his eyes. At that moment, the man clad in the first generation of Iron Man armor, known as Tony Stark, was consumed by fury. Chapter 12. The Bounty Hunter. At this moment, Su Ming was in high spirits. As the second flying dagger began to reap the lives of the terrorists, the system simultaneously notified him of his bounty. Elimination of a Ten Commandments gang terrorist, bounty of 10,000. Elimination of a Ten Commandments gang terrorist, bounty of 8,000. Elimination of a Ten Commandments gang terrorist, bounty of 5,000. Without even stepping into the valley, the achievements of just 2 flying daggers had already netted him nearly 200,000. These were delightful little gold coins. And this was the fundamental reason behind Su Ming's constant smile since arriving in the valley. What he initially thought was merely a bounty task had unexpectedly turned into a treasure trove of gold coins, making it impossible for his mood not to be exquisite. Upon discovering that eliminating these terrorists would yield bounties, Su Ming entered a state of blissful oblivion. Nothing could capture his focus more than the prospect of earning money. Thus began his sweeping expedition, starting from the periphery and sparing not a single foe. With an expansive field of vision coupled with extraordinary range, the result was a symphony of delightful coin clinks ringing in his ears. Although the valley was not vast, it still took considerable effort for Su Ming alone to eradicate all the members of the Ten Commandments gang stationed at the outer defenses. At last, when he prepared to head towards the long-anticipated cave, he was met with the sight of numerous bandits pouring out in panic, watching them frantically escape the cave, only to swiftly find cover and position themselves as if facing a formidable enemy. Su Ming could not help but wonder, could it be that Tony has begun to unleash his prowess? Before long, a towering silver metal giant emerged at the cave's entrance. A resonant voice echoed from within the metallic helmet. "It's my turn." 2 mechanical arms suddenly belched forth flames extending 10 meters, incinerating the group of terrorists at the cave entrance, leaving a scene of utter devastation. Indeed, it was Tony, truly a genius. He had managed to create the prototype of the Mark armor. Observing the imposing figure of Tony, Su Ming's expression shifted to one of realization as he slapped his thigh. Oh no. I cannot allow Tony to eliminate all these delightful gold coins. True, he arrived first, but it is simply wrong to monopolize the kills. With this thought, Su Ming immediately sprang into action, his playing cards transforming into streaks of cold light. Harvesting the lives of the terrorists from another angle. Elimination of a Ten Commandments gang terrorist, bounty of 8,000. Elimination of a Ten Commandments gang terrorist, bounty of 5,000. The faster Su Ming moved, the more notifications of incoming bounties appeared. This was the first time Tony Stark experienced the exhilarating sensation of piloting the mech, invulnerable, with doubled strength and a variety of weapons. Aside from being somewhat cumbersome in movement, he had yet to identify any significant drawbacks. Yes, once he returned home, he must acquire an even better set. With a resolute determination, Tony recalled the esteemed Dr. Ethan, reigniting his fury as he unleashed another barrage of firepower upon the scoundrels. Gradually, Tony began to sense that something was amiss. In his imagination, the enemy's firepower should have been focused solely upon him, yet he felt no pressure whatsoever. Moreover, the attack system of this armor was exceedingly rudimentary, its lethality merely average. So why did it seem that the number of adversaries was dwindling? Donning a heavy helmet, Tony found his vision somewhat restricted, oblivious to the swift approach of a crimson figure from another angle, efficiently harvesting the lives of the terrorists. This act was colloquially known as monster stealing. As Tony turned to unleash flames and launch missiles, he finally stumbled upon a peculiar sight. Someone was aiding him in battle, targeting the very terrorists he faced. Realizing this, Tony's expression brightened. Damn terrorists, your time is up. He raised his armored arm, prepared to send a squad of enemies skyward when, bam! An unexpected force jolted the armored giant, causing him to stagger back several steps before regaining his balance. Turning to investigate, he wondered what kind of attack possessed such immense power, only to discover that it was he. This flamboyantly dressed figure in vivid red and ostentatious silver mask had dared to launch an assault against him? Well, Tony conceded the fellow's appearance was rather impressive. His attire and demeanor were nearly on par with his own. Glancing down at the titanium flying knife embedded in his arm's armor, Tony questioned, "Hey, weren't you supposed to be rescuing me?" A foreboding feeling began to creep into his mind. Upon hearing Tony's inquiry, Su Ming revealed a faint smile. It seemed the misunderstanding was amusing, yet unavoidable. "Don't worry, Tony, I'll be with you shortly. The bounty on these terrorists was simply too tempting." "You must be Mr. Tony Stark?" Su Ming casually remarked, his hands deftly shuffling playing cards. The coins were dwindling. Every additional capture counted. Tony, encased in his armor, paused momentarily, bewildered. "You recognized me even dressed like this?" Observing the other efficiently dispatching terrorist with apparent personal vendetta, Tony realized, this individual must be a dedicated exterminator of terrorists. What a coincidence. However, where was his weapon? Thankfully, he was not an enemy. Otherwise, Tony would have been quite troubled. Spotting a gangster with playing cards embedded in his head nearby, Tony's eyes sparkled. Can playing cards kill? He resolved to find an opportunity to invite this man to Las Vegas for a game. Tony surmised that not only was this individual skilled, but he was also likely an adept card player, surely capable of elevating his game in Las Vegas. Although he had plenty of money, who would he want to savor the thrill of winning? With this thought, Tony prepared to lend his assistance. Yet, he found it perplexing that every time he attempted to strike against a terrorist, a flying knife would intervene in his actions. Did this person have an obsession? Did he insist on claiming the terrorist for himself? To hell with it. Su Ming was oblivious to Tony's intentions. His sole focus was on eliminating the minions first, then dispatching the cowering Tony, and finally returning to claim his bounty with great satisfaction. However, Tony seemed to harbor considerable resentment towards these thugs, frequently launching attacks against them. This simply wouldn't he do. That bounty is mine. While hurling throwing knives to disrupt Tony's movements, he simultaneously threw playing cards to eliminate the remaining ruffians. At last, when only 3 cards remained in Su Ming's hand, all the members of the Ten Rings gang surrounding him were vanquished. Su Ming's account balance skyrocketed to a staggering 2 million. The valley fell silent, beneath the billowing smoke. Heaps of Stark Industries munitions ignited from stray bullets and explosions. Just as Tony was about to approach Su Ming for a more familiar exchange, clang, a throwing knife shattered the outer shell of his suit's left arm. Metal components fell away one by one, and Tony's heart sank, his expression instantly turning grave. "Tony, prepare your last words. Someone has offered 3 million for your head." Tony's pupils contracted. Could it be true? He casually lifted the helmet's visor. Am I, the illustrious Tony Stark, truly valued at a mere 3 million? Considering the opponent's extraordinary combat prowess, Tony narrowed his eyes. "I'll offer 5 million. Spare my life." He uttered words of bravado laced with trepidation. Su Ming's eyes gleamed beneath his mask. "This part pleases me." He feigned surprise, as a bounty hunter. "I must insist on maintaining my professional integrity, Mr. Stark." Tony, steeling himself, thought to himself that this person likely had no inkling of Tony Stark's financial prowess. 50 million. Bounty hunter. Spare me. Deal. Welcome, esteemed employer. 50 million. A substantial sum indeed. The corners of Su Ming's mouth revealed a genuine smile. He deftly tossed the prepared bank card number in the form of a playing card to Tony. Unexpectedly, Tony raised his hand and unleashed a torrent of flames, targeting the largest cache of Stark munitions. Boom. The entire valley was engulfed in an explosion, and a metallic figure soared from the smoke. None other than Tony Stark. Casually discarding the playing card in his hand, he sported a mischievous grin. To hell with you, bounty hunter, eat my dust. Chapter 13. The hefty bounty. Ever since Tony Stark was propelled by a missile of his own making, a singular question has lingered in his mind. Is engaging in weapon development truly a benevolent endeavor for the nation and its people? The leader of the Ten Rings once proclaimed himself the most infamous murderer in American history. This implicates all weapons produced by Stark Industries in my name. And then there is Ethan. This peculiar journey has left Tony in a state of emotional turmoil. Against all odds, having escaped peril, he finds himself confronted by a bounty hunter intent on his assassination. Curiously, the hunter's target seems more aligned with the terrorists than with him. Yet, it matters little now. A mere negotiation serves only as a ruse to divert the hunter's attention. Tony, who has already set his sights on a nearby cache of arms, awaits the opportune moment. At last, as the avaricious bounty hunter lowers his guard, Tony detonates the explosives. The blast is sufficient to level the entire valley, let alone a solitary bounty hunter. As Tony soars through the air, his thoughts are consumed by these events until he realizes that the fuel sustaining his suit's flight has been depleted. He has only just taken to the skies. How infuriating. Encased in his cumbersome armor, Tony becomes a steel meteor, succumbing to inertia as he crashes into the sandy terrain. Bang! The invulnerable Mark I suit shatters upon impact, creating a crater in the dunes, fragments scattering for dozens of meters. Fortunately, Tony emerges relatively unscathed, struggling to extricate himself from the wreckage. He ventures a short distance across the desolate desert before encountering his rescue team. Helicopters, armored vehicles, and ambulances swiftly encircle him. Oh, James Rhodes is truly a delightful fellow. Gazing upon that familiar face, Tony reflects with a sense of nostalgia, just as he lifts his arms to embrace his newfound lease on life. A chilling sensation courses from his tailbone to the nape of his neck. A playing card grazes his cheek, landing with a thud a short distance away emblazoned with a particular bank card number. Ignoring the blood streaming from his wounds, he realizes it is him. Tony's pupils dilate in shock as he fixates on the blood-stained Joker card beneath his feet, the harbinger of deceit. Is this a warning? A bitter smile tugs at his lips. Humph, am I, Tony Stark, a man of broken promises? Is it merely 50 million? Consider it yours. Su Ming is somewhat irked. It is not due to Tony's clever machinations. If he were to remain completely earnest, he would no longer embody the proud genius he is. Indeed, donned in his armor, Tony Stark is not one to concede easily. What vexes Su Ming is that the old tailor's tireless efforts to craft a bespoke crimson suit for him have turned to ashes in the explosion. As for himself, the blast, while powerful, has only left Su Ming with extensive burns. After some time, his body's self-healing factors restore him to his former state, leaving him clad in nothing but a mask. As footsteps shifted, an extensive field of vision refocused on Tony, who was valiantly extricating himself from the remnants of the mech. A faint smirk graced his lips. This fellow had long discarded the bank card number I had given him. I would wager on it. Although Su Ming had accurately predicted Tony's actions, he felt no urgency. Surprisingly, strolling about in this desert was rather refreshing, provided one avoided the scorching sun on their backside. With a gaze as penetrating as a 1,000-mile eye, he fixated on Tony, observing his strenuous efforts to free himself from the wreckage. His bewildered glances in every direction, his enthusiastic waves towards the distant helicopter, and the warm embrace shared with his old friend, Colonel Rhodes. When Tony was finally surrounded by the rescue team, Su Ming nonchalantly tossed a playing card, one he had retrieved from the body of the golden baby. Everything else had turned to ash. The meaning of this card was unmistakable. Once I have you in my sights, escape is futile. And do not forget the bank card number, dear employer. Attempting to outsmart me will be your undoing. Witnessing the bloodied face of Tony, along with the myriad of expressions that flickered across it, Su Ming wore a satisfied smile. Retracing his memories, Su Ming returned to the spot where he had changed clothes. As he donned his attire once more, a long-lost sense of security enveloped him. Contemplating for a moment, he deemed it necessary, as a principled bounty hunter, to inform his employer of the task's abandonment. After all, in business, integrity holds value, does it not? Upon connecting the call, "Oh, Mr. Fate, my friend, are you here to deliver good news?" The voice of Obadiah crackled with suppressed excitement over the line. No, dear employer, to be precise. You should now be referred to as the former employer." Obadiah's mood shifted from exhilaration to fury as Su Ming elaborated. Before Su Ming could finish, Obadiah slammed the phone down in anger. The Ten Rings gang, Fate, a bunch of untrustworthy scoundrels. Fool. Damned. After smashing his office in fury, Obadiah gradually regained his composure. He dialed another number, issuing a new mission to the underground exchange: eliminate the bounty hunter codename Fate. Reward: $2 million. After hanging up, Obadiah muttered, "Fate. My money is not easily acquired. Reaching our agreement will be your gravest error in this lifetime." Reflecting briefly, he considered that whether they were terrorists or black market experts, they were all unreliable individuals. If one wished to achieve their goals, they must ultimately rely on themselves. At that moment, Su Ming remained oblivious to the fact that he had become the highest priced target for a solo kill in the underbelly of Hell's Kitchen. Upon returning to the streets of New York, he gazed at a boutique adorned with the words high-end customization, licking his lips with an unexpected sense of guilt. Pushing open the shop door, the old tailor sat leisurely in a recliner, basking in the sun. Upon recognizing Su Ming's presence, his eyes narrowed with suspicion, as if anticipating that Su Ming might draw a gun for a $0 purchase at any moment. Su Ming, feeling helpless, could only speak the truth. Although he was grateful for the old craftsman's gift, the clothes were irreparably damaged. The old tailor immediately displayed a knowing expression. "I noticed it when you changed your attire." He had seen the glinting throwing knives when Su Ming changed clothes, realizing that Su Ming was no ordinary individual. Therefore, after Su Ming departed, the tailor began preparing a more combat-friendly crimson ensemble, which was nearly completed after several days of work. Upon hearing the old tailor's perceptiveness, Su Ming expressed his gratitude. But the elder raised a hand to halt him. "No need for thanks. Just pay up. 300,000, not a cent less. However, I shall take care of your clothing from now on." Su Ming was slightly taken aback by the stark contrast in the elder's demeanor, but after a moment of reflection, he gladly accepted the arrangement. He then visited the trading post to replenish his throwing knives, and by the time he returned to his hotel in Manhattan, the moon hung high in the sky. Luxuriously reclining in the bathtub, Su Ming opened his attribute panel, which displayed a holographic interface of data before his eyes. Name: Su Ming. Age: 28. Physical ability: 15. Current balance: 2,865,000. Acquired talents: Wolverine level recovery, Dynamic Vision LV. 2. Mastery of Jeet Kune Do, Constitution Enhancement LV. 1.55, Formless Mask, Precision Throwing LV. 2. Proficiency in Sketching. He was secretly astonished that his account balance had surpassed 2,800,000. The bounty from those terrorists was indeed substantial. After reviewing his current talents, he noted that while he possessed a fair number, they were primarily foundational, though there was ample room for improvement. This mission had revealed certain issues. As he pondered ways to enhance his talents, a slightly magnetic, languid female voice suddenly whispered in his ear, "I fail to comprehend how a mere novice's bounty surpasses that of Tony Stark." Chapter 14 Reunion with Elisa. Elisa Sweet, the golden-haired beauty, has established herself as a striking lone wolf among bounty hunters, thanks to her adept hacking skills and impressive martial arts prowess. Throughout her career, she has seldom encountered defeat, with her only true setback being a subtle loss to Su Ming, which resulted in the complete depletion of her nearly 100,000 worth of equipment and nearly cost her life at his hands. After painstakingly completing several modestly priced tasks, she managed to scrape together enough funds to replenish her gear. Driven by the necessity of survival, she is relentless in her pursuits, unable to take on excessively large jobs and finding trivial tasks beneath her. Elisa selectively sifts through assignments at the exchange that align with her capabilities. Assassinations are a favored domain of hers, profitable, uncomplicated, and devoid of hassle. Perhaps fate smiled upon her amidst her misfortunes, for today she stumbled upon a lucrative assassination contract, boasting a bounty of a staggering $2 million. This figure exceeds that of the contract to eliminate Tony Stark by more than double. As Elisa skillfully infiltrated the underground exchange's computer system, she acquired the contact details of the individual codenamed Fate. Utilizing satellite positioning, she was pleasantly surprised to discover that this person seemed to share a similar lifestyle, frequently residing in the same upscale Manhattan hotels. Indeed, as a captivating woman, Elisa would not allow the mundane burdens of life to mar her beauty. Instead, she opted to dwell in the most luxurious hotel Manhattan has to offer. Situated in a prime location with an elegant ambience, expansive views, and delectable cuisine, Elisa found it hard to justify staying anywhere else. As a seasoned bounty hunter, the art of lockpicking was second nature to her. She shed her silk nightgown in favor of a sleek combat suit, meticulously donned her gear, locked onto Su Ming's room, and slipped into the shadows like a feline specter of the night. Upon glimpsing the bareback of a dark-haired man reclining in the bathtub, Elisa deduced from his exposed, youthful skin that he was merely a fledgling boy, yet to fully mature. Silently drawing her handgun and aiming it at his head, she felt a surge of confidence and could not resist the urge to taunt him. Su Ming was startled by the sudden voice that pierced through the silence. Instinctively, he covered himself with both hands and quickly turned to see which rude individual was spying on him while he bathed. Their eyes met, and recognition dawned upon him with a drawn-out "Oh." Upon realizing it was Su Ming, Elisa's heart raced, and she unconsciously tightened her thighs. A chill sweeping through her. It was over. She should have known that 2 million would not come easily. This was the very thief who had stripped her of her equipment before. Even the finest cosmetics could not mask the bitterness etched on Elisa's face at that moment. Discreetly, she returned her handgun to its holster. How could she forget the image of a bullet merely creating a blood hole, swiftly healing before her eyes? The nonchalant expression of that enigmatic Eastern man had long since become a recurring figure in her midnight musings, though the scenes in her dreams are occasionally not so gruesome. Perhaps even somewhat invigorating. One thing she can assure is that she would recognize Su Ming's guilt-ridden visage even if reduced to ashes. How did Su Ming become her fate? Had I known he was destined, what was the purpose of bringing these ingredients? How infuriating. The arduous task of gathering equipment with such effort, alas. It seems it may be in vain. Eliza, with her sparkling, captivating eyes, gazed regretfully at the pristine equipment adorning her waist, her eyes gradually turning red. Su Ming casually wrapped a towel around his waist to shield certain areas, slowly approaching Eliza and naturally grasping her slender hand. With a swift motion, he pulled her, catching her off guard as he delivered a firm slap to her exquisite backside, producing a crisp sound. That's what you get for peeking while I bathe. Ah! Eliza cried out in pain, a tingling sensation shooting through her backside, rendering her legs weak and unable to support her. With tear-filled blue eyes, she defiantly looked at Su Ming. I didn't know it was you. If you like the equipment, just take it. Her expression was one of pitiful resignation. Observing the golden-haired woman in her moment of vulnerability, Su Ming couldn't help but smile. Yet, he genuinely yearned to understand why she had ventured into his room at such an hour. If it were room service, it certainly wouldn't involve such attire. The equipment appeared all too real. If it were cosplay, the cost would be exorbitant. Moreover, he recalled her past attempt on his life, which had ended with her being stripped of her gear. Not to misunderstand, she was merely disarmed. After much contemplation, one possibility emerged. She had come to kill him once more. With narrowed eyes, he regarded the blonde beauty before him, who appeared as startled as a fawn. Suppressing a chuckle, Su Ming wrapped his arm around Eliza's slender waist, his magnetic voice whispering in her ear, I don't desire the equipment, I want the person. A noticeable tension coursed through the woman's body, followed by a slight tremor, a stark contrast to her earlier fierceness when she had so effortlessly broken his arm. What do you want? Hearing Su Ming's words and feeling the electrifying proximity, Eliza's heart thundered in her ears. A rush of warmth flooded her cheeks, rendering her porcelain skin a vivid crimson. She dared not imagine, could it be that she would surrender herself so easily today? Stealing a furtive glance at the adjacent bedroom, she quickly averted her gaze. Su Ming's upper body, sculpted with a graceful physique, glistened with droplets of water cascading down his muscular contours, as if beckoning her attention. It felt entirely unfair, too unfair. Eliza's inner voice protested vehemently, yet outwardly, her protest resembled the faint buzzing of a mosquito, inaudible and uncertain. Sensing he had teased her sufficiently, Su Ming released her and gently patted her shoulder, signaling for her to follow him into the living room. Upon leaving Su Ming's embrace, Eliza felt an emptiness within her. A sudden wave of loneliness and coldness washing over her. She yearned for another hug, yet dared not voice her desire. Following Su Ming into the living room, she sat demurely on the sofa, awaiting his final decision regarding her fate. It truly felt like a judgment of destiny. Contemplating Su Ming's codename, Eliza couldn't help but reflect on her circumstances. In such a brief span of time, she had come to terms with the fact that she had fallen into the hands of another. Whether to live or perish was no longer within her control. Perhaps it was better to adopt a more carefree attitude. After all, as a bounty hunter, who among them lacked stories from the underworld? Su Ming observed the golden-haired beauty before him, her blue eyes darting about in a flurry of thoughts. Unable to contain his amusement, he broke into laughter. Your name? Eliza Sweet, she mechanically replied, her voice reminiscent of someone undergoing interrogation, though the slight tremor at the end betrayed her current emotional state. Su Ming chuckled softly. I am Su Ming, codename Destiny, and like you, I am a bounty hunter. In fact, I was inspired to pursue this profession by you. Eliza, perplexed, raised her gaze to meet Su Ming's. Why are you sharing this with me? Is there some ancient Eastern rite at play? Her wide, questioning eyes were fixed intently on him. Lacking experience in such matters, Su Ming opted for transparency. Eliza, I want you to join me in this line of work. Do you have any objections? Suddenly, Eliza lifted her head, her mouth slightly agape, staring at Su Ming in disbelief. Scarcely able to trust her own ears. I have prepared myself inside and out, and yet you wish to discuss employment with me? Chapter 15 Upgrade. Deadpool level recovery. When Eliza finally summoned the courage to gaze into Su Ming's eyes, she discovered that those orbs, radiating an unusual allure, harbored no trace of desire. Instead, they were imbued with sincerity. Was it all merely a misunderstanding on her part? A wave of indignation washed over her. How infuriating was Su Ming? If he harbored no intentions toward her, why utter such ambiguous words? Her gaze involuntarily drifted once more to the well-defined muscles adorning his chest, a veritable gift from the heavens. Ugh. It was only now that Eliza began to seriously contemplate Su Ming's suggestion. With her beauty and extraordinary abilities, she had scraped by in the bounty hunter industry for several years. Throughout this time, numerous so-called successful individuals had expressed their admiration and even pursued her. Yet she had never regarded them with anything but disdain. As a bounty hunter dancing on the edge of danger, Eliza Sweet took pride in her profession. Even during her tenure as a physician, where she had treated Daredevil on multiple occasions, no spark had ever ignited between them. The mundane existence could not soothe her adventurous spirit, which is why she had transitioned into bounty hunting. However, since meeting Su Ming, even her previously untroubled standard of living had noticeably declined, leaving Eliza feeling fatigued. More importantly, after witnessing Su Ming's miraculous self-healing abilities, she felt that her once proud escapades had devolved into mere folly. Perhaps aligning herself with him could yield a more exhilarating life. A free-spirited bounty hunter would never bow to anyone unless they were both handsome and formidable. Yet, Eliza had only witnessed Su Ming's astonishing self-healing prowess. Knowing nothing of his other attributes, it seemed that the moniker Fate was still a novice in the underground dealings. With this realization, Eliza regained her composure. Crossing her legs to accentuate her alluring curves, following you, might not be out of the question. But if you are merely a thief adept at stripping others of their gear, then forget it. Su Ming sensed it was time to demonstrate a fraction of his capabilities. His gaze subtly shifting. What if I told you that Tony Stark just purchased his life from me for a hefty sum? Would you believe it? Eliza was taken aback by Su Ming's audacious fabrication intended to persuade her to stay. A flicker of emotion stirred within her. All right, that lie is quite outrageous. I can't even be bothered to debunk it. Besides, I have nothing pressing at the moment. As long as you don't covet my equipment, what harm could there be in following you? Ding. Received a transfer of 50,000,000. Account balance 52,865,000. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. Tony had indeed made the transfer. Upon hearing Eliza's words, he chose not to comment, letting her believe what she wished. Since you wish to take on the role of my employer, just know that my services come at a premium. Eliza regarded Su Ming with a cunning glint in her eyes, resembling a crafty little fox. $100,000, with a 2-month probationary period. As for what comes after, that depends on your performance. Su Ming generously laid out his terms, believing that Eliza, as a seasoned veteran in the industry, was worth the price solely for her access to information, which could save him considerable trouble. Eliza readily agreed. Having just spent the previous minute fretting over the possibility of being killed or thoroughly consumed by Su Ming, although she did not entirely disdain the latter. Embracing her role, Eliza exhibited a competent demeanor as she swiftly returned to her room, changing out of her combat attire and equipment. She cradled her laptop and gracefully re-entered Su Ming's chamber, this time with a proper knock. Come in. Upon seeing Eliza clad in luxurious silk pajamas, Su Ming, endowed with exceptional vision, found himself utterly captivated. Where had that cautious demeanor from moments ago vanished? The curves beneath the silk tantalized Su Ming's senses. This enchantress. I am the boss. I am the boss. Forcing himself to regain composure, Su Ming finally remembered he ought to ask something. Why have you infiltrated my room? Is there a new mission? Eliza cast a sidelong glance at Su Ming, languidly curled upon the sofa. Boss, you may not be aware, but your head is currently a sought-after prize. $2 million. What is going on? Just as Su Ming was momentarily stunned, Eliza expertly maneuvered her computer, hacking into the underground trading platform's back-end. All the bounty tasks were laid bare, and in the most prominent position. Su Ming beheld the notice. Kill the bounty hunter codenamed Destiny for a reward of $2 million. Is this madness? Targeting a newcomer? His sarcastic remark slipped out. Eliza remained silent, her slender fingers dancing across the keyboard. I see. This is a task issued by Obadiah, that stakeholder from Stark Industries. It was through this mission that I found you. Humph. Swiftly, Eliza traced the source of the task, her thoughts drifting to her own predicament. Scoffing at this wretched fate, Su Ming let out a prolonged "oh," a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Having let Obadiah down by not killing Tony, it was entirely plausible he harbored resentment. As Obadiah was Tony's first formidable rival, he was undoubtedly no benign figure. He would be eager to flay Su Ming alive. However, it was peculiar that Eliza, as a bounty hunter, navigated the black market system's back end as if it were her own home. Internally, Su Ming mused that he had struck gold. He deemed the bounty task trivial, aside from Eliza. He would not show mercy to anyone daring enough to seek their demise. He then instructed Eliza to scour the internet for any interesting developments. Following Tony Stark's return, he made a grand announcement at a press conference to cease all weapon development projects at Stark Industries, which stirred considerable reactions. Eliza transformed into a merciless news broadcaster, sharing the latest online happenings with Su Ming in a tone of utter disinterest. Su-Ming appeared contemplative, indeed. Tony was profoundly affected by his kidnapping incident, which had effectively positioned him in opposition to Obadiah. When the news began to dwindle, Elisa yawned repeatedly, prompting Su-Ming to suggest she return to her room for rest. As she departed, Elisa leaned languidly against the doorframe like a lazy cat, her eyes glimmering as she gazed at Su-Ming. "Boss, are you certain? You want me to go back to sleep?" The silk pajamas slid down her shoulders, and Su-Ming was confronted with a scene that sent his heart racing. A vast expanse of pristine skin dazzled him, causing his vision to spark with stars. "I should leave." With immense willpower, Su-Ming averted his gaze and waved farewell to Eliza. She departed with a playful laugh and a skip, her exuberance leaving Su-Ming momentarily taken aback by the boldness of foreign beauties. Reclining on his bed, he began to reflect on the recent events. Tony detonated the bomb, leveling the valley, inflicting upon him the most significant injury since his arrival in this world. Even with Wolverine-like regenerative abilities, he lay incapacitated for several minutes, utterly vulnerable for at least the first two. It became clear that his secondary talents paled in comparison to those of the primary subjects. Contemplating this, Su-Ming opened the system shop and gazed at the talent upgrade interface, his frustration mounting. Secondary Wolverine level regeneration, 50, 000, 000, Deadpool level regeneration, immortal, 5, 000, 000, 000. So, it seemed that the 50 million he extorted from Tony would only suffice for a single upgrade? To reach immortality would demand an astronomical sum of 5 billion? After counting several times, the long string of zeros was daunting. Considering the myriad of formidable beings in this perilous Marvel universe, he realized that the 50 million was not to be squandered. With a resolute determination, he thought, ISNT at just 50 million? Upgrade. Deducting 50, 000, 000. Talent upgrade successful. Account balance, 2,865, 000. Instantly, Su-Ming felt as though every cell in his body had been immersed in sulfuric acid, an excruciating pain radiating from all directions. The intensity of the agony rendered him breathless, his widened eyes lost their focus, and his mouth gaped open, unable to produce a sound. It felt like an eternity had passed, or perhaps just a few fleeting minutes, before Su-Ming regained control over his body. Gasping for air as he leaned against the edge of the bed, his body resembled a freshly steamed bun, exuding hot vapor. Chapter 16. An unexpected encounter with a little spider. What a fierce battle it was. The waitress, casting astonished glances at Su-Ming, busily arranged the drenched bed linens, her imagination running wild with the tumultuous events that must have transpired on that grand bed. Su-Ming, too, had not anticipated that this enhancement of his abilities would manifest in such a dramatic fashion. The excruciating agony he had endured was an experience he wished never to relive, oblivious to when the bedding had become soaked. On a positive note, the results following the upgrade were remarkably pronounced. Su-Ming, with a flying knife, carved a deep, lengthy gash into his arm. Unlike before, where the wound would heal slowly, it mended instantaneously post-upgrade, and he felt no pain whatsoever. He surmised that perhaps during the upgrade, he had already experienced all the pain possible, thus endowing him with both exceptional recovery abilities and a delightful absence of pain. This satisfaction was considerable, after all. Who truly relishes pain as a form of enjoyment? Moreover, his body conveyed a potent sensation, suggesting that regrowing a severed limb was well within his capabilities. Having resolved one talent, Su-Ming pondered whether he should continue refining his talent tree. Suddenly, a familiar visage surfaced in his mind, Elisa. Indeed, this woman had approached him silently before, and he had been utterly oblivious. It was not her stealth that was to blame, but his own carelessness. What talent might allow one to sense the surroundings? With this thought, Su-Ming hastily navigated the system's marketplace. After flipping through only a few pages, he discovered a suitable talent, Spider Sense, Danger Perception LV1. 1,000,000. Goodness, is the starting price really 1 million? Though he cursed under his breath, Su-Ming's actions were devoid of hesitation. Exchange. 1,000,000. Talent exchange successful. Account balance. 1,865,000. As if equipped with radar, Su-Ming's perceptual acuity surged dramatically. He could even distinctly sense the tiny insects flitting outside the window, the footsteps beyond the door, the waitress's hushed whispers. Even the applause echoing from 3 rooms away was vividly audible. After all, this was a hotel. It seems he would need some time to adjust. Su-Ming frowned slightly. The foreigner's bellowing was devoid of any aesthetic appeal, yet he had no intention of causing offense. The soundproofing at the Manhattan Hotel was commendable. If there were to be any blame, it would rest solely on his heightened sensitivity. Gazing at the account balance exceeding $1 million, the former Su-Ming might have rejoiced at being a wealthy man. However, after extravagantly spending $50 million to upgrade his abilities, the mere sight of this sum now left him feeling impoverished. It appeared he must strive to secure more contracts, hastening his transformation into a versatile figure within the Marvel Universe. Then, he could casually explore distant planets. What could be more delightful? Resolute in his decision, Su-Ming picked up the bedside phone, ready to dial Elisa. Suddenly, he placed the phone back down, for he sensed that Elisa was already approaching. He opened the door, leisurely seated himself, and awaited her entrance. Boss, were you waiting for me? Elisa gazed at the open door, her curiosity piqued as she regarded Su-Ming. A spark of realization lit up Su-Ming's eyes. Indeed, this perceptive ability proved to be quite useful. Just as he was about to speak, a phone flew towards him, which he deftly caught. Here, this is for you, making our future communications more convenient. By the way, I've received some news. Elisa casually settled onto the sofa, lifting Su-Ming's used cup to savor a sip. Su-Ming, examining the luxurious phone in his hand, mused about the pleasant feeling of having subordinates. Suddenly, he noticed Elisa relishing his cup as if it contained fine wine. Is this taking advantage of me? He pondered, his lips twitching slightly. What news? The newly released task from the exchange offers a bounty of 600,000, targeting a lizard man. And it's a mission issued by the Osborn Group. Elisa, engrossed in admiring her freshly done nails, relayed the information without looking up. Osborn Group, isn't that affiliated with? As Su-Ming contemplated whether to accept this task, Elisa seemed to recall something and looked up at him with a sweet demeanor. Boss, I've already claimed the task for you under the codename Fate. You must complete it well and don't forget to pay me, she added, casting him a flirtatious wink. Su-Ming, maintaining a stoic expression, thought to himself, who exactly is the boss here? He then adopted a mock-serious tone. Elisa, I need to know precisely who issued this task, now. Elisa, with a playful smile, seemed unfazed by his seriousness. Accompanied by a blown kiss, she replied, the head of the Osborn Group is, of course, Norman Osborn. These capitalists would never stoop to deceive those at the bottom of the exchange. Murmuring Norman Osborn's name, Su-Ming's memory stirred. Wasn't he the Green Goblin? Upon further inquiry, he learned that Oscorp was a multinational corporation focused on high technology and biotechnology, and he couldn't help but regard Elisa with newfound respect. He concluded that tasks from companies like Stark Industries and the Osborn Group should be prioritized. They certainly had the funds. After grasping the task's details, Elisa insisted on embracing him once more before he departed from the Manhattan Hotel. As he passed a sewer entrance, Su-Ming noticed numerous small lizards crawling towards the vent. It dawned on him that lizard men in New York had no other refuge but the sewers. Finding a secluded corner, he removed his trench coat, revealing a modified crimson suit beneath. Once done with his mask, he transformed into the nocturnal noble, enduring the unpleasant odor as he leaped into the shaft. Fully unleashing his spider sense, he discerned a faint direction and swiftly advanced. Upon reaching a junction of pipes, he was taken aback to discover it already ensnared in a web. It seems I am about to encounter an old acquaintance. As the recollection of the Osborn Group's leader being the Green Goblin surfaced, an uncanny premonition of meeting Spider-Man washed over him. To his astonishment, events unfolded with remarkable rapidity. At this juncture, the young Spider-Man was still in his developmental phase. Su-Ming confidently traversed the strands of spider silk when a voice, belonging to a youth, emerged from the shadows. Stay back. This place is perilous. It was Spider-Man. Upon hearing the well-intentioned warning from the young Spider-Man, Su-Ming chuckled, for his spider sense indicated that the lizard was lurking just above the young hero's head. How could Peter Parker, the illustrious Spider-Man, be so oblivious at this moment? Youthful naivety, perhaps. Contemplating this, he cautioned aloud, above you. Young Spider-Man. Peter Parker harbored suspicions that Dr. Connors had utilized a genetic serum, one crafted from the decay rate algorithm he had once provided. This research was deliberately concealed by his father, and the rationale for such secrecy was glaringly evident. The substance was unsuitable for human application. Accompanying the small lizard into the subterranean tunnels, he set a web trap to enhance his spider sense and track the lizard's movements. Unexpectedly, rather than encountering the lizard, he was confronted by a figure clad in resplendent crimson attire. This masked man exuded an aura of mystery. His ethereal presence remained unaffected even amidst the filth of the sewers. Despite warnings of the danger, this individual pressed onward, even daring to caution him in return. A warning? For me? At that moment, Peter Parker's spider sense seemed to activate, heightening his awareness. A shadow descended upon him, pinning him to the web trap. As the lizard exerted overwhelming force against the young Spider-Man, his razor-sharp claws etching long, deep gashes across Peter's chest. Su-Ming furrowed his brow as he observed the fierce struggle between the two creatures, a lizard and a spider. He sighed softly, reflecting, still hoping for a swift resolution. Yet here you are, little Spider-Man. With a swift flash, the lizard's arm was severed at the elbow, casting a fleeting glance in Su-Ming's direction, his eyes betraying a flicker of fear. The lizard then made a hasty retreat into the depths. Chapter 17. Pursuing the trail, observing the lizard man transform into a dark silhouette and swiftly flee into the water, Su-Ming refrained from continuing the chase. Though the underground pipeline was shrouded in dim light, it appeared as bright as day to Su-Ming's extraordinary vision, where every detail lay bare. As the lizard man made his escape, he inadvertently tugged on a thread of spider silk, dragging a camera affixed to the wall down into the depths. It was evident that the camera had been set up by the little spider, who seemed to be in quite a precarious state. A reminder was in order. "Hey, little spider, are you all right?" Su-Ming casually traversed the spider silk, glancing at Peter Parker, who lay there, gasping for breath, his chest stained with blood, struggling to rise. Peter Parker found himself perplexed by the identity of this enigmatic figure before him. Ever since he had let the lizard man escape on the bridge, a knot of worry had formed within him. He feared the decay rate algorithm he had hastily devised for the sake of bravado might have invited calamity, an artifact his father had once risked his life to conceal. Moreover, his uncle had once said that with great power comes great responsibility, a sentiment he now felt deeply. The moment he successfully saved the young boy on the bridge had etched itself into his memory, the exchanged glances between father and son sending chills down his spine. That sensation, it was intoxicating. Yet, he recognized that he required further training, for he often felt overwhelmed in the face of the lizard man. Had it not been for this stranger's intervention, the situation could have turned dire. How had he managed to repel the lizard man with a single strike? Why was he here? Who was he? Looking up at the figure before him, illuminated by the clear light. "Oh dear, did you save me? You were so far from us just a moment ago. How on earth did you achieve that? Who are you?" Su-Ming let out a wry smile, observing the inquisitive little spider, whose chest wound continued to bleed profusely. It seemed this version of the little spider had a penchant for chatter. "I am merely a bounty hunter. Nothing else matters. That camera on the wall belongs to you, correct?" Upon hearing Su-Ming's remark, the little spider recalled the camera, jolting with realization. "Yes, I specifically sought a good angle to capture." Turning to where the camera had been secured, he suddenly discovered it was missing. Swiftly, he rose to search the area. Just as he was about to dive into the water in search of it, Su-Ming interjected, "There is no need to look. Your camera has been taken by the lizard man." Peter Parker stood frozen at this revelation, thinking to himself, "Oh no, my name is on that camera." Meanwhile, in the makeshift laboratory beneath the sewer, the lizard man emerged wearily from the water, his attention drawn to the sound of metal scraping against the ground and a sudden flash of white light. Pulling on the spider silk, a camera materialized before him. As he turned the camera, he noticed the base of its flash unit was inscribed with the name Peter Parker, with claws clenched tightly. The metallic camera twisted and shattered under the lizardman's grip. Peter Parker, the half-transformed doctor. Curtis Connors bore remnants of lizard scales on one side of his face, his right arm restored to its original form, severed at the elbow. Experimental subject, Dr. Curtis Connors. Body temperature, 89.7, stable for 48 hours. Blood analysis reveals that lymphocytes and monocytes contain information from prior subjects. Dr. Connors, visibly excited as he records the experiment on camera, exclaims, "The coagulation rate has significantly increased. Muscle response, strength, and agility have shown remarkable enhancement." Glancing at the glasses in his hand, he gazes fervently at the camera. Vision has improved correspondingly. The subject no longer requires corrective lenses. Feeling the surge of power coursing through his body, Dr. Connors is overwhelmed with emotion. This is not merely the pursuit of a cure for ailments, but the quest for the perfect species. He then retrieves a genetic serum and injects it into his body. Looking resolutely at the camera, "I shall attempt to prevent the resurgence of old afflictions." The dosage is increased to 200 milligrams. His physique expands. The damaged arm rapidly regenerates. Scales envelop his body. His eyes turn yellow, and slit pupils gleam with a chilling light. At this moment, a different voice resonates in Dr. Connors' mind. A second personality birthed by the genetic drug. "I will not allow you to thwart my plans, Peter Parker." With a roar, the camera lens shifts to black screen. "Regardless, thank you for your assistance, sir." Peter Parker, having lost his camera, appears helpless and politely expresses his gratitude to Su-Ming. Unfazed, Su-Ming waves his hand dismissively, pondering where the lizard might be hiding, casually inquiring, "Little spider, do you have any insight into the next move of this great lizard?" Peter Parker, equally perplexed, shakes his head with a wry smile. Observing the gruesome injury on little spider's chest, Su-Ming suggests he find a suitable place to rest and recover. After bidding farewell to little spider, Su-Ming suspects that the suddenly appearing lizard must have a temporary hideout somewhere in the sewers. With nothing pressing on his agenda, he deems it necessary to search thoroughly for the bounty. Thus, he embarks on a search through the vast sewer system of New York City. Returning home with these injuries, it will surely have my head. Peter's mind races. The lizard has taken my camera. He is likely to see the name on it. If he doesn't recognize it, that would be fortunate. But what if he does? Will he seek retribution? The person from earlier claimed to be a bounty hunter, Yet why did he not directly eliminate the lizard? Furthermore, having sustained such severe injuries, I had hoped this bounty hunter would lend me a hand, yet he departed with such calmness. Is it a fear of trouble or some other reason? However, it seems this individual is not an enemy. His target appears to be the lizard, for with his capabilities, had I been his focus, he had ample opportunity to dispose of me just now. Enough with the uncertainties. There are too many questions to untangle. Best to seek refuge at Gwen's place for the time being. Avoiding Aunt May's home due to his injuries, Peter finds himself outside the window of his girlfriend, Gwen Stacy. In the fleeting moment before Gwen turned her attention from the computer, she heard the sound of Peter Parker tapping his head against the window and instinctively glanced back, her hands continuing their work, allowing him entry. You should have considered coming in more discreetly. Additionally, my father believes you ought to consult a psychologist. Previously, Peter had engaged in a serious disagreement with Gwen's father regarding the legality of Spider-Man's existence during a gathering at Gwen's home. Oh, is that so? With a muffled groan accompanying Peter Parker's laughter, Gwen finally realized the handsome young man before her was gravely injured. She quickly inquired about the cause. Peter, exhausted, reclined on the sofa. Another individual, he suddenly transformed from a man into a gigantic lizard. At that moment, Gwen's father's voice unexpectedly resonated from outside the door. Dear, would you like a cup of hot cocoa? The young spider hastily concealed himself behind the sofa. Gwen, feeling guilty and using menstrual cramps as an excuse, gently declined her father's offer, taking a handkerchief to tend to Peter Parker's ghastly wound on his chest. She reminisced about watching her father leave for work each day, badge in hand and gun at his side, always fearing he might never return. She was exceedingly worried about the dangers that might befall Peter. Reflecting on the past, Peter's gaze hardened. I created him. I must stop him. Meanwhile, disregarding the young spider's reckless escapades with Gwen amidst the skyscrapers, the sewers revealed new discoveries to Sewer Man. In a relatively tidy area, a variety of equipment lay scattered, alongside empty vials that once contained potent substances. The computer screen displayed a plan to disseminate the genetic serum throughout the city. Ultimately, the virus was set to be released from the Oscorp building. Simultaneously, a circled location on the map caught Sewerman's attention, Midtown Science High School in Queens. His pupils dilated as he realized that was where the young spider attended school. It appeared the lizard intended to exact revenge on Spider-Man before executing the city-wide infection plan. With this thought, Sewerman silently mused. The villain Spider-Man encounters certainly possess grand ambitions. Chapter 18. The assassination attempt the following afternoon. As school let out at Midtown Science High School in Queens, Su-Ming observed the vibrant students around him, a hint of envy flickering across his face. Reflecting on his own past, he lamented not dedicating himself to his studies, instead indulging in gaming at internet cafes, ultimately leading him to the world of triathlons. Although he had earned the title of a gold medalist, such an accolade paled in comparison to the prestige and honor gained through scientific research and societal advancement. After all, who were the illustrious figures celebrated in history? Lost in thought, Su-Ming strolled through the elegantly landscaped campus, absorbing the essence of youth. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. His keen intuition sensed unusual activity within a nearby building. He quickened his pace towards the academic block. With a thunderous crash, a massive lizard-like creature erupted from the restroom, barreling through several walls in a frantic search for Peter Parker. Students scattered in terror, their panicked screams echoing through the corridors. Peter exchanged a swift glance with Gwen, signaling her to flee as he plunged into the chaos, heading directly toward the creature. He recognized this lizard man as Dr. Connors, who had previously revealed traces of lizard scales on his neck during their last encounter. He knew he had to intervene. Employing agile movements and versatile web slinging, Peter engaged in a fierce struggle with the creature. Oh no, he thought, realizing he hadn't changed into his Spider-Man suit, exposing his identity to danger. He was soon hurled against a wall, creating a significant breach. A web shot forth, ensnaring his backpack that contained his costume. I can save all those lost souls. I can heal them. You must not stop me, Peter, declared the lizard man, justifying his actions. Re-emerging as Spider-Man, Peter deftly maneuvered onto the creature's back, exclaiming, You've lost your mind, Doctor. Stop this madness. The battle raged on as Peter attempted to reason with Dr. Connors, only to be met with relentless assaults from the lizard creature. How disgusting, he muttered, discarding a severed portion of the lizard's tail. Joined by Gwen, they briefly managed to ensnare the creature using webbing. I'm going to throw you out, declared the young hero calmly while holding Gwen. What? Gwen could hardly believe her ears. With a swift motion, a pale yellow figure was flung from the window, prompting Gwen to nearly curse. You really did throw him. However, as a web accurately caught her body, her free fall transformed into a graceful swing, leaving her cheeks flushed and exhilarated. Around them, alarms blared incessantly as police vehicles gradually encircled the school. The tumult of their skirmish wreaked havoc, decimating the chemistry lab before they moved into the library. Just as the librarian, sporting headphones, calmly exited his office. Su-Ming finally spotted the lizard man. Is the school's layout truly this intricate? Complaining that the school was designed like a labyrinth, causing him considerable trouble to locate the main objective, Su-Ming grumbled while drawing a throwing knife. His enhanced vision fixated on the lizard man, searching for the opportune moment to strike decisively. As the small spider was once again sent flying by the lizard man. Dazed and unable to rise, Su-Ming recognized the moment had arrived. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as he released the throwing knife, which, propelled by a formidable force, swiftly pierced through the boastful lizard man. A piercing scream accompanied the impact as half of the lizardman's body was obliterated by the knife's force, causing him to collapse to the ground. Task accomplished. Su-Ming brushed off non-existent dust from his hands and turned toward the small spider. Peter Parker, feeling dizzy and struggling to rise, suddenly found a slender, fair hand extended before him. As he looked up, his anxious heart calmed. Clad in a crimson, tailored suit and a silver mask, with a devilish smirk gracing his lips, it was him, grasping Su-Ming's hand for support. Peter was astonished to discover the sheer strength of this individual. He had barely exerted any effort yet was effortlessly lifted. Suppressing his astonishment, he scanned his surroundings. Where was Dr. Connors? Ah, the lizard man. Su-Ming lightly patted the small spider's arm, reassuringly stating, "Do not worry, I'm here. He is over there." Following the gaze of Su-Ming and Peter, they beheld remnants of the lizard man, an arm, a leg, and a robust tail. Clearly, these were not the remains of a deceased lizard man. Su-Ming's expression darkened significantly. Goodness, if his body was shattered, how could he still be alive? The small spider sensed Su-Ming's unease, astonished by his formidable abilities, having never fully comprehended his combat techniques, truly unfathomable. He broke the silence, attempting to ease the tension. "Sir, you may not be aware. The lizard man possesses formidable self-repair and regeneration capabilities." With a cold smirk, Su-Ming retorted that if such destruction did not claim its life, it merely indicated that the dismemberment was insufficiently thorough. A flicker of cold resolve in his eyes. He turned to leave. As he departed, he glanced back at the small spider, who was intent on trailing the lizard man, and advised, "His target is Oscorp Tower." Peter Parker, eager to uncover Dr. Connor's intentions, paid little heed to Su-Ming's warning despite having heard it. The lizard man crawled through an opening in the ground. Donning a tattered lab coat emblazoned with the Oscorp insignia, flapping in the wind that surged from the tunnel. Determined, the small spider leaped forth, vanishing into the depths of the abyss. Su-Ming's expression grew somber. The lizard man's escape left him irked. However, now that he was aware of the lizard man's objective, Oscorp Tower, he could simply lay in wait for the inevitable confrontation. Although the bounty of 600,000 was not substantial, it certainly was not to be dismissed. Lost in thought, Su-Ming unwittingly wandered into a dimly lit alley, when suddenly, his spider sense tingled, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. Su-Ming's eyes widened as a barrage of bullets appeared to slow down infinitely in his enhanced vision. The body suddenly arched backward at an exaggerated angle as a bullet grazed past the button on his chest. It was only when the bullet embedded itself into the wall behind him that the sound of the gunfire reached Su-Ming's ears. Even though Su-Ming possessed a Deadpool-like regenerative ability and was unafraid of any bullets, he would not allow an ordinary opponent to touch him easily. With a swift glance, his gaze instantly locked onto a dozen adversaries, who were concealed within various windows of nearby residential buildings, their movements exceedingly discreet. With only a small portion of their gun barrels visible, it appeared to be an ambush. The gunfire erupted again. Su-Ming vanished from his position, rendered unable to pinpoint the enemies due to the obstruction of the building. With no clear target for the throwing knives in his hand, he certainly could not bring the entire structure down. Startled by the thought that emerged in his mind, Su-Ming quickly adjusted his mentality, suppressing his irritation and transforming it into a fleeting red afterimage as he entered the nearest window. Finally, with the last enemy hurled from the building, Su-Ming's gloomy mood was alleviated, leaving him feeling invigorated. He needed to devise a plan to deal with Obadiah. After all, with a bounty of $2 million on my head, even I would consider taking it. Over the past 3 hours, Su-Ming had swept clean the enemies from 5 nearby buildings. Indeed, there were quite a few. Each armed with a firearm, they engaged Su-Ming in guerrilla warfare, which constrained his ability to unleash his full strength, forcing him to take them down one by one. Through polite inquiries, he learned that these individuals were drawn by the $2 million bounty on his head. Yet concerned about their combat capabilities, they had formed a team. Did they perceive me as a mere quest? A team, nonetheless. Glancing up at the inky black sky, Su-Ming resolved to sprint straight towards Osborne Tower. Wasn't this delaying matters? Came his complaint carried by the air. Chapter 19. A forceful entrance over the phone, Peter loudly suggested, even commanding Gwen to evacuate the Osborne building immediately. The lizard had begun to disseminate genetic toxins and was heading there, intending to infect the populace. The Osborne building was now exceedingly perilous. What he received in response was the abrupt disconnection of the call. Gwen had already commenced the creation of an antidote, But it required time, 8 minutes. The antidote was the sole means of salvation for everyone. Until it was prepared, she resolved not to leave. Gwen pondered, her hands in constant motion, activating the building's alarm system, prompting an urgent evacuation of the people. Simultaneously, the ignition triggered the building's fire safety mechanisms, with the ceiling spraying extinguishing gas and thick gates descending across critical passages. After the call was cut, Spider-Man, in a rare fit of frustration, exclaimed, "What the hell? Are you kidding me?" He hurriedly rushed toward the building. Helicopters circled overhead, and police cars on the ground had Spider-Man firmly in their sights. In Detective George Stacy's eyes, Spider-Man was merely a lawless troublemaker who needed to be apprehended. "You are surrounded. Halt immediately, or we will open fire. You cannot escape." Peter, deeply concerned for his girlfriend's safety, disregarded the warning. The police began shooting at him, specially designed electric bullets raining down upon Spider-Man like a storm. As Peter ran and evaded, he was suddenly blinded by the helicopter's searchlight while soaring through the air on his web. A police taser struck his waist, causing him to collapse to the ground, paralyzed and vulnerable, encircled by a SWAT team that swiftly apprehended him, handcuffing him behind his back. Gwen's father, George Stacy, approached the seated Spider-Man, a smirk on his face as he removed the mask. "We must head to the Osborn building immediately. No one can stop me." "My apologies, agents," Spider-Man resolutely thought. The moment the mask was removed, he abruptly retaliated, swiftly dispatching the surrounding officers. "Don't move." Peter recognized the voice behind him. It was the father of his beloved girlfriend. His heart was torn with conflict, yet his actions froze. As Su-Ming arrived at the base of the Osborn building, the scene was already chaotic. The blaring of police sirens, the wailing of the injured, and the panicked throngs of fleeing civilians filled the air. Even dogs scurried for their lives, tails tucked tightly. Shattered glass from the upper floors rained down, crashing to the ground and sending shards flying, while parked vehicles emitted piercing alarms. The New York SWAT officers, their bodies sprouting scales, writhed in agony on the ground. It was deafening. The cacophony overwhelmed Su-Ming, and the intense feedback from his spider sense caused his mind to boil, his temples pounding. Squinting, he searched for the lizard. Finally, nearly 100 meters above, he spotted his target, illuminated by the police helicopter's searchlight. There, the lizard adeptly scaled the exterior of the building with his sharp claws, reaching a certain floor before shattering the glass curtain wall with a powerful punch and burrowing into the structure. As Su-Ming's extraordinary vision searched for the lizard man, he also spotted a small spider. At that moment, Peter appeared to be injured in the legs, struggling to make his way over. Perfect. After gauging the distance, he locked onto the entrance where the lizard man had entered the building. This was a maneuver I had long wished to attempt. Surrounding agents and reporters, oblivious to the sudden appearance of this crimson figure in such a perilous location, shouted warnings. "Hey, sir, this is dangerous. Please evacuate immediately." Upon hearing the alert, Su-Ming paused slightly and turned around. The flashbulbs erupted in a crescendo, reminiscent of a star-studded red carpet event. The reporter's keen instinct signaled that this individual was no ordinary person, clad in a striking crimson suit paired with a pure silver mask. His bright eyes and upright posture captivated the onlookers, transporting them to the glamour of the Grammy Awards. The journalists unanimously agreed that simply based on his appearance, their presence was justified. They needed to capture more images. Several live cameras instinctively turned towards Su-Ming, acknowledging the goodwill of the crowd. Su-Ming bowed in gratitude, but shook his head gently. He then extracted a seatbelt from a nearby wrecked vehicle and secured it to the throwing knife's pull ring, fastening the other end tightly around his hand. Everyone was puzzled by Su-Ming's actions. Once prepared, he turned back to the crowd, revealing a broad smile, prompting another flurry of camera clicks. He then focused on the upper floors, and with a flash of brilliance, the knife was released, striking with 7/10 of his strength. He had intentionally applied an extra measure of force, concerned it might not bear his weight. With a resounding thud, the knife shot forth with unstoppable momentum, the seatbelt instantly tightening with a snap. Su-Ming felt a sudden grip on his hand as an immense force propelled his entire body skyward. Yay! The crimson figure transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky. Below, the crowd, comprising civilians, the injured, journalists, and police, could not ignore the astonishing spectacle unfolding before them. He is throwing himself up? Expressions of disbelief spread among them, accompanied by a singular question. Is this scientific? As the rushing wind enveloped him, Su-Ming felt the knife securely pulling him forward, his speed escalating like a rocket ascending into the heavens, utterly unstoppable. The entrance drew nearer, and in an instant, he found himself soaring over 30 stories high. What a thrill! The sensation of flight seemed to open the door to a new world. This was true flight, ascending without any apparatus. Upward. Who among us had not dreamed of soaring through the skies in our childhood? Newton would surely be unable to rest in peace upon witnessing this. Adjusting his posture, Su-Ming proudly mused, "There are no superheroes here. So this iconic move belongs to me." However, the exhilaration was short-lived as a look of concern crossed his face. It seemed he had exerted himself a tad too forcefully. As he hurtled towards the building, the momentum showed no signs of abating. A thunderous crash resounded as Su Ming, akin to a truck soaring through the air, crashed forcefully into Osborn's edifice, shattering countless fixtures. The small breach created by the lizard man was transformed into a gaping hole large enough for vehicles to pass through due to Su Ming's impact. The onlookers below, witnessing Su Ming reach the lizardman's position in mere seconds after their lengthy ascent, suddenly realized they were in the presence of a formidable character. Yet they were equally convinced of his benevolent nature. Had they not observed his courtesy? What a true gentleman! They erupted into fervent applause, cheers, screams, and whistles. Had circumstances permitted, hats and flowers would have rained down upon him. After crashing through 2 ceilings, Su Ming finally came to a halt, emerging from the rubble, dusting himself off with a sheepish expression. The landing had its imperfections. Hearing the cheers from below, he approached the window, peering out and waving amicably. The news broadcast zoomed in for a close-up, and Su Ming's visage once again captivated the crowd with awe. Oh, how cool! Women of all ages, from elementary school to retirement, gasped in excitement upon recognizing Su Ming's face, while a collective astonishment swept over the men, including the agents, who were profoundly impressed by Su Ming's formidable presence. Chapter 20. On television in a room at a Manhattan hotel, Elisa, clutching her notebook while watching a live broadcast, recognized a familiar figure. Despite the change in demeanor, she firmly believed that this person was Su Ming. Her breath quickened, and her legs unconsciously rubbed together. With her beautiful blue eyes fixed on the face on the screen, she exclaimed, "Ah, it's the boss. So this is how he appears during missions, so formidable." He looked even more handsome than before. As stars danced in her eyes, Elisa couldn't help but recall Su Ming's robust physique. With a soft whimper, she transformed into a wriggling caterpillar on the sofa, her ears flushed a deep shade of purple. At Stark Tower, Pepper Potts hurriedly approached Tony, who was engrossed in armor manufacturing, her high heels clicking against the floor. "Tony, you should watch the news. Something significant has happened." Tony, his eyes glued to the parameters displayed by Jarvis, brushed her off absent-mindedly. He had just suffered a painful bump against the wall due to a failed adjustment. "I never watch the news, you know that," he replied without turning. Pepper sighed in exasperation. "It's the Osborn Group. They've encountered a crisis." The Osborn Group, a commercial giant like Stark Industries, though operating in different sectors, had some business dealings with them. Reminded of his old friends involved in genetic research, Tony's interest was piqued slightly. "Jarvis, play the news." "Yes, Mr. Stark," playing the news immediately. As the large screen transitioned to mainstream media, the devastation at Osborn Tower unfolded before Tony and Pepper's eyes. "Wow, that is quite a disaster," Tony remarked coolly, while inwardly he mused about those genetic researchers who seemed eager to experiment on human subjects. Serves them right for being devoured by the very mutants they created. Just as he was engrossed in the news, akin to watching a science fiction film, a crimson figure suddenly invaded his field of vision. The familiar silhouette and mask sent a jolt through him. His eyes widened in shock. "Is it him? That bounty hunter?" Leaning slightly forward, Tony was fully captivated by the scene unfolding on screen. He watched, astonished, as the red figure seemingly defied gravity, ascending towards the upper floors. What the hell? How was he doing that? Recognizing Su Ming, the vexatious bounty hunter who had transferred $5 million to him just days ago, Tony felt a surge of irritation. Yet, the shadow of that playing card loomed over him. After returning, he had immersed himself in the laboratory, casting aside all other concerns, devoted entirely to his research on the mechanical armor. Now, witnessing the bounty hunter's crimson form on the news, seemingly assisting the Osborn Group with their troubles, Tony's composure began to crumble. As a helicopter broadcast the rooftop scenes, he could no longer remain indifferent. That monster. He was referring to the lizard man. But to Su Ming, the agile and fierce lizard man appeared utterly powerless before him, causing a cold sweat to break out across Tony's body. Fortunately, there was no failure to keep the appointment back then. Nick Fury, watching the live broadcast with his single eye, emanated a glint of urgency. "Immediately investigate. I must know everything about this individual at once." This declaration fell upon deaf ears. Turning to observe, Agent Hill was transfixed by the figure on the screen. Her lips pursed in a state of bewilderment. While Hill maintained her composure, other female agents erupted into applause and cheers, some even shrieking in a frenzy. The male agents were equally captivated by the live imagery, but their thoughts remained a mystery. Nick Fury let out a wry smile, reflecting on how he too had nearly succumbed to excitement moments ago, contemplating the youthfulness of these agents. He redirected his gaze to the screen, eyes shimmering with intrigue. "This man possesses strength. I must enlist him in my plans." Meanwhile, Su Ming waved farewell to his fans, gently closing his eyes to fully activate his spider sense. He detected 2 life signs above, one formidable, accompanied by a low growl, belonging to the lizard man, and the other a rapid heartbeat, likely that of his girlfriend, the little spider. Opening his eyes, he reassured her, "Don't be afraid, sister-in-law. Brother is here to rescue you." With a powerful push, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, soaring upward. Detective George recognized the young man before him as the boyfriend of his daughter, Peter Parker. His expression was complex as he gazed at Peter, clad in the Spider-Man suit, his weapon still poised in his hand. No wonder he had defended Spider-Man so fervently during their dinner. It was he all along. Peter, filled with urgency, pleaded with his girlfriend's father. Gwen is still inside. You cannot stop me. As George's pupils dilated, his hand trembled slightly, realizing his beloved daughter was in such peril. While his detective team was powerless against the Lizard Man, it seemed they must now rely on this young man. George's previous perception of Spider-Man as a lawbreaker began to shift in this moment. Noticing George's silence, Peter slowly donned his Spider-Man mask and turned to dash towards the building. Just then, a gunshot rang out, mistaking Spider-Man for a threat, prompting George to bellow, "Cease fire. Do not shoot." Yet, a bullet still grazed Peter's thigh, hindering his movement. All around, police and journalists thronged, cameras flashing, as the entire gaze of New York City converged upon this scene. Spider-Man struggled to ascend the Osborn building. But the considerable distance and the lack of any handholds impeded his progress, just as Peter felt tears welling up in desperation. The father of the boy he had saved on the bridge issued commands over the radio. He was responsible for the maintenance of the skyscrapers in that vicinity. Now, it is my turn to assist you. Cranes swung into action, swiftly constructing a bridge leading to the Osborn building before Peter's eyes. With renewed vigor, Peter sealed his bleeding wound with webbing and pushed himself to run and leap, only to plummet downwards. Just as the crowd gasped, anxiously holding their breath for the little spider, the silhouette of Spider-Man emerged from the steel lifted by the crane. The public erupted with excitement, cheering for this indomitable hero. Peter raised his hand, shooting a web and swinging towards the Osborn building with the aid of the tower crane. Meanwhile, Su Ming discovered Gwen hidden within a dark cabinet. Her hands tightly gripping the antidote, her defiant eyes wary of the creature before her. Your mission is complete. Leave the rest to me. You must find safety, he urged in a gentle tone, soothing Gwen's tension. What about Spider-Man? Gwen's thoughts were consumed by her beloved boyfriend. Su Ming smiled faintly, glancing outside, through the glass window. He could see the little spider's figure approaching with unwavering determination. Do not worry, he is on his way. Gwen remained skeptical of the unfamiliar man before her, insisting that the antidote should be given to her father or Spider-Man. To this, Su Ming offered no response. His sole objective was to eliminate the lizard. And whether others received the antidote was not his concern. Forgive me, I am merely a merciless bounty hunter. After bidding farewell to Gwen, Su Ming sensed the activity above, vanishing from her sight in an instant. Upon reaching the rooftop, he found the lizard had installed the gene toxin into the launch device, eagerly watching it. The countdown began. Su Ming's gaze was fixed intently on the lizard as he calmly drew a throwing knife, aware of the lizard's formidable regenerative abilities. He reasoned that if one knife was insufficient, two would suffice. If two proved inadequate, he would continue until nearly 10 gleaming knives shimmered ominously in his grasp. The lizard trembled with fear. Chapter 21. Worthy of the gift, the towering figure of the lizard man moved with remarkable agility under the immense force, attempting to evade the lethal onslaught from Su Ming. With a cold snort, Su Ming declared, "Should you escape this time, the reputation of my bounty hunter title shall be irrevocably tarnished." He swung his hand, wielding the blade with 8/10 of its power. 10 streaks of icy light whistled forth, racing towards the lizard man, the gust of wind sending Su Ming's hair into a wild frenzy. The lizard man, in despair, realized that all avenues of escape had been sealed. In a panic, he attempted to lift a steel floor panel to block the attack, but it was too late. The supersonic flying knives transformed into a fatal judgment, instantly piercing through the lizard man's body in multiple locations. The once massive lizard man now bore gaping wounds, and before his severed arms could hit the ground, they were shredded by the oncoming icy blades, until the final knife obliterated the lizard man's head into a mist of blood. Dr. Connor's tumultuous life met its end. Su Ming surveyed the debris scattered around him, a confident smile gracing his lips. Reduced to this, if you could still rise, I would commend your prowess. At that moment, a web strand caught on the launcher, and a small spider arrived. Upon landing, Peter stumbled but quickly scanned his surroundings, failing to spot any trace of the lizard man apart from Su Ming. Just as he was about to inquire, the countdown from the launching device emitted a warning. Countdown. 30 seconds. 29, 28, 27. Peter glanced at the device, recognizing the green genetic toxin within. Though still wary of the lizard man, who might strike from the shadows, the urgency of the situation compelled him to climb the launcher and dismantle the toxin. At that moment, Detective Richard's voice chimed in. This is a gift from Gwen. Peter's eyes brightened at the sight of the glowing antidote. But there was no time to wait for it to reach his hands. He aimed to shoot a web to retrieve the antidote, only to find that the web shooter on his wrist malfunctioned, sputtering sparks. Just then, at the most inopportune moment, Peter and Detective George were thrown into a state of disarray. Suddenly, a streak of light caught their attention, The antidote shot toward the little spider as if struck by the cue ball in billiards. Accelerated by Su Ming's timely assistance, he tossed a playing card, enhancing the speed of the antidote's flight. The little spider's eyes sparkled as it caught the antidote, swiftly darting into action. With rapid clicks, it opened the vial, replacing the genetic toxin with the antidote. 3, 2, 1, boom. A brilliant blue light shot into the sky, exploding amidst the clouds and illuminating the entirety of New York City. Blue snowflakes drifted down like artificial rain. Down below, the agents previously infected by the green genetic toxin saw their scaly skin revert to its original hue with the descent of the blue snowflakes. The police lights continued to flash, yet the cacophony of alarms and gunfire had faded into silence. The blue snowflakes enveloped New York, rendering the city tranquil once more. What calmed the hearts of the anxious was not the blue antidote serum, but rather two individuals. The multitude of cameras and broadcasting drones provided the citizens of the city with an unparalleled visual spectacle. The actions of Su Ming and Spider-Man were laid bare before all. Everyone understood that this was not a film, nor a drill, but a reality unfolding before their very eyes. The crowd stood in a daze, savoring the heroism of the two saviors, Spider-Man and that enigmatic figure. Indeed, the image of that elegant man, who had conquered all with just a few fleeting scenes, lingered in their minds, and yet no one could identify him. This engendered a palpable frustration amongst the masses. Meanwhile, in a villa in Manhattan, Norman Osborn switched off the television and picked up a glass of red wine, gently swirling it. The deep crimson liquid evoked thoughts of that scarlet, graceful figure. He had not anticipated that a mere task would attract such a remarkable individual, revealing his underestimation of New York's underworld. He dialed a number, instructing his subordinate to raise the bounty to $1 million, emphasizing the need for utmost respect towards this bounty hunter. After all, such a formidable character should not become an adversary. At that moment, a tempestuous voice echoed in his mind. Norman, it is time to set the plan in motion. Frowning slightly, the commercial genius was unsettled by the feeling of being interfered with. Crack. The wine glass shattered in his grip. On the rooftop of Osborn's estate, Su Ming observed as Peter and Gwen embraced warmly, ignoring both him and Detective George. Feeling out of place, he turned to leave. Wait. Detective George called out to Su Ming, unable to accept that his beloved daughter was so close to another man, thus redirecting his attention to Su Ming. Oh, what can I do for you, Detective? Su Ming replied, somewhat surprised, as he believed he had no prior connection with the detective. Thank you. Su Ming smiled, realizing the gratitude was directed towards him. He waved dismissively. No need for thanks, Detective. I am merely a bounty hunter, and fulfilling my duties is my professional ethic. Detective George shook his head with a smile. I can see that you are a powerful gentleman. The matter concerning the lizard is unlikely to be resolved solely by Spider-Man. It may even cost lives. Your presence brings us great comfort. Su Ming nodded thoughtfully, amused by Detective George's clumsy attempts to conceal Peter's identity. It seemed that he had gradually come to accept the young spider, unaware that Su Ming was already privy to the truth. Reflecting on this, he recalled that in the original narrative, it was indeed you, my dear detective, who would face such dire consequences. With this thought, Su Ming felt that this wave of gratitude was well-deserved. He smiled and nodded to the detective, preparing to depart. Please wait. Sir. Su Ming rolled his eyes slightly, pondering the sudden attention he was receiving. What is it now? Am I so popular? After all, they did not even know who he was, did they? Recognizing the voice of the young spider, Su Ming politely turned back. What is it, young spider? Peter, with the support of Gwen, limped towards Su Ming and said, Thank you for your assistance, esteemed sir. May I have your number? You are quite dashing. I am eager to know a gentleman as formidable as yourself. Gwen, standing beside him, gazed at Su Ming with curious eyes, her expression tinged with shyness. She was concerned that her previous wariness towards Su Ming might provoke this formidable individual. Without hesitation, Su Ming replied, No problem, Peter. As Su Ming reached for his phone, he sensed an unusual tension in the air. Silence enveloped the room as all eyes were drawn to Su Ming, causing even his ironclad demeanor to feel slightly flushed. Oh no, I let that slip. While Su Ming was racking his brain for an explanation of how he knew that Peter Parker was Spider-Man, Peter cheerfully removed his mask, revealing a youthful and handsome face adorned with a smile. Sir, regardless of how you came to know my identity as a friend, I should at least not conceal my appearance from you. Goodness, this young man seems quite genuine and rather clever. He removes his mask so nonchalantly. Surrounded by either his wife or father-in-law, he certainly has confidence. But I am still wearing a mask. Isn't this just roasting me? This little rascal is quite mischievous. Gwen and her father were taken aback by Peter's impressive maneuver, turning the tables and curiously looking at Su Ming, a glimmer of cunning in their eyes. Noticing Su Ming's hesitation, Peter kindly stated, Sir, there is no need for you to remove your mask. Since you know who I am, it matters little whether you wear it or not in my presence. Su Ming sighed in relief, since Peter was so forthright. He couldn't be too lacking in grace. With a smile, he replied, "Peter, a pleasure to meet you. I am a bounty hunter, codenamed Fate. Here is my number. And I look forward to our friendship." Chapter 22. The Crimson Silver Duke. After completing his formal self-introduction, Su Ming suddenly leaned closer to Peter's ear and whispered, "My name is Su Ming, and I reside at the Manhattan Hotel. Should you encounter any trouble, feel free to seek me out." With that, he bowed politely to Detective George and his daughter, exuding an air of aristocratic grace. He then turned and departed, his movements light and carefree. Peter held his breath, his lips trembling with excitement as he gazed at the elegant and formidable man before him. He could hardly believe that this sophisticated individual had divulged his personal information so readily, revealing even his place of residence without the slightest hesitation. It was an extraordinary display of trust. Clenching his fists in resolve, Peter vowed to follow him closely and learn from him, aspiring to become as graceful and powerful as Su Ming. As he watched Su Ming's figure recede into the distance, a deep admiration welled up within Peter Parker. Despite awakening extraordinary abilities, he still felt like a child at heart. Though he had intervened to prevent numerous crimes, he did not consider himself a hero. Guilt gnawed at him regarding the recent turmoil. It was his vanity that had led him to disclose the genetic decay rate algorithm to Dr. Connors. Ultimately, it was not he who vanquished the lizard and saved everyone, but Su Ming. Peter's contribution had been limited to merely installing the antidote into the launch device, a task that was his responsibility. Without Su Ming, Peter shuddered to think of the price he might have paid in confronting the lizard alone, perhaps even his life. Gazing in the direction where Su Ming had vanished, Peter lingered for a long time. The man who had saved him more than once radiated an undeniable charisma, offering a sense of reliability and reassurance that was truly enchanting. Determined, Little Spider resolved to act swiftly. No, tomorrow. He would seek out Su Ming at the Manhattan Hotel and learn how he approached and resolved various challenges. After bidding farewell to the Little Spider trio, Su Ming had not walked far when his phone rang urgently. Alyssa's distressed voice came through the line. "Boss, it's all your fault. My phone is blowing up right now." Confused, Su Ming could not respond appropriately over the phone, deciding to address the matter later. The following morning, at the Manhattan Hotel, the scene was set. Good day to our viewers. As you can see behind me, the Osborn building, which suffered extensive damage last night, is now a grim reminder of chaos. A creature born from genetic experimentation, the lizard, attempted to spread the serum that had caused his own mutation throughout the city. Ultimately, through tireless efforts, the New York police successfully thwarted his mad scheme. Upon investigation, it was revealed that this lizard was none other than Dr. Curtis Connors, a researcher at Oscorp involved in a particular genetic study. For decades, he had tirelessly sought a cure for his severed arm, delving into the field of genetic engineering, ultimately developing a serum capable of altering human genes. Driven by desperation, he recklessly tested the serum on himself, transforming into a monster and wreaking havoc in the surrounding neighborhood and the Osborn building. In response, there has been no statement from Osborn's side. Meanwhile, Spider-Man is undoubtedly a familiar figure to many. This remarkable individual has been surrounded by controversy since his emergence. Some regard him as a superhero committed to justice, while others perceive him as a lawless troublemaker. Nevertheless, one might hope for such a figure to appear in times of danger, to offer protection. Furthermore, a mysterious character, Crimson Silver Duke, made an appearance in last night's emergency broadcast. Indeed, although his name remains unknown, it seems everyone is pleased to refer to him in this manner. This enigmatic and graceful man leaves a lasting impression with his striking appearance and extraordinary abilities. Who exactly is he? Will New York City gain yet another superhero? Or will it merely see the rise of a rogue? What are your thoughts on this? This is a report brought to you by Christine Elliott, the journalist who was unceremoniously dismissed by Pepper after a delightful evening spent with Tony Stark at his California villa. "Ah, boss," Su Ming observed with a bittersweet smile as Elisa rushed towards him, arms wide open, ultimately managing to cling to him. He gently caressed her smooth waist and patted her lightly, signaling that her exuberance was perhaps a bit excessive, urging her to come down. While the sensation was indeed delightful, "Boss, you are so handsome. I love you to bits." Upon descending from Su Ming's embrace, Elisa's emerald blue eyes widened in excitement as she gazed at him, a rosy hue creeping onto her cheeks. "Did you hear? They are calling you Crimson Silver Duke. That name suits you perfectly for your missions. They are so clever with names." Indeed, Su Ming has gained notoriety. Since last night's display of formidable prowess and elegant demeanor before the cameras, the citizens of New York have found yet another mysterious idol. Mainstream media is fervently discussing Su Ming and Spider-Man, with an overwhelming focus on reports about him. Dressed in a resplendent crimson gown and adorned with a sculpted silver mask, complemented by his raven hair and graceful posture, he has captured the admiration of countless women. Who could resist such a captivating and powerful gentleman over Spider-Man? Even in ignorance of Su Ming's true identity, the public has aptly bestowed upon him the elegant moniker, Crimson Silver Duke, as the subject of this newfound title. Su-Ming internally scoffed at its simplicity, thinking, is this it? To be frank, the American way of naming is rather straightforward and blunt. How awkward. Clearly, Su-Ming was not entirely pleased with this unexpected appellation. However, Elisa's subsequent revelation jolted him back to reality. The commission from Osborne Industries had arrived, but not at the originally agreed sum of 600,000. Rather, it amounted to 1,000,000. They even made a call to express their respect and warm greetings. As Elisa, having finally regained her composure, spoke of the task's remuneration, her excitement surged once more. At this moment, she transformed into a little money enthusiast, her eyes sparkling with the symbol of the dollar. In just a few days, she had secured a monumental order worth 1 million. Following her boss was undoubtedly the wisest decision of her life, without a doubt. Elisa's excitement stemmed from the fact that she had never earned such a substantial reward in all her years of undertaking missions. A staggering $1 million. Oh my God. Elisa felt as though her emotions had been on a roller coaster since she met Su-Ming. There was no peak, only an exhilarating thrill. This was the life she had always desired. Meanwhile, Su-Ming contemplated the intentions behind Osborne's recent commission increase. These capitalists certainly exhibited a facade of bullying the weak while fearing the strong. They merely wished to ensure that, for the sake of money, they would not meddle excessively in their unsavory affairs. Who would care otherwise? Unless there was profit to be made. Reflecting on Obadiah's initial insincere gesture of compensating him with 50,000, Su-Ming realized their behavior was remarkably similar. He disdainfully curled his lips and continued to inquire what had prompted Elisa, a seasoned bounty hunter, to call him in distress. Upon mentioning this, Elisa's excited smile faded instantly, and she began to recount her woes. It turned out that when Su-Ming was making waves on television, many individuals had received a fateful call from the transaction. This was no secret. In fact, it was Elisa's newly acquired number as she was leading this mission. The result was that her phone was inundated with calls. Various businesses came knocking, and the poor Elisa became a makeshift receptionist, remaining awake all night. The phone eventually overheated and shut down, which finally afforded her the opportunity to seek help from you using her old number. Did the boss notice her pronounced dark circles? Chapter 23, a sudden departure. Observing the faint, pitiful demeanor of Eliza, Su-Ming couldn't help but chuckle, generously awarding her a bonus of 100,000 as compensation for her lack of beauty sleep. Ah, boss, moi, I love you, Eliza exclaimed excitedly, wrapping her arms around Su-Ming's neck and planting a kiss on his cheek. This girl, amused and exasperated. Su-Ming wiped the drool from his face and gestured for Eliza to elaborate. Eliza adeptly produced a notebook, densely filled with records of every phone call's commission requests. There were 15 contracts for murder, with fees ranging from a maximum of 300,000 to a minimum of 100,000. There were 8 requests for bodyguards, with commissions peaking at 200,000 and dipping to 50,000. Astonishingly, there was even a request for infidelity investigations, boasting a remarkable fee of 400,000. However, the most outrageous aspect was that no fewer than 20 calls were invitations for Su-Ming to dine together, with the price dictated by him. Goodness, what do they take me for? As Su-Ming listened to Eliza's summary of the commission projects, a chill ran down his spine. He found himself curious about whether these dinner invitations were genuine dining experiences. Soon, he fell into deep contemplation. A task to eliminate a lizard man had taken several days of effort, and despite the reward eventually escalating to 1 million, it was merely due to the false generosity of others. The cost-effectiveness was appallingly low, not to mention those ludicrous commissions. While they often reached tens of thousands, they still paled in comparison. After all, the talents worth purchasing in the system mall started from millions, with many exceeding $1 billion. Moreover, there were subsequent upgrades, often priced in the tens or hundreds of billions. At this rate of earning, in comparison to the earlier days of delivering takeout, what difference was there? It might even be more worthwhile to tackle the insurgents in a Fuhin, where even a small faction of terrorists offered bounties exceeding 2 million. With this thought, Su-Ming's eyes brightened. A Fuhin? That seemed to be an excellent map for acquiring gold coins. After dismissing the still excited Eliza, Su-Ming finally found a moment to rest quietly. Although his extraordinary stamina rendered him impervious to fatigue, the past few days had been overwhelmingly fulfilling, and his mind needed a respite. After taking a shower, he comfortably lay on his bed, contemplating his next steps. After all, he was a bounty hunter valued at millions, albeit with dwindling funds. Ordinary commissions no longer satisfied his financial aspirations. Engaging in a gold coin dungeon to earn a few $1 million should pose no problem. Consider the terrorists who shout for freedom, yet engage in acts of arson, murder, and plunder, positioning themselves as enemies of the world. They deserve to be vanquished. Coincidentally, he possessed the capability to do so. No need for envy. This task is not one that an average person could undertake. Even a bounty on a HYDRA criminal could fetch 5,000. Surely, Even the lowly terrorists must be worth at least that much. There are numerous global adversaries, particularly abundant in Afutan. Thus, it was decided. First, he would sweep through Afutan, followed by a cleansing of Somalia. The terrorists and pirates that cause headaches for nations will ultimately become mere figures in one's account balance. Having contemplated the next steps, Su Ming began to reflect on his abilities. The thrill of soaring through the air with throwing knives was undeniably exhilarating. It felt oddly familiar. Wasn't it similar to Thor, the god of thunder, wielding his hammer in flight? The difference lay in the fact that he was a deity with boundless stamina. Whereas Su Ming, at that moment, a system notification chimed. 1,000,000 USD, account balance. 2,835,000 USD. It was Elisa who had transferred the task commission, and he had previously spent 300,000 on hiring and rewarding her. The figures were accurate. Continuing his previous train of thought, while Thor possessed infinite stamina, Su Ming was constrained by his own limitations, thus, he could never achieve Thor's level of flight. Gazing at the interface for physical enhancement upgrades, physical enhancement LV1, physical enhancement LV2, permanently increase physical ability by 20 points. 2,000,000 USD. Goodness. The amount seemed almost predetermined. It was as if he were a four-legged beast that devours gold, adult version. That was Su Ming. The system sensed Su Ming's prolonged gaze on the physical enhancement upgrade interface and prompted, "Would you like to upgrade?" Upgrade. 2,000,000 USD. Talent upgrade successful. Account balance. 835,000 USD. A slight tingling sensation coursed through his body, his muscles tightened, and his bones strengthened, though his overall physique remained unchanged. After experiencing the transformation to Deadpool-level regeneration, ordinary upgrades were unlikely to provide him with any significant sensation. Opening the attribute panel, a stream of data shimmered in golden light, forming a holographic interface before him. Name, Su Ming. Age, 28. Physical ability, 35. Current account, 835,000 USD. Existing talents, Deadpool-level regeneration, dynamic vision LV. 2. Mastery of Jeet Kune Do, physical enhancement LV. 2. Faceless mask, danger perception LV. 1. Precision throwing LV. 2. Proficiency in sketching. Observing that his physical ability had increased by 20 points, Su Ming found himself momentarily at a loss regarding the implications of this enhancement. He needed to find a suitable place to test his newfound capabilities. With a swift glance, he donned some clothing and exited the hotel building. Strolling through the streets of Manhattan, Su Ming remained uncertain about how to assess the extent of his physical enhancement. Having only just adapted to his previous upgrade, he was cautious not to damage any possessions, yet this time out, he managed to ruin 2 pairs of shoes and tear 3 shirts. The clothes Elisa had procured for him were of excellent quality, although he was not short on funds, such treatment was wasteful. As he carefully passed by an abandoned factory, a glint of rusted steel caught his eye, igniting a spark of inspiration. Gracefully vaulting over the fence, Su Ming was astonished to discover that he could effortlessly leap several meters using only his physical strength, and with a little more effort, he could jump over 100 meters from a standstill. Was this 20-point increase in physical ability truly so extraordinary? Su Ming murmured to himself as he approached a roll of steel, firmly gripping its base. With a surge of strength, he effortlessly lifted the entire roll off the ground. With a slight strain, Su Ming hoisted the enormous steel coil, enduring for approximately a minute before casually discarding it onto the ground. The coil hit the earth with a resounding crash, stirring up a considerable cloud of dust. Su Ming recalled having seen an introduction to steel coils, noting that their weight typically ranged between 15 to 30 tons. Such a weight is something even ordinary cargo trucks would hesitate to transport. The ability to lift it suggested that his strength was roughly around 20 tons, not exceeding 40 tons. This realization provided Su Ming with a clearer assessment of his current physical capabilities. A faint smile appeared on his face as a green figure flashed through his mind. Perhaps he could even hold his own against the Hulk now. Upon returning to the hotel, he instructed Elisa to book a flight to Afutan for him. "Boss, is this a new mission?" Elisa's eyes brightened at Su Ming's command, her eagerness palpable. "Not a mission, but rather a public service endeavor," with thoughts of the substantial bounty on the terrorists' heads and recalling Elisa's exceptional hacking skills. Su Ming requested her to search for the locations of the terrorist hideouts, promising her off-site assistance when the time came. Elisa initially assumed Su Ming was genuinely embarking on a heroic venture, her enthusiasm waning at the thought of a job without monetary reward. Until she heard Su Ming utter, "a reward of 200,000. Instantly, Elisa transformed into a whirlwind of activity, clutching her computer and diligently getting to work. Shaking his head in bemusement, Su Ming donned his crimson suit and armed himself with throwing knives, departing for the airport without hesitation. Meanwhile, when Peter Parker excitedly arrived at the Manhattan Hotel after school, Su Ming had already boarded his flight. On his way home, The young spider lamented as he kicked stones along the path. Darn it. If it hadn't been for that robbery, I would have been able to join the boss. He recalled the stunning woman he had encountered moments ago. Surely, she was the boss's girlfriend. Reflecting on Elise's beauty and statuesque form, imbued with a languid yet spirited air, he silently praised, "The boss has such exquisite taste. He truly is a man without weaknesses." A fun, huh? I would love to go. Chapter 24. Competing with Iron Man for monsters dressed in a resplendent crimson suit with a silver mask. Su-Ming gazed at the scene before him, nearly cursing aloud. Upon arriving at the airport, he had changed his attire and, following Eliza's guidance, had unleashed his flying knives to traverse the distance. At last, he found himself at a small stronghold of terrorists. To his dismay, the area was shrouded in smoke, and scattered corpses littered the ground. Someone had already cleared the place out. Damn it. After coming all this way, I can't just be left empty-handed. Su-Ming pondered. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he had sent Eliza 200,000 as a means to secure remote support for his operation. If he couldn't even recoup his investment, it would be a significant loss. Suddenly, an explosion echoed in the distance. Following the sound, his enhanced vision quickly zoomed in on a figure gleaming with metallic luster wreaking havoc in the plain several kilometers away. It was none other than Iron Man. Has the mechanical armor been developed so swiftly? Su-Ming thought, observing Tony Stark, clad in his striking red and gold battle suit, mercilessly dispatching foes at another terrorist stronghold. Without hesitation, he flung a flying knife, which zipped through the air on a specially designed tether. "Hey, Tony, leave some for me." A day earlier, at a corporate gala, Stark Industries found itself embroiled in scandal. The reason? Tony Stark had boldly announced at a prior press conference the cessation of all weapon development and sales. Yet, Stark's weapons had surfaced amid the chaos in Gemera. Reports about Gemera flooded the media, revealing the harrowing plight of people forced to flee their homes by warlords. Refugees were displaced, forced to reside in the ruins of other villages. Women clutched photographs of their husbands, their faces etched with despair. Their loved ones had been abducted by warlords, possibly coerced into joining their ranks, or perhaps already deceased. Many had suffered the same fate, desperately showing faded pictures to passers-by in search of news. A dusty little boy innocently inquired, "Where are my mom and dad?" The flickering hope of survival seemed bleak, as they could only fantasize about someone coming to their rescue. The root of their suffering lay with a foreign warlord faction, known locally as freedom fighters. These individuals were heavily armed and unwavering in their objectives. Any who dared to obstruct them faced certain doom, all due to the formidable weapons manufactured by Stark Industries. Tony glanced at a photograph handed to him by journalist Christine Elliott, which bore evidence of the rampant distribution of Stark's arms, including a close-up of a Jericho missile. As she confronted him, this former bedfellow, her voice laced with accusation, "Do you still dare to show your face here? Is this what you call responsibility?" Tony, too, was incredulous at the unfolding reality, having been so absorbed in his armor development that he had remained oblivious to the external chaos. He had indeed issued a directive to halt weapon production and sales, but the evidence before him was indisputable. Clearly, there was a traitor within the company, brazenly defying his orders. Even so, Tony felt compelled to offer an explanation, however feeble. "I did not approve." "Your lack of approval does not signify that your company did not endorse it." An irate Tony confronted Obadiah across the ballroom, clutching photographs, but was met with feigned sympathy. "Tony, you are so naive. Do you truly believe it was not I who orchestrated your ousting? It was only through such means that I could safeguard you." Upon returning home, Tony, with an impassive expression, conducted final tests on the armament system of his suit. The television broadcasted the harrowing plight of Gamora, inflaming the fire within Tony's heart until the weapon system confirmed all was functioning correctly. Unable to contain his fury any longer, he stepped onto the mech's base, and the technologically advanced armor enveloped him swiftly. Tony would not allow Stark Industries to become complicit in a bloody colonial enterprise. With flames erupting from his hands and feet, Tony soared through the night towards Gamora. Thus commenced Iron Man Tony Stark's inaugural proactive strike. In the air, Su-Ming had just approached the stronghold. Before he could even land, he hurled a dozen throwing knives towards the densest cluster of terrorists. With an 80 force, the knives tore through the sound barrier, hurtling towards the terrorist stronghold like missiles. A squad of over a dozen combatants was reduced to mere remnants under the indiscriminate assault of the throwing knives. There were no grand explosions. Amidst the flashing cold light, this band of self-proclaimed freedom fighters was efficiently dismembered. Bounty for killing freedom fighters, 10,000. Bounty for killing freedom fighter thugs, 8,000. Bounty for killing freedom fighters, 10,000. As the system notifications reverberated in his mind, Su-Ming's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, there was an opportunity. Simultaneously, his hands remained in motion, scattering playing cards as if they were worthless. Indeed, eliminating these individuals who merely abused weapons and violence was a gross misallocation of resources. Fortunately, Su Ming had an ample supply of playing cards, sufficient to satiate his needs, ruthlessly harvesting the lives of the rebellious warlords. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the battlefield, Stark swiftly identified the uninvited guest on Jarvis's display screen. His pupils constricted. It's him. That bounty hunter again. Tony's reactor pulsed in response as he observed the merciless harvesting of thugs by the playing cards. A familiar scent, a familiar sensation. Good heavens. This fellow wouldn't he be here to assassinate me again, would he? A chill crept into Tony's heart, yet he felt little concern. Experience told him that while this bounty hunter was absurdly powerful, he was still quite reasonable. Well, at least in the face of monetary incentives. He was a gentleman. Affected by Su Ming's unanticipated intrusion, Tony's thoughts began to scatter, causing his actions to momentarily falter. At that moment, a tank fired a shell at him, and in his daze, Tony overlooked Jarvis's warning. When the explosion erupted, sending a vast cloud of yellow dust into the air. A belated realization dawned upon Tony as Jarvis's alarm ceased. Hey, Tony, what a coincidence. Long time no see. Su Ming descended beside the Iron Man, his polite voice resonating in Tony's ear. Through relentless practice during his journey, he had now mastered the ability to alter his flight direction midair. This was not a feat of great technicality. A mere flick of a throwing knife could suffice. With Su Ming's current prowess, such a maneuver was effortlessly achievable. Tony, utilizing Jarvis to replay the footage, discovered that the bounty hunter before him had flung a throwing knife at the precise moment of landing. Alarmingly, the knife had shattered a projectile aimed at him mid-flight, and with unyielding momentum, it had subsequently pierced a distant tank, creating a substantial breach. Even without the footage, Tony could vividly perceive the landscape beyond the tank's front. What in the world is this even humanly possible? He seemed even stronger than before upon hearing Su Ming's greeting. Tony, ever the socialite, responded, Hey, bounty hunter. Oh no, I should refer to you as Mr. Crimson Silver. Long time no see. Thanks for earlier. Are you here to kill me again? As an artificial intelligence, Jarvis was still somewhat limited in its understanding. It could not fathom why Mr. Stark would pose such an absurd question, his tone laced with a hint of familiarity. Su Ming was taken aback that Tony was aware of his rather cringe-worthy nickname. With a slight twitch of his lips, he managed a subtle smile. Dear Tony, fret not. Though I too find it unexpected, our encounter this time is purely coincidental. For the sake of 50 million, I have yet to accept the contract on your life. Tony momentarily paused, a weight lifted from his chest. Grinding his teeth in irritation, he thought, this fellow's way of speaking is quite infuriating. Yet, what could he do? After all, the man possessed formidable strength. Relieved that he was not here to kill him, Tony's curiosity was piqued. Then what brings you here? A new contract? Su Ming shook his head. I simply find these individuals intolerable. Tony, let us strike a deal. Allow me to take them down while you sit this one out. Tony immediately bristled. The simmering frustration within him had yet to dissipate. To ask him to stand down? Absolutely not. It now became a race to see who could act faster. No sooner had he spoken than Iron Man suddenly took off, soaring towards the warlord's stronghold. Chapter 25, Comprehensive Overwhelm in the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. The number of agents bustling about the curved wing building had significantly dwindled. Director Nick Fury wearily pinched the bridge of his nose. The activities of mutants had escalated recently, as if they were conspiring to orchestrate a grand scheme. Alas, despite deploying countless personnel, he had yet to procure any valuable intelligence. This left the seasoned veteran, who had witnessed the trials of World War II, somewhat disheartened. He had intended to complete his plans before the emergence of any destabilizing factors and crises, yet it now appeared that his aspirations had been rather naive. The intricacies of the ongoing conflict simply did not permit a methodical advancement of the Avengers initiative. It was time to commence. A few candidates flickered through his mind, yet his preference remained for the Scarlet Sentinel, who had valiantly turned the tide in New York. He pondered the progress of the mission he had assigned to the New York division, wishing fervently for a response. The youth of today, truly unreliable. With this thought, Nick Fury pressed the intercom. Before long, Agent Hill, clad in a form-fitting uniform, appeared before him briskly. Any news on the Scarlet Sentinel? Agent Hill was aware of the director's particular interest in the Scarlet Sentinel, and she too found herself intrigued. Reflecting on the information just received, she offered a wry smile. Director Fury, we have received word from New York that they discovered the Scarlet Sentinel's codename is Fate. They have secured his contact information and have attempted to reach out multiple times to express a desire for a meeting. But there has been no response. Nick Fury pondered, his singular eye turning contemplative. The investigative approach was sound, but where had it faltered? A thought struck him. And he inquired, how did they attempt to establish contact? I mean, what was the nature of the invitation to meet? Agent Hill exhibited a bemused expression in response. Well, they invited him to dinner, at his price. Though she found the tactic rather absurd. She could only report the facts as they were. Listening to Agent Hill's report, veins throbbed upon Fury's smooth scalp, pulsating with frustration. Moments later, a furious bellow erupted from his spacious office. Are you jesting with me? Meanwhile, as Su Ming and Tony Stark competed to see who could eliminate more thugs, the distant echoes of women and children crying filled the air from the nearby town. A glance exchanged between them ignited a competitive spark. Without uttering a word, the duo transformed into streaks of light, racing toward the town. J-A-R-V-I-S. Tally the kill count. Tony commanded his intelligent assistant mid-flight. In the design of this armor, Tony had invested immense effort, demonstrating his engineering genius by maximizing the capabilities of the suit. This armor boasted hundreds of functionalities, including combat recording and statistics. Understood, Mr. Stark. According to the tally, your current kill count stands at 54. Congratulations on achieving remarkable results. A confident smile appeared at the corner of Tony's bearded mouth. The fury within Tony had gradually subsided with the rising death toll of the bandits, leaving behind a resilient spirit of a determined engineer. Having suffered a setback under Su Ming's command previously, he was resolved to triumph over him this time. Casting a glance at Su Ming, who was also soaring through the air, Tony's thought shifted. Jarvis, tally the number of enemies eliminated by the Crimson Silver Knight. Jarvis's slightly mechanical voice resonated within the helmet. Certainly, Mr. Stark. The current count for Mr. Crimson Silver Knight is 136. Truly a genius in combat. Tony's confident smile instantly froze. Throughout his life, he had been hailed as a genius countless times. Yet it was his own intelligent assistant that deemed another as the true genius. This realization left Tony Stark deeply dissatisfied. His pride would not allow him to accept such a notion. Taking a deep breath, Tony solemnly gazed at the town ahead, silently increasing the power. The flames emitted from his armored limbs erupted violently, propelling his metallic figure into a sudden acceleration, leaving Su Ming far behind. Su Ming could indeed exert more strength to maximize his flying speed, thereby leaving Tony behind to arrive first. However, he refrained, choosing instead to keep pace with Tony out of sheer curiosity. What man could resist the alluring charm of a battle suit? Su Ming was no exception. Upon witnessing Tony transform into Iron Man, he yearned for a closer look at this impressive armor. Yet, no amount of curiosity could overshadow Su Ming's desire to earn money, especially with an annoying competitor vying for the same spoils. He couldn't simply eliminate him. This wasn't a legend. Engaged in battle, Su Ming had no time to admire the striking armor earlier, but now he finally had the opportunity. Indeed, Tony was a genius. The design, the functionality, the aesthetics were undeniably impressive. Observing the suit beside him, flames shooting from its limbs, Su Ming swallowed hard. He had studied it. Such a technological marvel was not available in the system's marketplace, which only offered superpowers. The unattainable always stirs desire. Su Ming contemplated whether he should seize the opportunity to ask Tony for a suit to play with. He would have plenty of chances later. Suddenly noticing Tony accelerating, Su Ming hurriedly threw a flying knife to keep up, but inadvertently exerted too much force, propelling himself towards the town at a speed surpassing Tony's. Feeling the pressure from his body, Tony realized he had reached his maximum speed. The vexatious red figure was no longer visible in his line of sight, prompting an involuntary smile. Just as Tony prepared to lock onto his enemy for an attack, a blurred figure whizzed past him. The speed was so great that even Jarvis's cameras struggled to capture it. Yet, through that flash of red, Tony recognized it was Su Ming. His eyes widening in disbelief. What on earth? He stared dumbfounded as that figure landed, demolishing a row of houses and kicking up a vast cloud of dust. Tony displayed a joyful smile, exclaiming, "Hee hee, did I mess it up? I completely forgot about being overwhelmed by speed." Su Ming admitted that, following his physical enhancement, he still struggled with control, and mastering flight was a recent development, resulting in a somewhat clumsy landing. As he emerged from the ruins, he saw Tony had already rescued several civilians, who were leaning against the wall and facing imminent execution by the thugs. How could this be? It wasn't that he cared deeply for the lives of those refugees. Rather, the act of robbery had struck a nerve within Su Ming. After all, he was a heartless bounty hunter. Turning his gaze towards the thugs who were holding women and children hostage beneath the truck, he commanded, "Stop, or I will kill them." Tony's movements halted in response. However, halting was not an option for Tony, who thought to himself. The pause in action was merely to facilitate Jarvis in scanning and identifying the enemies. Just as Jarvis locked onto the last foe, several glimmers of cold light flashed. A nearly invisible, lethal wound appeared on the heads of all the thugs holding hostages. Their gazes instantly became vacant, weapons slipped from their hands, and they swiftly fell to the ground, lifeless. Kill the free fighter bounty leader, bounty, 50,000. Kill the free fighter bounty leader, bounty, 40,000. Kill the free fighter bounty leader, bounty, 40,000. The system notifications rang out, and Su Ming was pleasantly surprised to discover that there seemed to be several minor leaders among them, with bounties significantly higher. What a delight. Beneath the iron mask, Tony pouted, watching as the targets, already locked onto, gradually became classified as harmless according to Jarvis's assessment. Although Tony was reluctant to admit it, he courteously gave Su-Ming a thumbs up, saying, "Brother, your actions were quite swift." Chapter 26, Scavenging the Battlefield. The hatch of the mechanical arm opened, releasing a miniature missile that soared towards the enemy tank propelled by flames. Before it could strike, Iron Man Tony Stark executed a graceful turn. Boom! Amidst the deafening explosion, the last tank disintegrated into a cloud of debris. With that, the primary combat strength of the Gamera rebel warlord was effectively eradicated. And what of Su-Ming? He did not contest the final tank with Tony for a reason. His steps halted beside a Jericho missile vehicle. The system abruptly displayed an evaluation interface, leaving Su-Ming in stunned silence. Jericho missile vehicle, including 3 missiles, valuation, 120,000,000 USD. Goodness. Is this contraption priced so absurdly? Su-Ming was dumbfounded by the lengthy string of digits before him. No wonder Tony Stark is swimming in wealth. No wonder Obadiah defies Tony's orders to continue trading weapons. No wonder so many capitalists covet Tony's existence, willing to go so far as to place bounties for his assassination. No wonder the United States is so fond of instigating wars abroad. The arms trade is simply too enticing. Regaining his composure, Su-Ming discreetly glanced at Tony, who was still engaged with the tank. Eagerly, he placed his hand on the hood of the Jericho missile vehicle. Exchange. The formidable war apparatus was instantaneously vaporized, transforming into a stream of data that vanished before Su-Ming's eyes. Exchange successful. 120,000,000 USD. Account balance, 124,485,000 USD. Gazing at the lengthy string of numbers in his account balance, Su-Ming inhaled deeply. I've struck it rich. Su-Ming's sole purpose for coming to the Afu Desert was to amass wealth. Having eliminated numerous terrorists, he had already earned over 3 million in bounties, which made him feel his journey was worthwhile. When he set out, his balance was around 800,000 USD, and in less than a day, no, precisely in an instant, he had garnered 120 million. Who would have imagined? One Jericho missile vehicle had catapulted Su-Ming into the ranks of billionaires. At that moment, Tony approached Su-Ming and casually inquired, I recall there was a Jericho here just a moment ago. Did you take care of it? Silver? Tony's question left Su-Ming at a loss for words. After all, it was a large weapon produced by Stark Industries that he had just converted into currency, which felt somewhat surreal. As a long-established genius, Tony possessed remarkable memory and reflexes. Noticing Su-Ming's silence, he turned his gaze and softly commanded within his helmet, Jarvis, replay the surveillance footage. As you wish, Mr. Stark. With the images playing rapidly, Tony's eyes widened in astonishment. My goodness, Mr. Silver. That massive Jericho just vanished. How on earth did you manage that? Su-Ming furrowed his brow, uncertain of how to respond to this inquiry. Observing Su-Ming's expression, Tony appeared to have an epiphany, raising his head in realization. I understand now. You were the one who destroyed it, weren't you? To speak frankly, I had explicitly prohibited the development and sale of weapons, yet Obi clandestinely engaged in their trade behind my back. Even if you do not destroy these items now, I shall not permit them to remain here and become a source of calamity. Su-Ming's eyes brightened. Tony's imagination was indeed impressive. Clearing his throat, he stated with feigned gravity, Indeed, Tony, you have discerned the truth. You truly are a genius. I will not allow these weapons to inflict harm upon others. It is just. I find myself somewhat weary. Yes, the destruction of them is no simple task. Upon hearing this, Tony's mood instantly brightened. After all, receiving praise from someone he respected held far greater value than the hollow admiration of sycophantic journalists. The Iron Helmet nodded in understanding, then surveyed the chaotic surroundings with a waning enthusiasm. I would gladly compete with you in subduing the rioters. But since you have taken an interest in tidying up this mess, I shall leave it to you. At this, Su-Ming felt a surge of energy. Tony's generosity was commendable. Over the course of a mere few hours, the duo had dismantled no fewer than 3 strongholds of rebellious warlords, each brimming with an impressive cache of weaponry. If only they could convert that into currency. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Tony, don't rush off just yet. These items were all manufactured by Stark Industries. Won't you feel a twinge of regret if I destroy them? They do appear rather costly. Observing the mechanical suit preparing for takeoff, Su-Ming voiced his concern. Tony, maneuvering the armor as it ascended slowly, chuckled at Su-Ming's inquiry. Since these items are here, it signifies they were purchased. Though I did not authorize the transaction, the funds still belong entirely to Stark. Therefore, this venture is not a loss. With a thunderous roar of 4 jets igniting, the armored figure transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the sky. A voice drifted back, barely audible. Mr. Silver, come find me. Let us enjoy a trip to Las Vegas together. Narrowing his eyes as he watched Tony recede into the distance, Su-Ming scoffed. Why not finish your thoughts before you take off? What else with the theatrics? However, considering that Tony had not contested his intent to destroy the weapons, he generously forgave him. These arms were worth far more than those bountiful brigands. Excitedly rubbing his hands together, he gazed at the haphazardly stacked crates emblazoned with Stark Industries logo. In a flash, Su Ming vanished, transforming into a veritable whirlwind of profit, darting between the piles of munitions, as the heaps of weaponry rapidly diminished with his movements. Oh, this is valuable. Wow, this is even pricier. Good heavens, I underestimated you. This little gadget is worth so much. Haha, I've struck gold. Meanwhile, at the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attacks, and Logistics, Director Nick Fury had just concluded a call with the head of the New York division. During the conversation, Fury extended his cordial greetings to the entire family of the agent responsible for contacting Su Ming, and subsequently ordered that individual be reassigned to a more menial position, ensuring he would be well suited for such a crucial role. After placing the phone down, Director Nick Fury still felt a pulsating sensation at his temples. As an elder, he had not experienced such exhilaration in quite some time. At that moment, Agent Hill entered the room, and he hoped for favorable news. Nick Fury glanced up at Hill and casually remarked. Agent Hill observed the weary director, who toiled ceaselessly for his mission, and a flicker of compassion crossed her gaze before she broke into a smile. Director Fury, it is indeed good news. Nick Fury's spirit surged as he adjusted his posture, eagerly awaiting Agent Hill's report. Hill noticed the report lying on the table, which Fury had overlooked, and a wry smile crept across her face as she softly admonished herself. Patience, Hill, patience. You are dealing with an old man. Show him the respect he deserves. In a composed manner, she conveyed. Thanks to the relentless efforts of our agents, we have finally discerned the operational trajectory of fate. I will summarize the pivotal event where Su Ming seized the opportunity to fly to a few high and decisively quelled the insurgent warlords, nearly obliterating their remaining forces. It is noteworthy that a mysterious individual clad in mechanized armor was also seen collaborating with fate against the warlords. However, his identity remains shrouded in mystery. The recent tumultuous events surrounding the Jimera uprising were thus subdued by Su Ming's formidable intervention. It is indeed good news. As Nick Fury absorbed Agent Hill's report, his expression transformed into one of excitement, reflecting, indeed, fate is truly the man I believed him to be. His compassion for saving lives and sense of responsibility are precisely what I need. Unquestionably, he had successfully overlooked Iron Man resolute in his decision. Nick Fury rose with unwavering determination and issued a command. Continue to track fate. I will personally seek him out. Chapter 27. Not joining the Avengers. Placing orders for matters aboard a flight to New York. Clad in a well-tailored outfit, Su Ming gazed out at the slowly drifting clouds beyond the window. A smile gracing his face, his spirits elevated as he pondered the recent events. However, his train of thought was frequently interrupted by the flight attendants who approached him for conversation. After gently declining yet another request for his contact information from a young lady, he mused on the warm hospitality of the women here. Unbeknownst to him, his previously handsome visage had undergone several transformations, endowing him with a unique charm. Simultaneously, the subtle influence of the night tuxedo masquerade mask during his missions had imbued Su Ming with an air of nobility, manifesting an elegance that captivated the hearts of many young women, even without the mask. Oblivious to these changes, his mind wandered back to earlier thoughts. In Tony Stark's eyes, eradicating the rogue warlords known as the Freedom Fighters while rescuing refugees was of paramount importance. The destruction of the leftover arms post-conflict was merely a bothersome triviality. With a diligent bounty hunter like Su Ming at his disposal, Tony felt at ease, departing with a carefree demeanor. Yet, this circumstance inadvertently benefited Su Ming, not to mention that Tony's return journey nearly ended in disaster when his friend, Colonel Rhodes, almost had him shot down by a fighter jet. When Su Ming realized he could exchange those arms for currency through the system, he became determined to seize every available armament across the various strongholds. He recalled his own struggles upon first arriving in this world. Having resolved pressing needs by exchanging others' weapons, could this indeed be the key to wealth? Such thoughts were inescapable, given the allure of the prospect. After Tony's departure, Su Ming meticulously scoured the battlefield within a radius of several dozen kilometers. Aside from the first Jericho missile, none of the remaining weapons reached a value of $12 million. However, the prices of the other arms were still quite substantial, with heavy weaponry ranging from several million to tens of millions of dollars. The vast array of firearms and ammunition allowed Su Ming to amass a staggering $5 million. In a hidden trench, he even stumbled upon a brand-new M1A1 Abrams main battle tank, which he exchanged for $9 million. To his astonishment, a collection of unfamiliar equipment also yielded nearly $10 million upon exchange. He later discovered that these components were for modifying combat modules for the tanks, a revelation that greatly expanded his horizons. Su Ming's endeavors led him through the strongholds of the riotous militia, and he left no firearm unexamined, returning satisfied only when there was nothing left to exchange in sight. The scavenging operation on the battlefield lasted an entire half-day. Yet Su Ming felt utterly unburdened by the experience. In summary, this venture into the turmoil had filled Su Ming's coffers to overflowing. With a delightful gesture, the attributes panel was summoned, revealing a resplendent golden holographic interface before him. Name: Su Ming. Age: 28. Physical ability: 35. Current account: 213, 455, 700. Acquired talents: Deadpool level regeneration. Dynamic vision LV. 2. Mastery of Jeet Kune Do. Physical enhancement LV. 2. Nameless mask. Danger sense LV. 1. Precise throwing LV. 2. Mastery of sketching. Gazing at the staggering sum of over $200 million, a smile graced Su Ming's lips, more difficult to suppress than the might of an AK. An unprecedented sense of satisfaction washed over him like waves caressing the shore, ebbing and flowing in his heart. A day later, at a hotel in Manhattan. Upon encountering a familiar figure, Su Ming was taken aback, pondering, how did this fellow find my door? Shouldn't he be busy charming that Tony fellow? Clad in a sleek black leather trench coat, the bald, one-eyed African-American gentleman, Nick Fury, rapped on Su Ming's door. Mr. Fate, finding you is no simple task, he remarked, his polite smile juxtaposed with his pirate-like one-eyed visage, creating a somewhat dissonant impression. Su Ming squinted. Was this not the director of S.H.I.E.L.D? When did I attract their attention? This individual, ever devoted to saving the world, how could he spare time to chat with a mere bounty hunter? S.H.I.E.L.D is indeed a bustling place, one that never rests. Rising with the dawn and retiring long after dusk, they labor year-round, often working overtime. Even the early risers would shake their heads in sympathy. Moreover, it is a perilous profession fraught with life-threatening risks. Although rumored to offer substantial compensation, can any salary compare to mine? A single venture with AFU has netted me $200 million, and I have yet to set foot in Somalia. Pirate ships could fetch a handsome price. Previously, having watched television, Su Ming often wondered if these individuals possessed boundless stamina. Are there truly that many threats to the world? With so many engaged in the noble pursuit of salvation, Su Ming wished to avoid entanglements with S.H.I.E.L.D, opting instead to feign ignorance. Who was Fate? You must have mistaken me for someone else. Fury regarded Su Ming with a knowing gaze. I am Nick Fury, Director of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Crimson Silver. With a resigned sigh, Su Ming realized that merely pretending to be oblivious would not suffice, as S.H.I.E.L.D is a vast governmental entity with intelligence operatives dispersed across the globe. Wait, what was that long title he just mentioned? Is it not S.H.I.E.L.D? Since he had come knocking, Su Ming resolved to see how this would unfold. Very well. Director, a pleasure. However, please refrain from addressing me as such. Understood, Mr. Crimson Silver. Su Ming. Director Fury, with a sense of familiarity, stepped onto the balcony, turning his back to Su Ming. Do you believe yourself to be the only superhero? In truth, there are many like you. Su Ming politely interjected, I beg your pardon, Director Fury, but you seem to have erred. I am merely a bounty hunter, not a superhero. This young man is quite impressive. He understands the essence of humility. Turning away, Director Fury chuckled and shook his head. Let us discuss the Avengers Initiative. When Director Fury assumed that Su Ming was simply being modest and refusing the title of superhero, Su Ming once again interrupted Nick Fury's exposition of his grand scheme. Director, I am merely a bounty hunter, and apart from monetary gain, I harbor no interest in anything else, including saving the world. Everyone, even themselves, morally shackles their superheroes. Where does that leave a bounty hunter to frolic freely? It is a jest. For which superhero in the Marvel Universe does not toil daily to rescue this person or that, yet fail to save their own family and friends? This burdensome task is one I have no desire to undertake. As Nick Fury was passionately articulating his thoughts, he suddenly realized that this young man appeared to be declining his invitation. Would he truly reject such a magnificent and noble endeavor? No. Hear me out. What? You are unwilling? With a plethora of words at the ready, Nick Fury was taken aback by Su Ming's decisive rejection right from the outset of their dialogue. His already dark expression deepened further. Su Ming regarded the esteemed director of S.H.I.E.L.D, a pivotal character in the Marvel Universe. Contemplating the inevitable future events, he deemed it unwise to strain relations with S.H.I.E.L.D, as business dealings were bound to arise, after all. They represented potential clients. With this thought, Su Ming spoke gently, Director, your plan is indeed grand and admirable. Though I cannot participate for personal reasons, I would still be more than willing to assist if needed. See, I knew this young man would not refuse such a glorious and sacred mission. A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Nick Fury's eyes. The prerequisite, however, was a formal agreement. Su Ming wore a professional smile. What the F? Nick Fury could scarcely believe his ears. Yet, the reality was that this individual was genuinely an unconventional bounty hunter, seemingly indifferent to the creation of the Avengers. He asked, somewhat dazed, a formal agreement? How much? After a moment's reflection, Su Ming's professional smile grew increasingly sincere. $100 million. Chapter 28. Rescuing Tony. As twilight descended, a crescent moon ascended into the sky. The city of New York donned its opulent evening attire, adorned with shimmering neon lights. After bidding farewell to the bewildered Nick Fury, Su Ming instructed Elisa to don an elegant evening gown, and the two proceeded to a high-end restaurant for dinner. Elisa, having made a special effort to dress up, exuded grace and elegance, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at her boss, who was impeccably clad in a tailored suit. Su Ming, leisurely slicing into his steak, moved with the poise of a noble prince. The subtle smile playing on his lips rendered Elisa, a connoisseur of handsome faces, utterly captivated. It was evident that Su Ming was in high spirits that evening, having ordered an exquisite array of dishes for the two of them. Elisa's thoughts drifted far beyond the meal, as she secretly hoped to create unforgettable memories with Su Ming on this enchanting night. However, when dinner concluded and Su Ming suggested she return home alone, Elisa realized that her hopes might have been misplaced. That incorrigible Su Ming. Indeed. After a lucrative venture, it was only fitting to treat himself handsomely, and of course, Elisa deserved a reward as well. Feeling pleasantly stuffed, Su Ming winced slightly as he paid the bill, which amounted to over $30,000, despite his net worth exceeding $100 million. How easy it is to transition from frugality to extravagance. The ancients certainly spoke the truth. As Su Ming strolled through the streets of New York to aid his digestion, he opted not to return with Elisa. Although his account boasted over $200 million, he understood that such wealth could vanish as swiftly as it was acquired. In the face of the system's inexhaustible marketplace, this sum barely stirred a ripple. He hesitated to exchange his talents, as he had yet to conduct thorough research. Moreover, he was reluctant to see that long sequence of numbers in his account dwindle to nothing in an instant. Perhaps it would be best to let the funds linger in his account for a few more days. Taking a deep breath of the cool New York night air, he inadvertently caught sight of the neon lights illuminating Stark Tower. He wondered what that rascal Tony was up to. He seemed to have invited Su Ming to visit. Imagining the prospect of trying on one of Tony's suits of armor filled him with eagerness, and he found a secluded corner to confirm his direction before soaring towards Tony's abode. A few hours earlier, Tony was engrossed in fine-tuning the details of his armor while reflecting on Obadiah's behavior at the gala, realizing that he had defied Tony's orders within the company. It was time to take action against this old rogue. Stark Industries could no longer assist in malevolent endeavors. However, he needed evidence. At that moment, his assistant, Pepper Potts, entered the room. I need you to do something for me. Hack into my office's main computer and retrieve all recent shipping manifests. Here is the password chip. As Tony spoke, he conceived the idea of having his female assistant procure the evidence for him. Yet, Pepper declined, fearing Tony would once again act recklessly as he had before. Previously, he had ventured alone into Gamora to confront a band of marauding soldiers, leaving her thoroughly alarmed. She would rather resign than see Tony plunge himself into peril once more. Tony, however, wore an unusually serious expression. Back when I was recklessly wreaking havoc and profiting from it, you were by my side. Now, as I seek to protect those who have suffered because of my actions, you choose to leave me. Pepper understood the fierce opposition within the company regarding Tony's decision to cease weapon development and sales, and she was acutely aware of the predatory capitalist lurking in the shadows, poised to deal him a fatal blow. Should she heed Tony's wishes, she would only drive him deeper into peril. Tony, this path could lead to your demise. I cannot push you further. Images of Dr. Ethan's sacrifice flashed through Tony's mind, as did the unspeakable suffering of refugees and the menacing faces of terrorists wielding formidable weapons. If not for this conviction, I would have perished long ago. I am not insane, Pepper. I have merely come to understand my mission at last. Moreover, I am profoundly aware that I am right. The once reckless playboy, Tony Stark, now radiated an unprecedented light in his eyes, stirring something within Pepper Potts. Tony seems different. Let us set aside the fact that Pepper successfully obtained evidence in front of Obadiah, fortuitously encountering Agent Phil Coulson of S.H.I.E.L.D. Obadiah had already reclaimed the mechanical armor Tony developed during his captivity from the remnants of the Ten Rings gang and had upgraded it to be larger and stronger. However, what remained absent was the core arc reactor that served as the armor's power source, a task that even with immense pressure, Dr. William could not accomplish. Tony Stark had managed to create one in a cave, using merely scraps. Upon discovering that Pepper had copied the cargo shipment list from the computer, Obadiah realized this would serve as direct evidence to condemn him. Panic set in as he pointed an accusing finger at Dr. William, shouting loudly. Dr. William, helpless, replied, "I'm sorry, I am not Tony Stark." Obadiah envisioned the agents placing handcuffs on him, his mind a whirlwind of chaos. Gazing at the imposing steel armor, which only lacked a reactor to be fully operational, he thought of the freedom it would bring him. With it, Obadiah would no longer need to concern himself with anyone's judgment. He could eliminate any dissenters with impunity. Simple yet effective. At that point, he would annihilate all who opposed him, especially Tony, thus becoming the true ruler of Stark Industries. The burning desire ignited a fierce red in Obadiah's eyes, and suddenly, a thought struck him. Plunder, what a splendid word. On his second visit to Tony's Bay Villa, Su-Ming hesitated before entering. He looked up at the uniquely designed, technologically advanced mansion perched atop the hill, revealing a hint of doubt in his eyes. Should he fly directly up or take a more conventional approach? What exactly constitutes a conventional approach? Tony spoke so eloquently, yet failed to provide a contact number. Surely, he couldn't just kick down the door. Trespassing in someone's home could easily lead to dire consequences. If not for the desire to try out that armor, who would bother with such pleasantries? Su-Ming was engulfed in a dilemma about how to enter the mountain and find someone. At that moment, at Tony's residence, the telephone rang, displaying Pepper Potts' name. Success. Tony surmised that Pepper had likely succeeded, and he answered the call. A shrill, high-pitched sound pierced the air, causing Tony's eyes to widen in shock. Veins bulging on his forehead. Tony? Tony, are you there? Pepper's voice echoed through the receiver, but Tony was rendered speechless, his entire body paralyzed. A hand gently cradled his head and lowered him onto the sofa. Relax, relax. Obadiah had employed a rudimentary device to induce a temporary paralysis in Tony's body while simultaneously extracting the arc reactor from his chest. This is your last golden egg. Shaking the reactor in his hand, Obadiah turned to leave. During his earlier abduction, shrapnel had penetrated Tony's chest, although Dr. Ethan had removed the larger fragments. Tiny shards remained lodged within him, unable to be extracted due to technical constraints. They were held in place by the electromagnetic force emitted by the arc reactor. As the reactor was removed, the remnants of shrapnel began to shift with the rhythm of Tony's heartbeat, inflicting excruciating pain. This is bad. I'm going to die. In this life-threatening moment, Tony's mind raced, summoning every ounce of strength to reach the laboratory. His gaze struggled to focus on the reactor, carefully encased by Pepper in a transparent box. Thankfully, it hadn't been discarded. Devising a plan, Tony reached out desperately, straining to grasp the accursed box. But it remained just out of reach. At that moment, a voice floated from nearby, sounding like a divine revelation to Tony. Oh, poor Tony. Do you need help? Chapter 29. No. I will handle it myself, Tony. Weren't we supposed to go to Las Vegas together? What on earth are you doing? Su-Ming casually crushed the glass vial containing the Mark I reactor, handing it to Tony, who lay helplessly on the ground. Su-Ming was taken aback by the sight of the disheveled Tony Stark. Old Obadiah is quite swift, isn't he? Observing the mechanical arm now in operation nearby, Su-Ming recognized it as Tony's award-winning creation from his days at MIT. Just look at that brilliant mind. Su-Ming knew that even if he had not come, Tony's mechanical arm, crafted during his university years, would have automatically handed him the reactor. Looking at Tony, whose face was pale and gaunt, with disheveled hair and blood congealed at his ears, he noticed the high-end branded T-shirt torn at the chest, dirty and ragged. A stark contrast to his usual immaculate appearance. TSK. It must have taken quite an effort to crawl over here. Su-Ming shook his head slightly, realizing he was witnessing one of the rare vulnerable moments of Iron Man. It truly is better to arrive fortuitously than to arrive early. After hesitating for several minutes at the foot of the mountain, Su-Ming ultimately decided to fly up. After all, he was already here. A helicopter had just departed from this location, undoubtedly belonging to Obadiah. Tony would not hold it against him for barging in uninvited. But wait. When did I start caring about Tony's feelings? Wasn't it merely for the sake of money that I chose not to eliminate him back then? Am I being too kind by showing courtesy to a defeated opponent? Su-Ming realized that his interest in the armor seemed to have influenced his attitude towards Tony, which was not ideal. After all, he was merely an emotionless bounty hunter, and Tony was just one of many clients. If there was anything that set him apart, it was simply the abundance of his wealth. With this thought, Su-Ming's perception of Tony Stark transformed. He was no longer the formidable Iron Man, but rather a walking wallet, waiting for Su-Ming to extract his riches. Tony, trembling, finally managed to secure the Mark I reactor to his chest, exhaling deeply before lying on the ground, struggling to regain his composure. Recognizing Su-Ming's voice, he understood that he had been saved, weakly murmuring, "Thanks, Crimson Silver Centurion. As you can see, I'm not the one causing trouble, rather, I am the one caught in it." Suddenly, an anxious voice called out, "Tony! Tony!" James Rhodes rushed in, panting. Upon witnessing Tony lying on the ground and the suspiciously dressed figure standing nearby, Colonel Rhodes drew his firearm, aiming it at Su-Ming. "Who are you? What have you done to Tony? Tony! Tony!" Su Ming remained silent, giving Tony a look that signaled he was the one to handle the situation while standing unwaveringly. Say something. Rhodes commanded, his gun cocked, his expression grave. Listen to me, brother. He is not the enemy. Tony, having regained most of his strength, finally spoke up to defuse the tension. Colonel Rhodes observed that Tony had regained his composure. Trusting him implicitly, the tension in his gaze dissipated, and he casually tucked his firearm into the small of his back. What about Pepper? Is she unharmed? Tony suddenly grasped Colonel Rhodes' arm, urgency lacing his voice. Obadiah had threatened her when he seized his reactor. If Pepper were to suffer any harm, Tony would never forgive himself. We just spoke on the phone. She's fine. 5 agents are with her, and they are en route to apprehend Obadiah. Rhodes relayed the details of his earlier conversation with Pepper. Earlier, it had been mentioned that Ms. Potts encountered Phil Coulson upon descending after acquiring evidence. As a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, Phil Coulson was dispatched to investigate Stark Industries' involvement in arms smuggling, fortuitously crossing paths with Pepper, who had just obtained incriminating evidence. Ms. Potts swiftly reported the findings, handing all evidence to Agent Coulson, allowing S.H.I.E.L.D to promptly confirm that Obadiah was indeed the mastermind behind the smuggling operation. Reflecting on Obadiah's earlier remarks, it appeared he had also constructed a suit of armor. This was troubling. A glint of concern flashed in Tony's eyes as he turned to Su Ming. 5 individuals are simply insufficient. Seemingly understanding the implication behind Tony's gaze, Su Ming donned a professional smile and inquired cheerfully, Tony, do you require assistance? There's a delightful discount if you place your order now. Colonel Rhodes, listening nearby, was bewildered. What order? What was happening? He struggled to keep pace with the sudden shift in conversation. Recalling Su Ming's capabilities, Tony scrutinized the handsome, confident face before him. So this was the visage behind the Crimson Avenger's mask. He had assumed there was some flaw, only to feel foolish for his earlier assumptions. With narrowed eyes, Tony declared with an air of arrogance and certainty, No, I shall manage on my own. Colonel Rhodes instinctively took a couple of steps forward. Marveling at Tony as he stood upon the armored base, his form gradually enveloped by the sleek battle suit. This is undoubtedly the most impressive thing I have ever witnessed. Though Su Ming remained silent, he watched intently as Tony donned his armor, letting out a quiet sigh. Truly remarkable. Tony, covertly observing the two, felt a flicker of pride as he feigned nonchalance, remarking, It's just all right. Prepare for departure. Raising his hand, he blasted apart the luxurious sports car obstructing his path, taking a couple of steps forward before turning around. Seeing this, Su Ming rolled his eyes, exclaiming in exasperation, I can't take it anymore. Tony Stark, at a time like this, you're still showing off. The sedan was perfectly fine. What had it done to deserve such treatment? Moreover, I know better than anyone that the power output of your Mark I reactor is utterly inadequate for the new suit. That blast was entirely superfluous. Just wait. Colonel James Rhodes, witnessing Tony's flamboyant display while clad in his armor, felt a twinge of envy and mused, Is there anything else you need me to do? With the whirring of mechanical jets, the mask of Tony Stark, the Iron Man, descended with a definitive clank. A voice, imbued with a cyberpunk mechanical resonance, commanded, Clear the skies. It was evident that the harrowing experience of nearly being blown to pieces by the Air Force during his return from a mission had left an indelible mark on him. With a burst of flame from his mechanical limbs, Iron Man soared into the air, vanishing through the gaping hole in the ceiling with a resounding crash. Sparks flying in his wake. Through the aperture above, a few distant stars twinkled in the vast expanse of the night sky. Su Ming sensed that he might soon land a significant deal. Even if no opportunities presented themselves, such a thrilling spectacle was too enticing to resist. He offered a slight nod to Colonel Rhodes, saying, A pleasure. Until next time, Colonel Rhodes. With a swift flick of his wrist, he hurled a throwing knife and transformed into a streak of light, precisely darting through the opening created by Tony. What the F? Colonel Rhodes stood in stunned silence, watching the two figures vanish one after the other. It was one thing for Tony to fly with his powered armor, that was science. But who was that other individual? The audacity of not even knowing his name astounded him. With nothing but a flick of his arm, he too had taken to the skies? Was this science? Instinctively, Rhodes mimicked Su Ming's gesture, but it yielded no results, leaving him feeling somewhat awkward. This revelation profoundly shook his worldview. Gazing at the luxurious Audi R8 he had arrived in, he suddenly found it lacking allure. No matter how splendid the vehicle, it could not soar through the air. His eyes then caught sight of a set of unpainted silver armor hanging from a chain, which had been firmly restrained for a full 5 seconds. Colonel Rhodes swayed slightly, his desire to don it overwhelming, rendering him unable to take a step toward his sports car. At that moment, he longed to leap through the gaping hole above and ascend into the skies. After much hesitation, he resolved, Next time, I will wear you, my precious. Chapter 30. As Tony faces his downfall, Stark Industries, Workshop District, Sector 16. Pepper Potts strode purposefully, flanked by Phil Coulson and 5 agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. H.I.E.L.D. Agent Coulson had his team employ technical means to pinpoint Obadiah's location, preparing to apprehend the armed smuggler and war profiteer. Upon breaching the door, they were met with an industrial research and development workshop, shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the glow of computer screens. One screen displayed the design schematics of a cutting-edge exosuit, but the agents regarded it with disdain as they passed. In a corner, they swiftly discovered Tony's suit crafted by Happy Hogan. "It seems you were right. He has indeed created an armor," Agent Coulson remarked, his expression growing grave. Familiar with both Tony and Obadiah, Pepper recalled Obadiah's imposing stature and added, "I believe it should be even larger." Then, showcasing her audacious nature, Miss Potts, devoid of any weaponry, zealously searched for Obadiah, who was undoubtedly hiding nearby. As fate would have it, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. When Miss Potts found herself beneath a suspended arm, she noticed chains swaying slightly in the air, piquing her curiosity as she leaned forward to peer. Suddenly, two light sources flickered to life in the darkness, ascending higher into the void. Pepper slowly raised her gaze, watching as two luminescent lights climbed to an elevated position, her mouth agape in astonishment. Indeed, this was Obadiah's newly engineered combat exosuit, a modification of the armor he and Dr. Ethan had forged in the cave to escape the Ten Rings. It is noteworthy that Obadiah had personally ventured into the territory of the Ten Rings to reclaim every fragment of Tony's armor. After successfully acquiring them, he ruthlessly annihilated the remnants of the Ten Rings members. As the sound of machinery whirred to life, Obadiah maneuvered the exosuit closer to Miss Potts. Finally realizing the impending danger, Pepper let out a startled gasp and fled, her fitted skirt and high heels failing to impede her escape. In stark contrast to Pepper Potts' frantic dash, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents remained composed. Confronted by the looming behemoth, they resolutely opened fire. Bang, bang, rat-a-tat-tat. Yet, their bullets posed no threat to the armored Obadiah. Amidst the sparks and the powerful blows from the exosuit, several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents met their brave demise. Following a violent explosion, the exosuit nearly grasped Miss Potts, but fortunately, the courageous Pepper managed to evade capture. Meanwhile, soaring through the air, Tony Stark perceived a troubling situation. "How long do you think the mark I can hold up?" Both the reactor and the new exosuit had been meticulously crafted by Tony himself. No one understood them better than he did. The original reactor's power could not sustain the new exosuit for an extended period. Tony sought precise data from J.A.R.V.I.S. "The energy level dwindles to 48 and continues to decline, sir. This heart was not designed for prolonged flight." Reflecting on the moment he had obliterated the valley along with the AFO Drylands and Su Ming, Tony found himself plummeting after merely a minute in the air. And he was reluctant to experience that sensation of freefall again. He had to act swiftly. Continuous updates were imperative. Finally, Miss Pepper emerged from the building when Tony called. "Pepper, are you all right?" "Obadiah, he has gone mad. He possesses a suit of armor as well." Just as Pepper hurriedly shared her findings with Tony, the ground nearby suddenly heaved, and in an instant, a colossal metal figure erupted from the earth. "Where will you escape to?" The mechanical resonance echoed ominously. Miss Pepper was struck by the imposing presence of the mech, retreating helplessly with a gasp. Ironmonger raised his mechanical arm, equipped with a Gatling gun, aiming it at Pepper. "You are of no use now." The gun's barrels whirled rapidly. Just when Pepper believed her fate was sealed, a resounding voice pierced through the air from above. Iron Man Tony Stark arrived just in time. Ironmonger redirected his aim, locking onto the swiftly approaching figure, unleashing a barrage of bullets. The sounds of gunfire erupted. With a powerful collision, Tony, clad in armor, charged directly into Ironmonger despite the gunfire, their massive momentum crashing through several walls before they landed on the street. Ironmonger's heavy armor caused a nearby truck's cargo area to crumple upon impact, inevitably triggering a catastrophic chain reaction of collisions. A female driver, transporting a vehicle full of children, slammed the brakes and skidded to a halt mere feet from Ironmonger. Obadiah would not let such a convenient weapon slip away. He stretched forth his iron arm, effortlessly lifting the car overhead. The armor augmented his strength exponentially, making him formidable. "Oh, how I adore this suit." The desperate screams of women and children resonated through the car windows. "Release them." The deranged Ironmonger disregarded Tony's warning, consumed by madness, completely indifferent to the lives of the innocent within the vehicle. "Consider this collateral damage, Tony." As Ironmonger prepared to wield the car as a weapon against him, Tony recognized that even if his armor could withstand the blow, the occupants would be reduced to pulp. He focused energy into his chest. Tony commanded J.A.R.V.I.S. with urgency. With a surge, the energy cannon charged briefly before releasing a powerful blast, sending Ironmonger hurtling away. The car plummeted from the air, and Tony caught it with precision. Energy remaining, 19. J.A.R.V.I.S.'s mechanical voice chimed in. Allowing the energy to deplete rapidly, Tony gently set the car down. Yet, the driver's prowess was revealed in that moment. In a state of panic, she floored the accelerator, the wheels spinning at their utmost limit, propelling the vehicle forward just as it touched the ground, colliding with Iron Man Lady. Oh, no. No, no. As Tony was on the verge of being crushed beneath the vehicle, he shouted desperately for the female driver to halt. Yet the car mercilessly rolled over Iron Man and sped away into the distance. In midair, Su-Ming's collar and dark hair danced chaotically in the fierce wind. Adding a touch of wildness to his demeanor, his extraordinary vision locked onto Tony's figure, witnessing his extreme effort to save Ms. Potts, and Su-Ming silently gave a thumbs up. Truly, a man awakened to the consciousness of a superhero. At this speed, how was Tony's armor able to absorb the shock? Ouch, it looked painful. Although the modified suit possessed some shock-absorbing capabilities, Tony's desperate charge still nearly made him spit blood. As Ironmonger and Tony plummeted onto the bustling road, Su-Ming waved his hand to follow. He could not miss this splendid opportunity to observe the clash of two armored suits up close. He landed steadily atop a streetlight. Peering down with curiosity, he saw Ironmonger lift the car above his head only to be blasted away by Tony, who timely rescued the women and children inside. Watching Tony painstakingly save the vehicle, only to be forcefully shoved aside upon landing, even Su-Ming felt a pang of sympathy for him. What a driving skill. Let me see. Oh, it's fine now. Upon recognizing the driver's golden locks, Su-Ming immediately had no further objections. It was only when he saw Tony being directly struck by the speeding car, sparks flying and rolling several times before finally resting on the ground, that a phrase emerged in Su-Ming's mind. I suppose I just witnessed him take a fall. Chapter 31. More money needed. The night breeze of Manhattan carried a hint of the Hudson River's briny essence. Su-Ming stood quietly atop the streetlight, a stark contrast to the chaotic scene below. The incessant blaring of horns, speeding vehicles, the screams of fleeing crowds, and the desperate driver trying to escape from his overturned car filled the air. The Ironmonger and Iron Man had clashed several times, yet the police were tardy in their arrival, the shrill sound of sirens echoing from afar. As Tony shook his head and slowly rose, Ironmonger unleashed jets of flame from his feet, leaping over the vehicles obstructing his path. Taste this punch. With a twist of his torso, he charged his fist, the elbow of his massive mechanical arm simultaneously releasing flames, amplifying the force of his blow. Crash. The unprepared Iron Man was struck head-on, colliding with a car like a cannonball, crumpling it and crashing to the ground. Just as Tony struggled to rise, Ironmonger seized him from the ground, hoisting him high above his head before slamming him back down. 30 years. I've held you up. The heavy boot stomped repeatedly on Tony's chest. I built this company from nothing, and I want to allow anyone to obstruct my path. With an expression of unrelenting fury, he grasped Tony and hurled him toward a nearby bus. The fragile metal of the bus was instantly breached by Tony's immense momentum, causing the large vehicle to sway as if made of paper. And you are no exception. Obadiah continued his unfinished sentence as a missile rose from his left shoulder, aimed at the bus with a red laser guiding its trajectory. Boom. A tremendous explosion enveloped the vehicle and sent Iron Man tumbling through the air, illuminating half the street with fiery debris. From his perch on the streetlight, Su-Ming observed that his wallet seemed utterly powerless against Obadiah's Ironmonger, who had been mercilessly dominating the scene. Realizing this was an opportune moment to solicit business, he called out, "Hey Tony, need some help? You can still enjoy a 10 discount if you place an order now." Tony was propelled dozens of meters high by the missile, and just before touching down, he executed a nimble flip, flames erupting from his hands and feet as he barely steadied himself. The roar of the explosion drowned out Su-Ming's shout, but the faithful Jarvis automatically replayed the recording. Hearing Su-Ming's words, Tony's eyes lit up. Oh, Crimson Silver has come along, he mused, though Obadiah's suit is somewhat impressive. If it weren't for my armor's energy deficiency, taking him down would be a matter of moments. In any case, matters that could be resolved with money should not lead to further punishment, or rather, a grueling struggle. Tony seemingly forgot his earlier refusal of Su-Ming's offer, exclaiming, "No, I'll handle this myself. Happy to oblige. Mr. Bounty Hunter, the usual fee is 50 million. Help me deal with him." Reflecting on Su-Ming's formidable abilities, he set a price, confident that this round would surely be secured. Upon hearing Tony's offer, Su-Ming scoffed dismissively. "Brother, I'm now a bounty hunter worth over 100 million. A mere 50 million is hardly sufficient for a beggar. I am no longer that novice who could barely move at the sight of 50 million. Reflecting on the price I initially quoted to the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. While it may seem somewhat low now, it indeed started at 100 million. Tony Stark, a man of considerable means, offered a price devoid of sincerity. Shaking my head slightly, I earnestly stated, "Tony, Obadiah was my first employer, my guiding light in this profession, and a cherished companion." Tony, taken aback by my words, widened his eyes in surprise. How was I unaware of your connection with Obadiah? Of course, he was oblivious. For it was Obadiah who had previously hired me to eliminate him, Tony Stark. Before I could finish, I solemnly declared, "We need to discuss a higher fee." Tony's reaction was a mixture of disbelief and frustration. What the? Meanwhile, Obadiah was equally astonished. As I engaged in business with Tony, the screen within the Ironmonger helmet zoomed in on a shadowy figure under the streetlight. It was him, the bounty hunter who had duped me. At that moment, I was neither masked nor donned in my crimson suit, allowing Obadiah to instantly recognize this treacherous wretch. He had forgotten that the funds he had hastily provided me were intended to ensure my loyalty to the mission of eliminating Tony. To my dismay, this despicable individual displayed no sense of honor. He would heed the highest bidder, disregarding any commitments. Now, he audaciously proclaimed that I was his mentor and a beloved friend? The audacity was appalling. In any case, the bounty hunter had been marked for termination by Obadiah. After eliminating Tony, I would deal with him accordingly. Just wait. You accursed bounty hunter. Ignoring me, Obadiah observed as Tony successfully navigated the peril of a high-altitude fall. Unwilling to concede defeat, Obadiah retorted, "You've refined your design. But I too have upgraded." The components of the Ironmonger's legs transformed with a mechanical whir, morphing into colossal thrusters. With a powerful burst of flames, it shook off the ground and surged towards Tony. Tony was taken aback. He had agreed to the commission, yet now a pricing dispute had arisen. Wait. My life was worth 50 million, and now you expect me to pay more to deal with Obadiah? His frustration stemmed not from the exorbitant demand, as millions were inconsequential to him, but from the unsettling realization that in Su Ming's eyes, his life was deemed less valuable than Obadiah's. Just as the flicker of resentment arose within him, it dissipated upon witnessing the Ironmonger hurtling towards him. Tony Stark declared, regrettably, "Bounty hunter, I no longer require your assistance." The genius within him conceived a plan to freeze and incapacitate his adversary midair. At that moment, Jarvis chimed in, "Sir, his armor appears capable of flight." Tony fixed his gaze upon the approaching figure of Obadiah and commanded, "Engage. Take me to the highest altitude." The analytical voice of J.A.R.V.I.S. conveyed to Tony the dire status. Only 15 power remains and the probability of reaching this altitude. Tony, eyes locked on the looming Ironmonger, shouted resolutely, "I can do the math. Ascend swiftly." Iron Man executed a deft maneuver, soaring upwards with remarkable speed. Closely pursued by the Ironmonger, the flames erupting from their armored feet painted a spectacular scene against the night sky of New York, resembling two meteors in reverse flight. Just as they pierced through the cloud cover, the Air Force radar detected them. "Sir, that thing has returned," reported the radar operator. "Get me Major Allen and scramble the fighters for interception." The duty officer commanded decisively. As the phone was lifted, a hand with dark skin pressed the disconnect button. Colonel James Rhodes. "No need, gentlemen. Just a drill. Brother, I can only assist you up to this point." Tony. "Yes, sir." Colonel Rhodes, racing back to the Air Force Command Center, promptly halted the military's interference. Meanwhile, Tony continued his ascent, the Ironmonger's power thrumming vigorously behind him. As they climbed higher, J.A.R.V.I.S. faithfully relayed the dwindling power levels. Remaining power 14. Remaining power 11. Remaining power 7. "Enough already. Just display it on the screen," Tony exclaimed, exasperated. It was not until the Ironmonger unleashed another burst of flame from beneath that he finally grasped Tony's right foot. Unbeknownst to him, as they ascended, a thick layer of ice had formed on the exterior of his armor. Pulling Tony closer, he gripped the neck of Tony's suit tightly. "Your idea is commendable, but my armor surpasses yours in every aspect." Tony's voice resonated through the mechanical suit, laced with a metallic timbre. "So, how did you resolve the ice formation issue?" Obadiah, bewildered, replied, "What ice formation issue?" No sooner had he spoken than the Ironmonger's armor system malfunctioned due to the ice, the glow from the helmet's visor extinguishing instantaneously. "You might want to investigate that." Tony casually struck the Ironmonger's helmet, shattering a significant chunk of ice. Obadiah plummeted from the heights. Chapter 32, 200 million. In a state of dire urgency, with a mere 2 battery remaining, the Iron Monarch descended helplessly, encased in a thick layer of ice, into the brilliantly illuminated city of New York. Tony Stark, burdened by the weight of his steel armor, plummeted downward as the flames that once fueled his limbs abruptly extinguished. The only distinction was that Tony retained a modicum of reserve power, allowing him to momentarily activate his thrusters to soften his descent. As Tony approached the rooftop of the Stark research facility, his energy finally waned, leaving him unable to cushion his fall. Tripping over a metal pipe, he stumbled clumsily onto the rooftop, crashing once more. Su Ming, whose gaze had been steadfastly fixed on Tony, witnessed his descent and gracefully landed on a nearby ledge. A playful smile gracing his face as he inquired, "How are you feeling, Tony?" Feigning nonchalance, Tony waved dismissively. the armor on his hands peeling away as he prepared to shed this power-depleted suit. Falling from such a height, Obadiah is in peril. He exhaled, Mr. Crimson Silver. It appears I can manage just fine without your assistance. At that moment, Su Ming's spider sense tingled, alerting him to the Iron Monarch scaling the building beneath him. He chuckled, shaking his head. Tony, don't celebrate too soon. As I've mentioned, the current order still enjoys a 10 discount. Tony, secretly critiquing his own premature confidence, mused. What sort of discount is 10? How dare he even utter such words? He resolved to seize an opportunity to inquire about Obadiah's peculiar pricing. There was no way he would ever place an order. Before Tony could finish his thought, a colossal figure emerged behind him, a steel fist hurtling toward his face. He swiftly turned to find the Iron Monarch, his expression frozen in disbelief. This foe was still alive? The visor descended, and Tony crouched low, evading the heavy blow while preparing to retaliate with a laser cannon. To his dismay, he realized his left hand was devoid of the armor, having removed it moments earlier. Kicked aside, Tony, propelled by the dwindling power of his suit, leaped high, aiming a right hook at the Iron Monarch's helmet. With no alternative, he was forced to rely solely on his right fist, knowing that a left punch could result in a fracture. The Iron Monarch, impervious even to a fall from 10,000 meters, dismissed Tony's feeble strike with ease, tightening his grip around Tony's chest. Feeling the weighty pressure on his abdomen, Tony's eyes bulged as he gasped for breath. He attempted to activate other functions of his armor, only to receive the merciless feedback from Jarvis. Shockwave malfunction, missiles malfunction. Within the Iron Monarch's helmet, Obadiah's victorious smile emerged. Tony felt as though his chest might explode. A sudden epiphany struck him, and he shouted, "Tracer rounds." At Tony's command, his suit's chest released hundreds of miniature projectiles, shimmering with explosive arcs of light, scattering in all directions. The two armored suits clashed as they were bombarded by the relentless barrage of tracer rounds, creating a cacophony of sound. Not far away, Su Ming's eyes brightened, and he exclaimed in genuine admiration, "What a magnificent firework!" The flare, though devoid of any offensive capability, served its purpose at that moment. The blinding light inflicted pain upon Obadiah, causing him to groan in agony, and his grip naturally weakened, allowing Tony to escape from the fervent embrace of Ironmonger. He concealed himself in a hidden spot, contemplating strategies. The mech no longer had any energy to sustain further combat. The likelihood of defeating Obadiah head-on was approaching absolute zero. At that moment, a plan formed in Tony's mind. He would instruct Pepper Potts to approach the colossal reactor beneath him and intentionally overload it. He would then lead Obadiah above the reactor, and the immense energy released from the overload would obliterate everything above. However, this plan came with a grave disadvantage, his own demise. Since awakening the tender compassion buried deep within him, Tony could no longer disregard the lives of ordinary people, indulging in hedonistic pursuits as he once did. The arduous journey with Happy had opened a new door for the genius billionaire, and the sensation of rescuing people from peril elevated his very soul. If Obadiah were to kill him here today, Stark Industries would undoubtedly become a world-class arms dealer, with the number of casualties in warfare escalating exponentially. I absolutely will not allow such a thing to happen. As Tony's gaze grew resolute, preparing to execute his mutually destructive plan, an incongruous figure caught his eye, causing him to startle. It was Su Ming. After a satisfying meal, he had not anticipated witnessing such a thrilling battle, even as a mere observer. It made his visit worthwhile. With the battle nearing its conclusion, Su Ming, having been rebuffed thrice, abandoned any thoughts of further solicitation. Pursuing a deal is not the same as buying life or death. Stifling a yawn, Su Ming felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Just as he pondered whether to stay until the end of Tony's fight, his phone vibrated. The upscale restaurant, which permitted entry solely to those in formal attire, certainly did not welcome the incessant ringing of phones. After leaving the restaurant, Su Ming forgot to switch his phone back to ring mode, so it remained on vibrate. Curiously, he picked up the phone, glancing at the caller ID, and smiled. It was Tony Stark. Raising his gaze to where Tony was stealthily hiding in a dark corner, Su Ming was puzzled as to why this combatant would call him. Had he finally come to his senses? "Hello, Mr. Silver Knight." Tony's voice, intentionally lowered, conveyed a hint of exhaustion through the receiver. Su Ming noticed Tony waving to him from a distance. "Hey, Tony, it's rather unchivalrous to zone out during a battle. What do you need?" Tony, lightly chastised by Su Ming's casual remark, forced a wry smile. "Damn it, if I had a better option right now, would I bother calling you? I need to discuss something. 100 million. Settle him for me." As Tony stealthily observed his surroundings in search of the Ironmonger, he quietly announced his price. "Let it be higher than mine." At this juncture, only a fool would concern themselves with trivial matters. Upon hearing Tony's bid, Su Ming's eyes flickered with surprise. Had this lad finally come to his senses? He recalled just moments ago when someone had adamantly declared that placing an order was impossible. Tony, I still prefer your rebellious demeanor. Why not revert to it? Tony cursed inwardly. Damn it. This wretched bounty hunter has a foul tongue. Yet, as Obadiah approached, imposing and brimming with energy from his battle suit, Tony found himself devoid of any leverage to maintain his pride. 200 million. Please, help me. His voice, deliberately lowered, was tinged with urgency and a slight rasp. Now, that price seemed genuinely sincere. A satisfied smile graced Su Ming's face as he became amiable and cordial. At your service, esteemed employer. Obadiah had not anticipated that Tony, with a combat prowess far inferior to his own armor, would manage to slip through his grasp like an eel. However, after the ensuing battle, it was evident that Tony had exhausted most of his tactics. Reflecting on the fulfillment of his long-held aspirations, Obadiah felt a sense of exhilaration. Very clever, Tony. But today you cannot escape death. Just then, a resounding crash echoed through the air. Obadiah barely had time to react before the massive frame of the ironmonger was violently propelled into the sky, ascending at a speed that surpassed even that of his earlier pursuit of Tony. The bounty hunter, Su Ming, had made his move. Chapter 33. A brief warm-up. The vicinity of Stark Industries' workshop lay in disarray, ravaged by the fierce clash of two mechanized warriors. Tony Stark, witnessing Su Ming's intervention, felt a weight lift from his heart. He glanced at his battered suit, mercilessly battered by the ironmonger, and a bitter smile graced his lips. Exhausted, Tony sank into a corner, his eyes gleaming with anticipation and exhilaration as he observed the once mighty ironmonger falter before Su Ming. This performance deserves my full attention. After all, the ticket price was 2 billion. While several million may not faze me, 2 billion still stings a bit. Having sent the ironmonger flying with a single punch, Su Ming refrained from pursuing immediately. With his body having undergone extensive upgrades, even at a mere level 2, he possessed over 20 tons of strength, which allowed him to maintain an air of elegance in front of the ironmonger. Though the ironmonger was heftier than Tony's suit, it weighed no more than 5 tons, rendering Su Ming fully capable of handling it with his bare hands. Clenching his slightly numb fist, Su Ming couldn't help but admire the ironmonger's formidable design, crafted by Obadiah, a true titan of capital. Despite the ironmonger's earlier display of bravado, which had put Tony in a position of absolute disadvantage, Su Ming understood that this was due to the outdated Mark I reactor technology, which failed to provide sufficient energy for Tony's new suit. Were it not for this limitation, considering Tony's intellect and capabilities, the outcome would have been quite different. Reflecting on the vast Marvel universe, Su Ming chuckled at Obadiah's short-sightedness. The ironmonger, built solely on borrowed technology, lacked any truly innovative features aside from its size and sturdiness. What gave it the audacity to believe it could supplant Tony? After all, Tony was destined to be the savior of the world. As Su Ming gazed upward, the ironmonger, propelled over 100 meters, finally remembered to activate its thrusters to stabilize its form. Recalling the myriad of offensive capabilities Tony's armors would later possess, Su Ming assessed his own skills. While he was confident in his ability to shatter the ironmonger with throwing knives or dismantle it in hand-to-hand combat, he realized that his methods were too singular. It was time to broaden his combat repertoire. Meanwhile, high above, Obadiah emerged from his reverie. The suit's damage report confirmed that the attack could not have originated from Tony. Just as a red circle on the screen locked onto a figure, Obadiah's pupils constricted. Is this fate? I recall his proficiency in ranged attacks. How did he accomplish this? There was no time for contemplation. Obadiah realized that if he allowed the ironmonger to continue ascending, he would inevitably freeze and plummet once more. Not every system failure could be remedied with a last-minute reboot before hitting the ground. His aging body could no longer endure such unrestrained aerial acrobatics. Maximizing the thrust of all propulsion units, he finally managed to halt the ironmonger's upward momentum, stabilizing its cumbersome form in the sky. Obadiah firmly locked on his Su Ming beneath him, swiftly pivoting his form and unleashing his full power as he accelerated into a dive, aiming the Gatling gun at Su Ming. He fixated on the screen that displayed the range indicator, waiting until the red icon turned green before he bellowed and pulled the trigger. Damn bounty hunter. Die. The Gatling gun whirled maniacally, unleashing a torrential downpour of massive bullets upon the area where Su Ming stood. In his heightened perception, the incoming bullets resembled a deluge from a showerhead, crashing down with the intent to utterly obliterate the target, rather than evade. Su Ming displayed a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. After watching for a considerable time, he felt an irresistible urge. It was finally his turn to take the stage. The iron behemoth's formidable shell was just the perfect opportunity to hone his skills. He decided to take a few rounds from the Gatling gun to warm up. Ignoring the bullet's impact, Su Ming leisurely prepared to pick up the mech gloves that Tony had just discarded, marveling at the miraculous sensation of his body being pierced by bullets, only to heal instantaneously. It was true, he hadn't experienced this Deadpool-level regeneration since his upgrade. At the moment he bent down to retrieve the item, a bullet suddenly pierced through his dangling arm, severing it. Mischievous. Watching his arm tumble to the side, Su Ming felt no pain whatsoever. He casually picked up the severed limb and pressed the surfaces together. His arm, having turned a shade of blue from excessive blood loss, quickly returned to its rightful place. Fully restored, though the sleeve of his outfit was torn and couldn't mend itself automatically. Alas, I'll have to trouble Eliza to purchase another suit. Donning Tony's mech gloves, he stretched his fingers and found them surprisingly fitting. The glove's unique design conformed perfectly to his hands, offering no discomfort whatsoever. There's something to this, Su-Ming thought, his desire to acquire a set of mecha armor intensifying. The bulk and weight of the iron behemoth were somewhat reflective of Obadiah's character. Aside from the weaponry and ammunition at his disposal, he placed his faith in nothing else. During the development of the iron behemoth, Obadiah had insisted on the installation of a Gatling gun, and under his insistence, an immense ammunition storage compartment was integrated into the mech. With a firing rate exceeding 100 rounds per second, the Gatling gun was capable of annihilating any carbon-based entity within its range, yet today it met an unexpected defeat. Obadiah could hardly believe his eyes. He even suspected that the display on the iron behemoth was malfunctioning. How could Su-Ming possibly have survived the onslaught of the Gatling gun? Was he a monster? Beside him, Tony watched in disbelief as Su-Ming strolled nonchalantly amidst the barrage of Gatling bullets, his body healing at an astonishing rate. His expression turned to one of shock. This creature. The sight of the battle instilled a profound apprehension in Obadiah towards Su-Ming. He dared not approach him, opting instead to hover in midair and continue dousing Su-Ming with fire from the Gatling gun. Su-Ming, however, awaited the iron behemoth's approach. Noting with surprise that Obadiah had faltered, with a soft sigh, he remarked, "Where has that earlier bravado gone? Afraid to come closer? Then I shall advance." With a powerful push, he launched himself towards the iron behemoth like a cannonball. The Gatling gun's barrel glowed a fierce red, its ammunition depleted under the relentless rate of fire. As shadows raced toward him, Obadiah found himself with no viable options, crossing his iron arms defensively over his chest. Bang! A wave of miniature shock rippled through the air as Su-Ming's fist, clad in mechanized gauntlets, struck the Iron Tyrant once more. Upon impact, the Iron Tyrant's arms contorted and distorted under the force, violently rebounding from the blow. Undeterred, the heavy fist continued its momentum, landing beside the reactor in the Tyrant's chest. A cracking sound echoed. The Iron Tyrant's once proud defenses appeared to falter. A substantial crater emerged on its chest, and the tremendous pressure forced Obadiah to spit blood, once again hurtling into the sky. This time, Su-Ming did not linger. He flung a throwing knife, propelling himself forward in pursuit. This novel approach, intertwining flight with close-range assaults, was a first for him, providing an opportunity for mastery. After accelerating nearly 100 meters above the Iron Tyrant, Su-Ming deftly altered his trajectory. He cast 3 throwing knives in succession, not for offense, but to gain speed. A thunderous sound erupted in the heavens as Su-Ming's form, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, barreled toward the Iron Tyrant, delivering yet another punch. Boom! The heavy armor cried out under the force of the impact, revealing another deep crater on the opposite side of the reactor. It seemed somewhat asymmetrical. Observing the gaping hole in the Iron Tyrant's chest, Su-Ming sensed a slight misalignment, likely due to his still nascent command of his abilities. Once more, Su-Ming, having unlocked a new combat mode, reveled in his discovery as if it were a cherished toy. In the sky, his figure darted with dizzying speed, pausing only momentarily to strike. In stark contrast, the Iron Tyrant resembled a pinball in a game, its flight path chaotically shifting. The once lustrous metallic armor gradually became marred with cracks. Chapter 34. I am not a simple target. Tony connected with Pepper Potts on the phone. "Hello, Tony. Are you all right?" Observing Obadiah being tossed about like a ping-pong ball by Su-Ming, Tony chuckled with delight. "I'm perfectly fine. But you need to prepare some funds for me." Having managed Stark Industries for a period, Pepper understood the implications of money, especially when it was a request from Tony himself. Money is no issue, but what about Obadiah? He's gone mad. You must be cautious. Unbeknownst to Pepper, Tony had just promised a 200 million order, and she remained concerned for his well-being. Tony mused that once she learned the amount, her composure would likely falter. After all, 200 million is no insignificant sum, even for Stark Industries' liquidity. Indeed, Obadiah was probably on the brink of insanity. Obadiah had lost his mind. He could never have anticipated that despite his desperate measures, even going so far as to steal the Ironmonger reactor from Tony, he would still be outmatched. Not only was he not invincible, but he could barely muster a counterattack. The speed of that bounty hunter was astonishing. The suit's targeting system could not lock onto the elusive target. Was this even achievable by a mere human? No. Obadiah could only place his hopes in the defensive capabilities of the Ironmonger armor. Fortunately, he had withstood the first couple of attacks, though the subsequent strikes, while rapid, lacked the same ferocity. This somewhat alleviated his internal dread. Assuming a defensive stance and suppressing the metallic taste of blood in his throat, Obadiah pondered a way to turn the tide. Su-Ming had intentionally tempered his strength. He discovered that his movements, involving the swift throwing of knives to strike targets with precision, had become increasingly fluid through practice. His control over power had also grown more refined. This realization brought him great satisfaction. Not only would he earn 200 million, but he could also enhance his skills in the process. His strength was so overwhelming that finding a suitable sparring partner was nearly impossible in ordinary circumstances. The Ironmonger, with its robust defenses, served as the perfect training dummy for honing his combat techniques. How could he bear to defeat the Ironmonger in a single strike? Moreover, this assignment posed no challenge, merely pummeling a robot, not an extraterrestrial. What difference did that make? It was still Tony, after all, truly my personal treasure chest, effortlessly yielding surprises at every turn. With a buoyant spirit, Su Ming's movements became even more ghostly and elusive, his attacks more precise. In the air, Obadiah struggled to stabilize himself by urging the thrusters to their maximum. However, the immense inertia of the Ironmonger made it nearly impossible under Su Ming's relentless strikes, forcing Obadiah to seek alternative solutions. If he had once spared Tony, surely he could do the same for me now. With a sudden epiphany, Obadiah felt invigorated. Expelling the congealed blood from his mouth and clearing his throat to make his voice as soothing as possible. Mr. Destiny, please wait a moment. Stop the fight. Cough, cough. Su Ming, engrossed in the idea of integrating Jeet Kune Do into this aerial combat, momentarily failed to hear Obadiah's plea. The forceful impact of the left a considerable dent in Iron Tyrant's solid cranium. As Iron Tyrant spiraled downward, it dawned on Su Ming. Mr. Obadiah. Did you just speak? Dazed and disoriented, Obadiah finally regained control of his faculties, blinking vigorously. He was unable to discern whether it was Iron Tyrant's display that had malfunctioned or if his own mind was clouded. All he could see were twinkling golden stars. This accursed bounty hunter, if only I could defeat you, I would surely do so. Despite harboring such resentments, he maintained a facade of politeness. Indeed, Mr. Destiny, I wish to discuss a business proposition with you. Upon hearing the mention of business, Su Ming felt a flicker of interest. It was likely just a request for mercy, devoid of originality, but he was willing to entertain his offer. Speak. Oh, well, you see, as a gentleman, it is truly unbecoming for us to engage in such a scuffle. Why not resolve this matter in a manner that is more agreeable to all? With that, Obadiah proactively lifted his mech's visor, struggling to recall the last time he had spoken so earnestly. Noticing that Su Ming remained silent and did not continue to strike him, a glimmer of hope surged within Obadiah. 10 million. Bounty hunter, let me go. That was an amount no bounty hunter could refuse, Obadiah thought confidently. Su Ming, however, questioned his hearing. How much? 10 million? He chuckled at the thought that the old Obadiah was so ruthless even in a life-or-death situation, thinking about saving money. For a moment, Su Ming found himself both amused and exasperated by Obadiah's navet. Seeing Su Ming as silence, Obadiah concluded there could only be one reason. He found this insufficient. This insatiable fellow. Obadiah clenched his teeth, causing blood to seep from his mouth. Damn it. I'll need to get some new teeth after this. After a brief hesitation, he declared a new price. Mr. Destiny, how about this? 30 million. Spare me. Su Ming surveyed the familiar scene before him and smiled wryly. Not only was Obadiah's starting bid far lower than Tony's initial offer, but even his attempts to negotiate lacked the same fervor. What a disparity. What a disparity. How could he possibly compete with Tony Stark? The capitalist's lavishness was nowhere to be seen in him. Such lack of ambition. This alone diminished Su Ming's interest in the business proposition Obadiah presented. Just then, a thought struck him. MD was still high on the Underground Exchange's bounty list. Even Tony Stark's bounty was a mere 800,000. On the way to Osborn, Su Ming had faced an assassination attempt from a group, which had cost him considerable effort to thwart. It was Obadiah who had raised his bounty to 2 million, firmly establishing him as the #1 target. This debt needed to be settled with him. With this realization, Su Ming donned a professional smile, simultaneously distant yet affable. This caused Tony Stark, who was closely monitoring the two, to shudder. Oh no. Could there be another bidding war? A wave of anxiety washed over him. He observed Su Ming slightly shaking his head. Mr. Obadiah. Regarding the bounty from the Underground Exchange, you see, Obadiah suddenly recalled that he had indeed issued a mission to eliminate Destiny. Hearing Su Ming mention it now, could it be that by retracting the mission, negotiations could commence? A glimmer of hope illuminated his eyes. Splendid, I can finally get my teeth fixed. Understanding the unspoken, he contacted the Underground Exchange before Su Ming and canceled the bounty on the bounty hunter, Destiny. After hanging up, Obadiah looked at Su Ming with eyes full of anticipation. As if to say, are you satisfied now? Su Ming, witnessing the removal of the bothersome assassination mission, felt a sense of relief. A hint of sincerity crept into his smile. Very well, Mr. Obadiah. Old Obi, recalling Su Ming's enigmatic methods, felt a shiver run down his spine, reaffirming that his decision to engage in conversation with him was indeed wise. Mr. Destiny, may we now consider my request? Tony, overhearing their exchange, rose from his seat. His narrowed eyes glinted with cold resolve. Obi, come. Who's afraid of whom? We can put everything on the line. He simultaneously prepared to call Ms. Pepper for funds at a moment's notice. Su Ming, having understood Obadiah's words and reflecting on his various behaviors, recognized that this man was nothing but an insatiable ingrate. What kind of decent person would covet the life of his own nephew for the sake of seizing the company? The smile on his face gradually faded. With a touch of indifference, Su Ming looked at Obadiah with mild disdain. Don't be naive. I'm not one to simply accept any offer. Chapter 35 Obadiah Stane, a founding figure of Stark Industries, was a close friend and business associate of Howard Stark. Following Howard's demise, he assumed the role of mentor to Howard's son, Tony Stark. For 3 decades, Obadiah diligently nurtured the company, witnessing Stark Industries flourish, while the profits flowed abundantly into Tony's coffers. Not to mention, Time magazine frequently featured Tony on their cover, elevating his public persona. This young man even seized the opportunity to charm nearly every cover girl from Maxim magazine. The lavish lifestyle Tony now enjoyed began to unbalance Obadiah's heart. This should all be mine. Mine. A seed of treachery began to germinate within Obadiah as he contemplated eliminating Tony to usurp his position. This notion became inescapable after Tony, upon his whimsical return from a journey with Happy, announced the cessation of all weapon development and sales at Stark Industries. You, Tony Stark, are swimming in riches. Yet you deny me a mere drop. To obstruct one's means of livelihood is akin to slaying one's parents. Obadiah resolved to take action. Just as he painstakingly crafted an invincible suit of armor, poised to deliver a fatal blow to Tony, he was unexpectedly thwarted by an intervening bounty hunter. His prideful missiles and Gatling guns proved utterly ineffective against this adversary. The high-strength armor, meticulously forged, crumbled like paper beneath the weight of this individual's effortless strikes. He could not prevail. Indeed, he could not. Reflecting on the past, he lamented that he should have eliminated Tony when he pilfered the reactor. When had they conspired together? With a bruised visage, Obadiah was compelled to engage in a delicate negotiation, offering a handsome sum and even graciously rescinding the bounty he had previously placed on the underground exchange. What more do you want from me? Obadiah's pride and dignity were deeply wounded by the casual dismissal of his overtures by Su Ming. The simmering resentment and bitterness erupted into a torrent of fury. Are you mocking me? Very well. I shall make you pay dearly. With a roar, Obadiah activated the missile system he had long prepared. The Ironmonger's torso and limbs erupted, unveiling multiple missile bays, as dozens of missiles, engulfed in flames and smoke, surged forth from various angles towards Su Ming. The spider sense instantly alerted him. The sensation of being locked onto by the missiles tightened his skin. So this is how you handle a failed negotiation? Su Ming scoffed at Obadiah's inability to play the game with grace. He detested individuals who would turn hostile at the slightest disagreement, devoid of any sophistication. Yet, he did not falter. His blades whirled through the air, his body flickering, tracing unpredictable trajectories. Su Ming acknowledged the technical prowess of those missiles. Even with his elusive movements, the missiles remained closely tethered to him, avoiding collision with one another. The anticipated spectacle of explosions from missile impacts failed to materialize as he watched the missiles draw ever closer. Su Ming contemplated that having endured a barrage from a Gatling gun was quite enough, and that these oversized contraptions were unnecessary. After all, his attire was in tatters, and being bombarded by missiles while casually strolling through New York would be a criminal offense. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the missile adorned with the Stark Industries emblem, igniting a spark of recognition in his eyes. This symbol was all too familiar. During his forays across battlefields, it had signified wealth. The system promptly presented an appraisal. Griffin missile, launched, valued at 30,000. A bold idea blossomed in Su Ming's mind. He focused intently, heightened his spider's senses to their maximum, and with a momentary pause, he darted to the side of the missile. Just as the missile was about to recalibrate in response to a change in target location, Su Ming placed his hand upon its cold metallic surface. Exchange successful. 30,000. Account balance. 224,515,000. In an instant, the missile changed direction and vanished in a puff of smoke. Su Ming reveled in the exhilaration, employing the same tactic again, transforming into a dancer upon the edge of a blade, flitting between the remaining missiles. Obadiah, on the other hand, beheld what could only be described as the most terrifying spectacle imaginable. Contrary to his expectations of a chain reaction of explosions, the bounty hunter flitted about like a fly, seemingly toying with the missiles trailing behind him. These were missiles. For heaven's sake. Even more absurdly, the missiles he had launched were inexplicably disappearing one by one in Su Ming's grasp. This left Obadiah questioning the very nature of the world he inhabited, wondering if it still adhered to the principles of science. You are not human. You are a devil. You have ruined everything. Obadiah exclaimed, his eyes wide with terror, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Yet, there was no turning back. Having personally excavated Tony's reactor, he had left himself no escape. A resolution was imperative today. Aware of his slim chances, Obadiah descended into madness, activating the reactor's self-destruction protocol. Ramping up the thrusters to their maximum and hurtling towards Su Ming. Damn the bounty hunter, constantly thwarting my plans. Today you shall perish. At that moment, Su Ming felt an overwhelming sense of elation, having exchanged several missiles which significantly boosted his account. The intoxicating sensation of fulfilling contracts while simultaneously profiting was exhilarating. Suddenly, his spider senses blared an urgent warning. With every hair on his body standing on end, Su Ming instantly recognized that he was about to confront a grave crisis. But what was it? The tranquil night sky was pierced only by the cumbersome iron giant lumbering toward him, seemingly shouting something. No, something was amiss. There was a peculiarity in his boldness. Obadiah had initially kept his distance from him. Why the sudden audacity? As Su Ming's gaze swept over the battered mech, a chill ran through his veins. The reactor at the center of the iron giant, once a calm azure glow, was now shifting to a furious crimson. God, this old fool was playing for keeps. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Ming wasted no time and ascended into the air. Obadiah seemed resolute in his intent to carry away the looming demon, channeling all energy into flight, steadily ascending with a faint promise of catching up to Su Ming. Meanwhile, Su Ming contemplated his course of action. To run? Certainly, he could do that. He harbored confidence that Obadiah would not be able to catch him before he reached the icy heights, yet such a choice appeared to lack a certain thrill. There were still numerous S.H.I.E.L.D techniques that had yet to be integrated into his flight. Why not seize this final opportunity and give it a try? With a Deadpool-level recovery as a safety net, the worst outcome would be shrinking and then growing again. However, such an exquisite target would be hard to come by again. Without hesitation, he resolved to act. Su Ming recalled the techniques from S.H.I.E.L.D that would suit this very scenario. Suddenly, a classic image flashed in his mind. Bruce Lee soaring through the air, delivering a devastating kick to a hapless adversary. The essence of the move was encapsulated in the sharp, defiant shout of "Ada!" How ferocious, and yet, how exhilarating. With determination, Su Ming adjusted his trajectory in midair, setting his gaze upon the ironmonger, now merely a few dozen meters away. The energy within his chest surged wildly, threatening to escape the reactor's control at any moment. Have you ever witnessed a leg technique descending from the heavens? Closing his eyes, he quietly recalled the imagery within his mind, mentally rehearsing the method of channeling his energy. Then, Su Ming sprang into action. His eyes widened, gleaming brightly like lanterns. A fleeting glimmer of cold light passing through. He unleashed 3 throwing knives, instantly catapulting his downward speed to its zenith. A resounding boom echoed across the skies of New York City as he broke the sound barrier. His body transformed into a streak of luminous energy. Hurtling towards the ironmonger, battling against the immense resistance of the air, Su Ming gradually bent his knees, his expression morphing into an exaggerated portrayal of intensity. In the moment of collision with the ironmonger, he propelled himself with a sudden force. A high-pitched, piercing sound, laced with an audacious bravado, erupted from his chest, reverberating across the urban expanse. Ada. Chapter 36. I am Iron Man. Obadiah had resolved to meet his demise. What difference is there between a disgraced capitalist and a dead one? Rather than languish in prison, he would choose to fight fiercely one last time. As he beheld the inexorable fate hurtling toward him, a cruel smile graced his visage. Dare you approach me? Just as I desire. With great effort, Obadiah activated the colossal arms of the ironmonger, intent on ensnaring Su Ming the moment he drew near. He planned to confront this loathsome adversary and ascend to meet the divine together. As Su Ming's exaggerated expression loomed larger in his sight, Obadiah had already circled his arms around Su Ming's form. Suddenly, BM. Crack. It was as if a train had collided head-on. The steel armor shattered instantaneously, and within, Obadiah distinctly heard the brutal sound of his bones fracturing. Though his hands remained steadfast in their mission to grasp Su Ming, the connections of the suit had severed, rendering it incapable of amplifying his strength any longer. In a flash, Su Ming propelled himself forcefully against the chest of the ironmonger. In a daze, Obadiah thought he heard a shout. Ada? His mind blank, he could only wonder what Ada meant and why it was shouted with such fervor. Was he mad? Obadiah's blood gushed forth as he, along with the shattered remnants of his armor, became a shooting star, plummeting directly toward the colossal energy reactor at the heart of Stark's workshop, an apparatus he had meticulously developed to power the ironmonger. Ironically, they lacked the capability to diminish its size to fit within the armor's chest. As the reactor was breached, it became increasingly agitated. Massive arcs of electricity wreaked havoc upon the laboratory's various structures. In an instant, Obadiah's aging body was reduced to dust amidst the torrent of energy. Yet the Mark II reactor reached its critical threshold. A blinding light enveloped New York City as if it were day. Following this, a mushroom cloud ascended, and a tremendous shockwave surged forth, devastating everything in its path with relentless force. Stark's workshop was obliterated within a mere minute. Just a minute prior, Tony had been engrossed in the spectacle of Obadiah's merciless defeat, blissfully unaware that he was situated atop the very reactor. Upon witnessing the ironmonger plummet into the reactor with alarming speed, Tony felt a jolt of fear. Oh no. Before long, he too was transformed into a tumbling mass within the shockwave. Even encased in armor, his options were severely limited. Tony could only seal his visor, protectively clutch his unarmored hands, and curl his body as the shockwave carried him through the air. New York was soon abuzz with unprecedented news. The citizens could not ignore the blinding light that illuminated the night sky, nor the tremendous explosion that followed. Was it the apocalypse? The doomsayers would think so. Had war been declared? The Hawks might believe it. However, the vast majority of ordinary people reacted with bewilderment. Is this place really capable of earthquakes? In summary, the intense explosion at Stark Industries once again thrust Tony Stark into the spotlight of public opinion. At that moment, Tony lay in bed, his body swathed in bandages. Multiple fractures afflicting him, and soft tissue injuries scattered across his form. His body was marred by an array of wounds, primarily not from his battle with Obadiah, but rather as collateral damage from the explosion itself. Now resembling a gasping mummy, only his eyes remained mobile as they stared vacantly at Su Ming, who stood before him. His tone laced with melancholy. Mr. Silver, thank you. The money will follow shortly. Beside him, Ms. Pepper could no longer contain herself. But Tony, the Stark facility has been destroyed. To this, Tony could only offer a wry smile. Indeed, a mere 200 million pales in comparison to the entirety of Stark Industries. It was but a drop in the ocean. Yet, had it not been for Su Ming's timely intervention, he might have faced a far graver fate. After all, he himself had once contemplated using the reactor to eliminate Obadiah. This outcome seemed rather acceptable. It was merely a matter of money. When Su Ming realized the explosion's magnitude, fearing that Tony might perish at the epicenter, he suddenly remembered his unpaid bill. That simply could not stand. Activating his extraordinary vision, he diligently searched for Tony's figure. Ultimately, he spotted a metallic gleam amidst the rubble and managed to carry Tony back to Stark Tower. Tony was fortunate. Su Ming's keen sight surpassed that of any rescue personnel. Had it been anyone else, Tony would not have received aid so swiftly. Before Ms. Pepper arrived, Su Ming took a shower at Tony's place, donned a new suit belonging to Tony, and discarded the tattered remnants of his previous attire. Upon overhearing their exchange, he shrugged nonchalantly. Tony, the agreed sum of $200 million. With a discount, comes to $198 million. You know the account. I'm off. Indeed. The reason he insisted on witnessing Tony's recovery was his fear that if Tony were to die, no one would settle the bill. With a promise secured, Su Ming departed with a sense of relief. Once it became known that Tony was out of danger, Ms. Pepper's frustration surged anew. Tony, what is this $200 million about? The facility is in ruins, the funding chain is on the brink of collapse, and at this juncture, you tell me you owe someone $200 million? Potts, let me explain. At a Manhattan hotel, when Su Ming awakened, it was already the following afternoon. Draping himself in a bathrobe and savoring the sumptuous breakfast prepared by Elisa, he switched on the television. The airwaves were saturated with reports surrounding the previous night's incident. Good evening, viewers. You must be quite concerned about the explosion at Stark Industries last night. Let us delve into the details. The screen replayed footage of Tony in his Iron Man suit battling Obadiah, including the moment he heroically rescued a busload of children, each frame meticulously displayed. This ignited the fervor of New Yorkers once more, for their city had once again been graced by a superhero, Iron Man. The prowess of media sensationalism is indeed professional. The surveillance footage essentially conveyed to everyone that Iron Man, even in adversity, was valiantly safeguarding their lives. Although Spider-Man and the Scarlet Centurion had previously captivated the public's attention, the sudden emergence of Iron Man fulfilled the yearning of many tech enthusiasts for mechanized heroes. The clamor for Iron Man among the populace soared, swiftly elevating his popularity to a position just below that of the Scarlet Centurion. It is true that the Scarlet Centurion, with only half his face concealed, emanated an undeniable charm. In contrast, while Iron Man also possessed a certain allure, he did not wholly align with the aesthetic preferences of the broader female audience. In the rankings of superhero popularity, Su Ming remained firmly in the lead. A week later, at the Stark Industries press conference, James Rhodes, clad in a crisp Air Force uniform, stood before the microphone to report on the industrial incident involving Stark. According to unverified reports, a prototype robot malfunctioned, resulting in severe damage to the reactor. Fortunately, the television broadcast provided an official response, as Ms. Potts adjusted Tony's tie and removed the last Band-Aid from his nose. At that moment, Agent Phil handed Tony an alibi. You were on the yacht. We have port reports confirming you were at Avalon all night, along with testimonies from your 50 guests. To protect Tony, S.H.I.E.L.D's stance was to advise against him revealing his identity. They not only prepared an alibi for him, but also meticulously arranged the whereabouts of Obadiah, with S.H.I.E.L.D's statement in hand. Tony Stark approached the podium. He surveyed the throng of journalists and the multitude of cameras before him. As he endeavored to persuade the media that Iron Man was merely a bodyguard clad in armor, journalist Christine Elliott, familiar with Tony, raised a challenge. "I am not cut out to be a hero." Rhodes sensed the deviation and discreetly urged Tony to adhere to the script. "Oh, all right, fine." Facing the journalists and media once more, a glimmer ignited in Tony's eyes. "In truth, I am Iron Man." The crowd erupted in an instant. Chapter 37, The Iron Body. In a matter of days, the citizens of New York found themselves in the midst of an unprecedented spectacle. The explosive incident at Stark Industries unveiled a mysterious hero clad in armor, capturing the public's attention. Subsequently, at a press conference, Tony Stark boldly declared himself to be Iron Man. This revelation astonished many, yet it also resonated with the understanding that when one possesses an abundance of wealth, the inclination to indulge in novel and exhilarating ventures becomes inevitable. The stock market surged in response to Tony's public identity, allowing Stark Industries to swiftly recover from the damages incurred during the incident, with stocks continuing to soar. Pepper Potts regarded Tony with newfound admiration. After all, he had a knack for turning the tide when it mattered most. Yet, this turn of events was entirely unforeseen by Tony Stark. His initial intent was to showcase the incredible suit he had painstakingly developed. If he couldn't wear it at will, it would be akin to possessing beauty without the privilege of intimacy. The implications of his whims on the company's fortunes and stock value had barely crossed his mind. However, fate often intertwines fortune with misfortune. While Tony shut himself away from the relentless media, focusing on the development of a new suit, an ingenious idea struck him. What if he could fit the armor into a briefcase? "I'm truly a genius." Meanwhile, as Tony immersed himself in his work, Stark Industries stocks continued to rise. Soon, Su-Ming received a transfer of $200 million from Tony. Despite the agreement for a discount, Tony insisted on rounding it up. The feeling of having ample funds was intoxicating. Su-Ming reminisced about his earlier battle with Iron Overlord. While his healing abilities were formidable, bordering on the extraordinary, vulnerabilities still existed. After all, no matter how swiftly one could recover, injuries were still a concern. How could one avoid injury altogether? With this question in mind, Su-Ming perused the pages of the systems marketplace, already possessing an answer. When it comes to invulnerability, one must think of Superman's remarkably resilient physique. Su-Ming was also curious as to why, despite being in the Marvel universe, the system contained Superman's abilities. After all, Superman and Marvel did not seem to belong to the same domain. However, upon seeing several familiar abilities in the systems marketplace, Su-Ming felt a wave of realization wash over him. Random effects of Devil Fruit, $10 billion, Killing Curse, Avada Kedavra, $5 billion, Spirit World Martial Arts, Spirit Wave Fist, $2 billion, Pirates, Harry, Yu Yu Hakusho. Recognizing the origins of several abilities, Su-Ming felt a sense of acceptance. Perhaps he had been overly naive, although the renowned abilities tantalized him. The persistent issue remained insufficient funds. It seemed he would have to continue his pursuit of the Iron Body. Superman's Iron Body, $10 million. Why is it so affordable? Regardless, I must seize this opportunity. Exchange. $10 million, ability exchange successful. Account balance, $403, $455. $700. Suddenly realizing that the Iron Body could indeed be upgraded, Su-Ming understood that its low cost was due to its insufficient level. Gazing at the upgrade interface of the Iron Body LV1, resistance to cold weapons. Iron Body LV2, resistance to small caliber weapons, $80 million. Iron Body LV2, resistance to small caliber weapons. Iron Body LV3, resistance to large caliber weapons, $100 million. Iron Body LV3, resistance to large caliber weapons. Iron Body LV4, resistance to heavy weapons, $500 million. Iron Body LV4, resistance to heavy weapons. Iron Body LV5, resistance to strategic weapons, $5 billion. He promptly chose to upgrade the Iron Body. Upgrade. 1. $8 billion. Talent exchange successful. Account balance, $223, $455, $700. After a prolonged wait, he felt no immediate change. Su-Ming picked up a fruit knife from the table and made a firm cut across his palm. Clang. The fruit knife shattered into pieces. With a long exclamation, he realized that it had indeed become harder. Observing the knife's transition from a blunt edge to its complete breakage, Su-Ming vividly experienced the sensation of being impervious to blades and guns. He sensed that his skin remained soft, yet an invisible force hindered the knife as cutting. Is this what the Iron Body entails? A glimmer of curiosity crossed his mind, prompting him to test it further. After some preparation, he opened the window and stood on the balcony, peering down from a height of several stories. Without hesitation, Su-Ming leapt from the window. As he felt the rush of wind against him, he was somewhat apprehensive, instinctively wanting to throw a flying knife to cushion his fall. However, in pursuit of a better experiment of the Iron Body's effects, he restrained his instinct for self-preservation and allowed gravity to bring him crashing down. Boom. He landed firmly in a crater, feeling only a vibration, not even a tingle in his feet, as if he had merely stepped down a flight of stairs. Excellent. Extracting his feet from the earth, Su-Ming moved to a corner behind the building, retrieving the handgun he had borrowed from Eliza. Aiming it at his chest and firing a barrage. Bang, bang, clang, clang. In his enhanced vision, bullets erupted from the heated barrel end. Upon contact with his body, transformed into small iron discs that scattered upon impact. Apart from a few holes in his t-shirt, his body remained unscathed. Looking up at the balcony of his room, Su-Ming pondered flying up. With the iron body, not being able to fly seemed inappropriate. Here I go. He exerted force in his legs and leapt toward the sky. As he ascended, Su-Ming experienced the sensation of flight once more. Just as he wondered how to change direction, the upward momentum gradually waned until it halted, and he began to descend, landing back in place. Su-Ming gazed at the sky in dismay. He could not fly. He had merely jumped higher due to his body's strength. No wonder he couldn't turn. How frustrating. Feeling somewhat dejected, he returned to his room and carelessly tossed aside his tattered t-shirt. Reluctantly, Su-Ming resumed his exploration of the system's marketplace until he stumbled upon Superman's Eye of Energy, $800 million, Superman's X-ray vision, $500 million, Superman's biological stance, $20 billion. It dawned on him that the steel body he had exchanged for was merely the most basic ability among Superman's vast array of powers. Gazing at the staggering prices of Superman's talents, Su-Ming was struck by the absurdity of it all. Well, with just over 200 million left, everything seemed appealing yet beyond his reach. Perhaps he should opt for something more affordable. Having acquired a steel body, it was essential that his physical strength kept pace as well. A low-tier version of Superman for terrestrial endeavors would suffice. Observing the upgrade interface for physical enhancement, he noted, Physical Enhancement LV2, permanently increase physical capacity by 200 points, $20 million. Physical Enhancement LV3, permanently increase physical capacity by 2,000 points, $200 million. Su-Ming decided to splurge. Upgrade. $220 million. Talent upgrade successful. Account balance. 455, 700. Upon opening his attribute panel, he found name, Su-Ming, age, 28, physical capacity, 2235, current account, 455, $700, acquired talents, Deadpool level regeneration, dynamic vision LV, 2, mastery of Jeet Kune Do, physical enhancement LV4, formless mask, danger perception LV1, precision throwing LV2, proficient sketching, steel body LV3. Why was there no LV5 for physical enhancement? Puzzled, Su-Ming soon found himself in a predicament. The significant amplification of his strength meant that even the slightest movement could wreak havoc on his surroundings. Attempting to drink a glass of water resulted in shattering the cup. Opening a door led to crushing the handle. Even a simple act of sitting down compressed the sofa into a flat shape. Reflecting on the expenses incurred from damages to the hotel over the past few days, Su-Ming wore a rueful smile. Oh no. It seems I may have overdone it. Chapter 38. Oh, Mr. Silver Duke. A month later, Su-Ming had finally acclimated to the changes in his physique. Though he had inadvertently damaged numerous hotel facilities in the process, incurring considerable expenses. Through an upgrade, Su-Ming's body had surged to an unprecedented pinnacle, which severely impacted his daily life. However, the results were remarkable. He could now effortlessly lift steel coils weighing approximately 20 tons with one hand. And he even ventured into Tony's weapon manufacturing workshop to practice with a brand new tank. The tank, exceeding 60 tons, was a trivial challenge for him to lift. Under the cover of night, he stealthily approached New York Harbor to test his strength against various cargo ships, discovering that he could easily push small vessels in the water. While larger ships, despite their colossal weight starting at 100,000 tons, could be nudged with a bit of effort. This exhilarating experience left Su-Ming exhilarated. Notably, during Su-Ming's adjustment to his newfound abilities, the young Spider-Man, Peter Parker, had sought him out several times. Each time, Peter eagerly invited Su-Ming to join him in his endeavors. Utilizing his spare time, Peter tirelessly assisted the New York police in combating crime. Since recognizing the young hero, Detective George Stacy had inadvertently shared information about challenging cases with Peter, instilling in him an unprecedented sense of belonging and responsibility. Recently, however, Peter had encountered an enigmatic figure, a person clad in green armor, adorned with a demonic mask, and maneuvering a flying apparatus. Their brief exchange left Peter perplexed, as the individual had exhibited no overtly aggressive behavior. Nonetheless, Peter's spider sense warned him of the imminent danger this figure posed, etching the green silhouette into his mind. Once again declining Spider-Man's invitation to team up, Su-Ming expressed that he could never emulate Peter's selfless dedication. As a bounty hunter, financial gain was his sole priority. His rejection left Spider-Man with a lingering impression of coldness, tarnishing the idealized image he once held of Su-Ming. In the hotel, Su-Ming reflected on his recent actions. Thankfully, I was clever enough to leap up and down the stairs, otherwise, I would have unwittingly damaged the elevator, which I certainly could not afford to replace given my current balance. Yet this was not a sustainable strategy. He needed to expedite his earning efforts. Gazing at the 1 million in his account, Su Ming lamented his financial woes. At that moment, the phone rang. "Hello, Mr. Silverduke," came the voice of Tony Stark. Surprised by the call, Su Ming wondered if Tony had concluded his intensive research on the new suit so swiftly. With a hint of arrogance, Tony's voice resonated through the phone. "Mr. Silverduke, I suddenly recall the promise we made. It's time to embark on our journey." Su Ming's eyes brightened as he remembered Tony's invitation to a destination, Las Vegas. "Let us go." Tony's cheerful voice echoed through the line. Tony Stark was in high spirits lately. Since the revelation of his identity as Iron Man, Tony Stark has swiftly ascended to the status of a national icon. Who could possibly resist the allure of a mech suit? He mused with a hint of pride. What delighted him even more was the successful completion of his new armor's development. He was convinced that when he unveiled this latest creation, it would leave everyone utterly astounded. The sensation was beyond mere handsomeness. Reflecting on the moment of the experiment's success, even Tony was captivated by his own invention. It was time to indulge a little. As a genius, Tony was never one to be particularly diligent, having achieved short-term success. He felt compelled to revel in it. Recalling the masterful card skills of the Crimson Gambit, a gleam of ambition sparkled in Tony's eyes. Wasn't it just Las Vegas? The past losses were inconsequential. This time, he would present them with the nightmare of card masters, Mr. Crimson Gambit. Indeed, Tony had frequented the opulent casinos of Las Vegas more than once, but he had quickly earned the title of a plump sheep. A man of science could never retain his composure in the face of probabilities. Moreover, there were skills and tricks to consider. Tony dispatched a car to the Manhattan Hotel to pick up Su Ming, and the two boarded his private jet bound for the gambler's paradise of Las Vegas. 3 days later. Oh, God, please, my God. Tony was now regretting bringing Su Ming to Las Vegas for high-stakes gambling. What he regretted even more was his bold promise to Su Ming on the private jet to split the winnings and absorb the losses himself. 3 days. In a mere 3 days, Tony lost a staggering $500 million. $500 million. In his recollection, those capable of wielding playing cards as weapons and tossing them with such finesse were undoubtedly masters of the gambling realm. Yet this time Tony had misjudged. Su Ming was clearly a novice. Relying solely on a hero's courage, he dared to call every hand. This nearly sent Tony's heart, nestled within his chest's reactor, into overdrive. Initially, Tony believed that Su Ming was feigning ignorance to rattle him, planning to reclaim the losses at the crucial moment. However, he was utterly blindsided. Su Ming not only lacked skill but didn't even know how to play. "Brother, you should have mentioned you couldn't play. Why give off the impression that victory was certain? I believed you." Regardless of Tony Stark's near despair, Su Ming thoroughly indulged in the thrill of being a winner. At first, everyone at the table afforded Tony some courtesy, but as it became clear that Tony was deferring to Su Ming's decisions, his status soared. Surrounded by glamorous showgirls, served fine wines, fruits, and cigars. Countless envious gazes from affluent elites, the dealers casting flirtatious glances. Truly, Las Vegas epitomized the psyche of gamblers. As Su Ming repeatedly confirmed that Tony would cover his expenses, any lingering hesitation vanished entirely. Just do it. Consequently, the gaze of the beautiful dealer transformed from flirtation to delight, and from delight to a lingering affection. "Darling, don't leave. It has been ages since I encountered such an easily ensnared lamb." A multitude of chips vanished before Su Ming's eyes. With $400 million of the $500 million Tony lost attributed to Su Ming's prowess. This revelation left Tony Stark bewildered. 500 million is merely a number. After all, though somewhat displeased, Tony always possessed a method to console himself. He nearly donned his new armor, reluctantly pulling the insatiable Su Ming away from the casino. As if he could see the bills in his wallet whispering, "Thank you, Tony, for rescuing me in the nick of time." On the private jet, Tony regarded Su Ming with a complex expression. "What a trap, Mr. Silver. After playing cards at your level, don't tell me you don't gamble?" Reflecting on the considerable sum Tony had squandered, he lamented the sheer waste, especially during a time when he was in need of funds. Yet, the opulent layout of the world-class Las Vegas casino, from its vibrant colors to its personnel, from the temperature to the fragrances, enticed affluent participants to continue gambling. These individuals were indeed experts in applied science. Realizing the daunting nature of the casino, Su Ming, feeling somewhat helpless, replied to Tony's inquiry, "Oh Tony, whoever suggested that I gamble?" Savoring Su Ming's words, Tony recognized this was merely a figment of his own presumptions. Who is Tony, after all? As long as one is enjoying oneself, what does it matter if money is spent? Instantly dismissing the displeasure of losing, an idea struck him, and he excitedly proposed. "Let us forget those unhappy matters. I've heard there's a splendid racetrack in Morocco. Let us go there and have some fun." Chapter 39, 500 million. I will assist you after a few glasses of cognac. Tony Stark reclined on the sofa for a brief respite. Su Ming, meanwhile, marveled at the luxurious private jet before him. He had just quietly activated the valuation feature of the system and discovered the aircraft's worth, modified private jet valued at $400 million. In desperate need of funds, Su Ming contemplated surrendering Tony's jet to the system. Even at his wealthiest, he had never possessed more than $400 million. However, he refrained from doing so. On one hand, the owner of the jet was right before him, and Tony had no intention of gifting or lending the aircraft to Su Ming. On the other hand, they were soaring through the skies, and even if a transaction were possible, the fate of those aboard would undoubtedly be grim. This was not the outcome Su Ming wished to witness. Perhaps the previous opportunity in Las Vegas had promised substantial profit. Yet his account balance was insufficient to acquire a gambling skill. Su Ming had contemplated borrowing some money from Tony to obtain a formidable gambling talent and subsequently dominate Las Vegas. However, gazing at Tony's arrogant visage made it impossible for him to voice such a request. Since their acquaintance, Tony had never held the upper hand in their interactions. He had always relied on Su Ming for assistance. Borrowing money was out of the question. After all, Tony had declared that any losses would be attributed solely to him. The psychological game between men. Perhaps not many comprehend it. Watching Tony's pride crumble was one of the few pleasures Su Ming indulged in. Aside from the pursuit of wealth, he decided to return and have Eliza continue investigating the whereabouts of Afia Han. Alternatively, a trip to Somalia? Colombia was also an enticing prospect. As Su Ming pondered his next scheme for making money, Tony, beside him, tossed and turned, unable to find solace in sleep. Deep down, he understood that his time was likely limited. While engrossed in developing new armor, Tony had inadvertently discovered a significant rise in the palladium levels within his body. The core energy source of his armor was the reactor located in his chest, which relied on the palladium within. The remnants of missile fragments still lingered in his body, held tightly by the electromagnetic force generated by the reactor. This indicated that he could not detach himself from the reactor in the near future and survive independently. Palladium is a toxic substance for the human body, and Tony's prolonged exposure had inflicted considerable harm upon him. Within just a month, the toxin levels in his blood had surged to 53. The reactor was installed primarily for survival, with energy supply for the armor being a secondary concern. Yet now, the reactor threatened his very existence? This was an inescapable predicament, utterly damnable. Tony was unwilling to see his company collapse due to the deterioration of his health. Therefore, before embarking on his journey, he entrusted the presidency of his company to Ms. Pepper Potts. He even hired a legal advisor to ensure a proper and lawful transition. To be frank, Ms. Natalie Rushman was truly a remarkable woman. But when did a legal advisor become capable of effortlessly outshining the presidential bodyguards? Mr. Happy Hogan, Tony Stark's chief bodyguard, appeared as fragile as a mere sheet of paper in the presence of Ms. Natalie. Is this scientifically plausible? As Tony contemplated his newly developed battle suit, another question emerged in his mind. Do I truly require a bodyguard? At the Monte Carlo racetrack, dressed in a striking blue racing suit, Tony Stark joyfully discovered another area in which Mr. Silver lacked proficiency: racing. He persistently urged Su Ming to personally experience the thrill of speed, his demeanor exceedingly cordial. Su Ming, however, disowned Tony's ulterior motive. He merely wished to witness his own embarrassment. Let him revel in his arrogance. Once I have amassed sufficient wealth, I could effortlessly acquire driving skills on par with Schumacher to outshine him. And let us not forget about high-stakes gambling. Or perhaps tonight's game of Tiger will suffice. As Tony turned to approach his vehicle, Su Ming's gaze flickered, suddenly noticing a dark hue on Tony's skin, a shade of bluish-black that evidently indicated poisoning. A realization struck Su Ming. How little time had passed for such visible symptoms of poisoning to manifest. A glimmer of inspiration sparked in his mind. A lucrative opportunity presented itself. He could intercept the box left behind by Tony's father, which could potentially inspire Tony to create a new type of reactor. As for its whereabouts, Tony had already divulged that information. On the plane, Tony had mentioned more than once a legal consultant named Natalie Rushman, clearly intrigued by her. Upon hearing her name, Su Ming immediately recognized who she was: the renowned Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, poised, elegant, and a master of combat, the chief female agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. This also evoked memories for Su Ming. S.H.I.E.L.D. had preserved the research left by Tony's father, ultimately handing it over to Tony to aid in the development of a new reactor element. Resolved, Su Ming called Tony aside and whispered, $500 million. And I will assist you. Tony Stark, bewildered by Mr. Silver's abrupt statement, responded, What $500 million? What can you possibly do for me? Su Ming revealed a professional smile, which caused Tony's body to instinctively tense. A growing premonition of impending financial loss loomed over him. He regarded Su Ming with a mix of skepticism and caution, awaiting an explanation. Observing this, Su Ming sighed inwardly. This proactive approach to soliciting business felt disheartening. as it seemed a waste of breath, with the possibility of rejection looming. Did Tony not appear as wary as a person on guard against a wolf? Recalling his previous unsuccessful attempts to solicit business, Su-Ming feared that this time, Tony might not be inclined to believe him. Adopting a tentative approach, he spoke. "You've been poisoned. Haven to you, Tony." Tony Stark's expression froze, surprise evident on his face as his eyes darted around. Momentarily at a loss for words, Su-Ming continued in a hushed tone, "Tony, I know the palladium in the reactor in your chest is eroding your body. I can help you resolve this issue." Extending a hand, his professional smile grew ever more inviting, "for just 500 million. Listening to Su-Ming's words, Tony's expression shifted from surprise to shock, then to disbelief, ultimately culminating in a light chuckle as he shook his head in resignation. "Mr. Silverduke, I do not believe you can assist me in this matter. However, your observational skills are truly commendable. Please, keep this under wraps for the time being. Let us not dwell on this. Allow me to fetch a trophy for you." With that, Tony removed his glasses, flashed Su-Ming a confident smile, donned his helmet, and strode towards the blue and white racing car emblazoned with the Stark emblem. His outstretched palm lingered in the air as Su-Ming watched Tony deftly leap into the narrow confines of the racing cockpit. As the green light illuminated, a multitude of racing cars surged forward like vibrant streaks of light. The deafening roar of engines echoed in Su-Ming's ears, reminding him of yet another failed attempt to secure business. With a tinge of confusion, Su-Ming made his way to the viewing area. Could this be what the old adage meant by the eager are not buyers? Reflecting on his recent conversation with Tony, Su-Ming did not perceive any fault in his approach. He indeed possessed the means to procure a crucial item to aid Tony in overcoming his predicament. Regrettably, it seemed Tony held no belief in this. Unbeknownst to Su-Ming, Tony had learned a valuable lesson from Las Vegas, never to trust anything beyond Su-Ming's combat capabilities too readily. At that moment, a peculiar figure clad in staff attire appeared on the racetrack. With a flash of electricity, the upper half of the figure's clothing was incinerated in an instant, revealing a high-tech suit beneath, a reactor almost identical to Tony's adorned his chest, with electric lines radiating and intertwining around his torso and arms. Two long whips dangled to the ground, as the erratic bursts of electricity carved deep gashes into the once smooth racetrack. Outside the guardrail, Su-Ming instantly recognized this individual. "Oh, isn't that who I think it is?" Chapter 40. Turmoil at the racing circuit. A sudden gasp rippled through the bustling arena as chaos erupted. Staff members shouted loudly, attempting to restrain the audacious intruder who had dared to breach the racetrack. Before them stood a man, tearing open his shirt to reveal a reactor akin to Iron Man's, his arms outstretched, wielding a weaponized electric whip to its fullest effect. Su-Ming couldn't help but marvel at the dramatic entrance. This individual was Ivan Vanko, the son of Anton Vanko, who had once collaborated with Howard Stark, the father of Tony Stark, to develop the arc reactor technology. However, Anton was expelled by Howard due to arms smuggling. In his final moments, Anton grasped Ivan's hand and declared that Stark was a thief, having stolen his technology and everything it had brought forth. What Tony Stark possessed should have rightfully belonged to Ivan Vanko. Thus, another Obadiah had emerged. From that moment on, Ivan was resolute in his belief that the Stark family had pilfered his father's research, igniting a fervent desire for vengeance. He fashioned an improved reactor and an electric whip weapon, patiently awaiting the moment to execute his plan for retribution at the racetrack. As he faced an oncoming race car, he struck with his whip, effortlessly cleaving it in two. The ensuing shower of sparks and the dislodged chassis left the audience in stunned silence. At that moment, Tony's car sped into view, and Ivan lashed out with his electric whip once more, severing Tony's vehicle in half. As Tony's car, propelled by immense inertia, flipped onto the ground, Su-Ming swiftly maneuvered to the wreckage, gently lifting the car back onto its wheels. After all, Tony had been the one to elevate him over recent days. Su-Ming could not bear to witness Tony's downfall. Though his intervention was limited, taking his place would demand a different price. Oh my, what just transpired? Tony struggled to extricate himself from the cockpit. Su-Ming observed the whip-wielding assailant striding toward Tony with an air of assuredness and kindly cautioned, "Tony, it appears he is coming for you." "What?" Before he could finish, a crackling electric whip lashed out ferociously at Tony. Unarmed, Tony stood no chance against him. After a few exchanges, Tony found himself overwhelmed. For any contact with such a formidable weapon would surely result in disaster. In a moment of desperation, Tony shouted, "Silver Centurion, help me." The whip-wielding man seemed singularly focused on Tony, granting Su-Ming the opportunity to pursue other actions. As he had just assisted in righting Tony's vehicle, a system notification appeared before him. Damaged Formula Racing car valuation, 1 million. Surprised by the sight of the split car, billowing smoke, Su-Ming marveled, truly. It's F1. Even in ruins, it retains such value. He then glanced at another car that had met a similar fate, its driver barely managing to escape. Observing the audience, he noted that, in the face of this upheaval, everyone had transformed into escape artists. hastily fleeing the scene without a second thought for the chaos unfolding on the racetrack. Exchange. 2. 1 million. Exchange successful. Account balance. 4. 155,000 USD. Quite impressive. Su Ming dashed straight towards the accident-ridden racing car on the verge of exploding. Damaged Formula racing car valuation. 1. 8 million US dollars. Exchange. 1. 8 million. Exchange successful. Account balance. 5. 950,000 USD. As he witnessed his account balance surge to 5 million US dollars, a sense of security began to settle within him. If this impoverishment continued, he might struggle to pay Elisha's salary. Suddenly, hearing Tony's cry for help, Su Ming's eyes lit up, realizing he needed his wallet. Recalling the information about the individual before him, he was no insignificant character, and the price could not be set too low. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "Tony, it seems you have forgotten my identity. Please respect my profession. Thank you." Tony, fleeing for his life, was not at all surprised by Su Ming's reaction, yet he couldn't help but curse. Even at a time like this, you still want to raise the price? Despicable. I truly detest this guy. If only my newly developed suit were here, I wouldn't have to endure your nonsense. I should have never left Potts behind to frolic around. And that Silver Surfer, damn it, all he thinks about is money. Amid his grumbling, just as Tony intended to make an offer, a whip crackled with electricity lashed out once more. Oh no. Tony narrowly dodged the strike using all his limbs. At that moment, Happy drove Tony's Rolls-Royce onto the track, forcefully colliding with Ivan, sending him crashing against the barrier. Bang. Tony's eyes brightened, and he hurried to the car. You arrived just in time. Zing. Just as Tony opened the car door, a bolt of electricity split the door in half. Su Ming, observing from the sidelines, understood the loss of hundreds of thousands in an instant, exclaiming about the waste. Happy, furious, wished he could maintain his beloved Rolls-Royce without a single scratch, only to have that brat slice off half the door in one blow. With a foot on the gas, he recklessly charged at the adversary, feeling that one collision wasn't enough. He needed a few more. The Rolls-Royce swayed back and forth before Tony. Inside the car, Miss Pepper, holding a briefcase containing the suit, struggled to pass it out, feeling increasingly nauseous as if she might faint from the motion. This distressed Tony. At least hand me the suit. Bang. After 2 more collisions, the steering wheel's airbag deployed, hitting Happy squarely in the face. At that moment, Ivan swung his right hand, the electric whip slicing through the car's body, nearly demolishing half of the luxurious Rolls-Royce. Such a waste. Su Ming gazed at the car with a pained expression. Although the car had transformed into a half-open state, Pepper finally managed to throw the briefcase to Tony. She could finally breathe, narrowly avoiding vomiting. Next came the exhilarating moment. Tony placed one foot on the center of the briefcase, activating the switch. The case suddenly revealed 2 handles, and as Tony grasped them, a brand new suit of steel armor rapidly enveloped his entire body. This is the culmination of Tony's month-long seclusion dedicated to development, and it can be summed up in a single word: splendid. Clad in his battle armor, Tony possesses the prowess to confront Ivan. It's my turn now. With a powerful kick, Tony propelled the vehicle far away, ensuring that Happy and Pepper were out of harm's way. Free from concerns, he unleashed his full potential to engage the adversary. He raised his arm, prepared to unleash a charge blast, but Ivan interrupted his attack with a whip strike. After several lashes, Tony's newly developed armor sustained significant damage, yet he remained undaunted. I am poisoned and will not survive much longer. Sneaking out for a couple of days only to be interrupted is infuriating. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Enduring the blows, he tightly gripped the electric whip, wrapping it around himself in spirals, inching closer to Ivan. Without his whip, Ivan lost his offensive capability, and after a few punches, he was seeing stars. With one final shoulder throw, Tony dislodged the reactor from Ivan's chest. The electric whip, now devoid of its energy supply, extinguished in an instant. Jarvis displayed the reactor's structure on the screen, and Tony could hardly believe that someone had crafted a reactor akin to his own. The police arrived belatedly, taking away the raucous Ivan Vanko. Regardless of Tony's curiosity being piqued by the sight of the reactor in another's possession, Su Ming, having observed the battle, was inspired. Mere words are often met with skepticism. Why not secure the goods first before negotiating the price with Tony? Surely, by that time, Tony would be more than willing to sit down for a serious discussion. With this thought in mind, Su Ming bid farewell to the contemplative Tony and boarded the plane bound for Washington. Reflecting on the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters situated on the small island between Washington, D.C. and Virginia, Su Ming felt a sense of anticipation, the Triskelion building this time. He would have the opportunity to admire it up close. Chapter 41. The suspicious Hawkeye in contrast to the refreshing atmosphere of New York. Washington exuded a stifling heat. However, this oppressiveness was somewhat alleviated by the proximity to water. After nearly 9 hours of flight, Su Ming finally arrived at the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., clad in a vivid crimson suit and donning a mask. He was aware that although Nick Fury recognized him, the nature of his visit might not be welcomed. To err on the side of caution, it was prudent to maintain a low profile. As he gazed upon the imposing edifice silhouetted against the setting sun, a thought crossed Su Ming's mind. Is this the Triskelion? The more he looked, the more it resembled a fortress. Shaking his head slightly to dispel the chaotic thoughts, he found himself in a quandary. Should he steal or seize? The box left behind by Howard Stark should be somewhere within, but searching for an ordinary box in an entire building seemed daunting. It could be hidden in the archives or a storage room, places he had never ventured into, let alone searched. Su Ming felt an eerie sense of déjà vu wash over him, instantly recalling his previous hesitations beneath Stark Tower. Never mind, he decided, dismissing the turmoil. With a powerful leap, he targeted a platform near the rooftop and soared upwards. Enhanced by his physical augmentations, Su Ming could effortlessly ascend several hundred meters. A few stories were mere trifles. He would enter first and figure things out later. Hawkeye, Clint Barton, had recently been in high spirits. After a phase of diligent effort, he had ascended to become one of S.H.I.E.L.D's elite agents, having just dealt with some lawbreakers. He intended to return to headquarters to fine-tune his compound bell. Suddenly, a flash of crimson appeared in his dynamic vision. Hawkeye focused intently, spotting a dark-haired man in a resplendent red suit and a pure silver mask racing towards the director's office at an alarming speed. Is it him? Instinctively, he readied his bow and arrow, uncertain whether Su Ming's presence signified friend or foe. However, given the man's apparent intent to force his way into the building, he was clearly an unwelcome guest. Since that fateful night when Su Ming was exposed by the media during the Lizard Man assault on Oscorp Tower, few could fail to recognize his iconic attire. What a flamboyant character. Clint Hawkeye could certainly discern Su Ming's appearance, and he found it perplexing that someone so striking would choose such ostentatious garb, like a monkey decked out for a circus. Yet, despite his ostentation, he concealed his true identity behind a mask. Truly a complex individual. As his thoughts wandered, his hands remained unyielding. With a swift motion, an alloy-tipped arrow shot forth. A streak of light aimed directly at Su Ming's chest. Consider this a warning. The headquarters is not to be entered so brazenly. Just as he was about to land on the spacious balcony, Su Ming's spider sense suddenly triggered a warning. An arrow? The incoming projectile appeared to slow in his field of vision. Raising his arm, Su Ming positioned his palm in the path of the arrow's descent, seemingly waving at his assailant from afar. Clang! The alloy steel arrowhead twisted and deformed in the palm of his hand, the shaft bending and bouncing aside. With a firm thud, it landed steadily on the spacious balcony. Peering down, he exclaimed, "Is that not Hawkeye?" Golden hair, slightly tousled, emanated a sharp aura of a seasoned agent. His piercing light blue eyes reflected the intense focus characteristic of a top-tier marksman, with a medium build and lean muscle. The compound bow in his hand signified his agility as a hero. Realization dawned upon Su Ming that the arrow he had casually deflected was indeed shot by Hawkeye below. Was this a greeting? He waved nonchalantly at Hawkeye, preparing to turn and re-enter the building in search of the target box. Meanwhile, Hawkeye observed, astonished, as his powerful shot was effortlessly brushed aside by his opponent's palm. Stunned, he thought, what the FK? I clearly hit my mark. Why did it have no effect? I haven't heard of him possessing an invisible shield. Clint, with keen eyesight, had witnessed the entire event. Yet his mind struggled to comprehend the information his eyes had relayed. Seeing his adversary disregard him and wave back in a mocking manner, Hawkeye, unwilling to concede, nocked another arrow. You dare to proceed? Stop right there. Whoosh, whoosh. This time, he unleashed arrows equipped with smoke bomb tips and mini explosive heads. Although a marksman, Hawkeye could alter the arrow's tips to modify their effects, a testament to his adaptability in combat. Swish, boom. The smoke bomb released a thick, choking fog, which was then dispersed by the ensuing mini explosion. You'll learn what manners are through some discomfort, Clint mused, believing that the combination of smoke and explosive arrows would cause minimal harm, but as long as his opponent experienced the sting of the smoke, his mild reprimand would be deemed successful. Su Ming, however, was growing increasingly vexed by Hawkeye's antics. Holding two arrows, one still emitting smoke and the other rendered silent post-explosion, he took a deep breath and exhaled forcefully, creating a gust of wind that swiftly cleared the lingering smoke from the platform. Gazing at his soot-stained palm, Su Ming resolved to descend and converse with Hawkeye. What was the meaning of this? Arrows were being shot incessantly. Quite bothersome, indeed. As Su Ming's figure plummeted like a cannonball beside Clint, Hawkeye was left dumbfounded. The balcony of the director's office was situated at least 10 stories above the ground. This guy had just jumped down without a second thought. It dawned on him that he was now on the opposite side of the artificial lake. 10 stories, an artificial lake. Did he merely leap across? Hadn't I shot arrows at him? Twice, in fact. What was I even doing? Am I doomed? Observing the bewildered Hawkeye, Su Ming placed a hand on his shoulder and casually brushed off the gunpowder residue from his hands. Hello. You must be Hawkeye, right? As I entered. There were pressing matters at hand, so please refrain from any disturbances. Just as Hawkeye was still recovering from his astonishment, the phone rang. Clint instinctively answered the call. Hey. Agent Barton, I appreciate your effort in bringing my guest over. Clint glanced around, puzzled. Who? Which guest? In the office. Nick Fury stood by the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the crimson figure below with a pleased smile. Of course, it is none other than Mr. Scarlet Witch. Nick Fury had been comfortably situated in his office when a sudden explosion jolted him. Goodness, who would dare stir trouble in such a prominent place? Rising to the window, he beheld a figure soaring downwards with remarkable speed. Focusing with his solitary eye, he was taken aback. Is that not Su Ming? Mr. Scarlet Witch. He watched as Su Ming executed a grand leap, landing effortlessly on the opposite bank of the artificial lake. Nick Fury was left in disbelief. Oh my goodness. How on earth did he accomplish that? What other abilities does Su Ming possess that I am unaware of? This recalled to him the plans previously discussed with General Ross. Nick Fury's eyes sparkled with realization as he reached for his phone to call Clint. Just before the call connected, Nick Fury reflected, it is worth noting that Clint is a rare genius. He had only recently joined S.H.I.E.L.D, yet displayed extraordinary capabilities almost immediately. His adaptability is truly remarkable, consistently achieving his objectives and intricate missions. He has gradually become one of my most valued agents. The other is Natasha Romanoff. I wonder how her investigation on Tony Stark is progressing. Chapter 42, The Deal with S.H.I.E.L.D. Oh, what brings you here? The Scarlet Silver Duke, or should I say, Mr. Su Ming? Have you finally come to a decision to join my plan? Nick Fury regarded Su Ming, clad in a striking red attire, with a cordial expression. Su Ming's initiative to approach him was undoubtedly good news, as his scheme was in dire need of a formidable superhero like Su Ming. Accepting the coffee from Agent Hill, Su Ming expressed his gratitude softly, momentarily lost in thought. He had initially intended to infiltrate discreetly, avoiding any commotion. Yet, an unexpected encounter with Hawkeye had stirred quite a ruckus, alarming the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Had it not been for the lingering desire to involve himself in that plan, Fury's demeanor might have been far less amiable. However, to obtain the box belonging to Tony Stark's father, it seemed prudent to engage in a candid discussion with Director Fury. Observing Su Ming in contemplation, Agent Maria Hill's eyes glimmered with intrigue. She had only witnessed his formidable presence on television, and this was her first opportunity for such close proximity. She admired the meticulously crafted attire and the intricately designed mask he wore, quietly nodding in approval. Truly, he was the most popular man on the superhero rankings. At least in terms of aesthetics, he surpassed the minimum standards. Leaving aside Agent Hill's covert assessments of Su Ming, he deemed it best to speak plainly, as beating around the bush did not align with his character. Director, I have come to request a certain item. Oh. Although Nick Fury had not received the answer he had anticipated, his curiosity was piqued. What could possibly compel Su Ming to breach the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D.? With poised clarity, Su Ming articulated his purpose. It is a box, a relic belonging to Tony Stark's father. Fury's eyes narrowed slightly as confusion danced within. Why did Su Ming seek Tony's father's belongings? How did he know it was a box? Was there something he was unaware of? Natasha's previous report had indicated that Tony appeared to be ensnared in a palladium poisoning crisis. He had even dispatched an expert team to thoroughly investigate Howard Stark's possessions. Yet they found nothing. Could it be that Su Ming possessed knowledge unbeknownst to him? What do you intend to do with this item? Nick Fury bluntly articulated his lingering question. Su Ming scrutinized Fury's reaction upon hearing about the Stark relic and discerned no particular unease, deducing that they had yet to uncover the true value of this heirloom. The specifics of my intentions are inconsequential. I merely hope that Director Fury will grant me the item. I can assure you it will fulfill its purpose. Su Ming exuded confidence. After all, the Stark lineage was a lineage of geniuses. The enigmas left behind by the elder Stark could only be unraveled by the younger Stark. You may have already commenced your research, but it seems progress has been elusive. Nick Fury, rotating his solitary eye, contemplated Su Ming's words. To his surprise, an opportunity emerged before him, a chance to negotiate with Su Ming. The leverage in this scenario was Stark's relics. Resolute in his decision, Nick Fury declared, Mr. Silver, I can indeed provide you with the items, but listening to the old man draw out his words with insincerity, Su Ming inwardly acknowledged the predictability of the situation. Each leader of these factions was a formidable adversary. Once they sensed an opportunity, they would undoubtedly present their demands. With this in mind, Su Ming interjected, Director Fury, I have no intention of joining your plan. Should you desire my assistance, the customary protocol must be followed. Nick Fury nodded in understanding and waved his hand dismissively, assuring him, rest assured, your efforts will not go unrewarded. To be frank, aside from you, No one else is truly suited for this task. Su Ming scoffed internally. These seasoned veterans had mastered the art of flattery, rendering their praises devoid of value. When Nick finally articulated his request, Su Ming experienced a moment of clarity. It was not a mission from S.H.I.E.L.D, but rather an assignment from the military. General Ross was pursuing a clandestine operation, yet a researcher had escaped, and his serum sample was vital to the military's agenda. Nick Fury had previously recommended the extraordinarily talented bounty hunter, Su Ming, to General Ross, who had not committed at the time. Shortly after their conversation, someone was dispatched to Nick Fury, indicating that if the serum sample could be successfully retrieved, the military would allocate research funding to S.H.I.E.L.D. In other words, the military would not conspire with bounty hunters, but S.H.I.E.L.D. was another matter entirely. 100 million, Mr. Silver. As per our agreement, I formally commission you to recover the serum, and upon completion, not only will you receive your payment, but I will also ensure the Stark relics you desire are delivered to you in full. Su Ming mulled over Nick Fury's words. Despite his meticulous manner of speaking, the mention of General Ross, military plans, and the researcher, he might as well have disclosed Bruce Banner's identity. Wasn't this merely the super soldier program? Shrouded in secrecy, the target was none other than the Hulk. Previously, Su Ming would have deemed such a mission inconceivable, given that the Hulk was nearly invincible in the Marvel universe. However, since enhancing his physique, even he was uncertain of his limits. Thus, the prospect of facing the Hulk no longer instilled fear. In fact, it ignited a flicker of anticipation. Perhaps this encounter would reveal the boundaries of his capabilities. Yet, even though he was eager to engage in a contest of strength with the Green Giant, he could not afford to exhibit excessive enthusiasm. These seasoned operators would glean much from any hint of eagerness. After a moment of hesitation, Su Ming reluctantly acquiesced, which delighted Nick Fury immensely. General Ross was a pivotal figure in the military, with indications that his influence might extend even further. If I secure his support, my plans will be propelled forward with greater efficacy. Having finalized several details, I left the contact information for Agent Hill and graciously declined Nick Fury's invitation to dinner. Departing from the Triskelion building. It is amusing. I had received numerous extravagant offers for dinner, yet never entertained the notion, especially not from you, an old black man. Little did he know, the agent who initially reached out to Elisa with a proposal to dine with me was also from S.H.I.E.L.D. Now, he stood dutifully at the entrance of the New York branch of S.H.I.E.L.D. Manhattan Hotel, as I finally reclined comfortably in bed. Ready to indulge in a restful slumber, a familiar figure, Spider-Man, Peter Parker, burst through the window. His mask was torn, revealing half of his face, and he was covered in wounds. He stumbled in weakly and collapsed onto the floor. I hurried to support Peter, gently placing him on the sofa. As I recalled, Peter had never appeared quite this battered before. Could it be? Just as I began to reminisce about certain storylines involving Spider-Man, a question struck me. Are there overlapping narratives among the various iterations of Spider-Man? While I pondered how the original storylines managed to remain coherent despite their differences, young Spider-Man spoke up. Mr. Silver, I have killed someone. Peter's words captured my attention. Was there such a shocking plot twist in the Spider-Man saga? I struggled to recall. I urged, Peter, take your time, rest, and speak slowly. Do not fear. You are safe here. Yet, Peter clutched my arm. His red-rimmed eyes fixated on me, his lips trembling as he confessed, Sir, I have killed my best friend's father. Chapter 43, Consolation for the Little Spider. Within the upper echelons of the military, General Ross is not the sole architect behind the ambitious strong military initiative. One of his rivals, a certain general, has commissioned Osborn Industries to develop superweapons in a bid to forge an ultra-modern steel legion. However, Norman Osborn's aspirations extend far beyond the mere creation of advanced weaponry. While weapons possess inherent limitations, the potential of the human body is boundless. He has long clandestinely supported research into genetic modification within his company. The studies conducted by Dr. Connors, a lizard-like scientist, represent just one branch of this ambitious project. Significant progress has been made in the research, yet when the physical enhancement serum had not yet passed its final tests, Norman, in his impatience, injected himself with it. To this day, he cannot forget the exhilarating sensation of kicking a researcher across the room. The serum drastically augmented Norman's strength, speed, and endurance. But it severely damaged his nervous system, birthing a second persona within him, a wrathful, paranoid, and destructively inclined Green Goblin. Upon discovering that other board members of his own Osborn Industries were plotting to circumvent him and sell the company at a low price, Norman embarked on a path of vengeance. While Su Ming and Tony were indulging in extravagance in Las Vegas, the annual celebration of Osborn Industries commenced grandly in New York. Social elites, corporate executives, and all employees reveled in the festivities, savoring fine wine and gourmet cuisine. Peter Parker, moonlighting as a photographer, was also present at the event. Laughter and merriment filled the air. Just as the attendees joyfully shared in their revelry, Peter Parker's spider sense urgently alerted him. Not again! A green figure, riding a glider, appeared above the crowd. This armored figure, donned in a devilish mask, was no stranger to Peter. He had once invited the young spider to collaborate in his grand ambitions. A memory etched vividly in Peter's mind, laden with malice and ambition. Norman Osborn, clad in the full combat gear developed by his company, pinpointed the location of the executives and hurled pumpkin bombs. You wish to steal my life's work? Let them perish. In a flash of explosion, nearly all company executives were reduced to mere skeletal remains scattered across the floor. The pumpkin bombs instantaneously extracted their flesh and lives. This horrifying scene sent shockwaves of terror through the attendees. Amid the panic and chaos, as people fled in desperation, Peter Parker slipped into a corner to don his spider suit, arriving just in time to confront the Green Goblin. At that moment, he was still unaware of the identity of his adversary. Peter could not stand idly by while the Green Goblin wreaked havoc upon innocent lives. He found himself embroiled in a fierce battle. Enhanced by the serum, Norman Osborn was brutal, powerful, and equipped with an array of advanced technology. Peter's already battered mask bore the marks of a pumpkin bomb's devastating effect. Norman was well aware that Spider-Man was, in fact, Peter Parker. He had uncovered Peter's secret during a family gathering, where he had noticed the wound on Peter's arm, inflicted by one of his own tracking darts. Initially, he sought to conspire with Spider-Man, who also possessed extraordinary abilities, believing that those who followed him would thrive while those who opposed him would perish. However, this small being repeatedly thwarted his plans, inciting the wrath of Norman's inner persona. He vowed to eradicate all obstacles in his path. During the course of their battle, when he gained the upper hand, he fell into a common villainous trap. He spoke too much. Upon hearing the Green Goblin threaten to eliminate Aunt May and Gwen, Peter was consumed by rage. With just a few strikes, he left the Green Goblin dazed, only to be struck by shock when Norman removed his mask, revealing himself to be none other than Harry Osborn's father. Seizing the moment of Peter's astonishment, Norman covertly directed the flying apparatus to launch a blade at Peter's back. But Peter's spider sense alerted him, narrowly allowing him to evade this lethal strike. Unexpectedly, the blade pierced Norman's own body. In his final moments, Norman Osborn, in a gesture of goodwill, implored Peter, "Do not tell Harry." Yet, when Peter returned Norman's lifeless body to his home, he was spotted by his dear friend Harry. Henceforth, Harry regarded Spider-Man as the murderer of his father, an irreconcilable enemy. Peter was engulfed in torment. On one hand, he had never taken a life, and confronting death left him deeply unsettled. On the other, the deceased was his friend as father, a man he had always called uncle since childhood. He could not fathom that the jovial Norman Osborn, who had always smiled warmly at him, had perished before him. And moreover, because of him, he was at a loss as to how to confront his grieving friend, Harry Osborn, and was equally uncertain about how to quell his own anxious mind. In his turmoil, Peter recalled Su Ming and, almost by instinct, found his way to his room. Seeking a semblance of peace within, listening to Peter Parker's hushed revelations, Su Ming marveled. "I cannot believe that so much has transpired in just a few days." Observing Peter's disoriented state, Su Ming reflected once more on the youthfulness of his friend. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "Peter, congratulations." The cryptic nature of Su Ming's statement bewildered young Spider-Man. Given his current turmoil and inner conflict, how could one utter such words? Was he a devil? Nevertheless, recognizing Su Ming's seniority and wealth of experience, Peter remained silent, awaiting further elucidation. Meanwhile, Su Ming regretted his hasty words. He understood that Spider-Man would only truly mature through a series of adversities, misunderstandings, and even the loss of loved ones. Yet many events were yet to unfold. He could not divulge that the narrative had been orchestrated this way, nor could he allow Peter to find solace in the notion that Gwen's father had survived due to his presence. Such revelations were not for him to bear. Peter Parker was still a student. His mental growth required time. To lead him astray would be a grave misstep. Contemplating this, Su Ming gently remarked, "Indeed, Peter, congratulations. You have successfully navigated yet another trial set by fate." The little spider listened to Su Ming's words, deep in thought. Su Ming then began his art of persuasion, filling Peter's young heart with an abundance of comforting wisdom. In essence, Peter had committed no crime. The Green Goblin was merely reaping the consequences of his own actions. Moreover, if Peter had not acted swiftly, countless more victims and families would have been engulfed in sorrow. Phrases such as "those who commit unjust acts will ultimately face their own demise. With great power comes great responsibility, and one must bear the weight of the crown they wish to wear" echoed in the air. Under Su Ming's relentless barrage of enlightenment, Peter's spirits visibly lifted. In truth, Peter knew that Su Ming's assertions were accurate. The Green Goblin, who treated human life with utter disdain, even that of a close friend's father, could not escape the grim reality of being a murderous fiend. As he gazed at Su Ming, who was gently guiding and comforting him, Peter recalled the man's self-serving nature and could not help but ponder. If he understood so much, why then did he choose a path laden with the stench of greed? He voiced his inner question, striking a chord deep within Su Ming. Goodness. If I were solely focused on making money, I would have met my end in the very first episode. Su Ming reflected on his earlier words of comfort, insights gleaned from 9 years of comprehensive education, coupled with the harsh lessons of life. These were high-level principles, and he urged Peter to embrace them. Rest assured, once I have amassed sufficient wealth, I too shall choose to become a superhero and join you in saving the world. Upon hearing this, Peter's face lit up with excitement. He was certain that Mr. Silver would indeed embark on this illustrious path. How could he possess such profound understanding? The confusion that had once clouded Peter's heart dissipated in the wake of Su Ming's brief yet illuminating remarks. He could not help but regard the man before him with newfound respect for his strength, wisdom, and calm demeanor. I must become a man like him, Peter resolutely affirmed to himself once more. Su Ming, with a gentle expression, continued to console Peter, yet internally he screamed, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. One can never earn enough money. As for being a superhero, that is a dream never to be realized." Chapter 44. Arrival in Brazil. Harry Osborn's carefree childhood has come to an abrupt end. His father, Norman Osborn, was mercilessly slain by Spider-Man, leaving Harry to shoulder the heavy mantle of CEO of Oscorp at a tender age. His father once confided in him that the Osborn family suffers from a peculiar hereditary affliction, which manifests painfully at a certain age, leading to a tragic demise. Additionally, Peter's father had pioneered genetic fusion technology, of which Spider-Man is a product. This technology holds the promise of curing their family's genetic malady entirely. Harry mused that his father must have aimed to procure Spider-Man's blood sample before succumbing to the illness and to eliminate all obstacles within the company. Yet, he found himself outmatched by Spider-Man. "You are my hero, Father," he exclaimed, recalling Spider-Man's elusive form, clenching his fists tightly. "Spider-Man, just you wait." Upon awakening, Su Ming and Eliza were blissfully enjoying breakfast. Su Ming appeared somewhat distracted, reflecting on the previous night when the young spider expressed delight and anticipation at the prospect of teaming up to save the world once they had earned enough money. Su Ming felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. The child was too easily deceived. At that moment, the phone rang. Su Ming glanced at it and saw it was Agent Hill. Bruce Banner, a biologist and an unfortunate soul, became the subject of a military supersoldier program. After injecting a serum designed for supersoldiers, he was inadvertently exposed to massive gamma radiation, resulting in a genetic mutation that transformed him into a terrifying green behemoth. Notably, the serum he received was an early, unstable version akin to that of Captain America. However, Banner's exposure to gamma radiation further complicated the matter. In a fit of rage, he not only wrecked the laboratory, but also inadvertently harmed his girlfriend, Betty Ross, and her father, General Ross. Upon regaining his senses, Banner was consumed by remorse as he gazed at his injured girlfriend in the hospital. To prevent such calamities from occurring again and to escape the military's pursuit, Bruce Banner sought refuge in a Brazilian slum, living a reclusive life with his dog. Beyond his daily commute, he engaged in training with a local Brazilian jiu-jitsu master in a dilapidated factory, striving to regulate his body and control his anger. The rage-filled Hulk would emerge whenever Banner's heart rate exceeded 200 beats per minute, instinctively wreaking havoc. Through a period of training, Banner learned to manage his anger to a degree. As long as his heart rate remained below 200, he would be safe. He exhaled in relief as he monitored his heart rate with a watch on his wrist. Simultaneously, Banner had connected with a scientist online, known as Mr. Blue, who had been aiding him and suggested that a rare flower could eradicate the green cells within him. Through his own experiments, Banner discovered that initially, the cells in his blood could successfully revert to their original red state, but soon this endeavor met with failure. Mr. Blue expressed his need for a blood sample from Banner to assist in his ongoing research to cure Banner's mutated body. A spark of inspiration ignited within Banner. If another individual joined him in the pursuit of a solution to reverse the mutation, the progress would undoubtedly double. Filled with anticipation, he dispatched a substantial vial of his blood. Little did he know, this very blood sample would later forge a formidable adversary for him. One day, while working at a soda factory, Banner inadvertently pricked his finger, causing a drop of blood to splatter. Despite his meticulous search and efforts to clean the area, he was unaware that a single droplet had already fallen into an empty soda bottle. The soda was subsequently shipped across the United States, and an elderly man who consumed it succumbed instantly under the influence of Banner's potent genes. Following an investigation, the military detected Banner's genetic material in the soda, thereby revealing his location. General Ross had never given up on Banner as a subject for his experiments. Having witnessed the formidable power of Banner's transformation, He sought to exploit Banner's genetic makeup to create a legion of super soldiers. After months of searching, he finally found him. Banner. A glimmer of excitement crossed General Ross's eyes. However, he was acutely aware of the terror that accompanied Banner's transformation. Thus, he assembled an elite team for a capture operation, specifically inviting the exceptional Colonel Emil Blonsky to join their ranks. As he surveyed the heavily armed elite squad before him, a thought crossed General Ross's mind, prompting him to instruct his secretary to inform S.H.I.E.L.D. of this discovery. What could a mere bounty hunter compare to the military? Since you brought it up, I shall grant you this favor. Remembering Nick Fury, General Ross made sure to check in on his old comrade. He then personally led the team to Brazil. Meanwhile, Nick Fury received word from General Ross's secretary, alerting him that they had discovered the whereabouts of their target. He immediately arranged for Agent Hill to contact Su Ming, instructing him to board S.H.I.E.L.D's private jet to Brazil. Su Ming was still pondering the reliability of S.H.I.E.L.D's promises. If he delayed any longer, Tony would succumb to his affliction, leaving him desperate for income. Just then, Agent Hill called to inform him to prepare, as S.H.I.E.L.D's private jet was en route to take him to Brazil. Su Ming's eyes lit up. S.H.I.E.L.D's efficiency was indeed commendable. Elisa, upon learning that Su Ming was heading to Brazil, who had been growing increasingly restless at home, insisted vehemently on accompanying him. Boss, this life of shopping and beauty treatments is dreadfully dull. Take me with you. Su Ming, observing Elisa's noticeably improved complexion, silently rolled his eyes. This lifestyle was a dream for countless women, yet she remained unsatisfied. Influenced by his past experiences, Su Ming understood the significance of having a good boss. Thus, even with only Elisa as his sole employee, he treated her generously. When there were no tasks requiring her assistance, he would casually offer her allowances amounting to thousands, leaving others to speculate that he was supporting her lavishly. All right. To prevent any rumors of me keeping you, quickly pack your things. Eliza let out an excited scream and dashed back to her room. When Su Ming and his companion arrived in Brazil, the elite team was already engaged in battle with the Hulk. The factory lay in ruins, devastated by the Hulk's rampage. Colonel Emil, armed with an automatic rifle, fired a barrage of precise shots at the Hulk, yet the bullets failed to penetrate his formidable skin. Su Ming approached without haste, observing the ground littered with flat, high-dose tranquilizer darts, and smirked to himself. Do they really think they can take down the Hulk with these? Clad in a form-fitting combat suit, Eliza gazed with wide-eyed curiosity at the rare spectacle before her, exclaiming, "Goodness, boss, what kind of monster is that?" In the dim light, she could only faintly discern a colossal figure darting between various large machines. Hearing Eliza's remark, Su Ming smiled faintly. Now that's a formidable character. Just then, a soldier resembling an aide approached Su Ming, his demeanor arrogant. "Destiny, right? The general sent me to inquire why you haven't pursued the target alongside the combat team. We finally caught up with you." Su Ming thought to himself. Although Nick Fury had negotiated terms with him, this was a military operation, and they were known for their capriciousness. Unless he secured a proper agreement with their general, Su Ming had no intention of engaging lightly. "I am not a battle fanatic. I'm here merely to earn a living and fulfill my deal with Nick Fury." He gazed coolly at the aide, noticing that he was now obstructed by a mass of chaos, steel debris having fallen from above. Su Ming approached the aide, gently clearing away several tons of steel debris in front of him, much to the aide's astonishment. With a clatter, the aide instinctively took a step back, his arrogance evaporating as he gazed at Su Ming in disbelief. Su Ming offered a courteous smile. "I wish to see your general. Please lead the way." Chapter 45. Thunderbolt's Emil Blonsky faced the first setback of his illustrious career. As a colonel in the British Royal Marine Corps, he was renowned for his valor and ruthlessness. A seasoned soldier forged in the crucible of battle. Ever since Blonsky had been recruited by General Thaddeus Ross to partake in the pursuit of Bruce Banner, his inner tranquility had been irrevocably shattered. He reflected on the calamity that befell his pursuit team in Brazil. The high-dose tranquilizer rounds failed to penetrate the creature's impenetrable hide. And when they switched to live ammunition, they not only inflicted no damage but also lost a team member to a counterattack. In desperation, Blonsky hurled a high-explosive grenade, landing it squarely at the monster's feet. Surely, this time, he would inflict damage upon the beast. Yet, after a thunderous explosion, the supposed target charged forward, propelling dozens of tons of beverage cans like a wild stallion. Two team members were instantly crushed beneath the colossal metal containers, their bodies reduced to a grotesque pulp. This harrowing spectacle elicited a rare exclamation of horror from Blonsky, who was accustomed to witnessing death. As the massive cans careened towards him, Blonsky summoned every ounce of his strength to leap aside, narrowly evading a grisly fate. The two giant cans collided with a deafening crash, soda spraying everywhere and drenching Colonel Blonsky in a sugary deluge. The sickly sweet aroma of the soft drink assaulted his senses. Yet it did little to alleviate his growing despair. He had initially perceived this mission as a straightforward hunt, only to find that his team had unwittingly become the prey. Frustration mounting, he fired relentlessly at the creature, witnessing a scene forever etched in his memory, a face twisted in unbridled rage, its dark green eyes sending chills down his spine. In that moment of distraction, Hulk hurled a forklift directly at him. Blonsky could scarcely believe his eyes as the massive vehicle sailed through the air like a mere plaything. The rush of wind accompanying its trajectory compelled him to flee once more. With every ounce of his strength, he narrowly escaped becoming a mere smear on the ground. Hulk, however, chose not to pursue further, instead smashing through a wall and retreating, leaving behind an echoing roar that reverberated through the forest. Exhausted from the frantic escape, Colonel Emil Blonsky realized he had finally eluded danger. Taking a moment to steady his breath and suppress the indignation of his mission's failure, he seethed, "Damn it. Ross concealed vital intelligence from us." He resolved to confront the general for clarification. Meanwhile, Su Ming, walking behind his aide, recalled the imminent meeting with General Thaddeus Thunderbolt Ross, a significant figure within the Marvel Universe. Ross spearheaded the revival of the Super Soldier program, endeavoring to replicate the serum that once granted Captain America his extraordinary abilities during World War II. He had enlisted Banner in gamma radiation research, which tragically resulted in Banner's transformation. Ross has always regarded Banner as the military's property, with Banner's blood being the crucial material for the creation of biological weapons. He has initiated a global manhunt, embodying the ruthless determination of a politician who will stop at nothing to achieve his ends. Eventually, he arrives at a temporary command post, observing the busy soldiers who dare not even breathe in the presence of General Ross. Su Ming scoffs quietly, "Power." Looking at Ross, one notices the rigid lines of his face, high cheekbones, and sharply defined jaw, all accentuating the unique resolve and coldness of a soldier. His gaze is sharp as an eagle's, often laced with scrutiny and suspicion, as though he is perpetually assessing the value and threat posed by his adversaries. His brows are habitually furrowed, forming distinct furrows upon his forehead. His complexion is tanned and weathered, a testament to exposure to the elements, while his sparse gray hair is meticulously styled. Though his robust frame has slightly stooped with age, he maintains the upright posture characteristic of military discipline. Su Ming muses to himself, "This old fellow still has some spirit." The adjutant whispers a few words to General Ross, who finally directs his gaze towards Su Ming, his frown revealing a hint of distaste. However, when the adjutant mentions that Su Ming effortlessly moved several tons of steel, a flicker of curiosity ignites in the old general's eyes. After the adjutant departs, Ross glances at the slender figure of Eliza, admiration briefly flashing across his features, before scrutinizing Su Ming from head to toe. "You are the bounty hunter referred to by Fury. What was your name again?" The authoritative voice of General Ross resonates through the command post, plunging the room into an even deeper silence, as if everyone feared interrupting the general's discourse. "Destiny." General Ross, gazing at the distinguished Eastern visage before him, recalls his own youth when he too was a handsome and rugged young man. He snorts coldly. "Why do you hesitate to act upon your target?" The you that Nick Fury spoke of is not one to linger. With both hands braced on the table, he fixes his intense gaze upon Su Ming, exuding an overwhelming presence that envelopes the command post in silence. Su Ming, who has had fleeting encounters with those in power, such as delivering takeout to them, understands that this breed often suffers from hubris, believing themselves to be above others. Yet, he is no longer among the societal underclass. Even as Ross's imposing aura intimidates Eliza, Su Ming's calm demeanor remains unperturbed. "General, there is no need to rush. Let us first discuss the price," he suggests nonchalantly. Ross, seemingly amused, displays a hint of disdain. "Dare to negotiate business with me directly? Who do you think you are? And who do you think I am?" However, recalling the adjutant's earlier report, Ross realizes that the individual before him possesses considerable skill and audacity, and the adjutant would not dare to deceive. Without engaging further, he rises from his seat, looking down at Su Ming. "Prove it to me." He is resolute in not wasting any time on what he perceives as a worthless individual. Su Ming understands that this old man will not act until given clear evidence. Yet he questions why he should feel compelled to demonstrate anything. That was a different price. Could the mere recommendation of director Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. not suffice to elucidate the matter? At that moment, a disheveled Emil Blonsky strode into the command center, accompanied by a pointed remark. "General, you never mentioned that Banner had such a creature by his side. I demand an explanation." Blonsky was deeply troubled by the failure of the operation, his heart brimming with indignation and confusion, attributing all blame to General Ross for concealing vital intelligence. In his agitation, Blonsky paid no heed to the two guests who seemed to linger before General Ross. To him, had the general not deliberately withheld information, his comrades would not have perished in vain. If Banner had known what that creature was, I would have captured him. I would have compelled him to disclose the identity of that monster. It is Banner himself. General Ross disregarded Su Ming and the other guest. In his eyes, Colonel Blonsky held greater significance, as he was the spearhead of his operations, deserving of his attention. Blonsky's expression hardened. He had initially believed that the mysterious power stemmed from Banner's associate, yet the general's explanation left him utterly astonished. Blonsky gazed down at the new automatic rifle in his hands, reflecting on how a weapon that had served him well on the battlefield for years had proven utterly ineffective this time. He raised his arm, intending to hurl the rifle to the ground in a fit of intense frustration. What use are you now? Huh? However, as the rifle hung in midair, it was halted by Su Ming. Su Ming adeptly caught the weapon that Blonsky was about to angrily discard. Sir, tossing trash around is hardly a commendable habit. With that, he deftly manipulated the rifle in his hands before accurately tossing it into a nearby trash bin a few meters away. The automatic rifle, forged from composite steel, resembled a crumpled piece of paper in Su Ming's grasp, easily molded into a coffee cup-sized ball. It was only when it landed in the trash bin with a resounding crash that those present realized the object was indeed a firearm. What the FK? Chapter 46, Selling Blood at a High Price. Eliza instinctively raised her hand to cover her mouth, which had fallen agape in astonishment. Oh my God. Unbelievable. Cool. Observing how effortlessly her boss had stunned everyone in the command center, Eliza was witnessing his extraordinary capabilities up close for the first time. After the initial shock, a profound sense of pride surged within her. As she watched Su Ming toss aside the trash, his hands now resting behind his back, Eliza couldn't help but reach out to grasp them. A slight movement of his brow, sensing her touch. Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle. What is this girl up to now? Maintaining an enigmatic expression, he subtly wiggled his fingers behind his back, signaling Eliza to cease her antics. Yet, she seemed to have discovered something amusing, playfully gripping Su Ming's fingers despite his struggles to free himself. Simultaneously, to avoid embarrassing her boss, she maintained a facade of indifference, though the occasional smirk that escaped her betrayed her amusement. The soldiers in the command center were utterly dumbfounded. Just moments ago, they had witnessed an astonishing spectacle. An Finskar automatic rifle had been discarded by this individual as if it were mere clay, truly treating it like refuse. And the throw was remarkably precise. The soldiers regarded Su Ming with the eyes of those who had encountered a monster. Brodsky stood there, staring blankly at the still-shaking trash can, reflecting on the bizarre event that had just unfolded. You must be joking. Braun felt as though God had played several outrageous pranks on him within a few short days, to the point where he questioned whether he was still dreaming. He discreetly probed the wound on his leg. Ouch. This was no dream. How on earth had this person achieved such feats? Could he too become as powerful as him? It seemed that after his transformation, Banner's strength had intensified even further. The desire for power burned within Braun's heart like an unquenchable flame. He resolved to consult with the general about any potential means to acquire such strength, determined to pursue it without hesitation. General Thunder Ross acknowledged that he had previously underestimated the bounty hunter before him. Fate, is it? Gazing at the rifle that Su Ming had effortlessly destroyed with his bare hands, General Ross's eyes lit up. Isn't this precisely the effect I have been striving for? His tireless efforts to advance the development of the super soldier serum were aimed at one day transforming each of his loyal soldiers into someone as formidable as the person before him. What had granted him such strength? Ross would never accept the notion of innate divine power without compelling evidence. Indeed, the wealthy relied on technology, while the impoverished depended on mutation. Success was never a matter of chance. Having weathered countless storms, General Ross remained unmoved by Su Ming's unintentional display of power. Instead, a better idea took shape in his mind. The body of this bounty hunter could serve to enhance his research team's work on the super soldier serum. Upon contemplating this, General Ross bestowed a benevolent smile upon Su Ming. Mr. Fate, I have heard from Fury that with sufficient remuneration, you can be persuaded to undertake any task. Su Ming was entirely unfazed by the shift in Ross's demeanor. It would have been peculiar had he remained unchanged. Now that they had entered the agreeable phase of business negotiations, Su Ming was keen to discern the intentions of this seasoned individual. Not just anything, General, he replied modestly. General Ross was acutely aware that no amount of money would compel Mr. Fate to acquiesce to every request. However, the notion he had just conjured appeared rather reasonable. Mr. Fate, for 100 million, I would like a sample of your blood. The implication was clear. Look, I am mindful of your principles and extend you due courtesy. Why not simply agree? Ross articulated his desires candidly. He sought Banner's blood sample, and now he desired Su Ming's as well. Accelerating the completion of the Super Soldier Serum project would afford him ample political leverage to ascend further. Power. What a splendid sensation. With a subtle smile gracing his lips, General Ross appeared genuinely sincere at this moment. A what? Su Ming was taken aback that this old fox had truly set his sights on him. While surprised, he began to contemplate the situation. Even if I were inclined to comply, you must possess the means to procure it. Do you think my steel form is merely a jest? I cannot even conceive a method to draw my own blood, and this old fellow dares to entertain such thoughts. It seemed an effortless opportunity to profit from him. Yet, where is the rationale in agreeing without negotiation? With this in mind, Su Ming chuckled. I was under the impression it was a formidable request. It is merely a sample of blood. Since the general holds me in such esteem at 500 million, please. Take it. How audacious. General Ross, a veteran of the political arena, despite harboring a desire to curse Su Ming's entire family, maintained an affable facade. 200 million is the utmost I can offer, Mr. Fate. For 100 million. 200 million. 300 million. 200 million. After several attempts, observing General Ross's unwavering stance on the 200 million price point, Su Ming could only smile wryly. When it came to bargaining, he was indeed outmatched by this official. Mr. Fate, 200 million is already an exceedingly generous offer. Your standard begins at 100 million, but to foster our friendship, I have doubled it. This is my sincerity. Do not be overly greedy. A vivid image materialized in Ross's mind, with Banner's blood in his left hand and Fate's blood in his right. He could summon as many super soldiers as he desired with a mere clap. It was simply perfect. With this thought, he even began to explain himself to Su Ming. Blonsky had resolved that upon returning, he would insist that the general provide him with some technological advancements and formidable enhancements to bolster his own strength. At this moment, hearing the general negotiate with this bounty hunter, he recognized the significance of the discussion for the general's research and refrained from interjecting, his eyes fixated on Su Ming, eagerly awaiting his response. At this moment, Eliza's hand was firmly grasped by Su Ming, who had caught her off guard. No matter how she struggled, she found herself unable to break free, so she resigned herself to his hold. However, when she overheard General Ross discussing a business deal with her boss that began with a staggering sum of 100 million, Eliza felt as if she had slipped into a surreal reverie. When did her boss's ability to generate wealth ascend to such astronomical heights? What? Selling blood for money is undignified? A matter of status? How absurd. It was merely a drop of blood. She herself lost that much every month without ever seeing a penny in return. Moreover, this was 100 million. A full 100 million. My goodness. When the general raised the price to 200 million, Eliza felt as though her very soul had vacated her body, leaving her in a state of numbness. Su Ming finally released her hand, now devoid of mischief, though he appeared quite reluctant. General, I concede that you are right. I have been greedy. I accept your proposal, but payment must be made first. Of course. He laughed. Meanwhile, the staff assigned to draw blood from Su Ming were in a frenzy, employing every conceivable method yet failing to pierce his skin and collect a sample. When Bruce Banner regained consciousness, he found himself deep in the mountains. From a passerby, he learned that he was in Guatemala. To his astonishment, he had sprinted a staggering 15,000 miles overnight. However, this was not the time for shock. He needed to acquire information as swiftly as possible. Perhaps therein lay the key to unraveling the curse that plagued him. Subsequently, he hitchhiked to a nearby town. Penniless, he walked barefoot along the gravel road. Whenever fatigue overcame him, he would lean against any available surface, occasionally jolting awake from nightmares of having inadvertently caused his girlfriend's death. When hunger struck, he scavenged for vegetable scraps at the market. Once a paragon of privilege, he now wandered in tattered clothing, reduced to a beggar in the eyes of a passing boy who dropped a few coins into his hand. The irony was palpable. Yet, Banner was not one to wallow in self-pity. He used the coins to purchase the largest pair of trousers available. Chapter 47. 2 conditions. Bruce Banner never relinquished hope. On foot, he traversed the arduous journey of 600 kilometers in less than 17 days. His thoughts lingered on Mr. Blue, who possessed vital information regarding his genetic mutation. Simultaneously, the only person he could trust, Betty Ross, was also there. Banner infiltrated the school, eager to reunite with his beloved. It had been an eternity since that fateful incident when he had inadvertently harmed her and fled, leaving him unable to recall the last time he had gazed upon her face. Without any forewarning, Betty unexpectedly appeared within his line of sight. The long-absent figure of his girlfriend remained as radiant and enchanting as ever. Just as he prepared to approach her, he was struck with astonishment upon realizing she had found a new companion. In that moment, Banner's heart sank. He understood that he no longer had the right to intrude upon her life. Perhaps silently withdrawing was his final act of tenderness. With a shattered heart, Banner sought refuge in his old friend's pizzeria, his sole sanctuary. The unconditional trust and support from his friend enveloped him in a long-lost warmth. Seizing the opportunity to deliver pizza, Banner once again blended into the campus. With a box of pizza, he successfully bribed the underpaid security guard, stealthily slipping into his former laboratory. He searched with hope for any data concerning his experiments. Alas, the military had long since obliterated all his records, leaving Banner bereft of any useful leads. This revelation extinguished the flicker of hope within him. compelling him to continue his flight. As he prepared to bid farewell to his old friend, he was unexpectedly spotted by Betty. Yet, he found himself unable to acknowledge her. As her cries echoed through the streets, he could only remain hidden in the shadows behind a dumpster, consumed by sorrow. Walking through the torrential rain, Banner felt a chilling numbness within. Passers-by assumed he was deranged and steered clear of him. Suddenly, a car came to a halt behind him. It was Betty. Ignoring the downpour that soaked her to the bone, she dashed toward him. Don't go, don't go. The suppressed emotions between them finally found an outlet in that moment, as they embraced tightly. Upon learning that Banner was searching for their original experimental data, Betty brought him back to her home and retrieved an exquisite storage box to present to him. Inside lay a USB drive. She had secretly backed up all the experimental data. This lifeline filled Banner with a glimmer of hope for a cure. Perhaps he could seek assistance from the military. Betty mused, considering that General Ross was her biological father, and he might show Banner some compassion. However, Banner was acutely aware of General Ross's ambitions. No, he merely seeks to dissect me and weaponize the mutated cells. This is something I cannot accept. He recalled a friend he had met during his escape, Mr. Blue. Meanwhile, in New York, General Ross's research team was still grappling with how to obtain a blood sample from Su-Ming. Bronsky sought out General Ross. And since the previous attempt to capture Banner had failed, his fascination with the Hulk had intensified. General Ross, keenly aware of Bronsky's thirst for power, decided to divulge the entirety of Banner's experimental secrets. He revealed that Banner's research had only reached a rudimentary stage and was not yet applicable. Ross believed that Banner was investigating methods to combat radiation, a truth he had never disclosed to him. Banner's recklessness had led him to conduct human experiments, resulting in catastrophic outcomes. Or perhaps, a fortunate miscalculation. Before Bronsky, General Ross deftly shifted the blame onto Banner. Under the general's guidance, Bronsky ventured into a sealed warehouse to retrieve a vial of blue serum. This serum was a replica of the one administered to Captain America during World War II. It was only at this moment that Bronsky realized Ross intended to reignite the super soldier program from the wartime era. To hell with ambition. I merely seek strength. Gazing at the blue serum, Bronsky's eyes gleamed with a dangerous light. Despite General Ross repeatedly cautioning him about the significant risks associated with injecting the serum, the uncertainty of acquiring unknown powers loomed large. Should the attempt fail, the recipient would face dire consequences. Yet, Bronsky was undeterred. His yearning for power had driven him to the brink of madness. At last, with the assistance of 2 doctors, the blue serum was injected into Bronsky's body. Oh, my God. Please, my God. The newly developed, high-strength needle snapped against Su-Ming's arm. The scientist tasked with drawing Su-Ming's blood finally succumbed to despair. He could not comprehend how a task that any nurse could accomplish with ease had transformed into a monumental challenge in his hands. It's merely a blood draw. What are you all doing? General Ross, equally perplexed, pondered why a procedure that should have taken mere minutes had dragged on so long, with this insufferable bounty hunter still lingering before him. Indeed, since agreeing to the transaction with General Ross, Su-Ming and Eliza had accompanied Ross's research team from Brazil to America, receiving lavish treatment yet failing to extract a single drop of blood. The scientist, with a bitter expression, reported to General Ross about the task that had tormented him for several days. During their initial attempt to draw blood from Su-Ming, the needle had broken. Now, after countless failed attempts and the destruction of over 100 needles using various methods, they were still unable to pierce Su-Ming's skin. Su-Ming, however, was compliant, willing to do anything for the sake of the blood draw. Surely, they wouldn't resort to a shredder. Frustrated, the scientist even contemplated extreme measures. When General Ross grasped the situation, he too fell into a state of shock. No, I spent 200 million. Days have passed, and now you tell me we can't draw blood? To this, the scientist could only helplessly confirm that not a single drop could be obtained. General Ross was plagued by a throbbing headache, and he could not help but concede that, despite his extensive experience in combat, he seemed to have met his match this time. Was this fate truly some kind of monster? A flicker of resignation began to creep into his mind. For the unparalleled might he faced appeared utterly valueless to him. Meanwhile, Su-Ming and Eliza, treated as esteemed guests by the military over the past few days, found their spirits undeniably lifted. They enjoyed sumptuous meals, restful nights, and the unparalleled opportunity to explore the secretive base of the American forces, all while relishing the perplexed expressions of those who found themselves at a loss in their presence. With mere casual exchanges, they had accrued 200 million. And Su-Ming too was curious how the military would approach the still incomplete embodiment of steel that he had become. During these days, Su-Ming joyfully collaborated with the military research team, undertaking a comprehensive series of attempts to draw blood from himself. Undoubtedly, all efforts ended in failure. You've had your chance, you are utterly inept, Su-Ming thought, glancing at the demure Eliza, his annoyance palpable. At that moment, General Ross, mustering his courage, approached Su Ming. Fate, my friend. To be frank, I have never encountered such a situation, but since drawing blood is off the table, what of our transaction? Understanding the unspoken implications in General Ross's words, Su Ming politely replied, I am willing to cooperate, but a refund is out of the question. General Ross, clearly anticipating Su Ming's stance, held no illusions regarding the possibility of a refund. The 200 million he had secured was not something one could simply return at will. After the proposal for a refund was decisively dismissed, Ross presented another suggestion. In that case, Mr. Fate, let us consider this sum as a commission for our next engagement. Shall we? How naive to think one could benefit from me. General Ross seethed inwardly. Su Ming pondered for a moment before acquiescing to Ross's proposition. For the money had come too easily. However, there were two stipulations. Raising two fingers, Su Ming regarded General Ross with a sly grin. First, contact Nick Fury immediately and inform him that I have completed the military's commission. Secondly, this sum shall merely serve as a deposit for the next assignment. The final price will depend on the specifics of the task. With a crunch, a piece of Ross's newly repaired molar succumbed to the pressure. Chapter 48. A request for funds. Su Ming, in high spirits, was escorted out of the American military base by soldiers driving a Humvee. Observing the soldiers, who seemed to treat him like a harbinger of doom, hastily retreating as he exited the vehicle, he couldn't help but chuckle. His laughter roused Eliza, who had been accompanying him. The journey to Brazil had profoundly shaken her worldview. Not only had she witnessed the colossal, verdant titan capable of destruction, but the transactions between her boss and the military had never been shrouded in secrecy. 200 million. Oh my goodness. She involuntarily recalled the moment she had once attempted to intercept her boss for a mere $2,000. How dare you, Eliza? A shiver ran down her spine. Grateful that her boss had shown mercy back then. Otherwise, she had also observed the military extracting blood from her boss, where the sharp needles seemed to turn to mere noodles against his seemingly soft skin, unable to pierce it. Her boss appeared stronger than ever. Reflecting on the time she had broken Su Ming's arm with a kick, Eliza fell into deep contemplation. This was also why she had become increasingly docile around him lately. Su Ming's overwhelming strength instilled in her a sense of awe, simultaneously creating a feeling of estrangement. Did she still possess the audacity to tease her boss? Eliza seriously doubted it. Let us go. Su Ming's cheerful voice broke her reverie. Eliza, as if awakening from a dream, listened to his warm tone and recalled his kindness towards her, breaking into a broad smile. Strong as he is, he remains my boss. In Washington, at the Triskelion building, home to the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics Support, Su Ming had prearranged contact with Nick Fury, thus avoiding the previous awkward incident of barging into S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, which had elicited a panicked response from the agents. Nick Fury regarded the calm Su Ming with a complex expression, letting out a heavy sigh. General Ross had called him not long ago, while he informed Fury that Su Ming had successfully completed the military assignment. He obstinately refused to release the previously agreed-upon research funding, declaring that S.H.I.E.L.D. would no longer serve as the liaison between the military and Su Ming. Having spent the funds, he insisted on cutting out the middleman and would handle communications himself from now on. Humph. General Ross believed his actions were quite standard, leaving Nick Fury, who had hoped to profit from the intermediary role, utterly deflated. So, I not only lost the opportunity to gain from Stark's legacy but walked away with nothing. In fact, not only did old Nick leave empty-handed, but even the opportunistic General Ross fared no better, having lost 200 million. Observing Fury's troubled expression, Su Ming smiled amiably. Director Fury, it's time to fulfill your promise. Reluctantly, Nick Fury waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to retrieve all of Howard Stark's belongings from the storage to hand over to Su Ming. Upon observing the somewhat familiar colored suitcase beside him, Su Ming understood that as the leader of a formidable faction, Nick Fury would not falter in his commitments. A thought occurred to him, prompting him to remind, surely, the promises extend beyond this, do they not? Recalling his own fervent pledge of 100 million in commission, Nick Fury donned a mask of anguish. Why was General Ross deviating from the expected course? Although substantial funds had been allocated to his department, he was not part of the military's vast machinery, where a sum of 1 or 2 billion could be readily dispensed. Not one to dwell on uncertainties, Fury was acutely aware of Su Ming's capabilities. He could not afford to inadvertently cultivate a formidable rival within his department. Gritting his teeth, he asserted, the money will arrive as promised. Meanwhile, downstairs, Eliza, pulling the suitcase, felt her heart swell with newfound strength. Once again, she witnessed her boss's casual remarks leading to, no, rather, the promise of over $100 million. When she had previously seen Su Ming earn 200 million in a fit of rage, she had exclaimed in disbelief. Now, witnessing a high-profile individual pledge to transfer 100 million to Su Ming, her only response was a nonchalant, oh, just 100 million? This was not due to Eliza's avarice or any expectation of a share from Su Ming. He had always treated her fairly, and her salary sufficed for her personal needs. The sheer thrill of experiencing such high-stakes dealings invigorated her, and she looked at Su Ming with sparkling eyes, eager for him to take her somewhere to reap further rewards. Observing the darkening sky, Su Ming casually remarked, "Eliza, gather your things. Let us find a hotel." At his words, Eliza's face flushed crimson. Her gaze shyly averted from Su Ming. A flicker of hope ignited within her. Has the boss finally seen the light? Tony Stark, on the other hand, had recently been feeling fatigued. He had just concluded a tense negotiation with military high command. They convened a hearing demanding he surrender his Iron Man suits and related technology, citing the need for enhanced public safety. However, the astute Tony was not swayed, asserting that it would take the nation at least 2 decades to master such technology. In a bold retort, he declared, "I am Iron Man, the suit, and I are one. To relinquish the armor is to relinquish myself." He was acutely aware of the political machinations at play. The technology that had repeatedly extricated him from peril would not be surrendered without a fight. Recalling the individual who had developed a reactor similar to his own, Tony remembered how he had been attacked on the racetrack by a formidable electric whip but had triumphed with his new armor. He needed clarity on the motives behind that assault. Arriving at the prison, Tony sought to understand why Ivan Vanko had targeted him. After listening to Vanko's account, Tony uncovered the historical grievances between their families. Feeling a twinge of guilt, he kindly offered Ivan some advice on how to improve his reactor before taking his leave. This is, in essence, Tony's endeavor to demonstrate his superior scientific prowess as a scion of the Stark lineage. By nightfall, the toxin levels in Tony's blood had reached a terrifying 89. Facing seemingly insurmountable odds, he decided to fully embrace his reckless spirit. He threw a grand soiree, believing it might be his final celebration. Indeed, it was a revelry, where Tony not only danced exuberantly in his armor, but also showcased to the crowd the art of using the restroom whilst clad in his suit. To enhance the festive atmosphere, he even discharged his repulsor rays for amusement. Unbeknownst to him, Pepper and Rhodey, unaware of the severity of his poisoning, were incensed by this spectacle. Rhodey, in a fit of frustration, donned the Mark II armor to curtail Tony's impulsive antics. Yet, Tony had no intention of halting this final fiesta. The two engaged in a raucous brawl, ascending from the lower levels to the upper floors, as if they were demolishing the very house itself. In a matter of moments, the luxurious California Bay villa was reduced to a shell of its former self. Ultimately, their farcical clash culminated in an explosive exchange of repulsor beams. Angered, Rhodey abandoned the incapacitated Tony, soaring off to the Air Force Base to modify the armor. They enlisted the expertise of Hammer to upgrade the weaponry of the suit. The following day, Tony resolved to strut about in his armor. Believing he had little time left to live, why not indulge in the pleasures of life? Clad in his suit, Tony, with a piece of fried chicken in hand, set his sights on a massive donut nearby, contemplating sinking into that delectable abyss. Suddenly, J.A.R.V.I.S. alerted him to a call from Su Ming. "Hey Tony, you're still alive, right?" Su Ming's jovial voice resonated within the helmet. "That pesky fellow." Tony scoffed, clearly. "I'm alive and absolutely thrilled. What brings you here, Mr. Silver? Do you remember the matter I mentioned? The one concerning your poisoning." Tony remained skeptical of Su Ming's ability to assist him until he heard the latter's next words. "Your father, Howard Stark's, keepsakes are in my possession, and I am certain there is something you desire within. The price is negotiable." A surge of hope ignited within Tony, causing the fried chicken in his grasp to tumble to the ground. The once resigned gaze that had seen beyond life and death now shimmered with the fervor of survival. Chapter 49. Another billion California, Tony's home. Although Tony was unaware of how Su Ming had acquired his father's relics, he remained skeptical about whether these heirlooms could assist him in overcoming his current plight. This doubt intensified as he sifted through the personal belongings left behind by his father. Feeling increasingly disheartened by the apparent lack of anything of value, this caused his spirits to sink further, and he cast a sidelong glance at the composed Su Ming, pondering what instilled him with such unwavering confidence in these artifacts. How ironic it was, for he had resolutely decided to place his faith solely in the bounty hunter's combat prowess. Yet, who could resist clinging to the slightest glimmer of hope in times of despair? At that moment, the projector flickered to life, revealing a recording of Tony's father, Howard Stark, addressing the camera. "Tony." This instantly captured the attention of both Tony and Su Ming. For reasons unbeknownst to them, Eliza had not accompanied Su Ming. The image of Howard Stark then appeared, earnest and resolute. "You are still young, and everything I have done is to pave the way for your future." He expressed that, given the technological limitations of his era, he could not innovate humanity's future. "The map I have left behind will lead you to new discoveries. Only you can alter the course of humanity's destiny." Upon hearing this, Tony immediately set his sights on the map his father had left. It is worth noting that Su Ming had only retrieved a small portion of Stark's artifacts from S.H.I.E.L.D. H-I-E-L-D. While the larger map models were transported directly to Tony's home at Su Ming's behest. Oh no, I misremembered. Su Ming observed the open box on the floor, initially believing the crucial items to be contained within it, only to find that it held nothing of use except for a single videotape. The true beacon of hope for Tony lay concealed within the model of the map. Su Ming gazed at the model, towering half the height of a wall, and thought to himself, this is it. Tony astutely sensed that the map harbored something extraordinary. It was as if the veil of uncertainty had lifted, prompting him to swiftly transport the model to his workshop for further examination. With the assistance of JARVIS, he discovered that an unassuming sphere contained an elemental structure he had never encountered before. Through analysis, he was elated to find that this novel element could not only eliminate palladium but also serve as the new core for his reactor. I knew it. Only a new element could save me. In his quest for a remedy, Tony had experimented with various combinations of existing elements known to the scientific community. All to no avail. This realization had deepened his despair. This is compelling me to develop a new element. The prospect of creating a new element had crossed his mind, but time was an insurmountable constraint. The emergence of this new elemental structure dispelled the oppressive clouds that had lingered over Tony's heart for days. At last, a smile broke upon his face. Tony? At that moment, Su Ming's voice jolted the jubilant Tony back to reality. Turning to regard the self-assured Su Ming, Tony silently acknowledged. What a remarkable individual capable of surprising me. Tony recalled how Su Ming had astutely recognized his predicament earlier and had offered a solution, a suggestion he had dismissed at the time. Unexpectedly, at a critical moment, Su Ming had indeed brought forth something that could alter his fate. This bounty hunter possessed remarkable qualities. Although their first encounter had suggested hostility, it was evident that Su Ming was a man of reason. Tony mused that for a mere 50 million, he had essentially purchased his own life, a bargain beyond compare. Reflecting on his past interactions with Su Ming, he acknowledged that the man had saved him on more than one occasion, always departing with only a modest fee. Such a benefactor was a rarity in Tony's life. Despite his competitive nature causing him to view Su Ming with disdain at times, Mr. Silver was like a timely rain, always appearing when Tony was in dire straits. What a delightful character. Although Tony Stark had never bowed to anyone, how could he not appreciate someone like Mr. Silver, who performed good deeds for a price? Tony had momentarily forgotten that Su Ming's offers were not insignificant. It was merely that he had chosen not to concern himself with such matters. At that moment, the ever-arrogant Tony found himself harboring a favorable impression of Su Ming. Just as he was about to speak, a wave of agony washed over him. The symptoms of palladium poisoning intensifying. Tony groaned softly as the dark, mottled stripes on his neck became visibly pronounced. At that moment, Su Ming swiftly injected a substance into Tony's neck. Ah yes, Director Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. had asked him to convey his regards. Had it not been for Tony's sudden affliction, Su Ming might have forgotten that Fury had entrusted him with a syringe containing a drug designed to alleviate the symptoms of palladium poisoning before he left S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury had intended to communicate with Tony directly, hoping to help him through this crisis and persuade him to join the Avengers Initiative. However, having already handed the most valuable Stark relic as a bargaining chip to Su Ming, Fury had hoped to secure both Su Ming and Tony's allegiance by generously providing the serum to Su Ming. Ultimately, this was not an antidote. The drug could only provide temporary relief from the palladium poisoning. Therefore, in Nick Fury's eyes, its value paled in comparison to that of Su Ming and Tony. What is this? As he felt the sharp pain in his neck followed by a soothing sensation that alleviated his recent discomfort, Tony's curiosity was piqued. Su Ming, feeling a twinge of fear, was relieved that Tony's poisoning had reminded him to administer the serum. Otherwise, he might have forgotten altogether. Had Tony succumbed to his ailment while developing the new element, the weight of guilt would have been unbearable. Realizing this, Su Ming candidly explained, Tony, this is a serum developed by S.H.I.E.L.D. specifically to alleviate the symptoms of palladium poisoning. I believe it will help you endure until the new element is successfully synthesized. I nearly forgot. As Tony touched his neck and felt the unusual protrusion gradually receding, he understood that Su Ming's injection was indeed aiding in the mitigation of his symptoms. With a sigh of relief, there lingered a hint of discontent. Why had such a remarkable invention not been revealed sooner? It caused me considerable distress for days on end. Yet, undeniably, it had saved his life and afforded him the opportunity to explore new elements. This act of kindness would not go unnoticed by Tony. Mr. Silver, I am aware of your customary fee of 500 million. I shall pay it in full. Stop. Su Ming raised his hand, astonished at Tony's words. What do you mean? When I initially proposed 500 million, you declined. I endured arduous journeys between Brazil and Washington and finally secured the material. You have verified its efficacy, yet you still wish to acquire it at the original price? Where does such fortune arise? Can the price of a property under construction be equated with that of one completed? Tony, let me remind you that was the previous price. Tony Stark regarded Su Ming with a professional smile, fully aware of his demeanor. Relax, relax. It's merely money, a trivial matter. However, the proud Tony could hardly express warmth towards another man. With this thought, he scoffed. I shall offer you double. 1 billion. His eyes kept darting toward the new element structural diagram, eager to delve into it immediately. Observing Tony's generous spirit, Su Ming understood his urgency to develop the new element. Since he had already proposed a doubled price, it would be distasteful to continue haggling at this juncture. After all, opportunities would abound in the future. So he refrained from being overly sentimental. Deal. No sooner had the words left his lips than the phone rang, and the slightly hoarse voice of Eliza came through. Boss. The military is calling. There is a commission. Without so much as a farewell, Su Ming departed from Tony's residence. Meanwhile, Tony dialed a number. Cognizant that the creation of this new element demanded immense energy, his modest workshop could not possibly meet the requirements. On the call, he arranged for the procurement of an ion launch component valued at a staggering 10 billion, then picked up a sledgehammer to commence renovations on his multi-billion-dollar mansion. If Su Ming had known that Tony had already spent over 100 billion solely on acquiring equipment, he might have regretted his abrupt departure. Chapter 50. The Hulk unleashed. Elisa finally achieved her long-desired goal, yet she was utterly unprepared for the immense energy concealed within Su Ming's streamlined physique. At one point, she feared for her very life. As the sun ascended to its zenith, she remained languidly ensconced in bed. Her nearly disassembled body resisted even the insistent pangs of hunger, unwilling to stir an inch. She now harbored a tinge of regret for having flirted with Su Ming the previous night, naively believing he would adhere to the customary politeness and restraint typical of Eastern men. To her astonishment, the boss had become ferocious, transforming into a wolf and viewing her as a delectable feast, relishing every moment. Although she had long anticipated and even welcomed this outcome, she had never considered the boundless stamina Su Ming possessed. This predicament had become quite the torment for Elisa. The apex of joy had morphed into agony, and she could no longer discern whether she was truly elated or in pain. The outcome was glaringly evident. Her voice was hoarse, and her body was utterly spent. Were it not for the military's call informing the boss of a new mission, she would have steadfastly refused to rise from her slumber. Help me pinpoint the rendezvous location. I shall be there shortly. Rest well. Listening to her boss's invigorated voice as he assigned her tasks, Elisa furiously tossed aside the towel in her hand. Did you ever allow me to rest? Limping to her desk, she opened her computer and pounded the keyboard with fervor. Su Ming received the location information sent by Elisa, accompanied by a sleepy emoji. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, he shook his head in amusement. You play with fire. Had Elisa not pleaded tearfully for mercy, Su Ming would have undoubtedly continued. Following the coordinates provided by Elisa, he arrived at a secluded street, where he boarded the Hummer dispatched by General Ross, heading straight for the command center. Meanwhile, Banner, having obtained data from Betty, prepared to seek assistance from Mr. Blue in New York. However, he remained oblivious to the military's keen interest in him. Fully armed soldiers began to encircle him, accompanied by a pursuing Hummer. Realizing the peril he was in, he took flight. But how could two legs outpace a vehicle with 4 wheels? What must General Ross do to let me go? Banner's heart raced with anxiety. All he wished was to be an ordinary biologist, yet the relentless pursuit of the military left him gasping for breath. In a moment of desperation, he fled into a campus, seeking refuge. However, the soldiers swiftly caught up, cornering him on a walkway. Observing this, General Ross let out a cold chuckle. You cannot escape. He ordered the flanking of both sides of the walkway and instructed the deployment of tear gas canisters to flush Banner out. In a reckless bid to save him, Betty surged forward, only to be tackled to the ground by soldiers behind her. General Ross remained indifferent to this spectacle. Yet, the scene ignited a furious rage within Banner, and under the influence of the tear gas, his physique rapidly expanded and his skin transformed to a vibrant green. His clothing tore apart at the seams, leaving only the largest pair of trousers intact. General Ross gazed at the furious Hulk, pondering his uniquely perceptive daughter, murmuring, "She will discern the truth." Indeed, who would wish for their daughter to be enamored with a monster? The Hulk, in a fit of rage, shattered the corridor's windows with a powerful kick and leapt from the bridge, vowing to teach the army that bullied the innocent a lesson. The fully armed troops opened fire, yet the heavy machine guns and artillery appeared utterly powerless against the Hulk's formidable strength. He effortlessly overturned an armored vehicle, seizing a battle tank and hurling it at the nearby soldiers. The heavy Humvee was tossed about like a mere toy in the presence of the Hulk. The soldiers crumbled before his terrifying might. At that moment, the so-called industrial civilization seemed painfully fragile. Sensing the dire situation, General Ross promptly dispatched Blonsky, who had just undergone serum enhancement. Finally, it's my turn to shine, Blonsky exclaimed as he charged towards the Hulk with a grenade launcher in hand. Notably, thanks to the serum, Blonsky's physical abilities had far surpassed those of an ordinary human. While pursuing Banner, he had achieved speeds comparable to that of a battle vehicle, and his strength had significantly increased. The Hulk brandished two warped armored doors as weapons, attempting to crush the agile figure before him. Cool. This is the feeling. Blonsky skillfully evaded the attacks. General Ross, witnessing this scene, wore an expression of disbelief. He had thought it a miracle for Blonsky to survive the serum, never imagining he would truly grow stronger. My heavens, he has indeed become stronger. Blonsky, utilizing his enhanced physique, maneuvered around the Hulk, seeking an opening. Yet he overlooked the Hulk's nearly impenetrable defense. Clearly, General Ross, as the commander, recognized this flaw. Suddenly, a loud directive crackled through his earpiece, draw him to the sonic cannon. After several exchanges, Blonsky had no choice but to retreat while engaging, leading the Hulk into the prearranged sonic weapon area. This sonic weapon was borrowed from Tony Stark. The powerful sound wave instantly toppled Blonsky and suppressed the Hulk's movements. The Hulk, in agony, clutched his head, seemingly affected to a great extent. However, after a brief period of adaptation, he painfully rose. Using a shield to deflect part of the sonic assault, he retaliated by hurling an armored door, cleaving a battle vehicle in two, and then executed a mighty leap to demolish another. Observing this, Blonsky approached, taunting, "Is this all you've got?" Yet, in response to the Hulk's furious grunt, Blonsky was sent flying by a powerful kick, bouncing off the ground several times before crashing into a tree, his body contorting at an unimaginable angle, clearly on the brink of disaster. Seeing the ground troops helpless, General Ross called for armed helicopter support, determined that even if it meant destroying the school, he would put an end to the Hulk's rampage here. However, what General Ross did not realize was that his daughter Betty had quietly approached the Hulk, attempting to awaken the reason buried deep within him. At that moment, the barrage from the armed helicopters descended like a torrential downpour. The Hulk hurled the final piece of a car door, obliterating a helicopter. The crashing aircraft erupted in flames, instantly engulfing the surroundings. In the immediate aftermath, the Hulk fiercely protected Betty in his embrace. Following the explosion, the Hulk unleashed a warning roar towards General Ross, gradually disappearing into the billowing smoke with Betty in his arms. Having nearly lost his daughter, General Ross found himself at a loss, furrowing his brow as he instructed his secretary, "Contact Destiny." When General Ross encountered Su Ming again, it was 3 days later. Remarkably, during this time, an unexpected event had unfolded. Blonsky had made a full recovery. He had not anticipated that Blonsky, whose bones had been shattered, could restore himself to his former state in just 2.5 days. This revelation only intensified his determination to capture Banner, recalling the Hulk's formidable strength. It seemed that the military's tactics were utterly ineffective against him, and even with Blonsky's newfound power from the serum, he still paled in comparison to the Hulk. Thus, he contemplated the bounty hunter Destiny, who still owed him a 200 million order. After listening to General Ross's account, Su Ming understood that Banner had transformed into the Hulk once again, evading the military's pursuit. Truly, there were no surprises. Su Ming recognized that the Hulk's combat prowess was among the highest in the entire Marvel universe, primarily because his strength escalated with his rage, with no apparent limit. He vaguely recalled that early on, the Hulk seemed to have been restricted in his power due to something he ingested, which had led to a grueling battle against the abomination. Observing the battle-hungry Blonsky, Su Ming couldn't help but ponder, this combat enthusiast would surely become larger and more monstrous upon their next encounter. It appeared that Tony had personally approached General Ross to thwart the military's plan to recruit the abomination into S.H.I.E.L.D. How could a madman blindly pursuing power be allowed to join such an organization? While strength was undeniably important, the pursuit of wealth remained more tangible. Chapter 51. The Prince of Magnets. The system notification chimed, and Tony's transfer arrived as promised. As Su Ming gazed upon the balance exceeding $13 billion, a hint of a smile graced his features. It appears that my recent endeavors have not been in vain. At this moment, the military had traced Betty's phone and bank records and had even monitored Mr. Land's email in their pursuit. General Ross understood that Banner would inevitably reach out to Mr. Land in his quest for self-cure. As anticipated, the email sent by Banner was intercepted by the military, allowing them to pinpoint Mr. Land's location. A meticulously arranged trap was quietly set in motion. Meanwhile, Su Ming was instructed by General Ross to remain on standby, ready to assist when they initiated their operation. Su Ming remained noncommittal regarding this demand. After reviewing the military's combat footage, he marveled at the formidable Hulk and found himself pondering a question: can I, in my current state, contend with the invincible Hulk? Su Ming was not overly confident. After all, his modestly ranked iron physique combined with a Deadpool-level regeneration ensured his survival but did not guarantee invincibility. Numerous combatants with enigmatic abilities had yet to make their entrance, leaving Su Ming wary of unwarranted optimism. After all, survival is the fundamental principle for any interloper. The system shop demanded $50 billion for the immortal body, a sum currently beyond his reach. Reclining in the military-provided lounge, Su Ming resolved to utilize this rare moment of tranquility to delve into the system shop and enhance his capabilities. In this ever-shifting Marvel universe, personal strength is the cornerstone of all, even with an immortal body. Being exiled to the edge of the universe or the crevices of the microscopic world would render him as desolate as death itself. Su Ming decided to prioritize upgrading his iron physique. After all, a body that cannot withstand heavy weaponry hardly qualifies as an iron physique. Upgrade. 500 million. Upgrade successful. Account balance. $80,312,000. Feeling the subtle changes within his body, Su Ming recalled the matter of flight. Although he could now achieve flight, it felt akin to hurling himself into the air each time. This method's drawbacks became apparent through repeated use. It was exceedingly inconvenient in battle. Reflecting on his aerial confrontation with Ironmonger, every shift in position or acceleration required him to throw a throwing knife and leverage its momentum. It was far too cumbersome. Was there a way to facilitate a more effortless flight? Contemplating this question, Su Ming perused the system shop. The biological stance of Superman was undoubtedly the optimal choice, but it was prohibitively expensive. He considered technological flight methods similar to Tony's, such as equipping himself with wings or rocket devices. Yet these fell outside the system shop's offerings, which only provided abilities related to talents. There was, however, a talent that could grant him wings. Vampiric transformation into a bat. 300 million. Yet, upon envisioning himself flitting about as a bat, Su Ming resolutely shook his head. Uncertain whether it is merely a figment of my imagination, I perpetually sense an overwhelming weight associated with this ability. Furthermore, how swiftly can a bat truly fly? Not to mention, how does one engage in combat after transformation? Pass. Flying magic broom. $80 million. Riding a broom? Su Ming envisioned himself astride a broom soaring through the skies, and in comparison to Tony's armored flight, it seemed utterly inferior. It might as well be less effective than throwing a knife. Perhaps a broom is best left aside. Time vortex traversal. Doctor Who. $20 billion. This seems rather formidable, but not only is it beyond my financial means, it appears to lean towards prophetic abilities. The direction is misguided. Pass. Su Ming took a moment to calm his thoughts and reflect on alternative methods, aside from superhuman capabilities, that could facilitate effortless flight. An idea sparked, and he discovered a talent: Magneto's magnetic control. $20 million. His eyes lit up as he recalled the formidable elder with a powerful aura. Indeed, he could traverse the air with ease. Yes, a different perspective could yield results. If I could maintain points of support and propulsion in the air, just as I do on the ground, wouldn't the sky become as navigable as the earth? This is it. Exchange. $20 million. Acquired talent: magnetic control LV1. 999 milligrams of magnetism. Account balance: $78,312,000. Gazing at the upgrade interface for magnetic control, Su Ming mused to himself, as expected. How could one attain the means of Magneto for a mere 20 million? Magnetic control LV2. 999 grams of magnetism. $80 million. Magnetic control LV3. 999 kilograms of magnetism. $200 million. Magnetic control LV4. 999 tons of magnetism. $500 million. Magnetic control LV5. 999,000 tons of magnetism. $5 billion. Magnetic control is also tiered, yet the prospect of acquiring it through expenditure seemed remarkably advantageous to Su Ming. After reviewing other talents, it appeared that upgrading magnetism offered superior value. Upgrade. $780 million. Talent upgrade successful. Account balance: $12 million. Opening the attributes panel. Name: Su Ming. Age: 28. Physical ability: 2255. Current account: $12 million. Existing talents: Deadpool level recovery, dynamic vision LV. 2. Mastery of Jeet Kune Do, physical enhancement LV. 4. Faceless mask, danger perception LV. 1. Precise throwing LV. 2. Proficient sketching, steel body LV. 4. Magnetic control LV4. Observing that he had unknowingly amassed 9 talents, Su Ming profoundly realized the value of what is even more precious than money. This is indeed the capital that will aid him in navigating the world. He attempted to utilize magnetic control. Reinforcements of steel suddenly tore from the walls of the lounge, forming an impressive display. Bang! Devoid of the steel support, the ceiling of the lounge collapsed effortlessly, reminiscent of a child's block tower. With a swift motion, Su Ming found himself outside, gazing at the military structure he had inadvertently caused to collapse, and he couldn't help but stick out his tongue in silence. Magneto truly embodied the essence of a formidable presence. His powers were simply beyond comprehension. A mere 999 tons of magnetic force could at best be considered a trifling fraction of what was possible. Little Wong. Even so, the destructive capacity was astonishing. Just imagine the sheer strength required for Magneto to effortlessly lift a cruise ship from the surface of the sea. What is happening? An enemy attack? Where's my gun? A throng of soldiers rushed out from the building, their faces etched with panic as they glanced around anxiously. The thunderous crash of the collapsing structure had led them to believe the base was under siege. General Ross, having just exited the command center, was met with a face full of dust, coughing several times as he surveyed the ruins, his brows furrowing in anger. Damn it! Have they really skimped on construction to the detriment of our military? He fumed, his ire further ignited by the sight of the panicking soldiers. It's just a collapsed building. Why all the fuss? Get back to your duties. Scram. He then summoned his aide, barking, "Go, and bring back everyone involved in the construction of this building. I shall ensure they face severe consequences." The aide hurried off to seek out the unfortunate architects. General Ross accepted a towel from his secretary, wiping the dust from his face as he approached Su Ming. "Mr. Destiny, that seems to be where you were just resting. Are you unharmed?" Just as the words were about to escape his lips, he took in Su Ming's immaculate appearance and froze. Reflecting on Su Ming's extraordinary physique, General Ross thought to himself, "How foolish of me. Even if the entire base were to perish, he would remain unscathed." Casting a final glance at the fallen structure, he snorted in disdain and turned back towards the command center. Su Ming observed the unfolding scene with amusement, fully aware of General Ross's misunderstanding. While he felt sympathy for the uncertain fate of the architects, he had no intention of offering them an explanation. Quietly, he regarded his hands and sighed, acknowledging that he would need to adjust to this newly acquired ability for some time to come. Chapter 52. Emergence of Loathing. Accompanied by Betty, Banner encountered the long-anticipated Dr. Blue, a PhD in biology who operated his own laboratory in Harlem, New York. As Banner listened to Dr. Blue's enthusiastic discourse regarding his peculiar experiences, he remained uncharacteristically silent, pondering that one in Dr. Blue's position might not share such exhilaration. After reviewing the experimental data brought by Banner, Dr. Blue proclaimed that he had discovered a method to suppress the Hulk. Then why not proceed immediately? Banner urged. Dr. Blue injected a vial of purple liquid into the apparatus, instructing Banner to recline on the laboratory table and securing his body. To ensure the antidote's efficacy, Dr. Blue intended to administer a form of electric therapy designed to eliminate severe addiction. An overwhelming surge of stimulation coursed through Banner's entire being, causing his heart rate to escalate dangerously, while the Hulk's formidable strength within him writhed, poised to erupt at any moment. Banner's skin gradually transitioned to a deep green hue, and the sound of cracking bones echoed ominously, as if they might disassemble. In that critical moment, Betty bravely ascended the Hulk's colossal form, igniting a flicker of reason within him. Her courageous act afforded Dr. Blue the precious opportunity to administer the antidote. As the purple liquid flowed into Banner, the Hulk gradually regained his composure, eventually succumbing to unconsciousness as his form transformed back into that of Banner. The experiment proved successful. However, Dr. Blue candidly expressed his inability to guarantee whether the Hulk had been permanently eradicated or merely temporarily subdued. To hedge against uncertainty, he clandestinely replicated numerous blood samples from Banner for further study. Unbeknownst to him, this action would precipitate a grave crisis for the world. As Banner and Dr. Blue debated the urgent need to destroy the samples, they found themselves encircled by the military. Under orders, a sniper accurately delivered a tranquilizer into Banner from a distance. Seizing the opportunity, Blonsky stormed into the laboratory, seizing Banner and demanding, "Where is he?" A series of slaps failed to elicit the Hulk's emergence, plunging Blonsky into profound frustration. He had long envisioned engaging in countless rounds with the Hulk until he emerged victorious. Yet now, standing before him was not the adversary he had yearned to confront. Soon, Banner was taken away by the military, leaving Dr. Blue to face the inquiries of the military scientists alone. In that moment, Blonsky incapacitated one of the scientists from behind. His intent was not to rescue Dr. Blue, but rather to acquire the strength akin to that of the Hulk. The scene within Dr. Blue's laboratory ignited a glimmer of hope within him. Perhaps he could become stronger. With his firearm trained on Dr. Blue's head, Blonsky demanded, "You can suppress him. You must also be able to create him." Blonsky understood that even with the enhancements from the serum, he could not hope to contend with the Hulk solely through his own might. "I want you to extract what lies within Banner." "Oh, it seems you have injected something as well." Mr. Blue perceives Banner's mutation as a gift from nature, and he is determined to continue his research. The individual before him appears to share a similar mindset. Consequently, Blonsky and Mr. Blue reach a mutual understanding and decide to once again employ gamma rays to inject Banner's blood into Blonsky's body. Indeed, under the immense exposure to gamma radiation, Blonsky's physique rapidly expands into a terrifying form. Thus, the abomination is born. As Mr. Blue observes the malevolent and formidable presence of the abomination, he realizes the gravity of the situation and exclaims, I can cure you. However, this plea is met with a dismissive wave from the abomination. The sheer force sends Mr. Blue crashing against the wall, leaving him sprawled on the ground, just as a drop of Hulk's blood seeps into his wound. Unbeknownst to Mr. Blue, the mutation of Banner's blood in his system irrevocably alters his fate. Empowered by a terrifying strength, Blonsky transforms into the abomination, wreaking havoc in the streets of Harlem. This is the power I sought, he bellows. The military, having never encountered such a newly emerged monstrosity, launches an offensive to protect the civilians. Yet, the missiles are rendered ineffective, akin to toys in the hands of the abomination. Give me a more formidable opponent, he taunts, slaughtering soldiers and civilians alike. Meanwhile, Su Ming sits in a corner of General Ross's command vehicle, witnessing Banner's capture by the military. He initially believed that he would not need to intervene. But now another giant, the abomination, has emerged, leaving General Ross in a quandary. No need to rush, no need to rush. Eager pursuits do not yield good business, Su Ming reassures himself, dismissing the impulse to solicit work, as previous attempts at proactive engagement had yielded unsatisfactory results. Thus, he decides to observe the unfolding events. General Ross's mind is besieged by a multitude of concerns. He never anticipated that capturing Banner would lead to the emergence of yet another monster. Having previously commanded troops against the Hulk, Ross is acutely aware that the military cannot contend with such a creature. Moreover, in the heart of New York, the potential for innocent lives to be endangered due to his miscalculations weighs heavily on him. He instinctively glances at his own fate looming in the background. This wretched fiend shows no signs of concern for the suffering of innocent civilians under the onslaught of the monster. He still owes Ross a $200 million contract. Just as General Ross prepares to urge Su Ming to take action, the long-awakened Banner speaks up. Let me give it a try. Unable to bear the thought of so many innocents perishing at the hands of the tyrannical beast, Banner believes that his transformation into the Hulk might be the key to halting the destruction. After a fierce struggle between man and beast, Banner begins to sense that the Hulk within him may not be as intolerable as he once thought. Yet, Betty holds him back. Aware that Banner has just injected an antidote, and whether he can awaken the Hulk again remains uncertain. What difference would it make to charge into danger at this moment? However, Banner feels convinced that he is the only one capable of resolving the dire situation. With unwavering resolve, he bid farewell to Betty and leapt from the airplane's door. As Banner plummeted swiftly, he suddenly opened his eyes, sensing an ominous foreboding. Indeed, the rhythm of his descent spelled imminent peril. Just as everyone believed Banner was on the brink of disaster, an enormous fist erupted from the ground, followed by the Hulk breaking through the Earth's surface. The life-threatening adrenaline successfully roused the Hulk's consciousness, thus sparing Banner's life. Meanwhile, Abomination sensed the Hulk's presence and accelerated towards him, eager to avenge past grievances. The two titans leapt into the air simultaneously, engaging in a fierce battle. However, due to the serum's suppression, the Hulk's strength was significantly diminished, and he was swiftly thrown aside by Abomination after their first encounter. Although the Hulk attempted to retaliate, Abomination effortlessly absorbed the assault and kicked him away. It was evident that the Hulk found himself in a position of passive suffering. The recently administered antidote appeared to have a far stronger effect on the Hulk's strength than anticipated. Watching the Hulk's valiant struggle on the monitor, Betty shed tears of anguish. Yet, General Ross's thoughts were far removed from such sentiments. Initially believing that the transformed Banner could handle this new monster, having once personally experienced his extraordinary power, he now observed Abomination, whose strength clearly surpassed that of the Hulk. Years of combat command experience informed him that this was not the time to hold back. If one Hulk was insufficient, what about the other? General Ross finally turned his gaze towards Su Ming, who was already drowsy, seemingly indifferent to the turmoil outside. Hey, Mr. Destiny. Do you recall our agreement concerning the commission? Su Ming snapped back to attention, noticing General Ross's earnest gaze. Had he just spoken to him? Indeed. Su Ming had momentarily dozed off. Observing Su Ming's bewildered expression, General Ross reiterated, Mr. Destiny, it is your turn to take the stage. Chapter 53. Ross's regret. What? Oh. Wait a moment, General. Su Ming understood that they were still in the early stages of the awakening of various superheroes. Although the Abomination appeared formidable, he was merely an elite monster at this stage, not even a true boss. In contrast, characters like the Hulk, Thor, or a technologically advanced Tony Stark could easily handle such threats. With his mastery of 999 tons of magnetism, dealing with an Abomination or an early-stage Hulk with diminished abilities should pose little challenge for him. As he observed the Abomination wreaking havoc in the streets, he had already formulated a plan. If the general brought it up, he would clarify the terms of their agreement. This allowed him to relax for a moment. Oddly enough, the helicopter's gentle swaying was quite hypnotic. Su Ming was aware that even if he refrained from intervening, Banner would step in, as this was the climax of the original narrative. His reason for being there was that neither the Abomination nor the Hulk were adversaries the military could easily control. While fulfilling the $200 million contract, he also pondered whether there might be another opportunity to extract some benefits from the military. Just as General Ross, who had been observing the situation for some time, began to lose confidence in Hulk's ability to defeat the Abomination, he approached Su Ming. It was then that Su Ming requested the general to wait. However, what perplexed General Ross was the meaning of wait. The civilians below were in a state of chaos, and the death toll was soaring. How much longer were they expected to wait? Was this insufferable bounty hunter merely hesitating out of fear that the foe below was too powerful? His expression, which had held a hint of respect, turned progressively colder as he narrowed his eyes. Destiny, are you attempting to renege? Su Ming was taken aback, observing the almost explosive anger of General Ross, and then glanced at the monitor displaying Hulk being battered by the Abomination. He realized that General Ross seemed to be worried about his potential retreat. Shaking his head in disbelief, he replied, "General, you misunderstand. I wish to inquire, which of those two down there do you wish to deal with? Or do you intend to eliminate them both?" Upon hearing this, Ross's eyes widened in shock, his serious demeanor evaporating into incredulity. "How dare you?" He grasped the essence of Su Ming's words, but found them utterly incomprehensible. This bounty hunter audaciously presented the two terrifying monsters below as if they were mere commodities for selection. Was it Hulk's fists that had grown soft? Or the Abomination's bone spikes that had dulled? Or was it that the special body of destiny was merely supported by a flawed brain? To General Ross, Su Ming's words transcended mere bravado and entered the realm of absurdity. He could not comprehend the source of Su Ming's confidence. Yet, witnessing the apocalyptic chaos unfolding in the streets below, he felt compelled to act as a high-ranking military official. Otherwise, he would bear the blame. Thoughts of ascending to the core of power faded as he cautiously suggested to Su Ming, "Regardless, we must put an end to this farce. Am I correct in understanding that this commission entails dealing with the large gray figure below?" Su Ming, lost in thought, clarified the mission objective for General Ross. Indeed, Ross had long abandoned his super soldier project. The escalation of the situation had surpassed his control and imagination. He merely wished to bring this farce to a swift conclusion. $500 million, General. Adding the previous $200 million, only $300 million more is needed to meet your requirements. This opportunity is not to be missed. Sir. Su Ming smiled as he uttered words that instantly drove General Ross into a frenzy. "Over my dead body," Ross exclaimed furiously, turning away from Su Ming, the opportunist, and loudly commanding his subordinates to fire at the target. Fire. Click. The bolt was pulled back, and the Gatling gun's ammunition was loaded. Aimed at the Abomination on the ground, the gunfire stretched over a meter long. Boom, 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 boom. The Abomination in battle reveled in its newfound power. Oh, is a car really such a lightweight object? It seems artillery is merely for show. Observing soldiers being crushed beneath the weight of a truck, a sense of arrogant pleasure bubbled within the Abomination's gray chest. They are all mere ants. Unlike the furious Hulk after transformation, the Abomination, despite its massive size, retained a clear sense of reason. Recalling the agony of having its bones shattered by a single kick from the Hulk, the Abomination prepared to retaliate fiercely. Suddenly, the helicopter's intense gunfire disrupted its rhythm of attack. The large-caliber bullets evidently inflicted no harm, and in an instant, it turned to see a familiar figure, General Ross. The cruel smile on Ross's face made the Abomination's ghastly visage appear even more terrifying, a glimmer of disdain in its eyes as it agilely scaled the rooftop and leapt, hanging onto the helicopter with one hand. "Now, I am the apex predator." The immense weight caused the helicopter to tremble violently. The pilot shouted an urgent warning, "Prepare for emergency landing." Su Ming, who had intended to catch a few more moments of sleep after negotiations with Ross had collapsed, found himself increasingly irritated by the roaring machine guns, the bellowing giant, and the cursing Ross. It was not until the violent shaking dashed his hopes of further rest that Su Ming finally lost his temper. "Everyone stop." With a wave of his hands, he unleashed his magnetic control. Buzz silence. In stark contrast to the preceding chaos, the helicopter descended into utter stillness. The engine's roar abruptly ceased. The spinning rotor blades halted mid-air. The bullets fired from the Gatling gun suspended in space. Even the powerless helicopter remained frozen in the air. Everyone aboard, including the Abomination hanging below and the Hulk, bore witness to a miraculous scene, as if time itself had been halted. In reality, it was merely the astonishment that left people momentarily speechless. Hadn't they seen the Abomination's body still swinging beneath the helicopter due to inertia? Yet, the Abomination's immense weight could no longer cause the helicopter to sway. It was Su Ming's magnetic control that had immobilized all surrounding metal. "Let us strike back." As he raised his hand, bullets soared into the air alongside countless metallic shards from the nearby rooftops, coalescing to form a colossal iron plate, larger than the abominable creature itself. Su Ming, displeased by the failed negotiations of the new order, waved his hand impatiently, as if swatting away a few bothersome flies. The massive iron plate, akin to a fly swatter, sent the two formidable green entities, the Abomination and Hulk, tumbling through the air, crashing to the ground and creating two great craters that billowed dust and debris. Silence enveloped the scene. All eyes were fixed on Su-Ming, bewildered by the inexplicable means through which he accomplished such a feat. Yet, in that moment, Su-Ming's thoughts were rather mundane. Finally, tranquility had descended, and he was no longer weary. He wondered if anyone else could fathom this sensation. General Ross had only just concluded that Su-Ming was a mere charlatan, exploiting his unique constitution to extort and profit. However, witnessing the extraordinary display before him, his aged heart inexplicably fluttered with astonishment. Could this really be within the realm of human capability? A surge of resentment welled up in Ross's gaze. Had he known of Su-Ming's true prowess earlier, he would not have found himself in such a reactive position. Meanwhile, far away in Washington, the shrewd Black Egg experienced an epiphany. A fleeting thought crossing his mind. Surely General Ross does not perceive Su-Ming as a mere novice. That would be an egregious misjudgment. Returning to his senses, General Ross inwardly lamented, I have indeed misjudged profoundly. This fate, recommended to me personally by the director of S.H.I.E.L.D, must hold unique significance. He recalled Nick Fury's words, General, this is not an ordinary bounty hunter. Ross's frustration mounted. Why had no one informed him of Su-Ming's formidable strength? What was he to do now, having just resolutely rejected Su-Ming's proposal? Regret washed over General Ross. Chapter 54. A trial of skill. The fighter pilot had never witnessed such a remarkable phenomenon. Despite being firmly in control of his aircraft, he found himself under attack by a colossal creature. What astonished him the most was that, even amidst the giant's tumultuous movements, the aircraft merely swayed momentarily before stabilizing midair. I swear to God, this is not of my doing, he would repeatedly express in his recollections. Indeed, if the plane hovered in the air, who else could exert such control over the entire fuselage but the pilot himself? This was a perfectly rational deduction. Yet, it was precisely the irrational that unfolded. The pilot clearly observed the engine's instruments abruptly extinguishing, signaling an impending forced landing. Having undergone systematic training, the pilot's mind swiftly revisited the operational protocols. However, when he attempted to execute certain maneuvers, he was once again struck dumb. The altimeter indicated no change in altitude. His bodily sensations even suggested that the aircraft was as steady as if it were grounded. Yet, gazing at the instrument panel where even the emergency lights had dimmed, the pilot could scarcely utter, unless it is a miracle, I can hardly believe what is transpiring. Even an Apache helicopter, laden with weaponry and combat command modules, weighed no more than 10 tons. Under the magnetic manipulation of Su-Ming, this weight was akin to that of a mere toy. Fortunately, he had not engaged in any further operations. He merely suspended the aircraft in midair. Given Su-Ming's current mastery of magnetic control, executing more delicate maneuvers proved exceedingly challenging. General Ross, a veteran seasoned in the corridors of power, displayed an admirable audacity that even Su-Ming found impressive. He approached Su-Ming with affable demeanor, saying, Mr. Fate, I may not have articulated my thoughts clearly earlier. I have been contemplating whether 500 million is worthy of your personal involvement. Let us settle on 500 million for subduing that formidable gray entity. Additionally, I shall personally appoint you as a special advisor to the United States Army. Military matters will prioritize collaboration with you. The price is negotiable. Su-Ming regarded the transformation in General Ross's demeanor with astonishment. It was a stark contrast to his earlier disposition. So smooth, it was almost seamless. He even contemplated leveraging this moment to negotiate a higher fee, but found himself unable to interject, although he did not manage to extract any concessions. Securing a contract and the prospect of engaging with the financially robust military was indeed a commendable outcome. Standing up, Su-Ming stretched his limbs, the sound of cracking joints reverberating within the aircraft. It is indeed an honor, General. Just as Su-Ming's gaze searched for the approaching Hulk, General Ross leaned in discreetly and whispered, Mr. Fate, could you perhaps assist in retrieving Banner the Hulk? Ah, this cunning old man. Banner had just chosen to leap from the aircraft to aid in the crisis, bravely confronting the Hulk, and now Ross was still intent on capturing him for further experimentation? It seemed that Ross was not ready to abandon his plans. Upon hearing this, Su-Ming offered a polite smile. I regret, General, that would require a different price. Upon concluding his words, his gaze locked onto the Abomination, and he leaped from the aircraft. Shortly after Su-Ming departed the plane, an unforeseen crisis ensued. The cause was simple. The individual who controlled the aircraft had vacated, resulting in the engines faltering and failing to restart despite numerous attempts. The plane began its descent in freefall, prompting instinctive gasps from all aboard. Hearing the chaotic cries behind him, Su-Ming suddenly recalled that he was in command of the aircraft. He quickly transformed several flying daggers into a makeshift platform to stabilize himself. Raising his hand, he deftly controlled the descent of the plane, gradually slowing its fall until it landed precariously on the rooftop. With a resounding crash, the aircraft plummeted, losing control mere 5 meters from the rooftop, yet fortunately, there were no casualties. At last, having secured the aircraft, Su-Ming could redirect his attention to the formidable figure of the abomination. Meanwhile, the Hulk was still embroiled in a relentless struggle with the abomination. Yet he seemed to be at a disadvantage. Indeed, the Hulk's protective instincts had been effectively restrained by Betty Ross, preventing any surge of urgency or combativeness from him. That he had managed to endure this long was commendable. Setting aside the Hulk for the moment, Su-Ming's primary target remained the abomination. This creature possessed considerable strength and remarkable regenerative abilities, resembling an enhanced version of the Ironmonger. Such attributes sparked Su-Ming's desire to test his own mettle. With a leap from the metal panel, he intended to gauge the situation. The abomination, having been struck by the large metal slab, felt a mix of surprise, doubt, and excitement. Although the slab had not inflicted significant harm, the overwhelming force it carried ignited a fervor for battle within him. Unlike the Hulk, who fought out of primal rage, the abomination possessed the intellect of Blonsky. His burgeoning confidence led him to fixate on Su-Ming as his new adversary. He was determined to conquer this mysterious powerhouse and prove himself as the strongest. However, the relentless Hulk, undeterred, continued to confront him. "You are no longer my match." With a powerful kick, he sent the Hulk flying. "Where are you, the one controlling the aircraft? I challenge you." At that moment, a figure surged towards the abomination. "I hear you seek me?" Before he could finish, Su-Ming descended with a thunderous punch that struck the abomination squarely in the chest. The impact sent the colossal figure hurtling backward, skidding nearly 2 city blocks before coming to a halt, shattering walls in his wake. Su-Ming focused intently, his enhanced vision zooming in on the scene before him. On the abomination's battered form, a gaping wound oozed blood, surrounded by a circular indentation nearly half a meter wide, visibly healing before his eyes. Su-Ming was taken aback. Despite exerting merely 50% of his strength, he had only managed to inflict a superficial injury. One must not underestimate the heroes of the world. With this realization, Su-Ming drew a flying dagger, channeling his strength before turning to hurl it with considerable force. He employed 80% of his power, recalling that previously, the daggers had shattered when he unleashed his full might. The flying dagger, propelled by immense kinetic energy, pierced through 3 layers of the air barrier, transcending the speed of sound as it hurtled towards its target. During its rapid flight, the blade swiftly diminished in form. It struck the shoulder of the abomination, causing a copious spurt of blood. Just as the abomination's chest had begun to recover, a crimson, shattered dagger suddenly penetrated its shoulder, and the ensuing force drove the creature back several dozen steps. Ultimately, it crashed into the ground, creating numerous deep craters before it could fully withstand the dagger's momentum. However, the transparent wound left by the blade on the abomination's shoulder swiftly became visible to the naked eye as it healed. This prompted Su-Ming to exclaim in awe, "Truly, its defenses are formidable and its recovery rapid." With this thought, Su-Ming decided against further use of the dagger, opting instead to test the resilience of his ironclad physique. He stood still, awaiting the abomination's assault. The creature, caught off guard by the sudden attack, found itself in a precarious predicament, rolling disoriented for several hundred meters before rising, only to fall victim to another ambush. Fortunately, although the assault was fierce, it neither targeted vital points nor overwhelmed his remarkable recovery abilities, granting the abomination a measure of reassurance. As a battle maniac, he was unwilling to merely endure blows without retaliation. He began to charge from several hundred meters away, approaching Su-Ming like a speeding train. When the abomination swung its fist, striking Su-Ming's upper body with a resounding clang of metal against metal. The force of the blow sent Su-Ming reeling backward, his feet carving deep furrows into the ground. Quite the force. Acknowledging the pronounced impact, Su-Ming nodded in slight recognition of the abomination's strength. Meanwhile, the abomination's eyes widened with a monstrous gaze, for its hand had just been shattered from the collision. Upon recognizing the figure it had sent flying, the abomination's pupils constricted sharply. It's him. Chapter 55. A great confrontation. The abomination, upon beholding Su-Ming's visage, was overtaken by a mixture of astonishment and doubt. In his pre-transformation days, Blonsky had witnessed Su-Ming's extraordinary physique. He had always presumed that Su-Ming's only distinction lay in his unyielding strength, steadfastly believing that the Hulk's power surpassed all. To his utter disbelief, Su-Ming, with a physique indistinguishable from that of an ordinary man, possessed such formidable prowess. He had been effortlessly cast aside in their initial encounter. Furthermore, there was that mysterious entity that had pierced through his very being. It appeared that his own assaults had yielded no effect. How could this be? While astonished by Su-Ming's might, the newly reborn abomination could not reconcile his inferiority to a mere yellow-skinned primate. As a former elite of the military, Blonsky harbored an inherent disdain for those of different skin colors. The indomitable spirit of defiance surged within him, fixating on a singular thought, to rend asunder all adversaries before him. I am the strongest. With a furious roar, he charged at Su Ming. Pivoting to unleash a devastating punch, his arm's bone spikes erupting violently with the force of his strike, vowing to obliterate everything in his path and pierce through several obstacles. In stark contrast, Su Ming, with his heightened perception and spider sense, discerned that an increasing throng of fearless journalists and media representatives were encroaching upon the epicenter of the conflict. Was it truly necessary to risk so much for a mere scoop? Reflecting on this, he donned his mask, unwilling to, like Tony, have his identity so widely known. In an instant, his demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. As the abomination's assault whistled through the air, Su Ming crouched to evade, simultaneously launching an uppercut aimed squarely at the abomination's chin. Given the considerable disparity in height, Su Ming had to leap high to reach the abomination's head. Shoryuken. With a resounding thud, his fist collided with the abomination's chin, propelling him off the ground and crashing through the wall of the adjacent office building. Boom. Clatter. General Ross had already arranged for soldiers to resume the broadcasting of the battle. Upon witnessing Su Ming transform merely by donning a mask, realization dawned upon him. So it is him. He slapped his thigh in frustration, lamenting. If only Nick Fury had informed me sooner that fate intertwined with the Scarlet Silver Knight. Perhaps we wouldn't have arrived at such a juncture. Curse be. Without delving further into General Ross's recognition of Su Ming as the illustrious Silver Knight, the abomination, having endured Su Ming's uppercut, staggered to his feet. Stars dancing before his eyes. It seemed his strength paled in comparison to his resilience. As a battle maniac, the abomination was perpetually analyzing the information gleaned from the skirmish. At this moment, he discerned that, when juxtaposed with his grotesque physical durability, Su Ming's strength did not appear particularly exceptional, merely on par with the Hulk. This revelation sent a jolt through the abomination's psyche. Speaking of the Hulk, one might wonder, where had he gone? Indeed, he had fled. Upon witnessing Su Ming's formidable entrance into the fray and his subsequent ascendancy, Hulk's fervor for battle waned precipitously. By nature, he was a lover of peace. And when the abomination ascended the aircraft, Hulk had earnestly attempted to thwart him. Betty was aboard the plane. The thought of her in peril threatened to unravel his sanity. It was only when he and the abomination were cast aside by a massive metal sheet, distancing him from Betty, that the weight upon Hulk's heart was finally alleviated. In his Hulk form, Banner struggled to maintain rationality, fixated solely on the imperative of safeguarding Betty. He recognized that lingering here could render him a target or invite further complications for her. Casting a glance at the subdued abomination before Su Ming, Hulk turned and fled, his verdant figure vanishing into the shroud of night. No one could ascertain his whereabouts. The scene shifted. When the abomination discerned that Su Ming's strength was far from the grotesque resilience of his own form, a newfound confidence burgeoned within him. He recalled the earlier confrontation with Hulk, mimicking Hulk's ferocity to rend a military armored vehicle asunder, wielding the fragments as both weapon and shield. His gaze fixed upon Su Ming's silhouette. Who was that masked figure? He pondered, as his thoughts churned. Recognition dawned upon him when he noticed the familiar attire beneath the mask. Was it merely a skirmish, or did the mask play a role? With his target identified, he surged forward, albeit with a flicker of curiosity. Why does that mask seem oddly familiar? As he closed in on Su Ming, the abomination dispelled distractions, lifting the armor plate high with the intent to cleave Su Ming in two. Aware of the oncoming metal shard aimed at his visage, Su Ming felt compelled to voice a thought. Why choose iron when there are myriad alternatives? With an inexplicable shift in Su Ming's demeanor, an imperceptible ripple emanated from within him. Freeze, he uttered, invoking a command with startling clarity. The ripple coursed through the air, causing the armor plate in the abomination's grasp to abruptly halt mid-flight, nearly causing him to stumble. Stabilizing himself, the abomination stared incredulously at his palm, then up at the suspended metal plate. Bewilderment enveloped him. What is happening? He mused, recalling his earlier confusion regarding the Apache's weight limitation of 10 tons. They had both ascended the aircraft, yet it had not plummeted. Instead, it hovered serenely, as did the two armor plates, defying gravity's pull. This phenomenon transcended the abomination's comprehension. In truth, Su Ming was harnessing his newly acquired talent of magnetic manipulation. Whether it was the aircraft or the armor plates, suspending them in midair was a trivial feat. However, mastering the art of metal control with the finesse of Magneto was the next challenge that lay ahead for Su Ming. The sensation is akin to grasping a pen while others effortlessly craft exquisite calligraphy, while one can only manage a wild scrawl. Su Ming instinctively raised his hand towards the enormous armored plates suspended in the air, envisioning them transformed into the shapes residing within his mind. The massive armored vehicle fragments underwent irregular deformations in the sky. At that moment, the adversary suddenly realized that the opponent's focus was diverted elsewhere, and remaining stationary presented an opportune moment to strike. It was not solely the other party capable of wielding weapons. Seizing a car from the roadside, he hurled it fiercely towards Su Ming, intent on flattening this bothersome individual. One car, then another. In the blink of an eye, several vehicles of various makes were launched towards Su Ming's head, including a particularly odorous garbage truck. Su Ming, contemplating the creation of a colossal halberd from the armored shards, envisioned a grand scene akin to a celestial manifestation in his mind, which would undoubtedly be a splendid maneuver. However, upon observing the barrage of incoming cars, he raised his other hand and nonchalantly commanded them to halt. The vehicles flung by the adversary froze mid-air, utterly motionless. As the cars paused, the refuse from the garbage truck spilled everywhere, the foul-smelling slop splattering across the ground and even onto Su Ming's legs. This caused an involuntary twitch at the corner of Su Ming's eye. Damn it. Don't foreigners practice waste segregation? Initially intending to mold a sleek weapon, Su Ming's irritation grew. If he could not craft something elegant, then he would create something formidable. With both hands clasped together, the vehicles that continued to multiply in the air swiftly coalesced into a mass. In an instant, they transformed into an irregularly shaped club, hurtling towards the adversary under Su Ming's command. The adversary, still diligently tossing cars, suddenly noticed a dark shadow enveloping his form. What the FK? The cars he had just thrown underwent a violent transformation, merging into the colossal club. It became thicker and larger, as he beheld the towering iron structure, equivalent to a 3-story building, crashing towards him. A singular thought echoed in his mind. Run. Chapter 56. Freedom of flight. The streets of Hamley District lay desolate and devoid of life. Only the cameras, concealed in the shadows, occasionally emitted blinding flashes of white light. A colossal, gray-hued giant let out a furious roar, tinged with a hint of panic upon closer inspection. Dozens of media reporters, hidden in the corners, captured a scene that would be etched in their memories for a lifetime. A bizarre yet massive metallic amalgamation plummeted from the sky, striking the malevolent perpetrator that had turned the street into a chaotic wreck. Dozens of vehicles, under the overwhelming influence of Su Ming's magnetic control, were crushed into a grotesque sledgehammer, one end larger than the other, taking on an irregular shape. With the force of a mountain, it descended upon the abomination, chastising it for its littering transgressions. As Su Ming's arm came crashing down, the immense metallic tower surged forward, enveloping the fleeing figure of the malevolence. The ground trembled violently, causing the terrified citizens sheltered in their homes to embrace one another, quaking in fear and pleading for divine mercy. Had the military deployed missiles? Confused, the populace speculated wildly about the cause of the tremors. As the dust settled, a large, unsightly object lay deeply embedded in the pavement, revealing only a small portion of its form. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that it was a grotesque assemblage of various crushed automobiles. This was Su Ming's first experience controlling such a substantial mass of metal, and it was clear that the handling was rather crude. The once chaotic street had now returned to an eerie silence. Observing from a distance, the lieutenant noticed the absence of action in the battle and tossed a walkie-talkie to Su Ming. Fate. Oh my goodness. Why didn't you tell me you were Silver Duke? General Ross's frustrated voice crackled through the device. Did Nick Fury not inform you? Su Ming realized that General Ross had been unaware of his identity from the outset, and he silently gave a thumbs up to Nick Fury. Good job, buddy. Well played. General Ross seemed to recall some sorrowful matter, mumbling something inaudible to Su Ming. I wish he had told me from the beginning. He then inquired about the battle status. How is it? Have you dealt with it? Unsure of the effectiveness of his hastily concocted maneuver, Su Ming refrained from answering the general's query and extended his hand toward the metallic amalgamation embedded in the ground. As he activated his ability, the colossal iron mass trembled and slowly ascended, revealing the chaotic scene beneath. Pipelines and communication cables lay in disarray, ruptured and spewing water, while sparks flew in every direction. After a moment's search, Su Ming finally spotted the malevolence's form. It appeared rather grim. The massive creature was firmly embedded in the ground in an irregular shape, with bony protrusions piercing into its own flesh. This state is commonly referred to as face down. Looking at its face, the creature's unfocused eyes struggled to remain open, but the gaping maw and the froth at its lips somewhat diminished its imposing presence. Under the general's orders, soldiers approached to assess the target's condition. Report to the general. The target is not dead, but is temporarily incapacitated. The soldier reported loudly. And this outcome finally eased General Ross's heart. The surrounding media reporters swarmed in like flies drawn to carrion, buzzing with excitement. Various types of cameras flashed incessantly on the faces of General Ross and Su Ming, predominantly focusing on Su Ming. After all, it had been quite some time since Mr. Silver had graced the public eye. Naturally, they were eager to pose a question to Su Ming. Where is your crimson suit? Indeed, someone boldly shouted the question. And it was not the only one. Su Ming glanced at the unmarked military uniform provided by the army that he was wearing and shook his head. Accepting the military's orders surely required donning its attire, as a matter of respect. In truth, General Ross was quite deliberate regarding Su Ming's attire. He aimed to convey to everyone that even amidst minor upheavals during the execution of the plan, the resolution ultimately lay in the hands of the military. Indeed, Mr. Silver is our military's specially appointed consultant. General Ross maintained a formulaic demeanor while engaging with the media. However, after just a couple of brief sentences, he waved his hand to signal the aides to disperse the media, citing the need to clean up the battlefield. It was a jest. If they wanted to take photos, they ought to wait until the area was tidied up. In such disarray, those above might mistakenly believe the military to be utterly incompetent. General Ross mused to himself. Meanwhile, Su Ming was evidently taken aback by the cunning General Ross, who had unknowingly pulled him into the military's camp, causing a flicker of displeasure within him. "You old fox," he muttered softly to Ross. "General, helping the military with interviews, that comes at a different price." Ross was well aware that his maneuver undeniably wrapped silver in the military's cloak. Ever since witnessing Su Ming's formidable prowess, General Ross had set his sights on him. He was determined to seize fate firmly in his grasp. Hearing Su Ming's words, the general readily agreed. "No problem, Mr. Silver." Observing Ross's swift acquiescence regarding payment, Su Ming felt a stir within. This old fellow is so agreeable. I must be at a disadvantage in some regard. Those despicable politicians, their hearts are tainted. I shall keep my distance from them henceforth. As the soldiers, with grave expressions, ushered away the media and onlookers, they turned back to gaze at Su Ming, their serious demeanor transforming into profound admiration. At General Ross's request, Su Ming reprocessed the massive entity he had subdued. For the military was incapable of managing such a colossal object. With a resounding crash, the towering iron structure disintegrated under Su Ming's command, morphing into numerous 1-meter square iron chunks that landed on the ground, forming a rectangular array. After clapping his hands and observing the astonished expression on General Ross's face, Su Ming smiled slightly. "General, settling the abomination costs 300 million, while the interviews and cleanup will be 200 million. Thank you for the review." With that, he transformed into a streak of light and vanished from the crowd's sight. Just a moment ago astonished by Su Ming's enigmatic abilities, General Ross, upon hearing Su Ming's words, felt a resounding buzz in his head. Is it truly necessary to allocate $200 million for an interview and the subsequent arrangements that could be accomplished with a mere flick of the wrist? Do I appear to be such a fool? Little does Ross know. This is merely a subtle act of retribution from Su Ming for having been unceremoniously dragged into the military without his consent. With a jubilant exclamation, Su Ming reveled in the rush of wind brushing past him. He no longer needed to struggle with throwing knives to achieve flight. During the aftermath, he had discreetly selected a piece of metal, notable for its quality and appearance, from a multitude of metallic fragments. The sudden ascension was a direct result of his manipulation of this piece of metal, enabling him to soar through the air. With time to practice, he envisioned crafting a glove-like apparatus, granting him the freedom to navigate the skies effortlessly. Upon returning to his dwelling, Su Ming diligently commenced his practice in controlling metal. Meanwhile, Tony Stark had finally assembled the particle accelerator, meticulously verifying its alignment with a level tool. Phil Coulson's attention was drawn to an unusual object, which he quickly recognized. It was a circular piece of metal, adorned with a half-white star at its center. How could this item be carelessly discarded here? Tony's gaze fixated on the object in Agent Phil's hands, lingering momentarily before exclaiming, "That's it. Hand it over." Phil, uncertain, inquired, "Do you know what this is?" He gently elevated the object, placing it into Tony's hands. "This is the key to my success." Tony instructed Phil to raise the coil while he positioned the disc beneath it. With the level tool in hand, he confirmed it was perfectly horizontal. Chapter 57. Ivan Scheme. Phil Coulson, an esteemed level 8 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, had once been entrusted by Director Nick Fury to assemble a research team dedicated to studying the remnants of Howard Stark. It was this very team that developed the antidote capable of suppressing Tony's palladium poisoning symptoms. Agent Coulson possessed an intimate familiarity with Howard Stark's artifacts. He recognized that the circular metal before him was an accidental synthesis by Howard Stark. The research team had christened it as Sonic Steel. This Sonic Steel, crafted from the precious vibranium and primordial Edmund metal, exhibited unparalleled hardness and shock resistance, a craftsmanship that S.H.I.E.L.D had yet to decipher. Director Fury had leveraged the Sonic Steel as a bargaining chip, much to Agent Coulson's chagrin. It was astonishing that such a priceless item was now being carelessly used by Tony as a makeshift coil spacer, and he even lent a hand in the process, leaving Agent Coulson awestruck. Truly, one could not accuse Tony of lacking resources. "I'm rather occupied. Is there something you require?" Having confirmed the coil's level, Tony was eager to activate the particle accelerator, yet Coulson lingered, prompting a courteous inquiry. Inwardly, Tony mused that whatever Coulson's business was, it would have to wait until he had successfully developed the new element. It was then that Coulson recalled his assignment to New Mexico, and this visit was intended as a farewell to Tony. He understood that within Fury's Avengers initiative, Tony Stark and his Iron Man suit were indispensable. Thus, he sought to make one last attempt to persuade Tony, "We need you." "Indeed, you are in dire need of my assistance," Tony replied dismissively. "In truth, The necessity was not as pressing as suggested. Tony's aloofness prompted Agent Coulson to shake his head and take his leave. With Coulson finally dispatched, Tony could devote himself entirely to the creation of the new element. The reaction coil of the particle accelerator was in position. All that remained was to channel the immense energy into the triangular special coil that would serve as the carrier for the new element. Tony inserted the final prism into the apparatus and activated the switch. Ions were accelerated infinitely within the colossal coil, forming a beam of energy. When J.A.R.V.I.S. chimed in with a warning, approaching maximum power, Tony swiftly grasped a large wrench to adjust the prism's angle. As he exerted force with his arm, his muscles tensed. The energy beam veered off its original course, cutting through walls and objects alike, cleaving them in two. Finally, the beam converged upon the triangular carrier coil, emanating a brilliant light. Ding! A powerful energy surged forth and stabilized within the coil, achieving a state of equilibrium, while the triangle radiated a gentle glow. That was rather simple, Tony mused, disregarding the mansion that had nearly been bisected. Congratulations, sir. You have created a new element. J.A.R.V.I.S. congratulated him with intelligence, gently placing the new element into the miniature reactor. Tony watched with a touch of anxiety to see whether the reactor would successfully accept the new core. The scene transitioned. Ivan Vanko was diligently fine-tuning his newly developed modified reactor in a laboratory. Notably, this enhancement was initially conveyed to him by Tony during their time in prison. Some may wonder how Ivan, having been incarcerated, found the freedom to engage in research and development. The truth is, Justin Hammer, the president of Hammer Industries, recognized Ivan's exceptional talent and arranged for his release. Indeed, the capriciousness of capitalist nations is striking. Since Stark Industries announced the cessation of its weapons development program, Hammer Industries has aimed to fill that void. However, they lacked a research and development prodigy akin to Tony Stark. Ivan Vanko's emergence perfectly addressed this deficiency for Hammer Industries. Justin Hammer's dream was to create an army composed entirely of robotic warriors, which he intended to sell at a premium to the military, thereby cementing his unassailable position in the business realm. He had boasted in Ivan's presence. As long as you assist me in crafting this Iron Legion, I will grant you everything you desire. Little did he know, in Ivan's eyes, Hammer was merely a fool spouting grandiose ideals. His ambitions were rendered insignificant in the presence of Ivan's reactor technology. Ivan's ultimate goal remained vengeance against Stark, seeking retribution for his father. Hammer's involvement merely expedited his plans. I am at your service, my friend, Ivan remarked with a sly smile, observing Hammer's ambitious demeanor. However, Ivan covertly retained a contingency plan. He utilized Hammer Industries' resources to create a more powerful lightning whip, embedding failsafes deep within all combat robot systems. This included the Mark II suit that Rhodey had pilfered from Tony, which allowed him to upgrade and modify weaponry. He could access and control all of these mechs at will. At last, he possessed the strength to confront Tony directly. With newfound confidence, he boldly dialed Tony's number. Everything your father has done to my family will be repaid in full within 40 minutes. This call served as an alarming wake-up call for Tony, with the tracking indicating the call originated from Manhattan. This individual was up to something. Simultaneously, he noted that Justin Hammer was about to hold a press conference. Right there, Tony immediately activated the reactor, powered by the new element core, pressing it against his chest, ignoring Jarvis's warnings as the energy surged and the glow intensified. Oh, a hint of coconut and a metallic scent. The television broadcast of the chaos in Harlem, incited by the abomination, was quickly overshadowed by another news segment. Justin Hammer had invested heavily to secure mainstream media coverage, orchestrating a grand press event to publicly unveil his advanced weapon systems. As she watched the various channels dominated by the Hammer Industries logo, Alyssa scoffed. The boss subdued the abomination and saved so many lives, yet the reports vanish without a trace. There's a cover-up. In the realm of the sofa, Su-Ming deftly manipulated a metal object suspended in midair, transforming it into Sun Wukong, then Neza, and subsequently Yang Jian. The diminutive metallic figurines came to life, resembling exquisitely crafted, unpainted collectibles. To his surprise, the sketch proficiency he casually exchanged had proven invaluable in this moment. After a period of diligent practice, Su-Ming had mastered the art of morphing metal into forms of his imagination. This skill was closely linked to the sketch proficiency he had initially acquired. For sculpture is indeed a form of fine art. Listening to Eliza's complaints, Su-Ming remained noncommittal. His greatest regret was heeding General Ross's advice, donning military attire, and exposing himself to the cameras. The relentless media coverage had proclaimed that Scarlet Silverduke had become a lackey of the military, much to Su-Ming's discontent. Fortunately, General Ross proved to be astute, and the sum of $500 million arrived promptly. For the sake of the money, he chose not to hold a grudge this time. Yet, he realized that such a sum was insufficient to further enhance his capabilities. As he pondered where to procure more funds, Su Ming's attention was drawn to the television, where Justin Hamer was ostentatiously announcing a press conference. Recalling Eliza's earlier words, his eyes gradually sparkled with intrigue. What did you just say? Su Ming feigned ignorance. I said their S.A. conspiracy. Absolutely. Eliza remained engulfed in her indignation. Since their close encounter, she had become Su Ming's most ardent supporter. Help me ascertain the location of the press conference. I shall make an outing. Su Ming suddenly remembered that this event might attract considerable attention. The rows of imposing battle armor appeared to be worth a fortune. It seemed an opportune moment to seize a windfall amidst the chaos, without any ensuing complications. Such opportunities to enrich oneself were rare indeed. With a flick of his wrist, he transformed the metal figurine into a pair of sleek, fingerless gauntlets. Donning his long-forgotten crimson jacket, he swiftly leapt out the window. Chapter 58. Fishing in Troubled Waters. The grand exhibition, hosted by Han Mo, has commenced with great fanfare. This marks a pivotal moment for Justin Han Mo, who exudes unwavering confidence in his formidable Legion of Steel. While performing an exuberant dance, he boldly proclaims his ambition to supplant Iron Man. With a mere gesture, a majestic orchestral score accompanies the dramatic ascent of numerous iron mechas upon the stage. Among them, the modified Mark II war machine makes its inaugural appearance. It is noteworthy that after a confrontation between James Rhodes and Tony, Rhodes encountered Han Mo upon returning to the military, intent on independently upgrading his armor's weaponry. Han Mo extolled his weapon systems with grandiose claims, particularly impressing Colonel Rhodes with a mini-missile dubbed X-Wife, reputed to possess destructive capabilities rivaling those of any large missile. This revelation led Rhodes to regard the X-Wife as the war machine's ace in the hole, cherishing it immensely. As Han Mo reveled in his triumph, Tony made a striking entrance clad in the Mark VI suit, powered by a new reactor. His dashing landing elicited rapturous applause from the audience. However, amidst the fervor, Tony warned Rhodes that everything unfolding was part of a sinister plot. Tony, there are civilians here. I am obliged to carry out my orders. We can discuss this later. Rhodes appeared to misconstrue Tony's intentions. For the next 5 minutes, you must believe me, everyone here is in peril, Tony asserted, gesturing to the crowd below while earnestly cautioning Colonel Rhodes. Yet Rhodes remained skeptical, retorting, I trusted you once and ended up on the receiving end of a beating at your home, remember? It was only when Tony mentioned Han Mo's collusion with Ivan that a flicker of doubt crossed War Machine Rhodes' countenance. Ivan is still alive? As Tony pressed on, demanding to know Vank's whereabouts, Rhodes gasped. Oh no, this is bad. Suddenly, the war machine raised its machine guns, targeting Tony. And a multitude of iron suits locked onto him as well. I'm locked on, is this you? Tony questioned loudly, receiving an alert from Jarvis about being targeted by the war machine. No, not me. Get out. The entire system has been compromised. Leave now. A crimson hue of alarm illuminated Rhodes' face as he realized the gravity of the situation. He had lost control of the mechas and urgently urged Tony to flee. In a clandestine chamber within Han Mo's factory, Ivan Vank seized control of the war machine and all iron suits. The vengeance plan was officially set into motion. To avert civilian casualties, Tony ascended into the sky. All the suits launched their attacks in his direction. The technologically advanced ceiling shattered under the barrage of bullets, raining down shards of tempered glass like lethal confetti. This scene incited widespread panic among the audience, who screamed and scrambled for safety, plunging the venue into chaos. A portion of the armored suits took off from their positions, pursuing Tony relentlessly. As it became evident that Tony was in peril, the remaining suits headed straight into the crowd, initiating indiscriminate attacks on the civilians. At that moment, one of the suits targeted a young boy adorned with an Iron Man mask, preparing to strike. Undaunted, the boy raised his right hand defiantly against the towering foe, as if believing he could vanquish it with a single blow. Just in time, Tony arrived, unleashing a palm laser that averted the child's crisis. Well done, young one. Meanwhile, Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, who had been accompanying Ms. Pepper in the audience, could no longer restrain herself. She dashed onto the stage, furiously pressing Han Mo against the table, demanding to know Ivan's whereabouts. Upon receiving the precise location, Tony's bodyguard, Happy, swiftly transported the Widow to Han Mo's factory. Inside the vehicle, the Widow shed her coat, donning her combat attire, while Happy's gaze fixated on the alluring scenery, wishing he could bury his head in the rearview mirror. The vehicle jolted suddenly. It was too bright, leaving him momentarily disoriented. It remained unclear whether Happy was distracted by the road or something else entirely. Regardless, despite Happy's valiant efforts in subduing a single adversary, the Widow had already dispatched all guards lining the corridor. Soaring above the exhibition, Su Ming coincidentally arrived as Tony diverted enemy fire, just in time. He quickly surveyed the battlefield, noting that the combat mechs on stage were ascending to pursue Tony, while others exited the venue to launch indiscriminate assaults on nearby structures. The successful individuals, who had previously attended the exhibition in their elegant attire, Now load their formal wear. How infuriating. It was utterly unsuitable for escape. As they rushed past an electrical box, they despaired at the sight of a rocket hurtling towards them. Just as the electrical box was about to be struck and explode, Su-Ming deftly maneuvered forward, swatting the massive projectile away with a swift motion. Boom. The rocket detonated at a distance, illuminating Su-Ming's crimson figure with a shimmering golden halo. The gentlemen he had saved, equally clad in formal wear, were astonished. How exceptional you are. It was only when a lady recognized Su-Ming and let out an excited shriek, "Ah, it's Crimson Silver Duke," that the crowd discerned the gleam of his metallic mask. Perhaps remove your high heels before fleeing, Su-Ming suggested to the exhilarated women. And after leaving them with those words, he charged towards the armor, firing the cannon, gesturing with his hand. Exchange. Exchange successful. 12 million. Account balance. 515. 1 million. Before the system could assess the value, Su-Ming transformed the armor before him into dust, reaping a sum of 12 million. With this success, the thrill of scavenging the battlefield surged within him once more. Continuing onward, as he gazed upon the array of war machines developed by Hanmo's corporation, Su-Ming envisioned stacks of cash beckoning to him. Instantly, he became a recycling station for second-hand mechs, flashing both inside and outside the venue. One by one, the armored suits transformed into streams of data, entering Su-Ming's pocket. When Black Widow and Happy forcefully burst into the control room where Ivan had issued commands, they found it eerily deserted. Only a computer monitor displayed the interface for controlling the mechs and war machines, still active. As a seasoned agent, Black Widow quickly deduced the loss of the primary target and made a swift, astute decision to relinquish control of War Machine from Colonel Rhodes. Meanwhile, on another part of the battlefield, Tony caught a fleeting glimpse of a red figure in the sky as he soared away from the venue. Upon magnifying the image, Jarvis confirmed it was Su-Ming. Silver Duke? What brings him here? However, at that moment, a pursuing squad led by his close friend, Colonel Rhodes, was hot on his heels. Tony had no time to ponder Su-Ming's presence. After resolving a few crises involving civilians, he accelerated towards the distance. After all, the Mark II suit, crafted by Tony himself, exhibited agility rivaling that of the Mark VI he currently wore. War Machine relentlessly pursued Tony, its machine guns indiscriminately unleashing a barrage of high-caliber bullets. It wasn't until Tony maneuvered through a massive sculpture, effectively evading the relentless pursuit of the hammer drones, that only War Machine remained in close pursuit. They flew into an ecological garden, where War Machine's bullets struck Tony, disrupting his flight balance, and both armored suits tumbled into a nearby stream. As Tony struggled to pry away War Machine's Gatling gun, which was mercilessly firing at him, Black Widow finally managed to remotely reboot War Machine's system. Through the remote connection, Black Widow shared her findings with Tony. The new reactor was impressive, displaying a significant increase in energy output, with vital signs remaining stable. Tony had already surmised her identity. "Thank you, Agent Natasha." "Yes, I'm not dead yet, thanks." Pepper, overhearing their exchange, flared up. "What do you mean, not dead yet? Are you saying you were close to dying?" Just as Tony strained to redirect Pepper's attention, Black Widow noticed more mechs approaching Tony on the monitor. Chapter 59, The Vanishing Drones. "I am quite irate. Once I deal with this band of robots, I shall formally extend my apologies to you. We could venture to Venice. Come on." Regardless of whether the fiery little Pepper has been placated or not, Tony has indeed calmed her down, tapping the helmet of War Machine. The screen before Rhodey flickered back to life. "Wake up, buddy. I require your assistance." Rhodey realized that more adversaries were approaching, and he could no longer remain idle. Having been passively pursued while trying to protect Tony, Rhodey experienced what it meant to be powerless. As the helmet disengaged, Rhodey felt akin to a fool. Tony had come specifically to warn him, yet he had not trusted him right away. He had almost harmed his dear friend. If Tony were aware of Rhodey's current thoughts, he would surely scoff. "Eliminate me? What were you thinking?" Suddenly, Rhodey felt a tinge of embarrassment for donning Tony's suit, and he could not help but exclaim, "Oh man. I think you can reclaim your armor now." As he pulled Rhodey up, noticing his apparent apology, Tony shook his head. "Forget it. I brought you into this." Rhodey was unaware that Tony's earlier antics in California had been intentional. At the time, Tony believed his days were numbered. However, after some time together, Tony recognized that Rhodey was a man of integrity, deserving of the armor he had painstakingly developed, to ensure that Rhodey could don the suit without burden. Becoming the successor to Iron Man, Tony had indeed exerted considerable effort. Just a moment ago, they had resolved their differences. But now a divergence arose due to their operational tactics. "We must ascend. This is a combat zone. Remaining here is perilous. I believe eliminating those robots here is a splendid idea." Just as the duo debated where to confront the enemy, they found themselves encircled by multiple Hammo mechas. A swarm of enhanced drones simultaneously targeted the two. The helmets descended, and Rhodey and Tony commenced their battle. Back to back, they seamlessly filled each other's gaps in firepower. as if the quarrel had involved entirely different individuals. At that moment, Su Ming, pursuing the mechas, arrived. He had reclaimed all the mechas from the venue, earning a staggering 300 million. Observing the bulky, high-priced enhanced mechas advancing toward Tony, Su Ming was determined not to miss this final wave of lucrative foes. Witnessing the duo's flawless coordination, a vivid image flashed in his mind. It seemed Tony was about to unleash a powerful area attack, potentially annihilating all enemies in one fell swoop. Dashing as it may be, it would be a tremendous waste. The two fought valiantly with machine guns and repulsor blasts, yet Su Ming's coveted gold seemed to tarnish before his eyes, rapidly diminishing in value. In a moment of desperation, Su Ming activated magnetic control, immobilizing all mechas in the vicinity, including Tony and Rhodey. Magneto's prowess proved particularly effective against the Iron Man armor. Morning. The mechas are immobilized due to unknown reasons. Both Jarvis and the War Machine's intelligent assistant sounded the alarm simultaneously. Tony and Rhodey. The two brothers wore perplexed expressions and exclaimed in unison, "What the FK?" Tony had intended to showcase a unique move under the support of the Mark VI, but suddenly found himself immobilized, unable even to perform the basic action of lifting his helmet. The flickering static on the screen signified an imminent loss of vision. A profound sense of helplessness enveloped Tony as he speculated that this might be Ivan's scheme against him, cold sweat forming in his palms. His mind raced, strategizing for a solution, yet the incessant chatter from Rhodey clearly indicated that he had no intention of allowing Tony a moment of peace. "Oh my God, buddy. It seems my armor has been commandeered again. What are we to do? Think of something." "Shut up. I can't move either." The two erupted into a quarrel over the communicator. Meanwhile, Su Ming had immobilized all the mechs and continued his swift movements, the red figure darting between the Hamo mechs. Exchange successful. $20 million, account balance, $81 million, exchange. Indeed, it was worth more than before. Moments later, perhaps an eternity for Tony and Rhodey, Su Ming finally cleared the battlefield of all mechs. $20 million, account balance, $98.1 million. Observing the restored tranquility of the ecological park, he exhaled contentedly. This trip was worthwhile. I've earned quite a bit. Suddenly, he noticed Tony and Rhodey, still frozen in their shooting stances, and remembered that they were still under his control. He casually released them from their immobilization, only to discover his hands were smeared with soot from smoke. He crouched by the riverbank to wash up. "Who? Get down." With no hesitation, the now mobile Tony loudly warned Rhodey to duck, swiftly rotating his body to unleash a long-awaited powerful move. Two streams of energy-laden red lasers shot forth from Tony's wrist, cutting through the air with a potent slicing force, severing trees in their wake. This formidable technique was inspired by the near calamity he experienced while creating a new element, nearly splitting his house in half. Upon observation, Tony realized that his powerful attack appeared to have missed its intended targets. The two men leaned against each other, machine guns and palm cannons at the ready, cautiously scanning their surroundings as if facing a formidable adversary. Suddenly, they noted that the once abundant Hamo robots on the hillside had vanished. What the hell? They lifted their masks and exchanged blank stares. Just then, they heard the sound of flowing water nearby. Clang, clang. The metallic sound of helmets striking the ground echoed. Rhodey aimed his machine gun, while Tony raised his arm, charging his laser cannon. Upon recognizing the figure crouched down washing his hands, Rhodey cursed, "Oh, shit. If it's an ally, you should have said so earlier." Meanwhile, Tony pondered his earlier state of immobility, a look of suspicion crossing his face. Could it have been Silver's doing? I've never seen him employ such tactics. What other secrets does he harbor? What are you doing here? Just as Su Ming crouched down, the spider's senses emitted a warning, followed by a sudden barrage of fierce laser beams. He happened to be crouching, so he decided not to dodge. The lasers grazed above his head, failing to strike his body. In response to Tony's inquiry, Su Ming smiled and retorted, "Do I have to tell you just because you asked?" He casually replied, "Nothing much. I was just passing by to wash my hands." Rhodey thought to himself, no one handles inquiries like that. Passing by, really? Didn't you just see the swarm of robots? Speaking of which, where had those robots gone? Tony, having interacted with Su Ming a few times, recognized the man's elusive nature and unpredictable methods. Most likely, those robots were dealt with by Silver Duke. Since Su Ming was unwilling to divulge further, Tony decided not to pry. At that moment, Natasha S. alert echoed in Tony and Rhodey S. ears. Warning. Another drone is approaching. This one appeared different, with exceptionally high thrust power. Tony and Rhodey lifted their heads toward the sky. They beheld another set of mechanical armor descending steadily from above. As the helmet opened, a beaming Ivan Vanko emerged before Tony and Rhodey, exclaiming, "It feels great to be back." Colonel James Rhodes, gazing at the descending Ivan, blurted out, "This is not good." Ivan's confident demeanor gradually morphed into arrogance as he crossed his arms and forcefully thrust them downward. Crack. Too thicker. Electrified whips instantly carved deep trenches into the ground. Rhodey quickly thought, I have a special weapon. I will handle him. Chapter 60. The Consultant of S.H.I.E.L.D. Su-Ming felt that the purpose of this operation had been achieved, finding a comfortable position to relish the ensuing battle. Colonel Rhodes reminisced about the myriad weapons recommended to him by Han Mo, particularly one that had captured his admiration, the ex-wife mini-missile. He thought of his brother Tony and mused, watch me perform. I shall breach his fortress with the ex-wife. What? Tony questioned, unsure if he had misheard. With a suave step forward, Rhodes activated the launch switch of the ex-wife. The armor on his shoulder opened, revealing a sharp missile head, and with a mechanical whir, the flames from the thruster erupted. After a brief moment of targeting, the ex-wife surged powerfully toward the mechanical suit of Ivan Vanko. Clang. Splash. The ex-wife collided forcefully with Ivan's chest armor, producing a sharp sound before tumbling a few times in the air and landing in the water at Ivan's feet. Contrary to expectations, a fierce explosion did not ensue. The ex-wife sputtered a few sparks defiantly in the water before falling silent. Observing the missile's underwhelming performance, Tony couldn't help but chuckle, casually inquiring, produced by Han Mo? The war machine's missile compartment closed with a thud, and Colonel Rhodes replied with a resigned tone, indeed. He never imagined that the missile he had high hopes for would turn out to be a dud. It was quite embarrassing. Such a grand name deserved far better. In any case, Colonel Rhodes was profoundly disappointed. Tony's screen displayed J-A-R-V-I-S, locking onto several positions on Ivan's chest. Just watch me. The Mark VI missile compartment erupted, launching several finger-sized mini-missiles. Noticing this, Ivan closed his helmet, allowing the explosions to occur on his chest and helmet, yet remaining unscathed. They were merely louder than the ex-wife. After all, they did explode. With a flourish, the electrifying whip crackled as it lashed out at the two. Whoosh. Crack. Tony and Rhodes deftly evaded this extraordinary maneuver. The war machine's shoulder and hand-mounted machine guns unleashed a barrage, igniting a flurry of sparks across Ivan's armor, yet failing to penetrate his defenses. With a whip crack, Rhodes suddenly realized that his prideful heavy Gatling gun barrel had vanished. Damn. What good is the war machine without it? Rhodes felt a tumult of emotions, but that did not deter him from urging his handguns to continue their assault. Tony attempted to take flight and strike Ivan, but the strength of Ivan's armor was formidable after several collisions. He achieved no results and found himself ensnared by Ivan's electric whip around his neck. Rhodes fared worse. Lacking experience in piloting the mech, he was easily subdued by Ivan. As he struggled to rise, another electric whip coiled around his neck. At this moment, Ivan basked in his glory. With Iron Man in his right hand and War Machine in his left, he wielded a powerful electric whip, mercilessly subduing both. Ivan felt an overwhelming urge to shout in triumph. Meanwhile, Su-Ming, observing from the sidelines, sensed that a memorable scene was about to unfold. In memory, the palms of two Mark armors unleashed their laser cannons, erupting with formidable power akin to the magical duels of wands in Harry Potter. Su-Min instinctively straightened her back, unwilling to miss this exhilarating spectacle. Tony's agile mind instantly recalled a time when he had exchanged fire with Rhodey during a spar at his home, and the force had been considerable. An idea sparked in his mind. Rhodey, I have a notion. Do you wish to be a hero? What? Rhodey, enveloped in crackling electricity and preoccupied with whether his suit could withstand the lightning whips, was momentarily perplexed by Tony's suggestion. I need a sidekick. Raise your hand. With that, Tony lifted his palm, an energy cannon gleaming with arcs of power. Observing Tony's motion, Rhodey quickly grasped the intent. You say you need a partner. But what does that entail? Must you always overshadow others? Is this your grand plan? Precisely. Are you ready? Tony urged loudly. All right. Come on. Rhodey then raised his palm, aiming it towards Tony. Ivan, watching their synchronized movements, realized they were attempting a new tactic. He thought to himself, this is not good. Suddenly, Iron Man and War Machine unleashed high-frequency energy blasts from their opposing palms. Boom. Two brilliant beams converged upon Ivan's mech, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The blinding white light transformed the spherical dome of the ecological park into a dazzling bulb. They were situated in a grand ecological park at the heart of the city, adorned with mountains and waters, yet the explosion left the scene in disarray. The intensity of the blast even sent Tony and Rhodey tumbling several meters away. As they approached to assess Ivan's condition, they found him sprawled on the ground, his armor in tatters, with the reactor on his chest flickering ominously in red. You have lost. The instant defeat ignited a death wish within Ivan, who secretly activated the self-destruct sequence for all drones, including his reactor, while still maintaining a defiant facade. Imagining the numerous drones erupting in flames and taking countless individuals to meet their demise, Ivan reassured himself that this would not be in vain. Realizing Ivan's intent to self-destruct, Tony understood the catastrophic potential of a reactor explosion. His thoughts immediately turned to Ms. Pepper, still at the venue. With a voice filled with concern, he shouted, igniting his thrusters and soaring into the sky. As he flew at breakneck speed, Tony's singular focus was to distance Pepper from the impending explosion. Unbeknownst to him, Su-min had already recalled all the drones. Tony scooped up Pepper and flew far from the danger zone, only to land and receive her resignation letter. The reason cited was her inability to endure the pressure of Tony's self-deprecating behavior. Regardless, a decisive kiss from Tony transformed Pepper's perspective in an instant, affirming her own feelings. In the ecological park, Su-min felt her efforts were not in vain. She had earned her share of profit and witnessed the spectacle. It was now time for her to return home and rest. Gazing at the ground, Ivan Vanko lay in a state of near demise. Yet his face betrayed an inexplicable exhilaration. A thought flickered in his mind. Surely, you do not believe that the other drones would join you in your explosion? Su-ming held disdain for such competitors, who relied solely on their academic prowess and exhibited an air of superiority. Upon hearing Su-ming's words, Ivan was momentarily taken aback. Swiftly confirming the status of the other drones through the mech system, only to be met with the devastating feedback. Connection failed. The alarm for the reactor's self-detonation grew increasingly shrill. Blasted. Ivan, who had evaded countless bullets, found himself utterly unguarded at this moment. Boom. A colossal fireball obliterated the entire ecological district. Meanwhile, having successfully provoked Ivan, Su-ming activated his magnetic powers, transforming his body into a streak of light as he retreated into the distance. Natasha's mission at Stark Industries had reached its conclusion. Concerning Tony Stark, she prepared a meticulous evaluation report. Based on her findings, Tony Stark was denied recommendation for inclusion in the Avengers Initiative. The report contained several key phrases: compulsive behavior traits, self-destructive tendencies, quintessential narcissism, among others. Nick Fury wholeheartedly endorsed this report, for Natasha had infiltrated Stark Industries and observed Tony up close for quite some time. Her assessment of Tony was notably candid, particularly the descriptor of quintessential narcissism. Initially, one might have expected S.H.I.E.L.D. to pursue and demand his inclusion in the Avengers program as before. However, Natasha's evaluation report had directly shifted S.H.I.E.L.'s perception of him. Tony found himself bewildered. This makes no sense. How can they both endorse and dismiss me? Yet, the flaws of his proud disposition became evident. And Tony began to defend himself. Ultimately, Nick Fury regretfully informed Tony, "For the time being, we believe your role can only be that of an advisor." Chapter 61. The Rules of Exchange in the Arid Desert of New Mexico. A rugged vehicle stirred up a cloud of dust. Agent Phil Coulson found himself perplexed as to why he had been suddenly dispatched to this remote locale. Recalling Director Fury's enigmatic demeanor before his departure, you will understand upon arrival, Coulson's curiosity intensified. Upon halting, he surveyed the landscape and was confronted by a colossal circular pit, reminiscent of a meteorite crater. Driven by an insatiable curiosity, Coulson approached the center of the pit, where he discovered an ancient-looking hammer. According to reports from the staff, this hammer had plummeted from the sky a few days prior, creating the vast chasm. Remarkably, no one could budge the hammer, not even heavy machinery. This astonishing phenomenon drew the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, who promptly informed the director and dispersed the crowd eager to use the hammer for a strongman contest. Skeptical of the hammer's immovability, Coulson gathered a team and secured a rope to the hammer's handle, anchoring the other end to the hitch of a powerful truck. As the vehicle accelerated, the thick rope tautened, yet the hammer remained utterly still. The truck's wheels churned up clouds of dust as it strained against the unyielding object. In an unexpected turn of events, the truck's bed detached with a thunderous crash, falling to the ground under the rope's relentless pull. Coulson was left astounded. Surely, no hammer could withstand the force of a vehicle's tug. He then recalled Su-ming, pondering whether the Silver Duke possessed the strength to lift the hammer or perhaps had knowledge of its origin. Coulson promptly ordered the area to be cordoned off, intent on studying the hammer further. Meanwhile, Su-ming found himself at a loose end. Having made a tidy profit at the Hanmex Expo, he had yet to encounter any lucrative ventures. Although Eliza diligently updated him on the underground market, none of the offers piqued his interest. Yearning for greater financial gain, the conventional methods of earning had become insufficient for Su-ming. He had audaciously contemplated acquiring a skill akin to hypnosis, one that could control the entire U.S. dollar printing system. The thought of printing money directly, just a modest sum to start, perhaps $1 trillion, seemed enticing. After all, depositing these dollars into his account would not adversely affect the financial economy. When he jokingly broached this idea with Eliza, she merely shook her head slowly. Producing her laptop, she displayed the annual report from the U.S. Bureau of Engraving and Printing. The report indicated that the country printed approximately 305 billion notes annually. Assuming 250 working days per year, this averaged to between 12 million and 20 million notes daily. Even if all were the maximum denomination of 100, $1 trillion would require 10 billion notes. Based on maximum printing capacity, producing 10 billion 100 bills would take 500 days. over a year and a half. Eliza's straightforward calculations left Su Ming enlightened. The notion was swiftly dismissed, regardless of the formidable challenges of implementation. The mere act of printing money in one's own backyard, 20 billion each day, was impractical, as even the raw materials for creating U.S. dollars could not be procured. Moreover, the consequences of such an endeavor could lead to a monumental scandal, particularly if attention were drawn to the initial stages of printing. If cash was unfeasible, what about digital currency? It seemed plausible to execute a transaction of 100 or 80 billion through clandestine operations at the bank. However, when Su Ming proposed this audacious idea, he felt the weight of Alyssa's bewildered gaze upon him. She could not fathom why a boss with such extraordinary financial acumen would entertain such fanciful notions, deeming them impractical. He patiently explained that the realm of digital currency was fraught with complexity. Theoretically, technical means could facilitate a transient asset transfer, yet the likelihood of detection was exceedingly high. The intricate interplay of banking risk control, blockchain tracing, and international monitoring rendered such maneuvers nearly impossible. The ramifications would be severe, possibly leading to another sensational scandal. Although Su Ming possessed the capability to withstand opposition from the state, he still yearned for a tranquil existence. The risks he chose to undertake could be labeled as exploration, whereas passive daily gambles felt like a relentless struggle. Upon reflection, Su Ming recognized his own shortcomings in certain aspects. Even in exchanging talents from the system, he acted impulsively, selecting whatever seemed appealing and affordable, without consideration for value. The habitual oversight in examinations during his school days had not been rectified to this day. As his thoughts drifted, Alyssa's calculations illuminated his deficiencies, his lack of financial acumen and absence of planning. Yet, a moment of clarity washed over him. As someone who had struggled academically, it would indeed be unusual for him to be well-versed in finance and stocks. Su Ming was inherently a person of adaptability, with grand ambitions and aspirations holding little relevance to his disposition. Ultimately, he believed that the essence of life was to find joy. Fond memories of his days in internet cafes, grinding in games to earn a few $1,000s each month, brought him satisfaction. Had it not been for his debilitating back pain, he might not have transitioned to becoming a delivery driver. However, now that fate had granted him a second chance, Su Ming was determined to seize it. Returning to the matter of generating income, Su Ming assessed his avenues. One involved completing commissions for a fee, while the other utilized the system for item exchanges. Clearly, the latter was more efficient. The instantaneous exchange of a G-like missile vehicle for 20 million left a lasting impression on him. Identifying high-value items for exchange appeared to be the key to transcending his current limitations. Yet, the question remained, what could be exchanged for what? After dismissing Alyssa, Su Ming's imagination soared, contemplating whether the entire hotel could be appraised. He placed his hand upon the floor. Valuation. High-end cashmere carpet valued at $20,000. Why are you appraising the carpet? He lifted the carpet to reveal a smooth hardwood floor. Valuation. In a realm where the Manhattan XX Hotel Tower is valued at a staggering $5 billion, it is marked as non-exchangeable. This is the first time Su Ming encounters such a notification, with the system thoughtfully providing an explanation. Reflecting on this statement, he realizes that typically exchanged items vanish, converting into account balances. The term realm undoubtedly refers to this world. The notion that disappearance would disrupt the order of the realm implies that should the hotel tower be exchanged, it would cease to exist, thereby jeopardizing the equilibrium of this world. Imagine the chaos. If the tower were to vanish suddenly, countless guests from various floors would plummet to their demise. Such a scenario is so exaggerated that even Inception would hesitate to portray it. It is no wonder that the exchange is prohibited. Su Ming begins to grasp the essence of this non-exchangeability. However, contemplating from another perspective, could it be inferred that items with minimal connection to the realm's order may be exchangeable? With this question in mind, Su Ming, under the cloak of night, sought out an abandoned building. Observing the derelict structure, void of windows, he murmured, "Valuation." The system responded, "Pacific Park abandoned building valued at $80 million, non-exchangeable." This left Su Ming perplexed. How could such a desolate building, situated in a remote location and uninhabited, still be deemed non-exchangeable? Doubting the system, he wandered aimlessly along the street, estimating the value of the buildings around him. Unbeknownst to him, he eventually arrived at Times Square. Amidst the throngs of people, he gazed at the colossal billboards representing global civilization, driven by curiosity to initiate another valuation. Times Square one valued at $500 million, non-exchangeable. Without question, the system continued to indicate non-exchangeability. What Su Ming did not realize was that these abandoned buildings were intricately tied to the lives of many. They were entangled in government interventions, multifaceted debt disputes, and lawsuits, with some even affecting the livelihoods of numerous citizens. Thus, it was impossible for him to exchange them. Finally, Su Ming shook his head in resignation, contemplating instead the acquisition of war weapons or other valuable items. After all, the presence of such items, whether in abundance or scarcity, would have minimal impact yet retain significant worth. If fortune smiled upon him, he might even stumble upon a nuclear bomb, hydrogen bomb, or atomic bomb. Just then, an unforeseen event transpired. Chapter 62. The Mad Max. Max Dillon is an ordinary electrical engineer employed at Oscorp, entrusted with the maintenance of circuit systems. He possesses an introverted demeanor, grappling with feelings of inferiority, and has long been overlooked, even ridiculed, by his colleagues. His presence is so negligible that even on his birthday, they might forget his name. The only glimmer of hope in his life comes when Spider-Man saves him during an unforeseen incident, referring to him as a friend, which instills a profound admiration for the superhero within Max. From that moment onward, his home is adorned with Spider-Man posters, and Max venerates him as the sole individual who acknowledges his existence. He even fantasizes about becoming Spider-Man's partner. However, a fateful accident alters the trajectory of his life. While performing maintenance on the circuits, Max inadvertently falls into a tank brimming with genetically altered electric eels, his body overwhelmed by a surge of high voltage, leaving him charred and lifeless in appearance. Those at Oscorp, assuming him to be deceased, plan to dispose of him hastily to safeguard the company's reputation. Yet, to their astonishment, Max awakens in the morgue, the charred remnants of his body flaking away. He discovers an extraordinary ability to perceive the bioelectric currents within himself. Moreover, the surrounding electrical devices seem to sense his emanating energy, activating spontaneously without any external power source. Unbeknownst to him, Max has transcended humanity. He picks up a discarded garment and aimlessly wanders onto the street. With each step he takes, the vehicles around him trigger their alarms, and he experiences an unprecedented hunger. He gently places a hand upon a car's headlights, and in an astonishing moment, he absorbs the feeble electrical current entirely. This meager power slightly alleviates his hunger, yet it remains woefully insufficient. His gaze drifts toward the brilliantly illuminated Times Square, which to him appears akin to a five-star buffet. The underground electrical grid enticing him like a siren's call. In a fervor, he rushes to the center of the square, kneeling upon the ground and unhesitatingly placing both hands upon the cables. As Max greedily siphons the energy, the entire square's electrical supply is disrupted, drawing the attention of a nearby police officer. "Sir, remove your hands from the cables." Quickly, Max rises slowly, his body emanating a faint blue electric glow, startling the officer. Instinctively, the officer raises his firearm, inadvertently startling Max in return. In a moment of desperation, Max channels his newfound powers, lifting a passing truck high into the air and casting it aside. The police swiftly converge, surrounding Max. "Get on the ground now, for your safety and that of the citizens." Amidst the reporters capturing the scene, Max's extraordinary visage is projected onto the colossal billboards of Times Square. As a once insecure electrician, his dream was to be acknowledged by others. Ironically, he finds himself receiving the attention he craved, albeit in this unforeseen manner. "Raise your hands, freak." As Max gazes at his own image on the advertisement in a daze, the police launch a smoke grenade while loudly labeling him a freak. No, don't do this. It's not my fault. I said stop." Max's emotions were finally ignited, and his body erupted with a tremendous energy as blue lightning radiated outward in a circular pattern, sending numerous police cars and officers flying. The police responded decisively by opening fire. Strangely, as the bullets approached Max, they were torn apart by the powerful electric force field. To his astonishment, Suming evaluated the electronic billboard-laden building at Times Square and found it valued at a staggering $500 million. Suddenly, the billboards flickered, resembling a sign of insufficient power. Shortly thereafter, gasps erupted from the crowd as a figure clad in a hoodie lifted a truck overhead, emitting electric sparks from both hands. "Oh, is that who I think it is? With Electro here, Spider-Man should be arriving soon." Suming marveled at how New York was a city plagued by calamity, where even a casual stroll could lead to an encounter with a superhero. Ignoring the panicking civilians, he pulled a chair from the street and settled into a prime viewing position. Just the perfect moment to take a break, watch the spectacle, and enjoy the scene. A webline streaked across the night sky. Spider-Man, Peter Parker, nimbly arrived beneath the flying police car, bracing it to save the officer who was about to be crushed. "Thank goodness you're driving and not riding a horse." Peter thought he was quite humorous. The rescued officer's eyes lit up upon seeing Spider-Man and immediately relayed through the radio. "All units, cease fire immediately. Repeat, cease fire at once." Peter performed a somersault onto the car's roof, gazing down at the bewildered figure below. "Hey, Electro, what are you doing?" Max turned to see his only ally, Spider-Man, standing there, and his fear was instantly soothed. "The only person who acknowledged me has finally arrived. They've labeled me a monster. But it's not my fault. They shot at me and bombarded me with smoke grenades." Max was overwhelmed with grievances he wished to share with Spider-Man. But all that escaped his lips was, Is it you? Peter Parker had no recollection of the blue-glowing individual. He had inadvertently saved Max before, recognizing his name from the badge on his chest, and had even offered him words of encouragement. Yet now, he could hardly recognize Max, given the extent of his transformation. Hearing Max's words, Peter replied, "Yes, I'm here." "Who are you?" Spider-Man's question, "Who are you?" caused Max's heart to sink. As he stepped toward Peter, he could hardly believe that his only supportive friend had forgotten him. He had previously defended Spider-Man's reputation vehemently, yet he had never fought so hard for himself. Max found it inconceivable. He could endure the grievances imposed by others, but Spider-Man's forgetfulness nearly unleashed his pent-up fury. Electrical sparks emanated from his toes, coursing along the ground, almost affecting the civilians on the steps. "You don't remember me?" Peter Parker felt as though he had missed something crucial but couldn't recall what it was. Instinctively, he asked, "Should I remember you?" "As I strolled along the street, a vehicle nearly collided with me, but you swept me away. You saved my life. You declared that you needed me." Max reminisced about his past encounters with Spider-Man, yearning for the hero to recognize him at a glance. Clutching the blueprints, Peter finally recalled the individual he had previously rescued. How had he transformed into this? Nevertheless, he had to calm him down to prevent further harm to the public. Peter feigned nonchalance as he approached, and on the brink of Max's fury, he finally remembered his name, explaining that he had recognized him due to his changed appearance. This explanation was met with Max's approval. After a brief exchange, Max urged that the officers refrain from firing at him. "Hey, guys, this is my buddy, Max. I've mentioned him before. Don't shoot at him." Peter's actions earned Max's trust. Gazing at his own image on the billboard, he expressed his inner thoughts. "I just want everyone to see me." Peter continued to comfort Max, who was preparing to contain the inexplicable fury within him. Just as they were about to relocate for a more meaningful conversation, Max stepped on a piece of metal, unleashing a surge of energy that erupted with electric brilliance. This caught the attention of a sharpshooter who had been aiming for him. Bang! The bullet shattered before Max, unable to suppress his anger any longer. Max unleashed a bolt of electricity that collapsed the rooftop where the sniper was positioned. Peter promptly shot a web to pull back Max's hand, but the intense current surged through the web, knocking Peter aside and destroying his web shooting device. Despite this, he managed to save a police officer just in time. This scene incited the crowd to chant, "Spider-Man! Spider-Man!" Watching the billboard switch to a close-up of Spider-Man, he was inundated with the malicious taunts of the crowd. Max realized he had been deceived by Spider-Man. He only sought to gain the adoration of the masses. With his faith shattered, Max was consumed by rage. He descended into complete madness. Chapter 63. The aroma of barbecue. The large screen continued to broadcast close-ups of Spider-Man, his figure appearing grand and imposing under the photographer's deliberate framing. The cheers of the onlookers resonated throughout Times Square, with Spider-Man in attendance. The initially panicked crowd had shifted to a spectator's mode, directing all their venomous curses towards Max, seemingly unperturbed by the imminent threat he posed. At that moment, the radiant image of Spider-Man starkly contrasted with the pitiable Max, who felt as though he were engulfed in hell. To Max, Spider-Man's actions were nothing short of betrayal. When a person's grievances accumulate to a certain extent, they inevitably transform into fury, especially considering that Max's recently transformed body was already brimming with volatile energy. "Traitor, die!" Max finally launched his attack on the once-admired Spider-Man. A surge of electricity raced from the ground towards Spider-Man. Peter swiftly somersaulted to evade the onslaught. Yet the current had already traveled through the ground to the metal handrails. The most vulnerable were clearly the crowd standing on the steps. With his spider sense fully activated, the surrounding scenery slowed in Peter's perception. Utilizing the last of his web shooters, he executed a remarkable maneuver just in time. With his left hand pressing down on the outlet of the shooter, the webbing burst forth in all directions, successfully catching everyone who was about to be electrocuted. The attacks from Electro followed in quick succession, creating craters behind Spider-Man. While Peter was tumbling through the air, he shot a web at a fire hydrant, propelling it towards Electro. Bang! ZZZZT. Both combatants were struck by each other's assaults and sent flying. In midair, Peter's body stiffened from the paralysis of the electric shock, causing inertia to carry him toward the roadside. Just then, he felt a powerful hand steady him from behind. It was Su Ming. Su Ming observed as Electro, who was initially willing to cooperate under Peter's persuasion, had his emotions detonated by a reckless sniper's shot. These officers were truly skilled at providing unwarranted assistance. Were they that eager to achieve accolades and promotions? As Peter flew backward towards him, Su Ming casually steadied him. Regaining his balance, Peter looked up to see a familiar face, a mixture of surprise and joy washing over him. "Wonderful! It's Mr. Silver." "Sir, what are you doing here?" His voice held a trace of excitement. He was uncertain whether his previous performance had been satisfactory in Mr. Silver's eyes, and he instinctively concealed the damaged web shooter behind him, momentarily forgetting that he was still amidst a battle. After all, with Mr. Silver present, was Electro truly a concern? Su Ming found Peter's expression amusing. The time spent imparting wisdom had not been in vain. The young man seemed to regard him with newfound respect. Reflecting on the time apart, it appeared that the little spider had indeed matured considerably. Supporting Peter's hand, he gently patted the back of the little spider. Considering the crowd around them, he refrained from calling Peter by name. Little spider, this is quite a lengthy tale. Are you well? Su Ming's appearance bolstered Peter's confidence. Upon hearing Mr. Silver's warm greeting, Peter felt an overwhelming urge to share everything that had transpired recently. I am well, sir. I have been investigating the events surrounding my parents from years past, and by the way, I intend to confess my feelings to Gwen. Before he could finish, darkness enveloped everyone. The unassisted Electro, Max, was violently hurled into an advertising screen by Peter wielding a fire hydrant. Seizing two thick cables, he forcefully pressed them against his chest, voraciously absorbing electricity from his surroundings. In an instant, all the billboards in Times Square dimmed due to the power shortage, plunging the brightest corner of the city into utter darkness. Following a massive surge of energy, the surrounding buildings suffered extensive damage from the shockwave, with various construction materials plummeting from great heights. The onlookers, startled, instantly switched to escape mode, screaming as they fled in a seamless panic. Meanwhile, Electro had transformed into Electro Pro, a dazzling blue version of himself. Surging with energy, he levitated in the air under the influence of the electric field, resembling a deity. With a crackling sound, his hands radiated electric currents, unleashing a torrent of powerful lightning upon those who had just mocked him on the street. Peter's conversation was abruptly interrupted by this unforeseen turn of events. Gazing at the figure hovering above, the little spider quickly contemplated how to counter him. At that moment, Su Ming was beneath a colossal umbrella. Realizing that a massive advertising structure, dislodged by the energy wave, was about to crash down upon him, he activated his magnetic control, effortlessly molding the advertisement into a large umbrella. This was not merely for show. The fire hydrant that Peter had just broken was now gushing a towering column of water, nearly drenching Su Ming. While immobilizing the airborne debris, he also shielded himself from the artificial downpour. Peter, having never witnessed such a maneuver, stared in astonishment at the giant metallic umbrella enveloping him. Goodness! Mr. Silver, how impressive! Su Ming noticed that Electro across the street was beginning to wreak havoc. Yet Peter remained fixated on the umbrella. He nudged the little spider. Do you smell something? Peter, as if awakening from a dream, looked confused. What smell? Su Ming, with two lines of exasperation crossing his face, pointed across the street. The aroma of barbecued meat. From the bystanders. It finally dawned on Peter that while he was lost in thought, Max had begun retaliating against the crowd. Damn, Peter dashed out, heeding Su Ming's warning, his eyes lighting up as he turned in another direction. I wonder if that glowing rain will short-circuit. Observing the little spider pivot towards a fire truck, Su Ming felt a sense of pride. As expected of a university student, your reflexes are astonishing. Taste this, 100,000 volts. A surging wave of energy seemed inexhaustible. Max felt as if he were the god of thunder, casting bolts of lightning onto the streets without a care. The thrill of vengeance washed over him in relentless waves, purging the shame that dwelled within. In that moment, he yearned to shout aloud, ah? And indeed, he did shout, yet it brought him no joy. Suddenly, a torrent of high-pressure water disrupted the tempestuous energy within him, short-circuiting his very being. With a crackling thud, he fell to the ground, his body paralyzed. And with great difficulty, he turned his head to witness a sight that made him want to spit blood. There stood Spider-Man, adorned in a fireman's helmet, humming a tune at the forefront of the crowd, wielding a high-pressure hose and dousing him with water. His demeanor was so carefree and jovial, as if extinguishing merely a pile of burning refuse. Max's pride was once again ruthlessly trampled by Spider-Man. Seeing the young hero successfully subdue Electro, a throng of police officers surged forward, binding Max in insulating materials, rendering him akin to a large rice dumpling. The onlookers, witnessing the downfall of the villain, spontaneously erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers, interspersed with the occasional piercing whistle. Did you see that? Spider-Man is truly remarkable. No wonder he is a superhero. It appeared that Spider-Man had been conversing with someone. Did you notice that umbrella in the sky? I did. I could hardly believe my eyes. Incredible. Su Ming felt it was about time to return. A leisurely stroll downstairs would offer a visual feast, uplifting his spirits. As for Peter, Su Ming had no intention of greeting him, especially with the media swarm surrounding him. This young man trusted him implicitly, so lending a hand came naturally. At that moment, Su Ming's phone rang. Nick Fury's distinctive voice resonated through the receiver. Destiny, my friend, would you be interested in a trip to New Mexico? Their SA mission? Su Ming's first instinct was that S.H.I.E.L.D. was calling upon him once more. Oh, Director, have you encountered some trouble? Chapter 64. The Hammer's commission agent Phil Coulson found himself at an impasse in his work. since the discovery of the enigmatic hammer in New Mexico. He had assembled a cadre of adept informants to delve into its origins. However, after a considerable period of effort, progress remained elusive, much to Coulson's chagrin. At this juncture, he received another assignment to ensure, through legitimate means, that the United States government abandoned its proposal to induct the abomination into the Avengers. This initiative was fervently championed by General Ross, who, in an attempt to obscure the adverse consequences of his pursuit of the Hulk, portrayed the abomination, a transformation of Blonsky, as a triumph of his own endeavors, embellishing his report to the upper echelons of government. Such a formidable warrior deserved a more prudent arrangement. General Ross's actions had prompted the government to entertain the notion of integrating the abomination into the Avengers, and he was entrusted with overseeing this delicate matter. With an S.H.I.E.L.D. assessments indicated that the abomination was excessively perilous and uncontrollable. Moreover, they were reluctant to acquiesce to governmental interference in the Avengers' affairs. Nonetheless, as it was ultimately the government's directive, S.H.I.E.L.D. was constrained by its position and could not openly oppose it, thus delegating this arduous task to Agent Coulson. The audacity of considering such a dangerous entity for the Avengers was perplexing. The Hulk was 100 times more formidable, after all, as each of his actions stemmed from a desire to protect. From the nuances of Director Fury's words, Coulson discerned that enlisting an obnoxious individual to liaise with General Ross could significantly derail this initiative. An arrogant figure materialized in Coulson's mind. Recalling how his parting words had incited that individual S.I.E.L.D., he concluded that no one was better suited for this task than Tony Stark. Consequently, Tony, now serving as a consultant for S.H.I.E.L.D., engaged in an informal meeting with General Ross at a bar. The conversation commenced in a convivial atmosphere, ultimately culminating in Ross shattering his wine glass in frustration, signaling a successful conclusion. Following the encounter, Tony cheerfully remarked, "What a delightful old chap. Do remember to call me next time something like this arises." Clearly, subduing the obstinate Ross posed no challenge for Tony. Consequently, Ross was successfully provoked by the arrogant Stark and retracted his proposal, thereby excluding the abomination from the Avengers roster. This resolution inspired Coulson in his research concerning the hammer, prompting him to consider seeking external assistance. Adjusting his tie, he contemplated several candidates, but through further analysis, he systematically eliminated them, leaving only one, Crimson Dynamo. Although his fees were steep, his capabilities were undeniably exceptional. There was currently no one else who could secure an advantage under Director Fury's scrutiny. After all, even Iron Man, Tony Stark, had now become a consultant. Coulson conveyed the difficulties he faced in studying the hammer and his desire for assistance to Director Nick Fury, who concurred with Coulson's proposal. However, the thought of having to haggle with that avaricious fellow left HYDRA feeling somewhat displeased. Nevertheless, for the sake of work, he dialed Su Ming's number. "Oh, Mr. Director, have you encountered some trouble?" Listening to the veiled anticipation in Su Ming's tone, Nick Fury felt a twinge of disdain. "You would relish the opportunity for me to be in dire straits so you could secure a lucrative commission." With a courteous facade, he replied, "We have discovered something and wish to commission Mr. Fate for an investigation." "Oh, an investigation into an object?" Receiving such a request for the first time, Su Ming felt a flicker of uncertainty and preemptively stated, "Director Fury, let me make it clear from the outset. Regardless of the outcome, the fee is non-refundable, and payment must be made in advance." HYDRA inwardly cursed as he anticipated this. "Very well. As per our usual arrangement, $100 million. I hope you can swiftly uncover the secret of this hammer." "Only $100 million? Upon hearing Nick's offer, Su Ming instinctively wished to negotiate the price. Suddenly realizing, investigating what? A hammer? It couldn't possibly be the Meow Meow hammer, could it? It must be the only hammer that could prompt the S.H.I.E.L.D. to seek external assistance was none other than the Meow Meow hammer. How intriguing. While others might remain oblivious, I am well aware. It is the hammer of the Thunder God forged from URU metal. This is far too easy a payday." Su Ming's mind raced. Initially, when Director Fury mentioned New Mexico, he had not connected the dots. It turns out the hammer had fallen there. Since the Meow Meow hammer had already come to Earth, was it not likely that Thor would soon descend as well? He recalled a time when Thor indulged in excessive drinking, his physique transforming into that of a barrel. The god of hammers certainly knew how to entertain. As Su Ming contemplated, despite Thor's somewhat foolish demeanor, he remained a deity. Extracting even the slightest trinket from him would yield treasures from the divine realm. The price would undoubtedly be splendid. Moreover, Thor had plummeted from Asgard. What is Asgard, you may ask? Commonly referred to as the realm of the gods. It is a place where houses are constructed of gold. If I can cultivate a favorable relationship with Thor, a trip to Asgard would surely cause my bank account to swell beyond measure. Su Ming's eyes gleamed brighter. The long-standing dilemma of how to amass wealth suddenly became strikingly clear. With this in mind, he dismissed the notion of haggling with Nick Fury. After all, in the face of the golden mountains of Asgard, a mere few $100 million from S.H.I.E.L.D seemed rather insignificant. Since they offered such a pivotal opportunity, he decided to be magnanimous. No problem, Director Fury, Su Ming agreed readily. Mr. Fate, for an investigative task, $100 million is already quite generous. Nick Fury, accustomed to negotiating, began to speak, but halfway through, he realized, what the FK? He actually agreed? That money-obsessed bounty hunter had capitulated so easily? The anticipated exasperating negotiation did not occur, nearly leaving Nick Fury's back in agony. All right, very well, Mr. Fate. I will arrange a private jet for you. The call ended. How much can one truly exchange for the treasures of the divine realm? With such curiosity in mind, Su Ming joyfully departed from Times Square. Spider-Man, Peter Parker, had finally evaded the persistent journalists, his gaze scanning for any sign of Su Ming. The assistance of Mr. Silver was pivotal in addressing the predicament posed by Electro. Although he had conceived a similar solution, he had ultimately been a moment too late. He felt grateful to him. Yet, surveying the now tranquil Times Square, where the luminous billboards were gradually regaining their power and the crowd had returned to a state of calm, Peter found no trace of Su Ming. He shook his head in regret, pondering that he would discuss matters further with Mr. Silver next time. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the young Spider-Man launched a web and soared into the distance. Asgard, moments earlier, Thor, forcibly returned from the domain of the frost giants by Odin, vociferously rebuked his father's cowardice in the face of battle. If one does not dare to fight, the realm will inevitably face obliteration. I shall make the Jotun know who I am and the might I possess. He believed Odin had lost the valor essential for a ruler. Such timidity was unbecoming of a king. You are being presumptuous, not displaying the wisdom of a leader. You are reckless, overly proud, and excessively belligerent, my child. In a fit of anger, Thor retaliated. You are a cowardly old fool. After a brief silence, Odin expressed his profound disappointment. In a fit of rage, he stripped Thor of all his divine powers and banished him to earth. He then grasped Mjolnir and uttered an incantation. Whosoever wields this hammer, if they be worthy, shall possess the power of the thunder god. With that, he hurled the hammer into the portal of the Bifrost. Chapter 65. Odin's trial. Asgard stands majestically at the pinnacle of the starry sea, its golden spires and arching bridges radiating an ethereal glow of runes, resembling melted constellations. The Rainbow Bridge stretches across the void, leading to the observatory of Heimdall, which vigilantly watches over the 9 realms. The dome of the Valhalla Temple reflects the Milky Way, while the stars swirl beneath, and the distant mountains are shrouded by Odin's auroral barrier. An air of cold majesty permeates, as every inch of this divine realm encapsulates an immortal solitude. The aged figure upon the throne gasps in anger, struggling to regain his composure. The wrath of Odin, the all-father of the gods, can be traced back a few days prior. Just as Thor, the prince of Asgard, was on the cusp of his coronation, their ancient adversaries, the frost giants, disrupted the ceremony. By the time the guardians of the armory were on high alert, it was already too late. The enemy's objective was to seize the god box, the ice chest. Originally a treasure of the frost giant clan, it had been misused by their king, Laufey, who sought to unleash chaos and had even threatened to plunge the world into an ice age. In a bid to preserve peace across the realms, Odin acted decisively, rallying armies for a fierce confrontation. The ice chest's formidable power proved challenging, and even at its zenith, Odin paid the price of an eye to secure victory. Upon their triumphant return, the ice chest was placed under the protection of Asgard. Yet Laufey, undeterred by defeat, dispatched his minions once more on the day of the new king's coronation to steal it again. Sensing the incursion into the treasury, Odin summoned the destroyer, effortlessly reducing the intruders to ashes. Thor, brimming with youthful fervor, interpreted this incident on his coronation day as a direct affront to his authority. Determined to teach them a lesson, he resolved to assault Jotunheim, reminiscent of Odin's own campaign against the frost giants, to show those wretched beings the consequences of their actions. However, Odin, ever mindful of his people, was reluctant to plunge Asgard into another conflict over such a trivial matter. This disagreement sparked the first quarrel between father and son. At that moment, Loki, seated amiably beside Thor, commenced a display of tea artistry. In truth, I believe you were right. Loki's endorsement further solidified the notion in Thor's mind to wage war, compelling him to embark on a mission to eradicate the frost giants once and for all. Despite the attempts of his divine companions to dissuade him, Thor remained resolute, asserting that his father had once led an army into Jotunheim, and he could do the same. Faced with Thor's unwavering determination, the others reluctantly chose to accompany him. The brilliance of the Rainbow Bridge illuminated their passage through the cosmos, swiftly guiding them to Jotunheim. Unceremoniously charging forth, they soon found themselves ensnared in an ambush. Outnumbered and in peril, Thor and his companions were ensconced in danger. Loki, ever perceptive, advised Thor to retreat. As Lao Fei ominously warned, "You have no idea what you are doing." "I do. Return while I still permit it." Reluctantly, Thor turned to depart. Yet Laufey's derisive taunt pierced the air. "Go home, little princess." This provocation ignited a fury within Thor, who raised his hammer and struck Lao Fei away, plunging into battle alongside the frost giants. Next, the initial phase of the confrontation unfolded favorably, with Thor and his entourage demonstrating their formidable prowess. As the formidable Lao Fei dispatched his elite frost warriors, towering and relentless in their assault, even Thor found himself challenged. At this juncture, the might of HYDRA manifested, empowering Thor to fight with increasing fervor, yet his allies gradually succumbed to the overwhelming tide. Mortally alarming was the fact that any ordinary being, upon contact with a frost giant, would instantly suffer the chilling fate of frozen and necrotic flesh. However, Loki, the son of Odin, remained unscathed amidst the chaos of the frost giants, leading him to surmise that his lineage might be more complex than he had previously believed, thus sowing the seeds for future turmoil. The frost giants, already imposing in stature, inadvertently suffered casualties as one of their own was ambushed. Loki proposed an immediate retreat. Upon hearing this, Thor hurled his hammer to shield his companions, HYDRA shattering a host of frost warriors in a single strike. In response, Lao Fei summoned forth even mightier frost beasts, whose size, strength, and ferocity were far more daunting. As Thor fought valiantly to cover the retreat of his comrades, the encroaching foes began to encircle him. Utilizing HYDRA, he summoned a powerful bolt of lightning, delivering a staggering blow that caused the ground to collapse, temporarily halting the advance of the giants. Just as the group reached the precipice of a cliff, a more terrifying creature emerged from the abyss. As the monstrous entity threatened to flatten them, Thor charged in from the distance, heroically piercing the creature's skull and eliminating it in an instant. Yet, the onslaught of frost giants continued to close in around them. In a moment of desperation, Odin, the All-Father, arrived on horseback, radiating brilliance. Thor attempted to persuade Odin to join forces in their assault, but was met with a resolute refusal. Lao Fei, the leader of the frost giants, confronted Odin. Cunningly perceiving his frailty, Odin sought to downplay the situation, yet Lao Fei was unwilling to relent before the invader. Seizing the opportunity, he launched a surprise attack on Odin, only to be repelled by Odin's swift counter. With negotiations rendered futile, Odin activated the Bifrost, transporting the group back to Asgard. Upon their return, Thor and Odin erupted into a second quarrel at Heimdall's observatory. To Odin, the fragile peace they had painstakingly achieved was now threatened by Thor's impulsive actions. As Thor remained oblivious to the gravity of his misdeeds, Odin reprimanded Thor for dishonoring his title as the new king, accusing him of acting thoughtlessly without regard for the greater good, even tearing away the mantle of the thunder god. At this moment, Thor still failed to comprehend the essence of his transgressions. He merely sensed that he had angered his divine father. Witnessing the once benevolent Odin in a fit of rage, Thor slowly began to grasp that his errors were more profound than he had imagined. Odin's eyes brimmed with disappointment, contemplating that bestowing the throne upon Thor would spell disaster for the Nine Realms. This led to the earlier scene where Odin stripped Thor of his divine powers and exiled him along with his hammer. In truth, even as Odin plunged into the abyss of despair, he still afforded Thor a chance. He could have banished Thor to a far more distant realm. Yet he chose not to. Instead, he left Thor with the challenge of mastering the enchantments of HYDRA, in hopes that one day Thor might truly grasp the wisdom and responsibility befitting a king, thereby restoring his divine powers and returning in glory. He unwittingly became the source of amusement for Loki, who orchestrated the entire affair. Loki, perplexed by the fact that, despite being Odin's son and possessing greater intelligence, he remained unrelated to the throne, resorted to cunning schemes to sabotage Thor's coronation ceremony. The scene shifts as Su Ming has now boarded a private jet, arriving in New Mexico. The site where the hammer descended has been transformed by S.H.I.E.L.D. into a temporary base, codenamed 084. This reflects S.H.I.E.L.D's strategy for managing supernatural events, containment, and concealment. They attempted to move the hammer using mechanical devices, only to discover that it was impervious to any external force. Simultaneously, they endeavored to analyze the runes and energy fields on the hammer's surface. Yet their ignorance of Asgardian technology hindered substantial progress. Under Agent Coulson's guidance, Su Ming finally beheld the legendary Mjolnir, the hammer of the god of thunder. Its valuation? The hammer of Thor, Mjolnir, valued at $5 trillion, non-exchangeable. The immediate appraisal of this artifact from Asgard dazzled Su Ming, and the non-exchangeable status was anticipated. Should the hammer be exchanged for money, Thor's subsequent narrative would surely lead to his misfortune. As the crane faltered yet again before the hammer, Su Ming rubbed his hands together, his eyes glinting with eagerness. Shall I give it a try? Agent Coulson adjusted his tie, contemplating that he had invited Su Ming precisely for his strength. Initially intending to see if he could lift the hammer, he realized that without an official commission, Su-Ming might not even glance at it. He couldn't help but wonder if this $100 million commission would yield any surprises. Please proceed. Su-Ming rolled up his sleeves and approached the hammer, gripping its handle and slightly adjusting his breath. With a sudden surge of effort, he exclaimed, "Let us go." Chapter 66. The Thunder God electrified. It must be said that under the system's transformation, Su-Ming has acquired a power that is unattainable for ordinary individuals. The embodiment of hatred, Blonsky, has a profound understanding of this. Yet, before the mighty hammer of the Thunder God, Su-Ming's strength appeared to diminish to that of an average person. With veins bulging, he gripped the hammer, but it remained resolutely unmoved. Unwilling to concede defeat, Su-Ming tightened his grip, adopting a horse stance, and exerted his might once more. Boom. The force drove his legs deep into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Agent Coulson, witnessing this spectacle, was left astonished, his pupils dilating at the sheer magnitude of fate's power. The ground, hardened by the prolonged operations of machinery beside the hammer, seemed unfathomable to him. How could one exert such force as to bury their legs into the earth? Ridiculous. Yet, one must admit, the hammer retained its aloofness, unmoved and unyielding. It was evident that the hammer was superior. Coulson's curiosity about whether fate could lift the hammer gradually transformed into resignation. He had witnessed the hammer's obstinacy far too many times, regardless of the approach taken. It seemed to possess a will of its own, remaining steadfast and unperturbed. Even the formidable Silver Surfer had encountered matters beyond his control. At this moment, a tinge of bitter frustration welled up within Su-Ming. Until now, he had never faced an insurmountable challenge. Yet this unremarkable hammer had become the first obstacle he could not conquer. Despite his profound awareness that the hammer was forged from the core of a planet and enchanted with the incantations of Odin, what man does not yearn to wield the Thunder God's hammer at will? If that alluringly handsome Captain America could lift it, why could he not? After returning to the ground, Su-Ming endeavored several more attempts, yet the hammer remained impervious. Gradually, he relinquished the notion of lifting it. In a fit of exasperation, he slapped the hammer's handle with a huff. "I concede. Is that not enough?" Suddenly, the handle of the Thunder God's hammer shifted ever so slightly under Su-Ming's slap, while the hammerhead remained firmly anchored to the ground. Curious. Su-Ming's eyes widened in surprise at what had just transpired. He had exerted every ounce of strength without nudging the hammer an inch. Yet a mere casual slap managed to invoke some response. Was it truly possible to disturb the Thunder God's hammer, enchanted by Odin's spell? How could this be scientifically rationalized? Agent Coulson, after brushing off the sand that had settled on him, observed the handle of the hammer turning slightly under Su-Ming's light touch. His hands trembled as he adjusted his tie, inadvertently loosening it. The hammer had moved. Coulson could scarcely believe his eyes. Consulting the documentation detailing the hammer's original orientation and angle, he promptly summoned staff to bring instruments for repeated measurements. Ultimately, they concluded, the hammer's handle had rotated clockwise by 38.6 degrees. This revelation invigorated everyone. Su-Ming gazed in disbelief at his right hand. Could it be that he possessed some hidden attribute? Or perhaps this foreign artifact adhered to the ancient Eastern philosophy of non-action, being capable of all things by simply relinquishing control? Was it truly reliable that by abandoning his attempt to grasp it, the hammer would move? Regardless, the hammer indeed shifted. Having achieved a preliminary breakthrough, Su-Ming, under Coulson's urging, resumed his efforts. Yet, the hammer returned to its previous state of immobility. Su-Ming attempted to strike the Meow Meow hammer as he had before. But regardless of which hand he used, the hammer remained unchanged. After over an hour of futile attempts, Su-Ming, his patience exhausted, ultimately conceded defeat. Let things be as they may. Could he truly engage in a contest of strength with a mere hammer? Perhaps the circumstances had been too sudden, or the day chosen by the God King was ill-fated, or the descent had been too swift without a predetermined landing spot. The deposed prince had just arrived on Earth, only to be sent flying mid-air by a small pickup truck. Indeed, it was Thor. Jane Foster hurriedly exited her vehicle to assess the situation. The road was too dark, and in her moment of carelessness, she had collided with a person. "Please, don't let him be dead." Fortunately, Thor was not gravely harmed. "Hammer! Hammer!" he called out loudly, yet received no reply. Thor soon realized the grave mistake he had made. He had been forsaken by the God King. "Father! Father!" Unable to accept this overwhelming disparity, he still fantasized about returning to confront his father. "Heimdall, I know you can hear me. Lower the Bifrost." Attempting to summon the Bifrost to take him back, Thor quickly discovered that his cries fell upon deaf ears. Thor's erratic behavior led several scientists to presume he was either a drunken fool or a madman spouting nonsense. Instinctively, they drew a stun gun and aimed it at Thor. The God of Thunder paid no heed, even feeling humiliated. "You dare threaten me, Thor, with such a trivial device?" Before he could finish, the high-powered stun gun struck him, causing his body to stiffen and tremble as he collapsed to the ground. Thor could hardly have imagined that the once mighty God of Thunder would succumb to his own specialty at such a low power. The group transported the unconscious Thor to the hospital. Jane Foster, along with her assistant Darcy Lewis and mentor Eric Selvig, were astrophysicists. They had been studying celestial movements atop a desolate mountain when suddenly the sky shifted, and a colossal vortex descended, startling Jane. She turned to speed away in her vehicle, only to inadvertently collide with the transported Thor. Initially believing the man to be rambling incoherently, Jane was astounded when they discovered a figure captured in the magnetic storm photographs, confirming that Thor indeed hailed from outer space. The trio returned to the hospital, only to find the ward empty. Thor had escaped. As they pondered where to seek the celestial visitor, the oblivious female driver, without a glance in her rearview mirror, collided once more with Thor, who was fortuitously passing by. Before consciousness faded, a thought flashed through Thor's mind. By the hammer of the gods, I am but a wretched soul. During the exile of his elder brother Thor, Loki, the younger sibling, was not idle. During his battle with the frost giants, Loki had sensed something amiss. Ordinary Asgardians would be instantly frostbitten upon contact with the frost race, yet he remained unscathed, which struck him as peculiar. In order to validate his suspicions, Loki ventured into his father's treasury and grasped the frost box. In that instant, his skin transformed to mirror that of the frost giants. Stop, Odin, as if foreseeing this moment, appeared just in time to halt Loki. The frost box was a treasured artifact of the frost giants. Containing the chilling essence from the realm of the dead, it could release an intense cold capable of freezing all matter. Once opened, it could plunge the 9 realms into an endless ice age. Who am I? Loki questioned, feeling the alterations in his being, his back turned to his father. You are my son, Odin replied calmly, though a sigh echoed within his heart. It cannot be so simple. Loki turned to face Odin, his eyes ablaze, his complexion transitioning from a desolate dark blue to its natural hue. At this moment, his inner thoughts were largely affirmed. Yet he yearned to uncover the truth from Odin's own lips. What you brought from Jotunheim should not merely be the god box, am I correct? The aged Odin regarded Loki, who was slowly approaching, with a complex expression. After the battle concluded, I entered the temple and discovered an infant, so small, not resembling the offspring of giants. He was abandoned there, on the brink of death. He is Laufey's son. Chapter 67. The scientific team and the Prince Su Ming settled into the temporary base number 084, assisting Coulson with ongoing research on the hammer while awaiting Thor's arrival. Although he was uncertain whether Thor had already descended to Earth, he was confident that the god of thunder would find a way to locate his hammer. At the Isabella restaurant, Thor, engrossed in his meal, was bombarded with questions from Daisy. How did you fall from the sky? You've devoured an entire box of jam pies. Yet you still appear so famished. Thor disregarded Daisy's inquiries, finishing his drink and exclaiming, what is this delightful beverage? Bring me another. With a resounding crash, he flung his cup away, as if bestowing unparalleled honor upon those around him. The restaurant fell silent, patrons and servers alike gazing at Thor in astonishment, as if to question the origins of this ill-mannered individual. This behavior sparked Jane's discontent, prompting her to suggest he exhibit more courtesy. However, Thor paid her no heed. At that moment, lively discussions erupted among the nearby guests. I heard a satellite fell into the desert. We were just about to check it out when the FBI showed up. This topic failed to pique Thor's interest, as he was oblivious to the concept of a satellite. Yet, the revelation ignited the curiosity of astrophysicist Eric Selvig. What does the satellite you speak of look like? Encouraged by the curiosity, a bystander began to boastfully describe, I don't know what a satellite looks like, but it's very heavy. I mean, no one can move it. I heard it even has radiation. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Thor had approached him, gripping the fabric of his shoulder with intensity, demanding, where is it? While the notion of a satellite did not intrigue Thor, the idea of something heavy that had fallen from the sky compelled him to suspect it might be his long-lost hammer. The bystander, intimidated by Thor's imposing demeanor, instinctively replied, 80 kilometers west from here. Without a moment's hesitation, Thor turned and strode away, dismissing the bystander's well-meaning warning. Don't waste your time. By the time we return, the military will have already passed. Oblivious to traffic rules, Thor confidently walked down the street, halting several cars that intended to cross the intersection. At that moment, Jane rushed out of the restaurant, calling after him. Where are you going? 80 kilometers west from here, Thor replied without turning back, striding purposefully ahead. Why? Jane was perplexed by the sudden departure of this golden-haired Adonis. To retrieve what belongs to me. The more Thor pondered, the more convinced he became that the object described by the bystander was indeed his weapon. As the trio of scientists caught up with him, Thor paused and proposed. If you can take me to Mjolnir, I will divulge everything. Meow? What meow? Daisy Lewis evidently failed to comprehend Thor's words. At that moment, the seasoned mentor Eric sensed something amiss. The tales of Mjolnir and the Rainbow Bridge were mere childhood stories to him. This individual before them clearly exhibited delusions and was undoubtedly a volatile element. It would be prudent to distance themselves. He beckoned Jane and Daisy aside, urging, we cannot allow him to proceed. Jane's fervent curiosity propelled her desire to uncover the truth. She was desperate to understand the entirety of the situation. He posed a significant danger. Yet, the mentor's sincere counsel illuminated the folly of impulsive actions. Regretfully, Jane conceded that she could not accompany Thor any further. The god of thunder, however, remained indifferent to such trivialities. It was time for farewells. Thor took Jane's hand and gently kissed the back of it. This unexpected gesture left Jane grinning foolishly, momentarily at a loss for words. After a prolonged pause, she awkwardly managed to utter a thank you. Thor, oblivious to her embarrassment, sincerely addressed each member of the scientific trio by name: Jane Foster, Eric Selvig, Daisy. Farewell. With that, he gracefully bowed to the three scientists. Only then did Eric begin to entertain the notion that Thor might indeed be a prince, for his noble demeanor was impossible to overlook. Under Thor's earnest gaze, Eric and Daisy clumsily returned the gesture. The trio bid Thor farewell, and Jane hesitated, gazing at his retreating figure for quite some time before catching up with the others. Upon turning the corner, Jane was astonished to discover that her small pickup truck had been driven away. It contained years of her research, along with crucial observational records from the previous night. She sprinted towards the suited individuals who had taken her belongings without permission, demanding an explanation. Agent Coulson greeted her with a polite yet assertive demeanor. Due to security threats, we must confiscate these items. Thank you. As they passed, another agent casually seized the iPad from Daisy's hands. In a daze, the trio watched as the mysterious convoy whisked away all their research materials, including instruments. Jane lamented. My years of research have just been taken away. Daisy added, and my iPad. Jane continued, the backups of my materials. And the backups of the backups, all gone. Daisy lamented, and the 30 songs I just downloaded. Eric interjected. Can we please stop discussing your iPad? Jane queried, who on earth are they? Eric replied, I have a friend who studies gamma rays. Ever since S.H.I.E.L.D. approached him, he has vanished. Oh, I have another friend. I'll email him right away. Daisy interjected, but your computer has been taken too. The crimson sunset cast a somber glow as the three scientists sat on the eaves, exchanging helpless glances. Meanwhile, Thor realized that he lacked a suitable mode of transportation for his journey. Searching around, his eyes brightened upon spotting the sign for a pet palace. As he stepped into the pet store, a gust of enthusiasm swept through him. I want a horse. The store owner, initially perplexed by the request, gradually raised his gaze, staring in bewilderment at the towering figure of Thor. However, the sincerity in Thor's eyes convinced the owner he had not misheard, and he mechanically responded. We do not have horses, only dogs, cats, and birds. Then give me something larger, something I can ride. Thor earnestly communicated his needs to the owner. The pet store proprietor, visibly distressed, surveyed the imposing man before him, struggling to fathom what in his modest shop could possibly support such a rider. At that moment, a vehicle pulled up outside, and Jane's voice rang out. Hey, do you still want to ride? After much contemplation, Jane could not reconcile with the thought of her hard work being unjustly taken from her. Thus, she procured another vehicle, determined to reclaim her belongings, fortuitously encountering Thor at the pet store. The two embarked on their journey, driving towards the setting sun. The long-standing dilemma that had plagued Loki for years finally found resolution. No wonder his father had consistently favored Thor, for, regardless of the circumstances, he would never allow the offspring of the frost giants to ascend the throne of Asgard. Loki remained skeptical of Odin's proclamations of a future where he would facilitate everlasting peace between Asgard and the Frost clan. Overwhelmed by emotion, tears involuntarily streamed down his face. Am I merely a monster for you adults to use to frighten children? Loki poured forth his pent-up grievances, oblivious to Odin's frail form collapsing to the ground. It was only upon witnessing his father lying motionless that Loki's reason returned. Deep down, Loki still loved his family. He merely yearned for an equal share of affection, akin to what Thor received. Despite his loud accusations towards Odin, there was no malice in his words. When he looked at Odin, his eyes brimmed with feelings of grievance, guilt, and confusion. He hastily summoned the guards to ensure his father's proper care. Chapter 68. The Ascendant Loki. When the four warriors of godhood arrived at the royal court, Loki had already taken his place upon the throne. He was now the king of Asgard. The companions, deeply bonded with Thor, implored the new monarch to revoke Thor's exile and allow his return to Asgard. However, Loki resolutely declined, stating, My first decree as king cannot contravene the final command of our father. This refusal ignited the notion among the group to seek Thor on their own. Before long, they found Heimdall. Though Heimdall professed his unwillingness to disobey the king's orders, he conveniently forgot to bring along the Bifrost key, the sword of Boltersteel. In a brief moment, they vanished into the luminous ether, following Thor's coordinates. The warriors of godhood, acting against the royal edict, incited Loki's fury. One by one, what qualities does Thor possess that surpass my own? He resolved to sever any lingering affections. Holding the royal scepter, Loki struck the ground, summoning the destroyer armor forth. As one of Asgard's formidable weapons, he immediately issued a decree for the pursuit of the thunder god, Thor. However, a crucial aspect remained, persuading Heimdall to open the Bifrost. As the sentinel of Asgard, Heimdall was an omniscient observer. His eyes could pierce through the 9 realms, his hearing spanned the cosmos. Capable even of discerning the growth of blades of grass, and his combat prowess was formidable. Cunning Heimdall had long suspected that Loki was behind the initial incursion of the frost giants. His gaze followed Loki's retreating figure towards Jotunheim but found nothing amiss. This echoed the earlier invasion of Asgard right beneath his watchful eyes. Aware that he could not best Heimdall, Loki encased him in the frost box he had prepared in advance. Thus, the control of the Bifrost was now firmly in Loki's grasp. And he turned his attention towards the slowly approaching destroyer, a glimmer of triumph flickering in his eyes. In New Mexico, near Puente Antiguo, the arid expanse of the southwestern United States offered a stark contrast between the sweltering days and the pleasantly cool nights. Jane, carrying Thor, finally arrived at the vicinity of the hammer's impact site, now designated as S.H.I.E.L.D, Temporary Base 084. The base consisted of rapidly deployable military tents, cargo modules, and temporary fencing, with the central feature being the crater left by the hammer's descent. Surrounding it were watchtowers, floodlights, and armed patrols to deter any intruders. Undoubtedly, this was not a satellite crash. Otherwise, why would they construct a fortress around it rather than clearing the wreckage? On a nearby hillside, Jane, prone on the ground, observed the opposing structure through binoculars, formulating her speculations. The night breeze was cool. Beside her, Thor removed his jacket and graciously draped it over Jane's shoulders. Once I retrieve Mjolnir, I shall help you reclaim what is rightfully yours. What say you? Not much, Jane replied, bewildered, gazing at Thor. Uncertain of the confidence he exuded in his plan to infiltrate the heavily fortified military base alone. Do you truly believe you can enter, procure the item, and emerge unscathed? No, I will fly out. Under Jane's incredulous gaze, Thor strode away. At base 084, the staff were diligently studying the hammer's characteristics, discovering that it was continuously emitting disruptive substances, occasionally affecting nearby electronic devices. Furthermore, even the signals from satellites in the sky were interfered with, unable to penetrate the clouds. 2 bolts of lightning streaked across the sky, and the tremendous thunder seemed to herald something momentous. At that moment, the personnel reported that a passenger plane was about to fly over Southwest Airlines Flight 5434. Agent Jasper S.H.I.E.L.D casually issued the command, redirect its flight path. Despite being merely a level 6 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, S.H.I.E.L.D possessed the authority to verbally order a civilian aircraft to change its course. A clear testament to the agency's considerable power. Suddenly, the computer indicated an anomaly on the west side of the fence, prompting S.H.I.E.L.D to decisively deploy personnel. When the guards arrived, they discovered a breach at the base of the barbed wire fence. As they inspected with their flashlights, a shadow suddenly appeared beside their patrol vehicle. With a few swift moves, the robust figure incapacitated the guards. It was Thor, who had infiltrated the area. Meanwhile, a light rain began to fall from the sky. Thor donned a dark raincoat, blending into the shadows as he sought to approach the center of the base. His hammer must be there. At that moment, Su Ming had just seated himself not far from the hammer, having recently experienced yet another failure in attempting to lift it. This had become a frequent occurrence in recent days. Su Ming had previously attempted to exert magnetic control over the hammer from a distance, reasoning that it was merely a large metal object. However, the unresponsive hammer and the palpable sense of helplessness made him realize that this method was equally futile. How could he make it move? Just then, Agent Coulson's radio crackled with the guard's report. Agents under attack. There is an intruder. An ear-piercing alarm resonated both inside and outside the base, while bright red lights flickered in every corner. All guards and agents instantly tensed, returning to their posts and heightening their vigilance. On the hillside, Jane watched in astonishment as Thor truly dared to create such a commotion. Fear gripped her, and she hurriedly concealed herself in the shadows, dialing her mentor Eric's number. She had snuck out on a whim, never considering the consequences. On the call, she informed him that she had arrived at the pit and that if she did not receive a response within an hour, she would come looking for him. She also expressed her regrets for not heeding Eric's warnings. Meanwhile, Thor had approached the tent passage encircling the pit. From a distance, he gazed at the familiar hammer handle and then looked up at the increasingly dense lightning in the sky. My dear, have you been waiting for me long? Thor beamed with a joyful smile. Swiftly, he slipped into the tent passage, efficiently neutralizing a guard. The target appeared in the eastern corridor. Agent Coulson decisively ordered, take the high ground, bring your weapons. The scene shifted to a wall adorned with an array of weaponry of various types. A pair of powerful arms lingered momentarily on the sniper rifle before decisively opting for a compound bow. The figure wielding the bow swiftly leapt into the crane's basket, ascending rapidly into the sky. Su-Ming observed the gravely serious Agent Coulson beside him, who appeared as if confronting a formidable adversary, and offered a comforting remark. "Take it easy, Coulson." Agent Coulson, seasoned in emergency response, remained largely unfazed by the base's incursion. His curiosity instead piqued by the audacity of those daring to provoke S.H.I.E.L.D. He subconsciously adjusted his tie, and upon hearing Su-Ming's words, a hint of reassurance crept into his serious demeanor. Feeling somewhat relieved, Coulson assumed that Su-Ming's encouragement stemmed from an intention to assist him in dealing with the intruder. Mr. Destiny is quite commendable. Had Su-Ming been aware of Coulson's current thoughts, he would have chuckled at his vivid imagination. He was merely accepting an investigative commission. Any notion of physical confrontation would entail a different price altogether. Su-Ming's reminder to Coulson was due to his knowledge that the approaching individual was none other than Thor, the god of thunder, now deprived of his divine powers. At this moment, Thor was just an ordinary man, albeit robust and handsome, but the idea of breaching S.H.I.E.L.D's perimeter seemed rather absurd. Thus, Su-Ming's implication was clear. They were perfectly capable of handling the situation without panic. Meanwhile, Thor encountered a formidable opponent, a figure even more towering than himself, blocking his path. Although he had lost his godly powers, his combat skills and indomitable spirit remained intact. Even as he tumbled outside, covered in mud, it did little to hinder his pursuit of victory. A voice crackled through Coulson's communicator. "Order the strike, Coulson." I'm nearly a fan of his at this point. Hawkeye. Clint Barton had long since drawn his bow, aiming with precision. Chapter 69. Care for a bet? As the rain intensified, the ground became exceedingly muddy. With his body caked in mud, Thor dispatched the towering guard and elegantly shook his rain-soaked golden hair. To Thor, the essence of a man's romance lies in battle and the triumph that follows. He stepped forward, tearing aside the covering, revealing the familiar Mjolnir before him. With the smile of a victor, Thor advanced towards the hammer. But there was no time. Hawkeye adjusted his angle, fixating intently on Thor, who stood exposed beneath the bowstring, alerting Coulson that this was the opportune moment to strike. "Wait, I want to see." Coulson observed Thor from a concealed corner, intrigued by the motive that compelled this individual to confront S.H.I.E.L.D. The man's prowess was evident. The multitude of guards had failed to impede him. Moreover, the way he gazed at the hammer was unlike any of them. Perhaps something extraordinary was about to unfold. Thor, meanwhile, was lost in thoughts of Mjolnir. Envisioning himself reclaiming it and returning to Asgard to confront his father, perhaps to settle differences or seek forgiveness, to regain his lost glory. Suddenly, a voice broke through. "Hey, Prince, care for a bet?" At that moment, Su-Ming stood on the opposite side of the arena, an umbrella hovering above him, keeping him entirely dry. He sat comfortably in a fishing chair, observing the somewhat disheveled Thor with keen interest. This careless fellow was so focused on the hammer that he had failed to notice Su-Ming's presence, prompting Su-Ming to tease the god of thunder. Thor's thoughts returned from Asgard at the sound of a voice, and he turned to see a person with a distinctly Midgardian visage sitting leisurely, smiling at him. An umbrella floated above the man, shielding him from the rain, creating a stark contrast to Thor's drenched form. Is this the magic of Midgard? I could achieve the same if I reclaimed a hammer. Wait, how does he know I am a prince? Could this person possess prophetic abilities? What shall we wager? Thor's interest was piqued by the thought. I wager you cannot lift that hammer, Su-Ming declared, pointing at Mjolnir on the ground. Haraha. The laughter of Thor, the god of thunder, resonated, causing the white tent to vibrate. I fear I may disappoint you. What a jest. Who am I? Thor Odinson. That hammer of the thunder god is rightfully mine. If I cannot lift it, who else could? It seems you possess some knowledge. Yet it is far from complete. Mjolnir is not a mere trinket for you ordinary folk. Only I can wield it, for I am its true master. Thor bent to seize the hammer's handle, but his movement abruptly halted in midair. You have yet to specify the stakes, he said, standing upright, shaking off the rainwater from his hair and lifting his gaze to Su-Ming. He was unwilling to forfeit this effortlessly obtained victory. If he could also gain something in the process, it would undoubtedly be a most intriguing affair. Observing Thor at this moment, resembling a child eager to prove his worth, Su-Ming's expression appeared genuinely sincere. How about this? If you cannot lift this hammer, consider it my victory. The wager shall be a visit to your hometown. No way. Upon hearing Su-Ming's proposal, Thor instinctively responded with caution, rejecting the idea outright. Are you jesting? What sort of place is Asgard that just anyone can visit? Who do you think you are? Furthermore, why do you assume I would lose? This wager is unsuitable. Propose another. As the prince of Asgard and Odin's son, Thor would never easily bring an unknown individual to his homeland. He would not permit any external threat to jeopardize Asgard. Noticing Thor's resolute refusal, Su-Ming felt a twinge of anxiety. At that moment, he could not conjure an alternative and merely shrugged it off. Since this wager is unacceptable, I can't think of anything else for now, so be it. Thor, keenly observing Su-Ming, initially suspected that the suggestion of visiting Asgard held ulterior motives. However, seeing Su-Ming adopt a nonchalant demeanor seemed to ease Thor's wariness. How about this? If you win, I shall grant you a treasured artifact from my collection. But what if you lose? Su-Ming was pleasantly surprised that the god of thunder was so principled in altering the wager to an artifact. Although a visit to Asgard was not feasible at the moment, acquiring a treasure as described by Thor seemed quite appealing. Truly, nobles do not engage in haggling. Nodding, he replied, if you win, I shall take care of any trouble caused by intruders here. Before he could finish, Agent Coulson prepared to intervene, as Su-Ming's actions appeared to overstep his authority. However, upon meeting Su-Ming's confident gaze, Coulson hesitated to speak. After all, an illegal intruder was hardly a significant issue. In the interest of further cultivating Mr. Silver's friendship, granting him this leeway seemed inconsequential. Surely, Director Fury would not object. Thor pondered Su-Ming's words thoughtfully, suddenly recalling. And we must return Jane's belongings. Su-Ming remembered the name Jane. It was indeed this woman who had knocked Thor aside upon his arrival. It seemed Thor had a good rapport with the trio of scientists and was intent on helping them retrieve their possessions. Very well. Su-Ming readily agreed to Thor's request. Thor appreciated Su-Ming's eagerness, offering him a slight salute in return. Crackling thunder roared through the sky once more as Thor redirected his focus to Mjolnir. The prospect of reclaiming his signature weapon invigorated him, and the wager with Su-Ming could resolve subsequent troubles, even allowing him to retrieve Jane's belongings. I am indeed a genius. Thor grinned widely, grasping the hammer's handle with his right hand, but despite exerting a slight effort, the image of the hammer raised high above him failed to materialize. With a frozen smile, Thor exerted himself once more in perplexity, yet to no avail. His expression grew increasingly grave as he clenched the handle of his hammer, summoning every ounce of strength, even unleashing a roar. Mjolnir remained obstinately unmoved, as if it no longer recognized its master. Observing this scene, Su-Ming's lips curled slightly upwards, while Agent Coulson felt a twinge of disappointment. After creating such a commotion and finally approaching the hammer, Thor was still unable to lift it, rendering him less successful than Mr. Silver. Following his last failed attempt to grasp the hammer, Thor began to realize that the situation was far more complex than he had initially perceived. Recalling the moment he first arrived, when a mere trinket had rendered him unconscious, Thor felt that this was indeed a nadir in his life. How could the hammer of the god of thunder fail to acknowledge its own master? Was it conceivable that a stun gun could so easily incapacitate the god of thunder? Disappointment, confusion, and helplessness surged within him, mingling with a profound sense of defeat. He gazed vacantly into the depths of the cosmos, where it felt as though two eyes were perpetually watching him. Why? Thor's anguished cry echoed amidst the thunder and rain, resonating with an undeniable desolation. Being vanquished by a formidable foe was not terrifying, but the fact that an old comrade, with whom he had fought side by side for years, now rejected him filled Thor with a deep sense of injustice. Kneeling before the hammer, he succumbed to profound self-doubt. The performance had come to an end. The ground team was dispatched. Agent Coulson, feeling disheartened, picked up the radio to awaken everyone. At that moment, Thor resembled a soulless being, allowing S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to cuff him behind his back. His gaze remained fixed upon Mjolnir, where the mysterious runes on its wide surface flickered momentarily. All of this did not escape Heimdall's all-seeing eye. A sigh traversed the starry expanse. Chapter 70. The arrival of the destroyer. My men, all trained professionals, have been reduced to mere jesters in your presence, which deeply vexes me. I gaze upon the handsome man before me, who appears utterly lost. Agent Coulson attempts to extract the desired information through conversation. In Coulson's mind, only those who have undergone specialized training possess such skills. He is eager to discern the true allegiance of this enigmatic figure. Is he aligned with the HYDRA or the Asgardians? However, judging by the man's demeanor, Coulson leans towards the notion that Thor is a mercenary. Who is his employer? South Africa or some other locale? Who are you? Agent Coulson finally poses a question that Thor can comprehend. Yet at that moment, Thor is clearly not in the mood for a conversation, his gaze fixed intently on Coulson, remaining silent until interrupted by a phone call. Silence is of little consequence. We shall uncover the truth. It is our purpose. In a fleeting moment, Loki, clad in a dark green trench coat, appears before Thor, invigorating him. I need you to inform Father. Thor begins. But Loki's deep voice delivers a staggering revelation. Father is dead. Thor, caught off guard, stares blankly at Loki. What? His mind is reeling as he processes the weight of Loki's words. You have been banished from Asgard. War looms on the horizon. Loki fabricates with a straight face. In truth, Odin lies in slumber, not dead, but Loki seeks to establish his claim to the throne before Thor. He awkwardly attempts to justify his past words in Odin's presence on Thor's behalf. However, Thor, unable to wield Mjolnir, must concede the throne to Loki. Thor, tragically, believes Loki's deception, tears welling in his azure eyes as he pleads, "May I return home for one last glance at father?" Memories of his father's visage pierce Thor's heart. Has his own unfilial conduct indirectly led to Odin's demise? The terms of the truce proposed by Jotunheim demand your exile, Loki coldly asserts. Thor inquires if there are other means, yearning merely for a final farewell to his father, a request so simple, yet seemingly unattainable. But as Loki continues, Thor's mind reels with confusion. And, mother forbids your return as well, Loki fabricates further. Thor, in his sorrow, reflects that his mother likely blames him for Odin's passing, which seems entirely plausible. As he hears Loki's insincere apology, Thor finally grasps the magnitude of his predicament. No, I should be the one apologizing. Thank you for visiting me. Thank you. Take care. With a heavy heart, Loki turns to leave, a glint of cunning flickering in his eyes as he turns his back on Thor. It is evident that he has successfully ensnared Thor with his clever lies. Goodbye, Thor murmured as he bid farewell to his brother. At that moment, Agent Coulson reappeared before Thor. Goodbye? I have only just arrived. At the side of the hammer, the staff diligently gathered various information about the enchanted weapon. A slender hand brushed against the handle of the hammer. It was Loki. Disguised in casual attire, Loki manifested before Mjolnir. Invisible to all, he attempted to grasp the hammer's handle with one hand, but it remained unmoved despite his efforts. He tried again, using both hands, gritting his teeth. After conceding defeat, Loki lifted his gaze to the sky, pondering, what kind of trick has that old man employed that no one can lift this wretched thing? Then he reconsidered. He had already ascended to the throne. Whether he could lift the hammer, or who else could, was of little consequence to him. A sly smile crept across his face as he vanished from sight. Mr. Silver, I fail to understand why you would wager with him. Coulson's gaze shifted from his busy subordinates to Su Ming, who was sipping coffee. What a dreadful beverage, utterly bitter and unpalatable. Su Ming scraped his tongue with his teeth, casually setting the coffee cup aside, and regarded the serious and somewhat rigid Agent Coulson. What if I told you that hammer originally belonged to him? Impossible. Coulson immediately dismissed Su Ming's assertion. It was merely Mr. Silver's conjecture. Just moments ago, he had witnessed an astrophysicist, Eric Selvig, escorting someone away. The identity verification system revealed that the blonde giant was a doctor named Donald Blake. According to Eric, he later transitioned to studying physics. Though their conversation was riddled with inconsistencies, the fact remained that the man had done little beyond trespassing on the base and incapacitating several of Coulson's subordinates. Thus, Coulson allowed Thor to depart, albeit with agents discreetly following him. Hearing Coulson's account, Su Ming recognized that this senior S.H.I.E.L.D. agent could not be easily deceived by a mere researcher. He also realized that Coulson had not genuinely believed his words. Shaking his head slightly, he refrained from further explanation and headed to the storage room to fetch some tea. The 4 warriors of Asgard arrived in Puente Antiguo, clad in their Asgardian armor and wielding weapons, capturing the attention of all passers-by. They also attracted the gaze of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents assigned by Coulson to monitor Thor. Were they engaging in a masquerade? Report to headquarters. Headquarters, we have identified Princess Shuri, along with Jackie Chan and Robin Hood. Inside a restaurant, after further investigation, Jane had come to believe that Thor was indeed Odin's son, the renowned god of thunder. However, Eric perceived Jane's conviction as the fanciful musings of someone infatuated. Found you. At that moment, the glass door of the restaurant was knocked upon vigorously. The 4 warriors of Asgard stood before them. With a resounding crash, Jane, who had nearly accepted that Thor was indeed the god of thunder, was taken aback and shattered her coffee cup upon witnessing the scene before her. After a fervent exchange of greetings, the 4 warriors expressed their desire to escort Thor back home. I must endure eternal exile, for my father perished because of me. This revelation left the warriors exchanging bewildered glances. Thor, your father is still alive. The news struck Thor with profound astonishment, particularly as Loki had conveyed the message to him with such sorrow and conviction. Suddenly, the sky darkened ominously, with storm clouds swirling and lightning converging into a vortex. This phenomenon caught the attention of Agent Coulson and his team from S.H.I.E.L.D., who were investigating the ground totems. Meanwhile, Su Ming felt the moment was nigh and patiently awaited not far from Thor. Upon witnessing the celestial disturbance, a faint smile graced his lips. The unusual occurrence roused the entire town, with residents gazing at the eerie whirlwind. Daisy, her expression inscrutable, wondered aloud, who else is coming now? As the winds howled, a towering metallic figure descended, marking the arrival of the formidable Asgardian weapon, the Destroyer. Is that Iron Man? I pondered, uncertain. Agent Coulson, wielding a megaphone, issued a routine warning. Hello. You are using unauthorized weaponry. Please identify yourself. The Destroyer appeared to comply, halting its advance. All set. Agent Coulson smiled, believing his warning had been effective. However, as the metallic visage began to fall away, crimson energy surged throughout the steel giant's form. A golden beam of energy erupted from its visage, instantly obliterating nearby vehicles in a fiery explosion. Realizing the imminent danger, Thor swiftly organized an evacuation. But the powerful destroyer pressed on relentlessly. The ferocious energy blast tore through the storefronts lining the street, igniting a raging inferno. The four warriors of the divine realm gripped their weapons tightly, advancing toward the destroyer. Chapter 71. Is there anything else? For many years, the four warriors of the divine realm had followed Thor into numerous battles, gaining renown as formidable fighters of Asgard. Observing the destroyer, who had once rendered great service to Asgard, they felt no additional thoughts. It was evident that the destroyer had been dispatched to deal with Thor. Since the four warriors had defied the king's orders to side with him, the destroyer was now their adversary. Let us split up. With excitement and a fierce battle spirit glinting in their eyes, the warriors swiftly established their tactics. Although the destroyer appeared to wield only a simple energy cannon, every structure in its path was not spared from obliteration. After effortlessly demolishing a gas station, the destroyer advanced menacingly towards the warriors, its figure amidst the flames resembling a harbinger of doom. For the sake of Asgard, a warrior named Vostag, who bore a striking resemblance to a Viking berserker, charged forward. He raised his battle axe and roared as he hurtled towards the destroyer, exuding an overwhelming aura. Yet in an instant, he was swatted away by the destroyer's backhand, propelled at a speed far surpassing his advance. The ill-fated Vostag was forcefully embedded into the windshield of a car. The destroyer approached, lowering its head as the structure of its face morphed to channel energy for a lethal attack, intending to eliminate this presumptuous challenger. As the ominous glow of destruction flickered around the destroyer, Vostag braced himself for the end. Suddenly, a long sword pierced through the destroyer's back, impaling it to the ground and extinguishing the radiant energy within. It was Sif, Asgard's strongest female warrior. While Vostag launched a frontal assault, Sif opted for a flanking maneuver, clearly showcasing the effectiveness of their strategy. In the fleeting moment when Sif and Vostag exchanged knowing glances, the destroyer's contorted body began to transform. Its metallic form rotated 180 degrees, now facing Sif. The warrior, who had been poised with her sword on the destroyer's back, instantly became the target of its retaliation. With a thunderous roar akin to a train's whistle, an energy cannon was unleashed towards Sif. She barely managed to evade this deadly strike by swiftly turning away. Retreat! Sif shouted, falling to the ground but quickly regaining her footing as she sprinted towards her comrades. The energy cannon followed, carving a deep trench into the earth until it obliterated two houses nearby in its destructive path. The divine warriors, who had just regrouped, were caught off guard once more by another energy blast that sent them flying. Their disheveled forms soared through the air, demolishing several buildings before finally coming to a halt. Run! Quickly! Thor urged, frantic with worry. Having lost his divine powers, he was now but a mortal. Any ally from Asgard could easily vanquish him, let alone the seemingly invincible destroyer. Thor could only shout desperately for the trio of scientists to hasten their escape. Meanwhile, Vostag, barely recovering from the ground, was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, dizzy and nauseous as if still under the influence of drink. Yet, the destroyer showed no mercy, unleashing another energy blast that detonated the storefront. The violent explosion imbued various debris with tremendous kinetic energy, scattering the fragments like bullets in all directions. Amidst the wreckage and smoke, Vostag's body was hurled far away, akin to a tattered sack, rendered incapable of further combat. Sif and the other two warriors concealed themselves in the corners of the street. None could match the might of the destroyer. Listen, Sif. You have done your utmost. Thor sprinted through the hail of fire to reach Sif, placing his hands firmly on her shoulders, imploring his old friend not to recklessly advance, but to withdraw instead. No, I shall die here like a warrior. My tale will echo through the ages. Sif, a formidable warrior, was prepared to meet her end in this place. Survive and tell your story in your own words. Faced with Sif's valor, the Thor of old might have charged into battle by her side. However, having endured numerous trials and matured significantly, Thor wished to preserve Sif's precious life. He wanted her to live. Sif gazed at Thor's sincere eyes, her expression a tapestry of emotions. The once invincible god of thunder seemed to have transformed. After a weary sigh, Sif heeded Thor's advice and fled to safety. The destroyer lived up to his name, unleashing energy blasts that ravaged the town, reducing a once modest settlement to ruins in a matter of moments. Agent Coulson found himself once again engulfed in a crisis. Observing the devastation of the town and the rampaging mechanized warriors, even he, seasoned in crisis management, could only exclaim, "This is beyond our capabilities." Coulson's mind raced, struggling to find any strategy from his previous experiences that could address the current predicament. It appeared several uniquely designed individuals had charged in, yet their efforts bore no fruit. He contemplated enlisting the help of Mr. Silver, but Su Ming coldly replied, "Have your director speak with me." Reluctantly, he dialed Nick Fury's number and swiftly relayed the situation. "We must halt this monster immediately. The town is on the brink of annihilation." Nick Fury instructed Coulson to hand the phone to Su Ming. "Mr. Silver, you are better acquainted with the situation than I, so I shall be brief. $100 million. Help us resolve this crisis." Su Ming had anticipated the arrival of the destroyer, yet he was astonished by S.H.I.E.L.D's audacity to offer such a sum for the safety of a mere town. After all, the settlement was so small that $100 million would suffice for its inhabitants to relocate and rebuild elsewhere. Observing the imposing figure of the destroyer in the distance, Su Ming realized that if he did not act soon, Thor would regain his powers and confront the destroyer himself. This was not part of Su Ming's scheme. He had intended to intervene at a pivotal moment before Thor's awakening, thus creating an opportunity to win the favor of the god of thunder and ultimately draw closer to his ultimate goal of reaching Asgard. Unexpectedly, S.H.I.E.L.D could no longer remain passive. Coulson had urgently sought him out. Although he held a respectable rank, he had always conducted business with Nick Fury. "Apologies, but there are rules to follow. Mr. Director, is it reasonable for such a perilous mission to be priced the same as previous investigations?" Although Su Ming was eager to acquiesce, he sensed a lack of sincerity in the offered price. $200 million. "Fate, the situation is urgent. Please take immediate action." Fate, who had originally intended to proceed, cheerfully accepted Director Nick Fury's proposal. "Transfer the funds. $200 million, account balance, $298 billion. Thor persuaded several old friends to return to Asgard to confront Loki, while feigning confidence that he had a plan. Just as the warriors of the realm and the scientists prepared to seek refuge, Thor discarded his shield, the only protection he had just used. Gazing at the destroyer from a distance, Thor began to grasp the meaning behind his father's words. As he resolved to confront the destroyer alone, his steps suddenly halted. A figure swiftly appeared before the destroyer. It was Su Ming. Thor recognized the individual with whom he had previously wagered. Unfazed by the presence of anyone, the destroyer unleashed its energy cannon. Observing this, Su Ming raised his arms in a defensive cross. He braced himself for the impact. Following a tremendous roar, Su Ming's upper garments were reduced to ashes, and his once smooth arms now bore a reddish-purple hue, emanating waves of intense heat. Surprised by the searing sensation in his arms, Su Ming reflected on the prowess of Asgard's war machines, which had nearly breached his level 4 steel physique. It is noteworthy that a level 4 steel physique can withstand heavy weaponry. The fact that the destroyer's energy cannon could inflict such damage implies that its energy is approaching that of strategic weaponry, repeatedly employing the same tactic. Do you possess any other skills? Chapter 72. Onward. The stakes. Su Ming's words seemed to provoke the destroyer. Yet, the destroyer lacked autonomous consciousness. It was merely a war machine crafted by Odin. Empowered by Odin's divine strength, the destroyer instinctively unleashed its attacks, annihilating all enemies in its path. Raising its right fist, the destroyer struck down heavily upon Su Ming. Clang! The sound of metal colliding resonated as Su Ming blocked the destroyer's mighty blow. Yet the colossal metallic fist still drove him forcefully into the ground. This force surpassed that of the abomination. As Su Ming contemplated this, he leapt from the earth, executing a spinning kick that connected squarely with the destroyer's abdomen. Bang! Following the thunderous impact, the destroyer staggered back several steps, stirring up a cloud of dust, yet the point of impact remained unchanged. Oh, there is something to this. Su Ming had expected his kick to send the destroyer flying, but the forceful strike had merely caused it to shift a few paces, making him realize that the destroyer's entire metallic form was no ordinary substance. Indeed, it was extraordinary. The metal enveloping the destroyer was none other than URU. The same material as Thor's hammer. URU metal can withstand the extreme temperatures of stellar cores and the explosive forces of supernovae. Not only was the destroyer forged from URU, but it also contained Odin's magical energy, capable of emitting high-temperature beams, self-repairing, and, most crucially, immune to physical attacks. Su Ming quickly grasped this fact. Regardless of the varied attacks he attempted, the destroyer seemed impervious, as though he were merely tickling it. The current situation was one where Su Ming found himself at an impasse against the destroyer, while the destroyer could not obliterate Su Ming either. However, Su Ming successfully held the destroyer at bay, acting as a competent tank, firmly drawing its combat focus. Since Su Ming's arrival, the town had not suffered further destruction. He recalled his ability to manipulate magnetism and wondered whether Magneto's powers could yield any surprises against the divine forces of Asgard. With determination, he raised both hands toward the destroyer. Buzz! A unique energy field emanated from Su Ming's body, instantly enveloping the destroyer. Creak! The destroyer evidently felt the effects of the magnetic force. Its movements noticeably halted. Under divine influence, it struggled against the magnetic field, emitting a piercing sound of metal scraping against metal. However, at present, he could only influence the destroyer's movements. Su-Ming remained at a loss for an effective means to vanquish the towering behemoth. The battle with the destroyer had reached a stalemate. Thor, the god of thunder, observed the entire confrontation. Su-Ming's formidable prowess instilled a newfound respect in Thor for this man with whom he had once wagered. Despite being merely a mortal from Midgard, Su-Ming possessed the strength to confront the destroyer head-on. This revelation compelled Thor to reconsider his perception of Su-Ming. Moreover, Su-Ming's timely intervention had saved both his and his friend's lives, deepening Thor's gratitude towards him. However, it appears that this friend can only temporarily restrain the destroyer, unable to achieve victory as of yet. Thor is acutely aware that behind the destroyer stands his own brother, Loki, for the sake of all their lives. Thor approaches the destroyer. Brother, regardless of how I have offended you or what I have done to incite your hatred, I earnestly beseech your forgiveness. These people are innocent, and taking their lives offers you no benefit. At that moment, although the destroyer struggles against Su-Ming's control, its face gradually contorts, revealing an outlet for energy release directed at Thor. The volatile energy begins to gather. Observing this, Su-Ming intensifies his magnetic field control, but can only manage to keep the destroyer grounded, unable to interrupt its impending energy blast. Despite the urgency of the situation, Su-Ming is confident that even in his absence, the god of thunder would not be so easily vanquished. Thus, he remains composed, silently watching Thor's actions. Enemy, bring this to a close. At that moment, Loki, adorned in divine armor and crowned with a helmet, sits upon his throne, his gaze wavering. Although he had resolved to forsake old sentiments, Thor's heartfelt words, conveyed through the destroyer, reach his ears. Something deep within him seems to be touched. The hand that was poised to strike falls away, indicating that his inner turmoil has found resolution. Ultimately, Loki lacks the resolve to slay Thor. The destroyer's facial structure reverts to its original form, and the tumultuous energy within it gradually stabilizes. Thor feels immense relief at his brother's momentary mercy. But before he can smile, the destroyer retaliates with a powerful blow, sending Thor hurtling away. The destroyer breaks free from Su-Ming's grasp, delivering a devastating strike to Thor. This seemingly casual attack proves lethal for Thor, who is currently in a mortal state. He is propelled several meters, tumbling upon landing, ultimately finding solace in Jane's embrace as he reveals a contented smile. It is all over. Now you are safe. Observing Thor peacefully close his eyes in her arms, Jane's sorrow is beyond words. Meanwhile, upon Asgard's sacred bed, the slumbering Odin sheds a single tear. The destroyer is Odin's creation. He has perceived all that transpires. Odin feels pride, witnessing his son finally exhibit a semblance of leadership, understanding the greater good and self-sacrifice. Yet, he is also engulfed in sorrow, for the price his son has paid to embody the heart of a king is immense. So great that even as the father of the gods, he struggles to accept it. Energy surges. Researchers loudly announce the changes occurring with the hammer. Whoever can lift the hammer shall possess the power of the thunder god. The imagery of Odin bestowing enchantments upon the hammer flashes repeatedly. At this moment, the hammer of the thunder god, HYDRA, finally sheds its innate form. As if summoned, runes materialize, colors deepen, energy reverberates. HYDRA suddenly erupts forth, propelled by an unstoppable force, soaring skyward, directly towards Thor. Eric sensed the impending danger and swiftly assisted Jane, who was still engulfed in sorrow. As Mjolnir soared towards Thor at an extraordinary velocity, the fallen god instinctively raised his hand to grasp it. Crack! A robust bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the mighty hammer that Thor held aloft. He has returned. In the radiant glow of the lightning, the warriors of the divine realm beheld Thor's form rapidly enveloped in the armor of the thunder god, a unique aura of power emanating from the core of the brilliance. They unveiled long-lost smiles. This spectacle left the trio of scientists utterly astounded. Jane, who had been weeping moments before, now stared blankly at the astonishing scene before her. Oh, my God. Su-Ming released his grip on the destroyer. Truly, a product of Asgard, controlling it had indeed proven somewhat exhausting. Witnessing the triumphant return of Thor, Su-Ming couldn't help but exclaim, truly a deity, this transformation is invincible. The destroyer, now rekindling its murderous intent, quickly gathered power to unleash an energy beam towards Thor. Amidst the colossal column of lightning, Mjolnir suddenly soared forth. Upon impact, with a resounding crash, the hammer struck the destroyer's head, causing it to tilt sideways, disrupting the energy wave. The destroyer was subsequently felled by the returning hammer of the thunder god. As Mjolnir returned to Thor's grasp, the thunder god Thor, had returned. Golden-haired and armored, with a blood-red cape billowing fiercely, wielding Mjolnir, he exuded an aura of sovereign might. Just moments ago, Thor had appeared battered and bruised. Now he had transformed, resplendently re-emerging as the thunder god. Amidst the storm, a glimmering object hurtled towards Su-Ming. Thor's boisterous voice echoed simultaneously. Catch. This is the wager. Chapter 73. The return of the thunder god. Su-Ming instinctively caught the object that was thrown towards him, yet he had no time to scrutinize it. He watched as Thor, the god of thunder, leapt into the sky, shattering the sound barrier with a sonic boom that reverberated through the ears of everyone present. At that moment, Eric realized that the man, who had been babbling incoherently about being Odin's son, Thor, was apparently not lying. Could a mere drunkard survive beneath such formidable lightning? Could he truly be the god of thunder? Dumbfounded, Eric found the scientific principles he had revered for so many years to be utterly ridiculous in this moment. Though Thor's words aligned with the tales from storybooks, those were merely fairy tales. Which scientist would ever take the contents of a fairy tale seriously? Who could have imagined that a casual encounter could involve a deity? Eric's eyes widened in disbelief as he absorbed the astonishing spectacle before him. Every moment would become an indelible memory etched into his mind. Having experienced great joy and sorrow, Jane felt as if she were in a dream. A voice within her persistently asserted that Thor was not deceiving her. However, as an astrophysicist, her rigorous scientific reasoning cautioned her against believing in Thor's claims. Nevertheless, Thor's noble demeanor, striking appearance, attentive care, and rugged charm captivated her like catnip to a kitten. On that frigid night, Thor had patiently explained the knowledge of the 9 realms to her, detailing Asgard and the Rainbow Bridge. His gentle nature reminded her of her father. And Thor had even thoughtfully tucked her in, encouraging her not to abandon hope. Everything about him enraptured Jane. She admitted to herself that she might have fallen for this man, who seemed oblivious to human conventions. Observing Thor, who had returned from the dead, Jane felt a joy surpassing that of anyone else. She cheered for him with exuberance, yet a tinge of melancholy lingered. Since he was indeed the god of thunder, it was only a matter of time before he would return to the heavens. The thoughts swirling in the young woman's mind were complex as she gazed at Thor. Daisy, witnessing the imposing figure of Thor, could only utter one thought. Indeed, such grand feats were beyond the capacity of an ordinary mortal. Su Ming felt the firm object in his hand and looked up at Thor's silhouette. Truly, the god of thunder had returned. At that moment, Thor was in his prime, and it was clear that no one, not even Su Ming, could contend with him. After all, Su Ming lacked a weapon as extraordinary as Mjolnir and did not possess such formidable divine power. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Su Ming sat down on the ground. Aware that his mission was complete, leaving the subsequent events to Thor, he decisively shifted into spectator mode, ready to observe. At that moment, the destroyer rose from the ground. Having been defeated for the first time since its arrival on Earth, it lifted its metallic head to gaze at the soaring Thor, raising its hand to clear the vehicles caught in the storm, seemingly locking onto its adversary. At this moment, Thor hovered high above, his arms wielding Mjolnir, conjuring a ferocious whirlwind, with countless bolts of lightning swirling around him. As Thor exerted his might, the storm's power surged exponentially, gradually lifting the heavy destroyer. The destroyer, hurtling towards Thor, unleashed an energy blast, which Thor effortlessly deflected with his enchanted hammer. His gaze hardened with determination as he swung the mighty Mjolnir towards the approaching foe. Another wave of energy surged forth, but the immense inertia of the hammer propelled Thor forward to meet the oncoming blast head-on, accelerating towards the destroyer. The intense heat of the energy wave inflicted no harm upon Thor. Crafted from URU metal, Mjolnir served as Thor's greatest shield, capable of withstanding the explosive energies of a supernova. The hammer absorbed the full brunt of the energy blast, while the searing energy waves enveloped Thor's form. Unyielding, Thor's speed intensified. A blinding flash illuminated the sky, followed by a deafening explosion as the collision between Thor and the destroyer generated a tremendous energy wave, instantly dispersing all clouds above the town. The shockwave radiated outward, its reach far surpassing that of the town itself. The head of the destroyer sustained a crushing blow, transforming into a mere steel shell that plummeted to the ground, creating a colossal crater. Under the might of Mjolnir, empowered by divine energy, even Odin's magic could not salvage this weapon of Asgard. Dust and soil were propelled hundreds of meters into the air, resembling a fierce desert storm. In the area where visibility was reduced to zero, a figure gradually approached. Clad in crimson armor with a blood-red cape and wielding Mjolnir, Thor stood before the onlookers. "Is this your usual attire?" Jane, taken aback by Thor's formidable presence, found herself at a loss for words and posed a rather trivial question. "Pretty much," Thor replied coolly, radiating the weight of thunderous authority. "That's so cool." Jane struggled to maintain her composure, yet her starry-eyed gaze betrayed her admiration. Rejuvenated by divine power, Thor recognized the urgency of his mission. He needed to uncover the truth about what transpired in Asgard. "We must head to the entrance of the celestial realm. I need to speak with my brother," Thor commanded with an authority that brooked no dissent, revealing his true nature. The warriors of the divine realm regained their resolve. Their spirits rekindled. "Wait." At that moment, Agent Coulson called out to Thor. "Donald, it seems you've never been truthful with me." Awakening the spirit of a king, Thor interrupted Coulson, his gaze unwavering. He understood that despite having been apprehended by this man, Coulson had his own mission, and Thor bore no ill will towards him over such trivialities. "We share the same mission, to protect this world." From this day forth, consider me your ally. However, you must return what you took from Jane. With newfound confidence, Jane quickly chimed in, stolen. Borrowed. Thor retorted. The Coulson reaction was remarkably swift. Plans changed more rapidly than anticipated. How could mere scientific supplies possibly compete with divine allies? You may certainly retrieve the equipment, for you must continue your research. Coulson intended to engage in further conversation with Thor, perhaps to cultivate a rapport, yet was disregarded by the god of thunder. Thor strode forward, approaching Su Ming, who was bare-chested, and inquired, "Brave warrior, you have earned my respect. What is your name?" Su Ming, surprised by Thor's initiative to converse, recognized that his plan had achieved a significant milestone, and smiled faintly. "My codename is Fate. I am a bounty hunter." Thor repeated the name Fate a couple of times, as if to commit it to memory. He raised his chin, gesturing for Su Ming to observe the object in his hand, and grinned broadly. "This is a medal I once received. A wager lost is a debt honored, and now it is yours." At last, Su Ming had the opportunity to examine the item Thor had tossed to him. It was indeed a medal. Crafted from an indeterminate metal, it was palm-sized. The base was a 9-pointed star shield, its edges intricately interwoven with shattered spears and runic chains, while the center featured a formidable lance, its tip piercing the spectral waves of chaos. The backdrop depicted a fusion of molten lava and glacial ice, with 12 Valkyries riding forth, swords in hand. Their forms shimmering in and out of view with the angle of the metal, employing a radiant enamel technique that refracted light like a rainbow bridge. Though small, its value was immediately apparent. Su Ming shook the medal in front of Thor and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." Thor replied nonchalantly, "No need for thanks. It was originally yours to claim." The god of thunder smiled, revealing a hint of royal elegance and the integrity of a promise kept. As Su Ming gazed at the medal in his hands, he internally assessed its worth. Asgardian war metal valued at $8 billion. His pupils dilated in astonishment. Goodness. A mere badge is worth so much? With the realization that this small object was appraised at $8 billion. Su Ming's resolve to journey to Asgard strengthened even further. Chapter 74. Return to Asgard. Thor found himself once again beside Jane, a girl who brought him a sense of warmth and familiarity. Since his arrival in Midgard, Jane had remained by his side, showcasing her tenderness, innocence, and resilience. She appeared as a beacon of light during Thor's darkest moments. Observing Jane's delight on his behalf, Thor felt a softening within him. "Would you like to see the bridge I mentioned?" At her exclamation of surprise, Thor embraced her waist and soared into the sky. Asgard. Loki drew forth the key to the Rainbow Bridge. Meanwhile, several imposing figures approached him, led by Laufey, the king of the Frost Giants, accompanied by his kin. After Thor's banishment, Loki had secretly sought out Laufey, expressing his desire for Laufey to eliminate Odin, the All-Father of the gods. In return for this service, Loki promised the Frost Box upon his ascension to the throne. When Laufey inquired why Loki did not take matters into his own hands, Loki explained that the people of Asgard were not fools. They would not tolerate a king who had slain their ruler. This was merely Loki's fade. In truth, he had no intention of killing Odin. To gain the recognition he sought, he harbored his own plans. Welcome to the realm of the gods. Loki led Laufey and his kin across the Rainbow Bridge. The scene shifted to Heimdall, encased in ice, still poised with his sword. A crack began to form in the icy shell enveloping him. In the desert, Jane maneuvered her vehicle, stirring up clouds of dust. They had located the site where the warriors of the divine realm would descend. The ground, marked by the passage of the Rainbow Bridge, bore a colossal, circular, mysterious rune. Thor stepped onto the rune's point of impact, gazing up at the heavens. "Heimdall, lower the Rainbow Bridge." "Heimdall?" The god of thunder called out loudly, longing for Heimdall, the sentinel of the 9 realms and guardian of Asgard, to lower the bridge and guide him home. Yet, silence lingered in response. Though Heimdall was immobilized by ice, his all-seeing and all-hearing abilities remained intact, and the sound of Thor's calls ignited a spark within him. Struggling against the chilling effects of the frost box, the cracks in the ice surrounding him multiplied, yet he could not immediately break free. He remained unresponsive. "We are trapped here." On Earth, the warriors of the divine realm exchanged hushed and puzzled whispers, concerned by Thor's lack of response. Thor persisted, calling out repeatedly, "Heimdall, we need you." Heimdall? Fully encased in ice, Heimdall sensed the impending crisis facing Asgard, knowing only Thor possessed the power to reverse their fate. A roar erupted from within the icy shell. With a thunderous crash, the frigid air released its grip. And even the formidable Heimdall had to summon all his strength to barely break free from the frost. The shards of ice shattered around him. With 2 swift strikes, he dispatched the frost giants guarding the ice sculpture, and for a moment, Heimdall's fury subsided slightly. As the light broke free from the icy shell, Heimdall felt utterly exhausted. Dragging his heavy form to the mechanism of the Rainbow Bridge, where he inserted the colossal sword into the lock, a surge of potent energy was awakened, causing Heimdall to collapse weakly beside it. The warriors of the divine realm gazed at the spiraling clouds in the sky, intertwining and descending. Aware that Thor's call had borne fruit, Thor approached Jane, solemnly addressing the girl before him. I must return to the realm of the gods, but I promise you, I shall come back for you. Deal? He then took her hand once more and pressed a kiss upon it. As the moment of parting drew near, Jane observed Thor's earnest attempts to console himself. Unable to contain the flutter of her heart any longer, she leaned in and kissed Thor's furry lips. After a long while, their lips parted. Deal. Meanwhile, Su Ming watched the two with eyes wide in amusement, envisioning a comical scene in his mind. Two seals pecking at the same cherry with their noses and mouths. A remark reminiscent of James Rhodes teasing Tony and Pepper during their kiss. Hey, Prince, aren't you bringing me along? Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Thor turned to see him tossing and catching his medal repeatedly, involuntarily twitching the corner of his mouth. That was the very first medal he had painstakingly won from his father. Was it right to let it be tossed about like that? Then he consoled himself. Oh well, since I've given it away, I shouldn't dwell on it. How vexing. I should have given him something else. I admit, you are a formidable warrior. Destiny. Thor assumed Su Ming wished to face the challenges of the divine realm together. Yet in Thor's heart, the chaos of Asgard was a matter he must resolve as the elder brother. Clearly, it was Loki who was causing the trouble, after all they had been through. If Thor could not discern Loki's mischief, it would reflect poorly on him. Thor was sincere, not foolish. He valued Su Ming, his friend from Midgard, and felt genuine joy in having met Jane and Su Ming here. However, Asgard was likely in disarray. How could he invite his good friends into such a chaotic home? It was only proper to tidy up before extending hospitality. Seeing the expectant gaze of destiny, Thor shook his head. Declining Su Ming's proposal, once I have resolved matters at home, I shall invite you to Asgard. With that, he vanished into the energy beam alongside the warriors of the divine realm. Sigh. Su Ming truly wished to say, even if your home resembled a chaotic dumpling filling, I merely wished to swipe a few scallions. But seeing Thor transform into a streak of light ascending into the sky, Su Ming had to wait for another opportunity. His gaze returned to the medal in his hand. All right then. After all, the rewards are considerable. Redemption. The badge in his hand gradually became transparent until it vanished. Redemption successful. $8 billion, account balance. $298 billion. As he beheld the soaring balance, a knowing smile spread across Su Ming's face. Regardless of the fact that he had exchanged Thor's esteemed warm metal for money, Thor traversed the wormhole and returned to Heimdall's observation post. Upon witnessing Heimdall lying on the ground, Thor promptly arranged for his subordinates to transport him for medical attention. While he himself hastened toward the royal court, he sought to confront Loki for clarification. Laufey, under Loki's guidance, arrived at Odin's slumbering golden hall. The tightly shut doors were ensnared in frost, and the goddess Frigga, vigilant beside Odin, sensed impending danger and unsheathed her divine sword, bracing herself. The divine power of the grand hall's door succumbed to the encroaching frost as Laufey, the frost giant chieftain, made his entrance, his crimson eyes gleaming with triumph. Frigga swung her sword, dispatching one of the giant's minions, but Laufey swiftly thwarted her with a powerful slap, sending her sprawling to the ground. Combat was not her forte. At that moment, Laufey exuded the demeanor of a conqueror as he pried open Odin's left eye, whispering, "It is said, you can still hear and see what transpires around you. I hope this is true, so you will know that it is I, Laufey, who has come to slay you." As he spoke, Laufey conjured a frost dagger in his hand. With his words hanging in the air, he raised the weapon, preparing to deliver a swift end to his lifelong adversary, Odin. Suddenly, a beam of energy struck Laufey in the back. It was Loki, wielding Odin's Gungnir spear, landing a fierce blow upon Laufey. And it is Odin's son who will end your life. Caught off guard by the ambush, Laufey fell to the ground, weakened. The might of Odin's spear was no trifling matter. Under Laufey's astonished gaze, Loki wielded Odin's spear, transforming Laufey into a cascade of shattered golden light. Frigga, seeing her beloved son Loki arrive in this critical moment, felt a surge of relief. Overcome with emotion, she rushed forward and embraced Loki tightly. Loki, you have saved your father. In that instant, Loki, embodying the grace of a team master, endeavored to win Frigga's favor. I swear to you, mother, I shall make them pay for today's transgressions. At that moment, a resonant voice echoed through the corridor, filling their ears. Loki. Chapter 75. Astonishing figures upon seeing his long-lost eldest son Thor, the goddess Frigga, who had just endured peril, leapt into Thor's embrace like a homing pigeon returning to its nest. Thor, you have returned. Su Ming, however, felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. He suddenly recalled that the Thunder God's recent return had seemingly shattered the Bifrost Bridge. Without the bridge, Su Ming's aspirations of traversing to Asgard were rendered unattainable in the near future, which left him quite disheartened. The Destroyer. An idea struck Su Ming. He remembered that the Destroyer was also a unique artifact of Asgard. If he could exchange it, it would surely be worth far more than a mere insignia. With determination, he transformed into a streak of light and soared towards the small town. As dusk approached, the sun nestled closer to the horizon, and the townsfolk, guided by S.H.I.E.L.D, were gradually restoring order to their lives. Su-Ming located the massive pit left by the destroyer after its defeat at Thor's hands. What a sight! Truly, it was a gaping hole, nearly double the size of that left by the Thunder God's hammer, a testament to the heavy metal's fall from the heavens. Standing at the edge of the pit, Su-Ming peered down into its depths. Surely not. Almost unable to believe his eyes, he leapt lightly into the center of the chasm. Indeed, there was a humanoid-shaped indentation in the ground, yet the destroyer was nowhere to be seen. Could it possibly vanish after being defeated? Su-Ming searched the pit meticulously, but the destroyer's armor eluded him. Just as the thought of exchanging the destroyer's remains for currency began to fade, he felt something hard beneath his feet. He quickly crouched down, his hands digging into the earth like a gopher burrowing through soil. At last, he unearthed a metallic shard. So, it had disintegrated. Holding the gleaming, cylindrical fragment in his hand, Su-Ming suddenly grasped the situation. Fear not the remnants. The true concern lies in their absence. Valuation. Valuation of destroyer armor fragment. $200 million. Su-Ming's eyes sparkled. A windfall indeed. This slender fragment was worth $200 million. If he could gather all the pieces of the armor. At that moment, he could scarcely fathom the potential bounty that awaited him upon collecting every fragment. This was far more efficient than mining. Thus, he transformed into a desert gopher, humming a tune as he commenced his treasure hunt in the earth. 10 minutes later, gazing at the scant metallic shards before him, Su-Ming felt a nagging sense of forgetfulness. The fragments of the destroyer had shattered into countless pieces, their kinetic energy causing them to sink deep into the soft sand, complicating his barehanded excavation. Darn it, I knew it. The value of the fragments had momentarily clouded Su-Ming's judgment regarding a more effective collection method. He could have activated his magnetic control to attract all the metal shards simultaneously. Yet, it had evidently slipped his mind. With a slap to his thigh, he lamented, "What a fool I am. Caught up in the prospect of wealth, I completely forgot about magnetic control." Contemplating this, Su-Ming raised his hands, the magnetic control surging to its maximum. Metal fragments soared from the sandy ground around him, swirling densely before Su-Ming. He endeavored to meld all the metal into a single mass, yet its unique materiality rendered him incapable of altering their forms. Alas, after all, these were artifacts of the divine realm. Their hardness surpassed that of any ordinary metal found on Earth. There was no point in pursuing the futile. The priority was to amass wealth. After meticulously ensuring that no fragment was overlooked, he arrived at the most exhilarating moment, the exchange. Exchange successful. $20 billion. Account balance, $298 billion. Exhilarating. Su-Ming gazed at the over $200 billion in his account, a triumphant roar echoing in his heart. Indeed. When it comes to value, nothing rivals the treasures from extraterrestrial realms. With his bare torso exposed, Su-Ming felt no urgency to return. Instead, he sat on the ground, enjoying the slightly cool breeze of the dusk. Like a newly affluent individual, he resolved to enhance his talents immediately. After all, it seemed he hadn't upgraded in quite some time. System, I have kept you waiting. Asgard. The sight of goddess Frigga left Loki, witnessing Thor's astonishment. With a renewed sense of bitterness, I was the one who endeavored to turn the tide. Why does Mother still regard Thor with such warmth? What significance does my struggle hold? Simultaneously, as Thor's gaze bore into him with malice, a wave of unease surged within Loki, prompting him to unconsciously step back. Thor's eyes remained steadfastly locked onto Loki. He could not comprehend why Loki had falsely claimed their father was dead. Could there be anything of greater importance than their father's life? The brotherly bond he had cherished for years had morphed into Loki's treachery. The feeling of betrayal from a loved one assailed Thor's heart repeatedly. A fierce discontent ignited a flame of fury within him. He must demand answers. Why did you not inform Mother of how you dispatched the destroyer to kill me and my friends? Unaware of the unfolding drama, goddess Frigga was rendered speechless. Her hands numb with shock. What? How had their once harmonious family devolved into such chaos? Odin lay dormant. Brothers turned adversaries. The gentle Frigga could hardly fathom this reality, unable to accept it. I was merely executing Father's last command. At this moment, Loki still attempted to embellish his actions before their mother, yet Thor's righteous demeanor rendered Loki's words feeble. You truly are a master of deceit. Faced with Loki's justifications, Thor, unaccustomed to arguments, could only express his lament. I have no time for your prattle. I must destroy Jotunheim. Only one thought occupied Loki's mind, to annihilate Jotunheim, achieve unparalleled merit, and compel everyone to acknowledge him. With a flourish of Odin's spear, energy waves shattered the walls of the gilded hall, and Loki leaped from the high tower, mounting his divine steed to reach Heimdall, activating the transport of the Rainbow Bridge. A colossal beam of energy pierced through Jotunheim, intertwining with the frigid essence of the frost box, gradually freezing the flickering bolts of lightning suspended in the air. Loki intended to utilize the Rainbow Bridge and the frost box to shatter Jotunheim, thereby obliterating the home of the frost giants, rendering it incapable of posing any further threat to Asgard. In haste, Thor, guided by Mjolnir, rushed to the observation platform. You can no longer thwart this. The Rainbow Bridge will cleave Jotunheim in twain. Thor's expression was grave. He comprehended his father's noble intentions. Annihilating the frost giants' abode would only incite a more profound conflict between the factions. It would result in an unending cycle of vengeance, devoid of any possibility for reconciliation. He swiftly raised the mighty hammer, striving to interrupt the surging energy of the Rainbow Bridge. Crack! Yet Loki, wielding Gungnir, unleashed a wave of energy that felled Thor. The Rainbow Bridge emitted a colossal beam of energy, casting its shadow upon the lands of Jotunheim, as vast structures were obliterated. The beam steadily advanced, embodying Loki's assertion of cleaving the entire planet in two. The frost giants cried out in despair. For them, it was as though the apocalypse had descended, their homeland crumbling incessantly, and the giants, powerless to resist, scattered in panic. Thor, still bewildered by his brother's seemingly reckless actions, blurted out, "Why would you do this? I must prove to father that I am worthy to be his son. When he awakens, he will know that I saved him. It is I who eradicated the lineage of that monster. I am the true heir to the throne." Loki's eyes blazed with fervor as he revealed his intentions to Thor, and in that moment, Thor perceived a reflection of his former self within Loki. He understood that Loki had chosen a path of destruction, one that would yield immeasurable repercussions for Asgard and the Nine Realms. Peace would forever vanish from Asgard. Chapter 76, A Bold Advancement. You cannot extinguish an entire race. The inarticulate Thor clumsily implored his brother, wishing he could implant understanding into Loki's mind, so he would grasp that their father's years of effort were on the brink of being obliterated by Loki. Why not? Loki chuckled, confidence radiating from him as he sensed victory was tantalizingly close. He couldn't help but mock Thor, slowly approaching his ever-dominant and combative brother. When did you begin to show mercy to the frost giants? As the god of thunder, you could easily annihilate them. Thor could only respond, I have changed. I have indeed changed. Before he could finish his sentence, Loki suddenly launched an attack, thrusting Odin's spear toward Thor, who instinctively defended himself with Mjolnir. Thor refrained from retaliating, recognizing the underlying hurt in Loki's words. It was precisely this understanding that made Thor, as the elder brother, hesitate to inflict further pain on Loki. Seeing Thor, usually so quick to ignite, refrain from striking back, Loki grew increasingly agitated, his voice rising in pitch. Why don't you fight back? With that, he swung Odin's spear again, aiming for Thor. Yet, Thor continued to hold his ground, allowing the tremendous force to send him sprawling to the ground. Voicing his innermost thoughts, I have never cared for the throne. To Loki's ears, those words dripped with sarcasm, now aware of his lineage. He believed Odin would never bestow the throne upon an outsider. Even so, after so many years as Odin's son, all Loki desired was fairness. I only wish to compete with you fairly. Watching Thor's pretentious demeanor, Loki was consumed by jealousy. Striding toward Thor with the intent to unleash his pent-up frustrations. I do not wish to fight you, brother. Thor lamented, holding on to their shared past. Even as Loki pressed in with undeniable aggression, harboring no desire to harm him. I am not your brother. Never have been. Loki finally revealed the painful truth, tears welling in his eyes, his trembling voice laced with disappointment, resentment, and a deep-seated rage. But to Thor, this merely seemed like a manifestation of Loki's madness. He remained oblivious to the fact that Loki was, in truth, a descendant of the frost giants. Loki continued to challenge Thor. How is it that a mere trip to Earth has rendered you so weak? Surely, it cannot be due to a woman. Oh, very well. Once I have dealt with you, I shall personally pay her a visit. Thor, who cherished his journey to Earth, felt his inner fury rise, ignited by the madness displayed by his brother, finally provoking the god of thunder. Su-Ming resolved to prioritize upgrading his defensive capabilities, the Iron Body. Upgrade. 5 billion. Upgrade successful. Account balance. 24. 298 billion ding. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the Iron Body to level 5. Unlocking the max upgrade formula for the Iron Body. Steel Body Max. Interstellar radiation resistance. Energized by yellow sunlight. Vibranium 1 ton, $200 billion. In an instant, a metallic sheen flashed across Su-Ming's skin, accompanied by a resonant sound from the collision of cells within his body. Su-Ming realized that his defensive capabilities were maximized, at least within the confines of Earth. Oh, to his surprise, leveling up his talent to level 5 was still not the pinnacle. Su-Ming scrutinized the system's prompts. This was his first encounter with such notifications. Interstellar radiation resistance combined with the energizing rays of sunlight? No wonder there was no mention of gaining strength without basking in the sun when he first exchanged for Steel Body. It was all waiting here. To upgrade to a top-tier talent, he required additional materials, vibranium. 1 ton? Not to mention that acquiring this ton of vibranium would involve a journey to Wakanda. He was still uncertain about the direction of its gates. Just the $200 billion was beyond his current means. Perhaps it was best to defer this matter. For now, the level 5 steel body could allow him to traverse Earth with ease. Su-Ming then shifted his focus to magnetic manipulation, a skill of the master of magnetism that proved immensely useful and required an upgrade. Upgrade, $5 billion. Upgrade successful. Account balance, 19. $298 billion. Ding. Congratulations. Host, for upgrading magnetic manipulation to level 5, unlocking the max upgrade formula. Magnetic manipulation max, also known as black hole suction, magnetism as potent as a black hole. Unimaginable in strength, requires 1 cubic meter of URU metal, $500 billion. Suddenly, the ground beneath him began to tremble, thinking something extraordinary was occurring. Su-Ming warily scanned his surroundings. He witnessed a plethora of metallic materials surfacing from below. The scene resembled a necromancer summoning an army of the undead. Except that what emerged from the earth were mere scraps of metal. Su-Ming even spotted a rusty iron ring dangling from a torn brazier. This sight left him both amused and exasperated. He understood that the magnetic manipulation he had inadvertently upgraded had drawn up all the scrap metal from beneath the surface. Phew. He had thought he was experiencing an earthquake. Calming himself and restraining the magnetic force radiating from his body, he waited for several minutes until the ground finally ceased its quaking. However, what surrounded Su-Ming was nothing short of spectacular. The skeletal remains of abandoned vehicles, various rusted farming tools, and indistinguishable metallic debris formed a neat circle around him, stacked high, a veritable mound of refuse. Even the wind was thoroughly obstructed by this encircling heap of metallic waste. Truly, the methods of the master of magnetism were formidable. This inadvertently emitted magnetic field wielded such incredible power. Once the commotion subsided, Su-Ming continued to enhance his talents, his newfound wealth evident in his demeanor. Recognizing that while his physical defenses had undergone a significant transformation, his strength still lagged behind, Su-Ming decided to upgrade his physique. Upgrade, $5 billion. Upgrade successful. The account balance stands at a staggering 14. $298 billion. Congratulations to the host for upgrading their physical enhancement to level 5. Unlocking the recipe for the max physical enhancement. The max physical enhancement, also known as the demigod physique, a complete transformation of one's constitution, requires 1 kilogram of heart-shaped herb, priced at $500 billion. What a revelation. This seemingly unremarkable physical enhancement can culminate in a demigod physique. No wonder the system only provided a vague description of physical capabilities. It turns out that reaching the final level can completely alter one's constitution. One must ponder the consequences of such a transformation. Would one still be considered human? Moreover, where might one procure this heart-shaped herb? Indeed, Wakanda possesses an abundance of remarkable resources. It appears there remains a considerable journey before achieving true invincibility. Currently, all practical skills have received enhancements. Su-Ming accessed his attribute panel. Name, Su-Ming. Age, 28. Physical capability, 22, 255. Current account, 14, 298 billion. Existing talents, Deadpool level regeneration. Dynamic vision LV, 2. Mastery of Jeet Kune Do, physical enhancement LV, 5. Wraith mask, danger perception LV, 1. Precision throwing LV, 2. Sketch mastery, iron body LV, 5. Magnetic control LV, 5. Reflecting upon his battle with the destroyer, Su-Ming felt compelled to acquire a skill related to magic. This way, should he encounter an adversary immune to physical attacks, he would not be left defenseless. However, choosing the right talent proved to be a challenge for Su-Ming. Snape's shadowless spell seemed appealing, yet its attack power left much to be desired. The laser eyes were undeniably impressive, but the image of him perpetually wearing glasses led Su-Ming to decisively dismiss that option, recalling his days of delivering food. When he wore windbreak glasses that became uncomfortable over time, he momentarily forgot that with his iron body, he would not be affected by such trivialities. The inertia of thought is indeed a curious phenomenon. Thus, Su-Ming found himself ensnared in a profound dilemma regarding the selection of an appropriate talent. Chapter 77. Heat Rays and Portals. Thor resolved to teach his brother a lesson, believing that perhaps a good beating would temper his unruly spirit. The two brothers engaged in a fierce brawl. Even wielding Odin's spear, Loki found himself at a disadvantage, ultimately succumbing to the impact of Mjolnir. They both collapsed onto the Rainbow Bridge, just as Loki employed his illusions to deceive Thor into thinking he was about to plunge into the abyss below. His true form successfully ambushed Thor, piercing him with Odin's spear. With his initial strike successful, Loki erupted into maniacal laughter, conjuring numerous duplicates to flaunt his abilities. Enough. Just as the weapons in the hands of all his clones were poised to pierce Thor's chest simultaneously, a colossal bolt of lightning struck Loki down. Thor realized that he could no longer afford to delay. The energy from the Rainbow Bridge was recklessly tearing through the realm of Jotunheim. With a tempestuous fury, Thor's lightning surged, leaving Loki prostrate on the ground. Thor placed Mjolnir firmly upon Loki's chest. The hammer, imbued with Odin's whispers, weighed heavily upon Loki, pinning him to the surface of the Rainbow Bridge, rendering him utterly immobile. Despite Loki's frantic struggles, he could not budge an inch. In the face of a monitoring station on the brink of catastrophic energy release, Thor attempted to approach, yet found himself unable to advance even a fraction. Look at you, mighty Thor. Now even you are powerless. Ignoring his brother's taunts, Thor's gaze flickered with determination. Do you hear me, brother? You can do nothing now. In a moment of dire urgency, Thor raised his right hand without looking back, summoning Mjolnir back to his grasp. With a resounding clang, Thor seized the hammer, inhaled deeply, and lifted it high above his head, bringing it down forcefully upon the Rainbow Bridge. The vibrant surface of the bridge shattered, splintering under the weight of Mjolnir. Simultaneously, the slumbering Odin abruptly opened his eyes. Su-Ming perused the system store, ultimately concluding that Superman's heat vision was the more practical choice. Superman Heat Vision LV1, Basic Thermal Energy, 50 million. Heat Vision LV2, Tactical Cutting, 500 million. Heat Vision LV3, Strategic Penetration, 10 billion. Heat Vision LV4, Planetary Destruction, 1 trillion, resolving his indecision. He made a decisive purchase. Exchange, 50 million, talent exchange successful. Account balance, 248 billion, as the system notification chimed. Su-Ming felt a surge of warmth flood into his eyes, a sensation of pressure building. He then directed his gaze towards a nearby heap of refuse. With a sudden burst, 2 beams of dark red light erupted from Su-Ming's eyes. Upon striking a discarded vehicle frame, 2 shallow scorch marks appeared, emitting wisps of smoke. This power seems a bit lacking. Observing the description of Level 1 Heat Vision, Basic Thermal Energy, Localized Heating, Melting, Capable of igniting paper, thawing ice, or repairing microscopic structures, welding metals, and so forth. Such a level of heat vision is merely a practical skill. Upgrade, with an impressive sum of 5 billion. The upgrade was a resounding success. The account balance now stood at 748 billion. In that fleeting moment of triumph, Su-Ming's heart brimmed with elation as he raised his gaze towards the same direction. A vibrant yellow light flashed before him, and 2 beams effortlessly pierced through the metallic ring formations, continuing their trajectory into the distance. The concentrated thermal energy of the beams carved deep gorges into the hillside several kilometers away. At this rate, if left unchecked, the mountain would be cleaved in 2 before long. The striking yellow beams stood out starkly against the dimming surroundings, successfully alerting agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Boss, with the tremors and the glowing light, could there be another situation unfolding? Jasper Sitwell voiced his concerns to Coulson, having observed the disturbances toward the pit. Agent Coulson surmised that fate was responsible for the commotion yet remained unfazed. Despite fate's formidable abilities, he had not exhibited any reckless behavior and had, in fact, assisted them in resolving numerous issues. After all, it was merely a desolate expanse. Let him be. No need to worry. Nothing is amiss. You continue monitoring the ongoing research. I must return to headquarters. After conducting several experiments, Su-Ming gradually mastered the art of controlling the thermal beams. He nodded thoughtfully as he beheld the hillside, nearly split in 2. It was remarkably close to the effect he desired. However, further upgrades would require more funds. Dusting off his clothes, Su-Ming rose to his feet. In an instant, he found himself soaring into the sky, leaving behind a swirling cloud of dust. What is happening? Su-Ming pondered, bewildered at his unexpected ascent. He had merely intended to stand, yet here he was, airborne. The rush of wind whistled past his ears, and he quickly realized the cause of his predicament. Having recently upgraded his physique, his physical capabilities had surged by an astonishing 20,000 points, necessitating a period of adjustment. Acknowledging this, he resolved to enter seclusion in the desolate terrain. The Rainbow Bridge was a sacred artifact of Asgard. An attack on the bridge would fundamentally undermine Asgard itself, prompting even the omniscient Odin to awaken from his slumber. As the energy output from the observation station continued unabated, Thor recognized that the only remaining option was to sever the Rainbow Bridge. The bridge harbored immense energy, serving as the primary power source for the observation station. Only by destroying the Rainbow Bridge could the energy beams be effectively severed and the planet of Jotunheim preserved. However, the bridge's material was exceptionally resilient. Even Thor, wielding his mighty hammer with great force, could only leave superficial cracks. In the face of urgency, Thor was left with no alternative but to resolutely hammer away at the bridge's surface. What are you doing? Loki exclaimed, alarmed by Thor's actions. The Rainbow Bridge was of paramount importance to Asgard, serving as a vital conduit connecting the 9 realms. At this moment, Thor's actions were undeniably reckless, for no Asgardian had ever entertained the notion of destroying the Rainbow Bridge. If you were to obliterate the Rainbow Bridge, you would never see her again. Loki, a master of manipulation, expertly identified the tender spot within Thor's heart and fervently implored the frenzied Thor to reconsider. However, Thor was no longer the impulsive individual he once was. His decision to annihilate the Rainbow Bridge was made with profound contemplation. After all, in the face of national duty, personal affections must take a backseat. Thor's movements were unwavering, devoid of any hesitation as he continued to strike the Rainbow Bridge with relentless blows. Witnessing Thor's obstinacy, Loki, bereft of control over HYDRA, bellowed and charged at Thor from behind, attempting to thwart his foolish endeavor through force. "I am sorry, Jane." Simultaneously, Thor roared as he delivered his final strike. With a resounding crash, the Rainbow Bridge shattered, an explosion of immense energy erupting from the fracture, manifesting as a brilliant, colorful detonation. Countless shards, radiating iridescent light, shot outward in the chaos, gradually fading in hue. The observation station severed its energy supply, slowly extinguishing its rays as it plummeted to the edge of the cosmos. Both Thor and Loki, propelled by the explosion, were on the brink of falling into the abyss when suddenly a colossal hand grasped HYDRA, halting their descent. As dawn broke, Su-Ming's stomach had long begun its protest. Having nearly acclimated to his newfound abilities, he couldn't help but ponder, what good are talents if they cannot overcome hunger? When hunger strikes, one feels utterly lethargic. Unbeknownst to Su-Ming, both his thermal vision and enhanced physique were rapidly depleting his internal energy. In a moment of clarity, a glimmer ignited in Su-Ming's eyes as he recalled something he had seen in the system's marketplace. Doctor Strange Portal Ring, $350 million. A portal like this, regardless of its location, is undeniably a valuable asset. Exchange. Chapter 78. The Avengers Plan, $5 billion. Talent redemption successful. Account balance, $248 million. A refreshing sensation washed over Su-Ming's mind. Having never truly comprehended the concept of mental power, he was now acutely aware of its presence within him. It was an indescribable force that enveloped his entire being, akin to the consciousness depicted in novels. Formless and colorless, it resembled a mass of energy, yet transcended mere energy, existing in a higher dimension. All his thoughts and actions were propelled by this essence. This was an entirely different sensation from the spider sense. The mechanism of spider sense instantaneously heightened his senses to respond to imminent threats, leaning more towards instinctual biology. In contrast, his current perception through mental power relied on transcending spatial barriers and connecting with various dimensions. Focusing intently, images of places he had previously visited became increasingly vivid in his mind. He felt a strong conviction that he could draw the spaces from his mind into his presence and even open a passage to step through. Was this the principle behind a portal? Contemplating this, Su-Ming attempted to draw circles in the air before him with his hand. One circle, two circles. Yet, there was no sign of movement. The imagined portal, adorned with sparkling effects, failed to materialize. Where had he gone awry? He opened the description of the suspended ring teleportation portal. Suspended ring teleportation portal. A mage directs energy through the suspended rings, combining gestures and incantations to tear apart space and connect two locations. Note: talents redeemed from the store do not require suspended ring guidance. Maintaining focus on the coordinates suffices for activation. So that was it. His earlier scattered thoughts had rendered him incapable of activating the portal, despite his actions being in place. At that moment, Su-Ming closed his eyes and envisioned the warm room of his hotel in Manhattan. Lifting his right hand to make a gentle motion, before him appeared a geometric pattern reminiscent of Morse code, its edges adorned with golden and orange sparks of energy. As he waved his arm, the circular passage gradually widened. Hearing the distinct sound of the sparks flickering, Su-Ming opened his eyes. Seeing the familiar scene beyond the portal, he wasted no time and swiftly stepped through. "Waiter, serve the dishes." Asgard. At this moment, Odin stood at the fractured edge of the Rainbow Bridge, grasping Thor, while Thor clung tightly to the spear held by Loki. Upon seeing his father before him, a glimmer of hope flickered in Loki's eyes as he eagerly explained. "Like an eager child seeking praise, I am on the verge of success, father. I almost annihilated them. For you. For all of us." In response to Loki's pale explanation, Odin felt a deep sense of melancholy. He understood and comprehended Loki's every action, yet could not condone them. No, Loki. There were no sermons, no reprimands, no insults. Odin simply gazed at Loki with eyes filled with love. Yet, he was compelled to deny Loki's methods. Indeed, Loki had nearly brought about a catastrophe. Upon hearing his father's disapproval, Loki, filled with hope, felt his heart shatter. He had just spoken his innermost thoughts, believing that his every endeavor was to prove himself to Odin. To his dismay, after all his machinations, he was met with Odin's rejection, leaving him feeling like a mere jest, with a heart as cold as ashes. Loki released his grip on the weapon and allowed his body to plunge into the abyss of the cosmos, vanishing from sight. Thor, deeply emotional, was devastated by his brother's self-imposed exile. No, the setting sun bled crimson. At that moment, the tempest in the sky had calmed. "Jane." gazing into the distance where Thor had vanished, murmured, "He is gone." Having just touched the realm of love, Jane now faced the pang of separation, leaving her heart feeling hollow. With mechanical steps, she slowly followed Eric. At the celebration in Asgard, Volstagg boasted about how he vanquished the Destroyer, only to be ruthlessly upended by another warrior's revelations, igniting a wave of laughter. Unlike the others, Thor did not share in the merriment. He walked slowly through the banquet until he reached the balcony, standing beside Odin as they both gazed at the horizon. "You will be a great king." Odin, perceptive as ever, noticed the changes in Thor and felt assured in his decision to pass the throne to him. Yet, Thor no longer harbored the same aspirations for kingship as before. His heart weighed heavy, mourning for his troublesome brother while longing for Jane, who was far away on Earth. Through all his experiences, Thor had come to fully comprehend the sentiments of the elder beside him. There will be no better king than you. Or perhaps, a better father. Odin, for once, looked down at the ground with a rare warmth, reflecting with satisfaction, "My son has grown." Thor seemed to reveal his heart to Odin for the first time, his tone slightly anxious. "I have so much to learn. I understand now. Perhaps one day, I will make you proud." Odin gently turned, placing his left hand on Thor's shoulder. "I am already proud of you." The scene shifted. Thor strode purposefully across the rainbow bridge. At that moment, Heimdall stood at the bridge's fracture, peering down at the realm below, continuing his vigilant watch over the 9 realms. "We can never return to Earth, can we?" Thor spoke with a hint of resignation as he conversed with the esteemed guardian. "No, everything is possible." Heimdall, aware of Thor's feelings for the Earth Girl, spoke with a voice that held a glimmer of hope. "Can you see her?" Thor stood beside Heimdall, both gazing in the direction below. "Yes," Heimdall replied, understanding whom Thor inquired about. The focus then shifted to the trio of scientists, engrossed in their quest to explore astrophysics, particularly concerning Asgard. "Is she well?" Thor softly asked the all-seeing guardian beside him. "She has been searching for you." Upon hearing Heimdall's response, Thor lifted his gaze towards the horizon, a hint of anticipation gracing his lips with a smile. Somewhere with an S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury was meeting with Erik Selvig. Director Fury held Eric's research capabilities in high regard and was preparing to entrust him with a new scientific endeavor. Opening a silver case, he revealed a cube radiating an ethereal blue luminescence. Nick Fury intended for Eric to spearhead the study of this energy-laden artifact, with the aim of addressing the energy crisis. At that moment, Loki materialized in the reflection of the metallic walls. He had seized control of Eric's consciousness. Gazing at the cube, whose energy far surpassed that of the Tesseract, a new scheme began to take shape in his mind. Loki smiled at Eric, saying, "It seems worthy of thorough investigation." Eric, somewhat mechanically, echoed to Nick Fury, "It seems worthy of thorough investigation." 2 months later, in Manhattan, Su-Ming had indulged in 2 extraordinarily delightful months. Since enhancing his heat ray and physical constitution, his appetite had surged exponentially. During this time, he had savored the culinary delights scattered throughout New York streets. He concluded that Chinese cuisine was indeed the finest. In a dumpling house, under the astonished gaze of the waiter, Su-Ming devoured his 13th plate of dumplings. Sipping on pu'er tea, he reveled in this moment of leisure and contentment. Just then, the phone rang and Nick Fury's voice came through, somewhat weakened. "Mr. Destiny, on behalf of the World Security Council, I solemnly invite you to join the Avengers Initiative." Su-Ming was perplexed. He had previously made his stance clear to Director Fury. Negotiations were possible, but joining was out of the question. Dismissing the invitation, he curiously inquired, "Director Fury, what has transpired?" "Nothing much, just accidentally summoned an alien. A base was obliterated. Hawkeye turned on me and shot. My helicopter also crashed." Nick Fury's voice carried a tone of exasperation. Chapter 79. The arrogant Fury Loki did not meet his demise upon plummeting into the abyss of the cosmos. The expanse beneath the Rainbow Bridge was no ordinary void, but rather a conduit leading to the enigmatic realms of the universe. Rescued by a Chitauri extraterrestrial, Loki found himself before Thanos. After a brief exchange, Thanos recognized Loki's cunning and his knowledge of Earth, leading to a pact between them. Thanos bestowed upon Loki 2 pivotal artifacts, a scepter embedded with the Mind Stone, capable of manipulating the thoughts of others, and a formidable Chitauri army to aid Loki in his invasion of Earth, facilitating his quest to seize the Tesseract. However, Loki's intentions in this transaction were far from straightforward. He could not deny the overwhelming might of Thanos, who effortlessly dispatched a legion at a mere word and placed a scepter brimming with extraordinary power in his hands. What extravagant confidence! This also suggested that Thanos harbored no fears of Loki engaging in any clandestine schemes. Yet, as the god of mischief, Loki outwardly committed to conquering Earth while secretly seeking to prove himself to Thor and Odin. Having faced humiliation in Asgard due to his lineage and authority, he aspired to gain recognition through the subjugation of Earth. Concurrently, Loki intended to covertly harness the Tesseract's power to extricate himself from Thanos, much like he had eliminated Lao Fei. This was a craft in which Loki excelled. The scepter pulsated with waves of energy, subtly directing him toward a certain location on Earth. Loki sensed that the Tesseract and the Mind Scepter were likely more complex than they appeared. Meanwhile, on the phone, Nick Fury let out a heavy sigh. In decades past, he had never found himself in such a precarious situation. Fortunately, his habit of donning a bulletproof vest had spared him. For perishing at the hands of his own subordinates would not have been a commendable fate. Hawkeye had already ascended to a level of combat prowess near the upper echelons of S.H.I.E.L.D, yet he had been incapacitated in an instant. Captain America, Steve Rogers, though embodying the spirit necessary to lead the Avengers, still fell short in terms of sheer combat effectiveness. Fury's first thought turned to Su Ming on the other end of the line. How he wished that destiny possessed a protective will akin to Steve's for the sake of America. However, being well acquainted with Su Ming's character, Fury recognized that this individual was more unpredictable than the very freedom of the nation beneath his feet. Each time he sought Su Ming's assistance, he was met with tiresome negotiations. Yet, this time was different. He had secured authorization from the World Peace Council, granting him access to vast resources. With this foundation, Su Ming's willingness to join the Avengers became inconsequential. After all, it was merely a matter of money. Any problem that could be resolved with currency was no true problem at all. With this thought in mind, Nick Fury felt emboldened as he faced Su Ming. Unaware of the impending maneuvers S.H.I.E.L.D had in store for him, Su Ming listened with surprise to Fury's self-deprecating narrative on the phone. Was this truly a situation with no significance? A mere trifle, merely a fatal wound. Is that so? Even if we were to cast this fellow into the molten lava, he would still manage to keep his mouth afloat. Director Fury, it appears you are in quite the predicament. At this moment, Su Ming could only lament how remarkably resilient Director Fury truly is. Fate has conspired to make this situation far from trivial, and it is not something you can tackle alone. I am aware of your stipulation, $1 billion. Please assist me. Upon hearing Nick Fury's offer, Su Ming was taken aback. How could the notoriously frugal Director Fury suddenly become so generous? Why was he so willing to part with this $1 billion so readily? It seems that the threat and impact of this incident have compelled the shrewd Black Egg to take matters seriously. However, the sum of $1 billion now holds little allure for Su Ming. Did we not see Thor casually bestow upon him a small badge that could effortlessly be exchanged for $8 billion? Not to mention the Destroyer-S metal strip that fetched $20 billion. The treasures of the divine realm are indeed much more lucrative. Exchanging them for currency is a most profitable endeavor. Yet, it remains uncertain whether the Rainbow Bridge has been repaired. Even if it has, without a guide, he would be unable to traverse it. Moreover, following the previous phase of enhancement, Su Ming's account now holds scant resources. Merely $200 million. What can that procure? Nothing at all. Those seemingly extravagant talents have become unworthy of his attention. Suddenly, Su Ming recalled that within the Avengers assembled by the Black Egg, the god of thunder, Thor, was prominently featured. He must locate Thor post-haste, for only then could his grand scheme to plunder Asgard be realized. With this thought in mind, Su Ming resolved to linger with S.H.I.E.L.D, patiently awaiting Thor's arrival. However, business remains business, and prior clarity is essential. Director Fury, while $1 billion is not an insignificant amount, your current commission appears rather vague. The implication being, if this conflict were to last a lifetime, how could you expect to secure my services with merely this $1 billion? Nick Fury understood that fate would not act without assurance. Yet the urgency of the matter compelled him to secure fate's cooperation, as it was a crucial component of his overall plan. Ever since the inception of the Avengers Initiative, Nick Fury had envisioned countless scenarios regarding the assembly of various superheroes. He had long recognized that uniting such a plethora of self-important heroes would be a formidable challenge, one that could not be accomplished by his own efforts alone. As the candidates for the Avengers became clearer, Fury's concerns deepened. Just considering Tony Stark, a figure not known for his amiable demeanor, let alone the others. A moment's negligence could lead to infighting among his own. Thus, it was imperative to have a stabilizing force to maintain order. In Fury's eyes, fate was well suited for this role. He was competent in every respect, primarily devoid of sentiment. As long as the compensation was adequate, he would prove to be exceedingly useful. Nick Fury let out a slight snort. He was no longer the formidable figure he once was. First, he would secure this matter at hand, then turn his attention to retrieving the aerial fortress mothership. Did you think you were the only one who could burn through cash? It's merely money. The authorization from the World Security Council, I fear, is something you lot do not comprehend the true value of. $5 billion. Mr. Destiny, assist us in resolving this crisis. Nick Fury audaciously escalated the price fivefold. Su Ming paused momentarily, grasping the phone. Goodness. It appears both Tony and yourself possess ample funds yet are reluctant to part with them. Are you? Su Ming momentarily forgot that in business dealings, one seldom encounters generosity. This thought left him feeling as though he were being financially manipulated, although he harbored no disdain. A tinge of displeasure lingered. He sensed that Nick Fury was currently unfazed by the financial strain, indicating the possibility of further exploitation. Not sufficient. Su Ming's calm voice reached Nick Fury's ears. What? The black henchman never anticipated that a price of 5 billion would still fall short of securing Mr. Destiny. It must be noted that he too faced considerable pressure when he initially set the price. Alas, impatience crept in. Taking a deep breath, Nick Fury realized that the nuances in his earlier words had been deftly exploited by the other party. After all, having suddenly ascended in power, he had experienced a modicum of arrogance, which was somewhat related to his eagerness to advance subsequent plans. This served as a stark reminder to individuals of their caliber to consistently maintain their composure and poise. Very well. 10 billion, Mr. Destiny, it cannot exceed this. Nick Fury's tone conveyed a blend of sincerity, resignation, and more so, weakness. Hawkeye's firearm had a substantial caliber. The impact likely resulted in a fracture. On the other end of the line, Su Ming sensed it was time to proceed. As per our usual practice, please initiate the transfer. The call ended. The semblance of weakness that had momentarily graced Nick Fury vanished in an instant as he cast a fleeting glance at the phone, a smile gracing his lips. Chapter 80. The Codebreaker begins a few days prior, at a certain S.H.I.E.L.D. base. Eric urgently reported to Nick Fury that the energy cube they were studying seemed to have suddenly activated, emitting waves of powerful energy. This piqued Nick Fury's curiosity. As he personally oversaw the research of the cube, a blinding ray shot forth from it, forming a swirling vortex of energy. In a flash of light, a figure wielding a scepter materialized before them. It was Loki. As the highest commander present, Nick Fury raised his voice in warning, "Drop your weapons, handsome." But this only elicited a ruthless attack from Loki. Wielding the Mind Scepter, Loki transformed into a melee sorcerer, unleashing a wave of energy with his abilities and swiftly incapacitating the guards present, for the blade atop the scepter was indeed sharp. Hawkeye, caught in the grip of Loki's abilities, barely stood up before being struck in the chest by the Mind Scepter. A man of seemingly earnest demeanor, he was evidently a capable subordinate. Loki utilized the Mind Scepter to alter Hawkeye's will, subsequently ensnaring the physicist Eric, who had already fallen prey to his mental invasion. Their eyes briefly turned pitch black, and when clarity returned, they had become Loki's most loyal minions. Nick Fury, witnessing this alarming turn of events, was left in utter bewilderment, as his trusted aide had become an agent of the enemy. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he hastily disassembled the cube and stowed it in a briefcase, intending to escape through the back door. However, Hawkeye, Clint Barton, leveled his weapon and brought Fury crashing to the ground. The force of the large-caliber bullet nearly cost him his life. With Hawkeye's assistance, Loki and his entourage effortlessly departed the base, brazenly driving away right under the noses of Agent Hill and her team. In the laboratory, the energy released by the cube continued to expand, rapidly engulfing the ceiling, threatening to explode at any moment. At that critical juncture, a severely injured Fury summoned all his strength to flee the laboratory, boarding the last helicopter just before the building was on the brink of collapse. As a blinding blue light flashed, the S.H.I.E.L.D. base disintegrated in a remarkably uniform explosion. Agent Hill reacted swiftly, leading a contingent of agents in pursuit of Loki's vehicle. Yet, they severely underestimated Loki's combat prowess. The sorcerer, now wielding the Mind Scepter, unleashed a barrage of skills, exacting a heavy toll on the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. At that moment, Fury's helicopter arrived to provide support. Armed with only a pistol, he raised it defiantly to signify his unwavering resolve. From within the helicopter, he took aim at Loki's vehicle. However, Loki merely waved his scepter, and the helicopter was swiftly dismantled, sending both man and machine crashing to the ground. Thankfully, due to the restraint of Oldley, Nick Fury emerged unscathed. As he watched Loki escape into the distance, Nick Fury recognized that the time to advance the Avengers initiative had come. Enduring his injuries, he promptly summoned the World Security Council for a meeting, laying bare the events that had transpired, and timely proposed the formal implementation of the Avengers initiative. Without any unexpected developments, the Avengers initiative received authorization, with the World Security Council empowering Nick Fury to handle the matter with full authority. Director Fury, upon obtaining this mandate, promptly contacted Su Ming. Meanwhile, Natasha Romanoff, known as Black Widow, arrived at a slum nestled within the tropical jungles of Africa, where she located Bruce Banner. Banner's whereabouts had been under the vigilant surveillance of S.H.I.E.L.D., and although assessments by professional teams indicated that the Hulk, emerging from Banner's anger, was unsuitable for participation in the Avengers initiative, S.H.I.E.L.D. had nonetheless devised a specialized containment system to restrain individuals possessing extraordinary abilities. Considering the formidable nature of the adversary, Director Fury made an exception by incorporating Dr. Banner into the Avengers team and dispatched Black Widow Natasha to persuade him after the Tesseract was stolen. Banner was acutely aware that S.H.I.E.L.D. lacked for scientists. Their true desire was to harness the Hulk within him. They merely sought to confine him within a cage. His initial reaction was one of refusal, tinged with anger. Yet, who was Black Widow? With her fair complexion, striking beauty, and formidable ruthlessness, she was not easily swayed. When it came to gamma radiation, no one understood it better than you. We need you. After a persuasive discourse, under the watchful gaze of Natasha's piercing eyes, Banner's vanity was momentarily satisfied. He feigned indignation, bellowing, "Do not mock me." The sudden shift in his demeanor alerted Natasha, and within a fraction of a second, her firearm was aimed directly at Banner. A deep-seated wariness lingered in her eyes. She understood the terror of the Hulk all too well. "I merely wish to see your reaction. Natasha, let us converse privately." Banner sensed he may have overstepped. The woman before him appeared distinctly unnerved. "Do not enter. Remain on standby." Observing that Banner seemed not genuinely enraged, Agent Natasha relayed orders through her earpiece. The scene shifted, revealing that the tent housing Banner was surrounded by numerous armed S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. This seemed to be Natasha's contingency plan, though even she harbored doubts about its efficacy. What differentiated this so-called B plan from mere delivery? Perhaps it served merely as a psychological comfort. Meanwhile, Nick Fury tirelessly endeavored to assemble the Avengers. Following his awakening, Steve Rogers struggled to acclimate to this unfamiliar world, isolating himself in his room to vent his emotions upon a sandbag. It was not that he could not adapt, rather, he was consumed by regret for missing that pivotal rendezvous. 70 years had swiftly passed. The crucial bonds had vanished. When I lost consciousness, the world was at war. Upon awakening, they proclaimed our victory, yet I remain oblivious to the cost of that triumph. Steve struggled to discover his purpose in this existence. S.H.I.E.L.D's attitude towards Steve was one of understanding and tolerance. After all, a war hero from a bygone era deserved the respect of the younger generation. Witnessing their despondent captain each day, the agents felt a profound sense of empathy. They endeavored to assist Captain Rogers in acclimating to this new world. Even envisioning a scenario where Director Fury might issue a command to this exemplary soldier, urging him to adapt as a soldier should, potentially altering Captain Rogers' despondent state. This notion reached Steve's ears, warming his heart. However, his experiences were so extraordinary that he remained uncertain of his path, with memories that often brought him to tears. When the busy Nick Fury appeared before him, documents in hand, Steve's military disposition compelled him to inquire, "Is there a mission, sir?" "Indeed," Fury replied. "To help you reintegrate into this world, to enable you to save it." Fury elucidated, recounting how Howard Stark had discovered the captain during a rescue operation, unearthing a powerful energy cube. After deliberation, they collectively believed this cube could be the key to discovering a sustainable energy source, precisely what this world desperately needed. Given Captain America's character, such a world-saving endeavor was not one he could dismiss lightly. "Who took it?" he asked. To which Fury responded that there was no one more amenable than Steve himself. "His name is Loki. He is likely not one of our own." Fury continued, urging Steve to catch up on the changes that had transpired in this world, which had evolved far beyond his imagination. Employing a strategy of provocation, Nick Fury proposed a wager of $10 to entice Steve to join his plan. "What are your thoughts on retrieving the Tesseract?" Steve, not easily swayed, remained skeptical of Fury's intentions. Though he refrained from verbally agreeing, he silently critiqued, "You should have left it in the ocean." "Sir, Agent Coulson from S.H.I.E.L.D. is on the line," Jarvis interjected. Just then, Tony descended the steps after landing on the balcony, the Iron Man suit gradually dismantling piece by piece with each of his movements. Chapter 81, The Maiden Voyage of the Mothership. It seems that timing is everything, especially when one is not present. Tony Stark had just resurfaced from the depths of the ocean, having converted Stark Tower's energy system entirely to a new, clean energy source derived from a cutting-edge elemental reactor, and he had just completed the final step. "Sir, I fear he may not believe it. Be confident. I am on a date." As the last set of armor was automatically dismantled from Tony's legs, he approached Miss Pepper Potts, clad in smart casual attire. Just as Tony intended to celebrate with Pepper, Jarvis interjected with an alert. "Sir, your phone. My program has been modified." In an effort to locate Tony, S.H.I.E.L.D. had gone so far as to alter Jarvis's programming. The incessant calls from Agent Coulson disrupted his mood. Upon answering the call, a holographic image of Stark appeared, stating, "You are now viewing Tony Stark's holographic projection. Please leave a message." Little did he know, Coulson had already taken the encrypted elevator to the rooftop, promptly unveiling Tony's little ruse. This left Tony somewhat disheartened, realizing that his security system was rendered ineffective before S.H.I.E.L.D. "Phil, please, come in. We are celebrating." Pepper, having once shared trials with Agent Coulson, greeted him warmly. Then he better be on his way. Tony felt a pang of jealousy at the enthusiasm his girlfriend displayed towards another man. Until Coulson handed him a document. Please review this as soon as possible. It is quite urgent. In a petulant mood, Tony was reluctant to accept the file directly. Fortunately, Pepper, with her understanding nature, alleviated Coulson's awkwardness. I thought the Avengers Initiative had been shelved. Considering I do not meet the standards for membership. After all, I am quite capricious, self-centered, and rather unconventional. As S.H.I.E.L.D. sought his assistance, Tony recalled the rejection from the Avengers Initiative, venting his frustrations aloud. Now, the situation transcends personal characteristics. Simultaneously, the holographic projections around Tony displayed information on all Avengers members, along with the details and ramifications of the Tesseract's theft. It was then that Tony grasped the gravity of the situation, his expression growing increasingly somber. Meanwhile, in a certain maritime region, aboard S.H.I.E.L.D's mobile base, the aircraft carrier glided across the ocean with an apparent slowness, yet its speed was remarkable. The bow parting the waves with a resounding crash that echoed in the air. The sea breeze, mingled with tiny droplets of water, splashed against the faces of those aboard. Dressed in high-end casual attire, Su Ming stood at the ship's prow, hands resting on the railing, gazing out at the sea. The ambience seemed perfect for contemplating poetry and distant horizons. Yet, Su Ming pondered, what is the true worth of this aircraft carrier? Indeed, Su Ming recognized that this colossal vessel was not merely a maritime fortress. It could ascend to the skies, transforming into an aerial stronghold. Valuation: S.H.I.E.L.D. Sky carrier valuation: 200 billion. Non-convertible. Gasping in astonishment at the vessel's worth, Su Ming inhaled sharply. The 200 billion should be the highest price that Su Ming has ever encountered, and the inability to exchange it was also anticipated. Natasha, the agent beside him, assumed that Su Ming had been awed by the grandeur of S.H.I.E.L.D. To be honest, she too had been profoundly struck when she first boarded this aircraft carrier. What do you think, Mr. Destiny? Not too shabby for S.H.I.E.L.D's vehicle, is it? Natasha was aware of Destiny. Her undercover work at Stark Industries, observing Tony Stark, was merely a secondary task. Her primary mission was to assist Tony in resolving his palladium poisoning crisis, thereby enhancing the relationship between him and S.H.I.E.L.D. However, midway through, this man had intercepted Stark's relics, resulting in her efforts yielding nothing more than an evaluation report. This left Agent Natasha somewhat discontented. As a seasoned operative, her standards had never been confined to merely completing tasks. She was accustomed to exceeding expectations. Hearing that this bounty hunter, Destiny, had frequently caused Director Fury considerable distress, Natasha felt a spark of competitiveness arise within her. Noticing Su Ming lost in thought, she began to boast. Su Ming was indeed taken aback. But not by the so-called grandeur, rather by the price of the aircraft. More so, he was astounded by S.H.I.E.L.D's research capabilities. After all, an aircraft carrier of such scale and functionality could not be merely procured with wealth. Ms. Natasha, in my view, this aircraft carrier is the culmination of countless minds and labor, and it is certainly much more than just a vehicle. With that, he disregarded Natasha and made his way towards the deck, eager to observe the peculiar aircraft that had just arrived. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Natasha's expression faltered. Just casual conversation, and suddenly you elevate the value so high? Is it still possible to have a decent chat? Well, I concede that you are correct. Your manner makes me appear rather superficial, if you don't mind. At that moment, a directive came through her earpiece, instructing her to immediately escort Captain Rogers, who had just arrived, to the bridge. Su Ming watched as the uniquely designed aircraft landed on the enormous S.H.I.E.L.D. insignia. Agents Coulson and Captain Steve Rogers disembarked from the plane. Hello, Mr. Destiny, long time no see. Your sudden disappearance last time made it quite difficult for us to locate you. Coulson, noticing Su Ming standing not far from the aircraft, greeted him politely while expressing a mild grievance. Su Ming felt indifferent. The task was complete, so what was he still doing there? The sweltering and humid New Mexico climate could not compare to the comfort of a hotel. He nodded politely, choosing not to engage further. Su Ming then noticed Captain Steve Rogers standing beside Coulson. This was his first encounter with the embodiment of the American spirit, dressed in a shirt and leather jacket. In casual attire, Su Ming nearly failed to recognize him. Under Agent Coulson's introduction, Captain Rogers was made aware of the Eastern man before him. Upon learning that Su Ming was also a member of the Avengers, a flicker of surprise crossed Steve's eyes. He did not discern anything particularly remarkable about this man with an Eastern visage. I did not join the Avengers Initiative. My presence here is at the behest of Director Fury. Upon hearing Agent Coulson introduce himself as a member of the Avengers to Captain America, Su Ming promptly corrected him. Indeed, Coulson had previously listened to Fury lamenting about the exorbitant expense of hiring Su Ming, a staggering sum of $10 billion. This was an utterly outrageous price. At that moment, Agent Natasha approached the group. Colonel Rogers, Mr. Fate, we need to head to the bridge. They commenced tracking the location. Excuse me. Upon hearing this, Coulson decisively moved to another side, exuding a sense of competence. However, he found it incomprehensible, even disagreeable, that Director Fury would expend such an astronomical amount to employ Mr. Fate. What could be accomplished with that $10 billion? It could cover multiple repairs and maintenance for the mothership. Was it that the other Avengers were not formidable enough, or did S.H.I.E.L.D. possess such an excess of funds that they had no better use for them? How could a bounty hunter audaciously demand a price of $10 billion? Most astonishingly, the typically sagacious director had actually acquiesced to this sum. He struggled to come to terms with this reality. Whenever Su Ming appeared before him, Agent Coulson could only think of that unjustly spent $10 billion. Thus, upon seeing Agent Natasha summon Captain Rogers and Mr. Fate, Coulson promptly entrusted the two to her. When it comes to heroes, it must be our esteemed Captain Steve Rogers. Coulson hurried forward, lost in thought. Upon receiving the order to fetch Colonel Rogers, he was overwhelmed with excitement, nearly trembling. Indeed, Captain America was the idol of Agent Coulson. As a young boy, the tales of Captain America profoundly inspired him. This led Coulson to express multiple times on the aircraft that it was an honor to work alongside the esteemed captain. As for Su Ming, what a despicable, avaricious figure. How could he possibly be compared to our admirable captain? Chapter 82. Don't bother Natasha, Rogers and Su Ming walked together. You are quite renowned here. I thought Coulson would faint upon seeing you. Agent Natasha harbored no fondness for Su Ming. Her ears filled with the heroic tales of Captain America, Steve Rogers. In contrast, she naturally opted to strike up a conversation with the captain. Did he have you sign one of his collectibles? Collectibles? Captain Rogers appeared momentarily perplexed by Natasha's reference to such items. Su Ming stood a mere 2 paces away. Observing the petty female agent engage in idle chatter with Captain America, seemingly disregarding his presence entirely, with a nonchalant shrug, he mused, this Black Widow must be the most extraordinarily skilled weapon among the Avengers, yet utterly devoid of combat capability. In Su Ming's eyes, Natasha was merely a decorative vase forced into the ranks of the Avengers. Physically, she and Eliza were on par, and in terms of looks, Eliza held her own as well, rendering Su Ming indifferent to Natasha's alluring aura. Watching Natasha attentively converse with the nation's idol, Captain America, he felt no intrigue whatsoever. At that moment, they encountered Banner, who was assisting in securing the aircraft. When Colonel Rogers approached, having heard from Coulson that Dr. Banner was a genius akin to Hawking, he regarded him with newfound respect and extended his hand. Dr. Banner, dressed in a simple ochre suit and dark shirt, with a disheveled hairstyle, Banner resembled a disheartened scholar. No one could fathom that within him resided a powerful green giant. Upon seeing Captain Rogers greet him, Banner spoke with a tone of honor. I heard you were coming. They say you can locate the Tesseract? Banner assumed his extraordinary experiences would pique the captain's curiosity, but evidently, Rogers was more focused on the Tesseract itself. Is that all you've heard? With a hint of military arrogance, Rogers directed the conversation towards the mission. I am solely interested in this. This left Banner feeling somewhat awkward. His initial interaction with Captain America had not been particularly pleasant. The Eastern man beside him, whom he did not recognize, was likewise left unintroduced by Natasha. Crew members, take your positions. Check the deck. At that moment, the mothership's broadcast echoed a warning, and all personnel on deck sprang into action. Every aircraft was secured to the deck, and the area began to clear. Gentlemen, we must hurry. Soon, it will be impossible to breathe here. Natasha reminded the 3 distinctly different men with a hint of pride, but received no response. Is this a submarine? Feeling the vibrations beneath his feet and recalling Natasha's ominous words about the impending inability to breathe, Banner speculated that the mothership was about to transform and submerge. It seems they intend to confine me within a metal can and sink me underwater. Banner remained skeptical of S.H.I.E.L.D. DS claimed that they sought him to study the Tesseract, harboring a lingering concern. Thus, the authorities have never relinquished their aspirations of studying the Hulk within themselves. As a colossal vortex formed beneath their feet, for massive turbines ascended from the underside of the mothership. Behind a few individuals, Natasha's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had long been informed by Director Fury of the agency's clandestine development of the aerial fortress over the years. Today, it was finally taking flight. And as a core operative of S.H.I.E.L.D., she stood on the deck of the mothership, filled with ambition. With such a formidable combat fortress at her disposal, she felt confident in her ability to vanquish any adversary. In the command center, Nick Fury wore a confident smile. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he shared the same fervor as Agent Natasha at that moment. In fact, Fury felt an even greater pride. for he had been the driving force behind the mothership project. After years of toil and the investment of hundreds of billions, it was finally embarking on its maiden voyage. The sound of thunder seemed to roar in his ears as the mothership gradually ascended, propelled by the 4 colossal turbine engines. Suddenly, the vessel experienced an irregular tremor, causing its ascent to falter abruptly. Everyone on the deck was thrown off balance by this unexpected change. Dr. Banner, unable to maintain his footing, found himself seated on the deck, staring blankly at the ocean before him. It seems worse than I imagined. Can someone tell me what is happening? Fury's confidence evaporated in an instant as he gripped the railing tightly, his suppressed anger reverberating among the rows of personnel responsible for controlling the mothership. Agent Hill approached Fury, whispering an explanation. Director, the mothership has taken flight too few times, and the agent in charge of Engine 3 is hospitalized, leaving their team without a core, lacking flight experience. At that moment, the control team for Engine 3 resembled ants on a hot skillet. Rotational speed at 8,000. Angle deviation unit at 5. Synchronize. Synchronize. The mothership was Fury's prized possession. Should it encounter any mishap during its inaugural operational flight, they would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. At that moment, the mothership ascended clumsily, akin to a child taking its first steps. The angle deviation caused all aircraft on the deck to slide toward the same direction until they were securely tethered by safety lines. Natasha, leading Rogers, Banner, and Su Ming, swiftly made their way to the control room. Propulsion checks completed. Stabilizing position. Global power maintained at 5, elevate once stabilized. Adjust immediately. The urgent communication among the staff and Fury's furious shouts resonated throughout the control room. As Rogers steadied himself next to Fury, he jested. Is this what you meant by a different world? Fury's complexion darkened, surpassing even the hue of his skin, with such flaws on the very first operational flight. Although he wasn't overly concerned about significant issues arising, the majestic image of the formidable warship ascending with grandeur was now a distant dream. He had previously proposed a wager with Rogers, eager to show the captain a world unlike any other. Alas, it seemed he had faltered. Director, the balance coefficient has fallen below the minimum threshold, suggesting a need for a relaunch. At this moment, Agent Hill compiled the control personnel's data and concluded, whispering a report to Nick Fury. What? Nick Fury's singular eye widened in disbelief. Were they to ascend only to descend once more? Such matters could be tolerated during the battleship testing phase, allowing for countless landings. However, this was a combat situation, despite the absence of foes. What if there were? A mere delay of a minute in takeoff could translate into an additional minute of peril, potentially culminating in devastation. I refuse to authorize a landing. Treat this as an emergency. I wish to see if you so-called elite of S.H.I.E.L.D. can resolve this predicament. There was no need for Agent Hill to relay the message. Each individual present distinctly heard Fury's furious voice. The control room fell into a profound silence, the only sounds emanating from the equipment and the clatter of commands being inputted on keyboards. Minutes later, the mothership executed a half-turn in the air but failed to regain a level orientation. The veins on Nick Fury's temples throbbed, revealing his simmering ire. Once more, Agent Hill collected the control data and approached Fury, her expression fraught with concern. Clearly, the outcome was far from favorable. As she glanced around, contemplating how to explain the situation to the director, she suddenly spotted the tardy figure of fate. For reasons unknown, her intuition suggested that Mr. Silver might be the key to resolving this issue. With a look of desperation, she turned to Su Ming. Initially, Su Ming had intended merely to observe, to savor the spectacle, but upon encountering Agent Hill's beseeching gaze, reminiscent of a forlorn puppy, he felt compelled to assist. Considering how frequently she had prepared coffee for him, despite his persistent struggle to acclimate to it, he scratched his chin and decided to lend her a hand. Director Fury. Upon hearing his name called, Nick Fury strained to turn his head, and there stood Su Ming, raising a hand. A powerful magnetic field emanated from his body, enveloping the entire warship in an instant. To the astonishment of all present, the vessel gradually returned to a horizontal position. No need for further trouble. Chapter 83. A tremendous sound resonated from the enormous aerial mothership, hovering at a height of several meters. The upgraded magnetic control possessed the remarkable ability to adjust the ship's condition. Unlike the power derived from internal engines, the entire vessel endured magnetic forces simultaneously, producing a disconcerting creaking sound at every connection. Nick Fury's expression froze, his lone eye fixated intently on Su Ming's raised hand. This hand seemed to unleash an extraordinary magic, restoring the tilted angle of the mothership with a mere slight rotation. Oh, my God. It's stable again. The battleship has returned to level. Normal data. Normal data. The incredulous shouts of the crew echoed. Nick Fury finally emerged from his shock, yet his hands remained tightly gripped on the railing. Good heavens. Mr. Destiny, what an astonishing display of magic. Fury quickly concluded that it was Su Ming who had resolved the mothership's precarious ascent with a mere gesture. This timely intervention undoubtedly saved Director Fury's face in front of Captain Rogers and Banner. However, As the head of the agency, Fury had to maintain an image of control in front of his subordinates. His hands, which clutched the railing, swiftly retreated behind him, creating a fleeting shadow as he regained his aloof demeanor, stating in a deep voice, "Ahem. Thank you, Mr. Destiny, but please refrain from acting without my command. After all, opportunities for the young ones to experience growth are rare." As he spoke, he turned his back to the crowd, subtly signaling Su Ming with fervent glances. No sooner had he finished speaking than the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. regarded their director with newfound admiration. No wonder he is Director Fury. He was evidently prepared. Such a formidable figure must heed the director's orders. How cool. Could it be that the absence of the leader of Engine Team 3 was a deliberate arrangement by the director? Experience certainly speaks volumes. Regardless of how Fury seized the opportunity to assert his presence in front of his many subordinates, Agent Hill disapproved of the director's need for face-saving. Humph. Such a childish old man. Having been in close proximity to Director Fury, she understood that he had indeed been on the brink of fury. If Mr. Silver had truly been his plan B, the director would not have exhibited such volatility. Moreover, Mr. Silver's intervention seemed to stem from her earlier plea for help. "What connection does that have with you, Nick Fury?" To her surprise, Mr. Silver genuinely responded to her call for assistance. "I must find an opportunity to express my gratitude to him." With this thought, Agent Hill cast a grateful glance at Su Ming, pondering how best to thank him. Beneath Fury's serious facade lay a hint of embarrassment, while Su Ming observed him with a playful expression, offering no comment. At this moment, Natasha Romanoff, the red-haired agent standing beside Banner, stared blankly with her captivating eyes. As a battle-hardened operative, she was highly observant, which was precisely why the director had assigned her to evaluate Tony Stark. She can assure you with her physique that the astonishment and disbelief reflected in Director Fury's recent expression were far from feigned. They were the most genuine reactions of the body. Previously, Natasha had diligently studied the dossier on Fate and understood that he was a super soldier with physical capabilities that far exceeded those of ordinary humans, comparable to Captain America, who had undergone the super soldier serum injection. However, in Natasha's estimation, Su Ming's character paled in comparison to the nobility of Rogers. Her profile of Su Ming was that of a flamboyant, money-driven performer with a penchant for formal attire and masks. The recent experience had profoundly altered Natasha's perception of Su Ming. Why, as a performer, did Fate engage in such shocking acts only to effortlessly relinquish the stage to Director Fury, all the while appearing utterly indifferent? Could it be that my assessment was erroneous? Natasha had never made a misjudgment before. She had to concede that Su Ming's methods had indeed left an impact on her. Initially, she had believed Fate to be merely a formidable warrior, but she had not anticipated such an extraordinary ability. Was it magic or a miracle? Just moments ago, she had regarded Fate as an obnoxious bounty hunter who lacked respect for himself. However, from this moment on, Agent Natasha resolved to overturn her original assessment and observe this enigmatic man closely. A hint of curiosity flickered in her gaze towards Su Ming. Dr. Banner, in a state of disarray, managed to stabilize himself, overwhelmed by a strong intuition. If the battleship were to plummet straight into the ocean as he had surmised, the Hulk within him would likely burst forth and swim hundreds of miles to return him to land. Fortunately, such a dreadful occurrence did not transpire, or he would have been left with yet another ruined suit. As he regained his composure, Banner furrowed his brow. As a researcher, he found the battleship's sudden recovery baffling. The engine was the sole source of power for the vessel. The fact that it could autonomously revert to a horizontal position, despite the difficulty of even adjusting the engine, defied the laws of science, unless there was external intervention. But what could exert such immense force? A miracle? Impossible, impossible. It must be that the battleship's control system activated an emergency mechanism, urgently adjusting its form. Yes, that must be it. What a remarkable design. Banner's unassuming nature placed him at the end of the line, preventing him from clearly witnessing Su Ming's gestures. Even upon hearing Director Fury's words, he could not believe that a single individual could shake this colossal vessel weighing thousands of tons. Driven by an insatiable curiosity, he felt as though he had stumbled upon a new research topic, his gaze already fixated on the control panel, eager to leap down and delve deeper into his inquiry. Colonel Steve Rogers, Captain America, regarded Su Ming with newfound respect. Initially indifferent towards Su Ming, Rogers acknowledged that he had been rather superficial in his judgments. Unlike Banner, who revered science, he understood that blind reliance on science itself could be a form of superstition. What he valued more was the stark reality unfolding before him, a lesson imparted by the harsh truths of war. To awaken from a frozen slumber after 70 years, what could possibly be deemed absurd in comparison? If we cannot believe the reality unfolding before our eyes, what can we trust? Those claims of rigorous logic? Spare me. Director Nick Fury does not deceive. It must be that Su Ming has restored the battleship's form. Although the methods he employed remain unclear, it is undeniable that this individual will become a formidable ally. A strong teammate is certainly preferable to a formidable adversary, is it not? Raising the overall power to 8. Preparing for departure, maximizing power output. Attention. All systems are activated. Everything is primed. Wait, something feels amiss. Just as everyone began to regain their composure from the battleship's tilt and prepared for a methodical ascent, the staff issued yet another anomaly report. Speak. Nick Fury felt reassured. With Su Ming at the helm, the issue seemed manageable. The power output had reached its zenith, yet the altimeter indicated we were still 18 meters above the sea surface. Failing to ascend, as the roar of the engines intensified, the metallic hull emitted a disconcerting screech. The reemergence of anomalies gnawed at Nick Fury's nerves. Was today truly unsuitable for departure? Why were there hurdles at every turn? Unconsciously, he glanced at Su Ming. Oh, for heaven's sake. Mr. Fate. Nick Fury was dismayed to discover that Su Ming's hand, which had been raised just moments prior, remained suspended, his eyes narrowed in a bemused gaze directed at Nick. It dawned on him that this latest anomaly was indeed orchestrated by Su Ming. He had not relinquished control of the mothership. Thus, even with the engines at full throttle, they could not ascend a single inch. With a wry smile, Fury approached Su Ming and whispered, Mr. Fate, kindly show some consideration. There are so many eyes upon us. Chapter 84, What Happened? Agent Hilt reacted the quickest. When he realized what had transpired, he nearly burst into laughter. My dear director, it seems you have yet to succeed in your attempts to gain favor with Mr. Silverduke. At that moment, Su Ming merely wished to playfully tease Fury, who had been flaunting his power over him and his subordinates. Now it was my turn. Observing the dark-skinned agent inching closer to whisper, Su Ming had no intention of genuinely troubling him. Mr. Fate, the funds have been transferred to you. Exactly 10 billion. Can you truly bear to stab me again here? Watching Nick Fury converse softly with him, Su Ming found it amusing. Director Fury. Is it exhilarating to utilize me and your subordinates for show? Exhilarating? Oh no. I meant to say, it's actually quite pleasant. Especially since you are formidable. Seeing that his jab at Nick Fury was effective, Su Ming decided against further complicating matters for him and retracted the magnetic field he had released. With a sudden surge, the warship, now free from external controls, shot up into the sky, causing everyone to sway unsteadily. This time, there would be no extra charges. But remember, Director Fury, you owe me a personal favor. Upon hearing that Su Ming had not taken the opportunity to exploit the situation, Nick Fury felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and quietly gave Su Ming a thumbs up. No problem. Now re-established in his command, Nick Fury stood resolutely at his post. As the dark-skinned agent signaled his subordinates to initiate a certain procedure, Agent Hilt, with a professional air, issued orders. Activate S.H.I.E.L.D. Emergency Protocol 193. 6. Indicators ready, Director. Let us vanish. With Nick Fury's command, the soaring warship gradually stabilized its speed and activated its cloaking system. The ship's surface cloaking coating was activated, creating an aura of special energy that allowed the massive aerial fortress to blend seamlessly with the clouds. They had finally taken off successfully. With a quiet sigh of relief, Nick Fury turned to his companions. Gentlemen. Colonel Rogers approached Fury, retrieving a stack of bills from his pocket and extracting a $10 bill to hand to him. Nick Fury glanced at the $10 bill, reminiscing about the wager he had made with Captain America. At last, something worth celebrating had occurred. He then moved to Dr. Banner, engaging in lively discussions about tracking Hawkeye and Loki's whereabouts after some pleasantries. Su Ming, uninterested in their conversation, strolled back to the lounge prepared for him at S.H.I.E.L.D. He casually flopped onto the bed. Currently, the Avengers were still awaiting the arrival of Tony and Thor. The others were mostly in position. The next step was to confront the god of mischief, Loki. Su Ming couldn't help but recall the portal that had opened above Stark Tower, revealing the Chitauri army invading Earth en masse. Those extraterrestrial entities were indeed valuable, worth their weight in gold. Uncertain whether these extraterrestrials could be exchanged with. At the very least, their equipment should be convertible into currency. As the thought of facing an alien army loomed in the near future, Su Ming deemed it imperative to enhance his capabilities. After all, the cinematic portrayal only showcased a few formidable Avengers, without delving deeply into the formidable nature of alien weaponry. To assume that extraterrestrial technology is rudimentary and their armaments lack potency would be a grave misjudgment. The members of the Avengers possess a narrative aura, emerging unscathed in every battle. Yet, as an outsider, Su Ming was enveloped in uncertainty. He certainly did not wish to meet his demise or suffer significant losses during the events of the first Avengers film. With funds at his disposal, he resolved to transform them into combat prowess. He had already devised a plan for the allocation of this $10 billion. Indeed, it was the power of Superman's freezing breath. The intensity of heat vision had already ascended to a strategic level. Its individual potency was considerable. Coupled with the effects of freezing breath, The interplay of hot and cold would compel even the most robust alien defenses to acknowledge the laws of physics. Would it not? With this thought, Su Ming accessed the system's marketplace and perused the following options. Superman's freezing breath LV1, auxiliary low temperature control, 50 million. Freezing breath LV2, tactical freeze, 500 million. Freezing breath LV3, widespread freeze, 1. 5 billion. Freezing breath LV4, strategic ice storm, 8 billion. Exchange, 50 million. Exchange successful. Account balance, 10. 15 billion. The system's notification reverberated within his mind. At that moment, a chill surged within Su Ming's chest. In the air he exhaled formed a delicate white mist in the warmth of the resting chamber. Experimenting. He exhaled a breath of coolness towards the table, and instantly the temperature of the water in the cup plummeted, transforming from room temperature to ice cold. Condensation clung to the exterior of the glass, reminding Su Ming that what he currently possessed was not truly freezing breath, but rather chilling breath. The thought of no longer needing to add ice to his cola brought him joy. Upgrade, 10 billion. Talent upgrade successful. Account balance, 1. 5 billion. Crack, crack. The temperature within the resting chamber plummeted rapidly as Su Ming exhaled frigid air. Bang. The water cup on the table shattered due to the sudden drop in temperature. The room temperature water instantly crystallized into ice upon dispersal, sparkling and glistening, with glass shards sticking to it, illustrating the astonishing rate of temperature decline. At that moment, Agent Hill pushed open Su Ming's cabin door. Mr. Silver, while it's quiet, I made you a cup of hot coffee, huh? Just as Agent Hill opened the door, her palm became firmly affixed to the metal door handle, rendering it impossible to detach. An icy chill coursed through her hand, causing her entire arm to lose sensation in an instant. What? Agent Hill's eyes widened in disbelief as she watched the steaming coffee in her other hand crystallize into shards of ice in mere moments. A pair of shoes remained frozen to the ground, unable to cross the threshold of the cabin. The individual, oblivious to the frigid chill enveloping them, stared vacantly at Su Ming, their gaze gradually becoming vacant. Su Ming was astonished to see that his recently upgraded talent had transformed the entire rest cabin into a realm of ice and snow in a mere 2 breaths. No wonder it was priced higher than the heat vision. The scope of its effect was remarkable. The icy surface not only covered the entire cabin, but also swiftly spread across the metallic floor beneath. Suddenly, he noticed the uninvited agent, Hilt, frozen in place with a cup of coffee, her arm gripping the cabin door handle beginning to frost over. Simultaneously, Hilt's eyes dulled under the extreme cold, her consciousness teetering on the brink of oblivion. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Ming released a surge of heat vision, immediately thawing Hilt. 2 dark crimson beams shot from his eyes, liberating her arm from the door. His gaze then shifted to her feet, alleviating her immobilizing predicament. Activating magnetic control, he stabilized the metallic elements on Hilt's body, ensuring she would not collapse. Su Ming cautiously regulated the energy output of the heat vision, meticulously warming Hilt's body from head to toe. As her eyes regained their spark, he dared not relent. His own breath continued to exhale frigid air. He had to maintain the heating until she was safe, for one misstep could spell fatal consequences. The entire ordeal transpired with such swiftness that Hilt remained unaware of her brush with death. Her awareness flickered in and out, creating a disorienting sensation as if she had just reloaded a prior save upon entering the room. Achoo! So cold. While Su Ming tirelessly employed heat vision to preserve Hilt's life, the biting cold air seeped from the cabin door, advancing toward the nearby engine. Crack! Crunch! The ship's engine, affected by the chilling air, began to act erratically, causing the entire vessel to tremble once more. Nick Fury remained composed, yet a single. Lifeless, I betrayed his current sentiment. What now, Motherfucker? Chapter 85. A wise decision, good heavens. Mr. Silverduke, what has happened to your eyes? At last, Agent Hill discerned Su Ming's condition. His eyes were emanating 2 beams of dark crimson light, illuminating the surrounding space. Each gaze cast upon her enveloped Agent Hill in warmth. It felt rather pleasant. Realizing there was no danger, Agent Hill's body, previously tense with caution, gradually relaxed. My feet. Suddenly, a chilling sensation crept from her feet, and she discovered that the floor of the resting chamber was thickly coated with ice. She stood precisely in a melted ice pit, and it dawned upon her that Su Ming was providing her warmth. The ice pit beneath her indicated that Mr. Silverduke had recently thawed her legs. But where did the ice come from? Agent Hill remained calm. Just a moment. Su Ming's voice resonated in her ears, bringing her some comfort. She keenly observed that with each movement of his lips, swirling white mist escaped, settling on the ground. His nostrils released cold air with each breath. The source of this chill was none other than Mr. Silverduke. The peculiar ability to emit warmth from his gaze while exhaling frigid air left Agent Hill utterly astonished, with Su Ming assisting her in maintaining her body temperature. She felt at ease and curiously blinked her enchanting eyes at him. What a man shrouded in mystery. New York. A certain laboratory. Where did you find such manpower? Dr. Eric queried, adjusting a device while casually conversing with Clint Barton, also known as Hawkeye. The S.H.I.E.L.D. has made quite a few enemies, Doctor. Simultaneously, he raised a tablet computer toward Eric. Is this what you need? The screen displayed an image of a peculiar metal alongside a photograph of an individual. Indeed, it is iridium. It comes from meteorites and can form antiprotons. Hence, this substance is currently in high demand. Both Eric and Hawkeye were under Loki's mind control, diligently assisting him in creating a device to activate the Tesseract. However, this device lacked the most crucial material, iridium. Eric, a physicist by profession, despite his altered allegiance, remained fervently passionate about scientific research. He marveled at the wonders of the Tesseract, recognizing it as not merely knowledge but a profound truth. In contrast, Clint Barton, a non-scientist, was solely preoccupied with how to deal with the individual in the photograph and retrieve the iridium. In the eyes of a combatant, there was only the target. With a snap, the folded composite bow sprang open in Clint's hands, his eyes shimmering with an eerie blue light as he left the laboratory, brimming with confidence. Aboard the helicarrier, the irregular vibrations from the engines, although not hindering navigation, incessantly tormented Nick Fury's nerves. Engine 1 has encountered anomalies. The staff finally detected the irregularities within the operating system and reported loudly. Continuing to track Loki and his companions, the technical team went to investigate the situation. Wait a moment. I shall join as well. Nick Fury was perplexed by the dismal performance of the helicarrier, a culmination of the collective intellect of S.H.I.E.L.D. scientific personnel during its inaugural mission. At that moment, a thick layer of frost had formed on the massive propeller of Engine 1, impairing its normal operation. Meanwhile, Su-Ming in the lounge finally regulated his breathing, ceasing the release of cold air. After emitting a thermal beam to melt the ice that had enveloped the room, Su-Ming let out a long sigh of relief. Goodness. The enhancement of my abilities is rather overwhelming and nearly unmanageable. Fortunately, I reacted swiftly. Although Agent Hill's feet still felt somewhat chilly, she was no longer in serious trouble. She gently placed a cup of coffee on the table and said, Mr. Silverduke, as a token of gratitude for your assistance earlier, I made you a hot cup of coffee. Now it's iced coffee. Observing the frozen lump of coffee on the table, Agent Hill awkwardly explained her intent. Years of working alongside the director had instilled a habit in her of remaining unfazed by the events unfolding around her. Even upon discovering Su-Ming's extraordinary capabilities, she chose to feign ignorance. However, the sheer absurdity of Su-Ming's powers instilled a sense of reverence within her. Su-Ming had no intention of providing an explanation. It seemed Agent Hill was quite confident in her coffee-making skills. Although Su-Ming had timely saved her life, he felt a twinge of regret for nearly causing her harm. Thank you for the coffee, Agent Hill. With that, Su-Ming unleashed a thermal beam from his eyes, distinct from the dark red hue used to thaw Agent Hill, this time emitting a brighter red with higher energy. Gurgle. Gurgle. Soon, the coffee in the illuminated cup began to emit swirling steam and boiled vigorously. Be careful, it's hot. Under Agent Hill's astonished gaze, Su-Ming took a large gulp from the cup. Not bad. Truly bitter. Ignoring the scalding heat of the coffee, Su-Ming politely praised it while inwardly lamenting the beverage, which was originally an additive mixed into feed by early farmers to minimize livestock consumption while maximizing labor output. In the presence of his ironclad physique, coffee, barely under 100 degrees, was hardly a challenge. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from outside the door. Agent Hill quickly rose to investigate, and Su-Ming, curiosity piqued, followed her out. They found Nick Fury sprawled on the ground, with Agent Hill busy helping him up. Ouch, my back. Why is it so slippery? Nick Fury, leading several technicians toward Engine 1, had passed by Su-Ming's lounge. The steel floor still bore a thin layer of residual ice from Su-Ming's earlier release of cold air, causing the somewhat visually impaired director to tumble spectacularly. Where did this ice come from? Director Fury, realizing that a thin layer of ice covered the ground, was filled with astonishment. Agent Hill, aware of the truth, cast a helpless glance at Su-Ming, refraining from revealing his secrets. Don't mind the details, Director Fury. Aren't you preoccupied with tracking Loki? How did you end up here? Don't even mention it. Fury grumbled, recounting the engine troubles to Su-Ming. Su-Ming, contemplative, mused that the trouble he had caused seemed to extend beyond Agent Hill's near mishap. As the group gathered beside Engine 1, they beheld the sizable ice chunks clinging to the massive propeller, and Fury's expression was nothing short of remarkable. When it was designed, considerations for high-altitude low temperatures were taken into account. We haven't even reached the height where temperatures could drop to freezing. How could ice form? Agent Hill, sensing this might be linked to Su-Ming's unique abilities, pressed her lips together and directed her gaze back to him, clearing his throat. Su-Ming subtly signaled for Agent Hill to escort the extraneous personnel away. Let us investigate over there. Understanding Su-Ming's intent to employ his abilities to resolve the issue discreetly, Hill fabricated an excuse to lead the technicians away. At that moment, Nick Fury furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why this anomaly occurred. Why did the other engines remain unaffected while only Engine 1 had succumbed to ice? Strange. Allow me to assist. Su Ming, feeling somewhat guilty, volunteered his help. Before Fury could respond, Su Ming's eyes emitted two beams of intense heat. The dark red light illuminated the icy patches. And as steam began to form, the immense torque from the turbine swept it away. In an instant, the icy regions returned to normal. And the peculiar sounds and vibrations caused by the ice vanished. Witnessing this astonishing spectacle, Fury once again marveled at the wisdom of bringing Su Ming along for this mission. Fate, I owe you another favor. Ouch, my back. Chapter 86. The arrival of Tony as Nick Fury supported his aching back and escorted Su Ming back to the command room. Agent Coulson was engaged in a conversation with his idol, Captain Rogers, about his treasured collectibles. Found it. Match rate 79. Address, 28, Kunin Street, Stuttgart, Germany. It appeared that the individual had no intention of hiding. The satellite footage revealed Loki, impeccably dressed, making an appearance at a gala. Captain, it's your turn. Nick Fury officially assigned the Avengers' inaugural mission to Captain America to apprehend Loki. The scene shifted to a meticulously designed building where elegantly attired guests savored fine wines. Their gazes scanning for potential allies. In one corner of the hall, a classical ensemble played a string arrangement dominated by violins. Amidst the melodious strains of classical music, Captain Steve Rogers entered the operations preparation room, where his iconic uniform adorned the wall. The gala was fortified with stringent security measures. Yet this posed no challenge for the seasoned Hawkeye, Clint Barton. In the shadowy night, arrows shot silently from his compound bow, breaching the guards' defenses. Meanwhile, a sleek aircraft carrying Rogers sped towards the gala venue. Soon, Clint had neutralized all sentries surrounding the vault. Before him loomed a highly secure anti-theft door, equipped with the most advanced retinal unlocking technology. As the soothing violin melodies grew increasingly intense, Loki, with an air of grace, descended the spiral vintage staircase. Moving in time with the music. In a dramatic shift of tempo, Loki raised his staff and swiftly dispatched the bodyguard of his target, eliciting gasps from the crowd. He then seized someone by the collar, flinging them onto a pedestal beneath a statue. From his pocket, Loki produced a specially designed instrument, seemingly crafted for the extraction of eyeballs, compact, sharp, and ruthlessly efficient. With a piercing scream, he mercilessly plunged the device into the victim's eye. As the spiral blades whirled violently, the unfortunate soul writhed in agony, helpless beneath the grip of a divine hand. At the same time, Clint aimed a similar device at the retinal scanning window of the anti-theft door. As Loki's extraction took place, Clint's instrument gradually revealed a holographic projection of an eyeball. Retinal scan authenticated. Unlock. The robust anti-theft door swung open, revealing a vault containing iridium metal, its surface reflecting an extraordinary brilliance. What a simple task, Clint mused, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he regarded the iridium element in his hand. Meanwhile, at the gala, Loki surveyed the panicked attendees, a smirk curling upon his lips. Indeed, he had instilled fear in them, a sensation that affirmed his existence. With grand ambition, Loki, staff in hand, strolled to the forefront of the stage. And with a flash of golden light, his attire transformed into that of the god of mischief, his signature curved golden helmet exuding both authority and mockery. The deep green and gold color palette, adorned with black leather and metallic plates, symbolizes treachery and divinity. The fitted robe and layered armor, intricately textured and complex, are complemented by a flowing green cloak that imparts an ethereal quality. This ensemble envelopes Loki in an aura of splendid gloom. As he strides across the street, he effortlessly dispatches a nearby police car with a remote attack. Clones of Loki materialize in the direction where the crowd seeks refuge, each echoing the same command: kneel before me. As the masses congregate like sheep herded by a dog, Loki strikes his staff heavily upon the ground and commands, kneel. The gemstones atop his staff erupt in azure brilliance, instilling immense pressure upon the onlookers. One by one, throngs of people succumb to their knees before Loki. Isn't this simplicity itself? Were you not born for such servitude? The inherent subservience within you compels you to ultimately yield to your rulers. Witnessing the throng kneeling before him, Loki relishes the moment, mercilessly taunting the gathered crowd. His words grow increasingly fervent, and his smile becomes ever more brazen. At that instant, an elderly man with sparse, snow-white hair rises slowly, resembling Colonel Rogers. His aged eyes regard Loki with disdain, but not to someone like you. Loki recognizes that this mortal cannot possibly comprehend the radiance of his divinity, and with a seemingly benevolent smile, he responds, but I am unique. There are far too many shameless individuals like you. The old man, undeterred, retorts back, striving to straighten his slightly stooped back due to age. At this moment, Loki contemplates a harsh lesson, gradually directing his staff towards the elder. Behold this man. He is your example. Before the words can fully escape his lips, The mind control staff unleashes a pulse of energy aimed directly at the old man. Just then, a blue figure descends from the sky, landing protectively before the elder. The polished circular shield deflects the attack from the staff, sending Loki crashing to the ground. Captain America, Steve Rogers, makes a timely appearance, wielding his iconic red, blue, and silver shield emblazoned with a prominent star. His deep blue combat attire incorporates elements of the stars and stripes, featuring a star insignia on his chest. S.H.I.E.L.D. has enhanced Captain America's uniform, blending vintage and contemporary tactical designs. I remember the last time I was in Germany. There was a man who placed himself above all, only to meet his demise. The once kneeling crowd rises as they behold their guardian, Captain America, coming to their aid. At that moment, Black Widow, Natasha, pilots her aircraft above the square, heavy machine guns rotating to target Loki. Loki, drop your weapons and surrender. Her melodious voice sternly echoes through the loudspeaker. Yet, how could a god so easily capitulate to mortals? Loki swings his staff once more, unleashing a wave of energy towards the aircraft, which Natasha narrowly evades. At this moment, Captain America unleashed his signature move, the shield throw. With a resounding clang, the shield glimmered with metallic luster, repelling Loki. Captain America charged forward, engaging Loki in hand-to-hand combat, yet his strikes proved ineffective against the godly physique of Loki. Soon, he found himself pinned to the ground. Observing Captain America being mercilessly beaten by Loki, and the multitude of civilians in the square, Natasha, piloting the aircraft, found herself unable to intervene and couldn't help but lament. This fellow is exceedingly cunning. Suddenly, a mischievous voice echoed through the aircraft's intercom, Agent Romanoff. Have you missed me? Simultaneously, the control screen before Natasha flickered as the system was hijacked, and raucous rock music erupted, resonating throughout the square. In the distance, a streak of fire swiftly approached, revealing a steel figure who raised its arms to unleash an energy cannon, sending Loki tumbling down the steps. The clash of armor against the stairs sparked and created a thunderous noise. The Iron Avenger, Tony Stark, made a dashing entrance, landing with style before rising slowly. Raising his arms as a multitude of offensive capabilities simultaneously targeted Loki. Bring it on, he declared, as Jarvis prepared for battle. To everyone's surprise, upon seeing Iron Man, Loki seemed to lose his will to fight. A flash of light enveloped him, and his divine attire gradually faded away. Slowly, Loki raised his hands in an unexpected gesture of surrender. Captain America, panting, approached Tony, bewildered by the unfolding events. Where did that ferocity go? Why did Loki cease his assault the moment Tony arrived? Does one choose their opponents in a brawl? What a peculiar situation. Contemplating this, Captain America steadied his shield and greeted Tony. Mr. Stark. The iron helmet tilted slightly, exuding an air of aloofness. Captain,